Just the best thing happened to me.
We respect people, we take care of people, and we're making an impact. We're doing it in a way where we, being the largest chemical producers, are also the thought leaders, lead by example.
I'm Vidit Gujrathi. I was staying in Nasik for most of my life. Now I live in Mumbai. I am part of the Indian chess team. My peak world rank was 10. I became a grandmaster at the age of 18, but I think by today's standards that's late. Funnily enough, actually, when I became grandmaster, I became by playing Counter-Strike. Because one of my problems was I used to choke under pressure back then, because I was looking forward to becoming grandmaster. But there was one tournament I was like, chuck it. I was playing Counter-Strike in the night, and that just helped me take my mind somewhere else, distract myself, and I could just play freely the next day. So I started playing chess at the age of 6, and I haven't looked back since then. So a lot of my identity is associated with chess, and I became grandmaster at the age of 18, and now I'm 31. And representing India at the global level for I think last 12 years or so, playing in the Indian squad, and I've been doing this pretty much full time. It started off as a hobby, but I got so engrossed that I kept playing chess as a profession. If I have to give an analogy of, let's say, cricket, I would say a modern version of Rahul Dravid in a way, because I am well prepared. I try to play solid chess, but when push comes to shove, I can also become very aggressive. So, but that's not my natural instinct. I'm more of a controlled player, but when time requires, I can also, come forward in the crease and try to hit some sixes. Oh, recovering from a tough loss is always harder. Like, losing hurts way more than the pleasure of winning, It just stings a lot. And that's why I started actually playing chess. That was one of the reasons I was so motivated. I didn't want to lose. I was so competitive. I think someone should invent that. I really don't. I'm looking for that reset button. There are many ways. Sometimes I just like to distract myself completely, like forget about the tournament or try to forget it. You can never forget. And that is by engaging your mind somewhere else. Sometimes I even go online and play more chess to rub off that loss, sometimes just spending time with family. But I have not found the magical reset button. Like, I don't think it exists. As a competitive player, it goes on in your mind. It's always there. When I hear India Rising Road to EWC, I think it gives me another chance to represent India, and that too in such a fresh format with a new audience, new type of chess. And that's very exciting. Benjamin is very a serious player, and he is well prepared. So definitely not an easy opponent. And he has been taking online tournaments seriously. He has been preparing for it, so he's used to that. I feel like in general I have a good score against him. Like, we have played multiple times, and my style I think has worked well against him. So in general I feel like I'm a stronger player. And tomorrow I just have to play the best chess that I can. Yeah. At EWC, they'll probably see the 3.0 version of me, which is very different, very unique, and something they have not seen me do.
So I'm Benjamin Bok. I'm a grandmaster from the Netherlands. These days I'm not as active anymore in classical chess, but I still play a lot of online rapid and blitz tournaments, in which I've been doing fairly well, I'd say. I feel like I'm not at the very top, but I feel like I'm not too far away from that. So obviously, this tournament here is a big opportunity to try to make it to the highest stage. Yeah, my dad told me the game when I was around 6, but I joined a chess club in my local town a few years later, so I started out there. And then shortly after that I started playing in tournaments, and I won the Dutch championship for the first time in my age category when I was 10. So I'd say that's when chess really became more serious for me. Well, I would have loved to be a soccer athlete and be at the World Cup right now, but that ship has sailed at this point. Of course, it's a dream to compete in the EWC, but I've never been this close. So this event, the ride has been pretty good. I mean, when I signed up for the Swiss portion of India Rising, I thought I would have a pretty good chance of making it to the knockouts, and then I did. And then in the quarterfinals, I saw I was facing Partikian, obviously a very strong player, but I thought I had a pretty good chance to beat him. But then I saw if I beat him, I would probably be up against Arjun, and I knew that that would be a very tough match. And honestly, he's definitely clearly a favorite in that one, but I managed to beat him, which also surprised myself. And now all of a sudden, I'm very close. So this is obviously a big opportunity against Vidit, who is also a very strong player, but yeah, even though he's very strong, I do believe I can beat him. Yeah, I think it's a great development for chess. Online classical chess has been around for a long time, but I feel like it's hard to sell classical chess as a product to the masses, because they might watch a game and then somebody spending a lot of time on just one move, and to the audience it seems like just nothing is happening. Of course, we know in the player's heads a lot is happening, but I feel like it's hard to sell as a product, whereas I feel like especially Rapid, I feel like is a very good balance between action and it's still being digestible. When I show blitz games to people who are still starting out, for them it goes a little bit too fast. But I feel like Rapid strikes the perfect balance. And yeah, I also enjoy it as well. The games are a lot faster. You don't have to overthink every decision. Like in classical chess, you have to think a little bit deeper perhaps, which of course also has its own beauty. But I think it's great that online Rapid and Blitz and these fast formats are on the rise, and I think it definitely has a lot of potential for chess. When I hear India Rising, Road to EWC, it means a huge opportunity to me. Yeah, it would be huge for my career. I've never played at that stage. I feel like I've been not too far off on some occasions, but it would definitely be the biggest success of my career. Yes, what makes it different is that it is online on computers, but it is in person. So that is very special, because for a long time chess was only played over the board, then came online chess. But online chess on location is still something that only happens to very special finals. So off the chessboard, he's a very nice guy who I've known for many years. I actually played him the first time in 2008 at the World Youth Championship that he went on to win. He beat me in that game, so it would be nice to take revenge for that. But yeah, like I said, he's a great rival, he's a great guy, but obviously tomorrow we'll be fighting on the chessboard. My road to EWC will be successful if I beat Vidit. This is Benjamin Bok, and my road to EWC starts here.
One, it is India Rising Road to EWC 2026 and today is going to be a historic day क्योंकि आज एक बंदे को डायरेक्ट स्पॉट मिलेगा EWC का मेरे पास है दो अमेजिंग co-hosts तान्या सचदेव and अनुपम दासगुप्ता तान्या height is real
It is Mumbai का safe but Paris का maybe but two broadcasters in the finals today and one ticket to the Esports World Cup. This is not just any tournament. Sahil Anirban is an absolute launch pad of career for these players.
I think it's going to be an amazing launch fight in league, and I think it's a tough fight. करके ये दोनों players जहाँ तक आए हैं, a tough journey. They've beaten the best in the world.
Yes. लगाया यश यश आया है ना अब आया। अक्षय को इधर बिठाओ बोल रहे हो उसका ऑडियो हाँ ऑडियो
have a great match today. And especially this morning, Argentina and Messi were almost knocked out by Cape Verde.
Yes.
So an upset is in the air. Although I hope it is not by afternoon.
अरे मजा आने वाला है आई थिंक रिगार्डलेस हम जो भी कहें आज के दिन में एक खतरनाक एक्शन देखने को मिलेगा इट्स गोना बी ब्लंडर्स एवरीवेयर बिकॉज एज वी डिस्कस द टाइम कंट्रोल इज 10+0 नो इंक्रीमेंट तान्या मतलब फाइनल सेकंड तक you could lose the game, you could turn it around.
Absolutely. Blunders, and I'm expecting some brilliancies as well on the board. You know, we've spoken about Benjamin Bok, but let's not forget world #1, two-time Olympic gold medalist. The home crowd favorite will be on the stage.
Yes.
Vidit Gujrathi. He's got to be feeling the nerves, and look at the crowd right there. We've got a tournament on. We've got Mumbai here in the arena, and there's one guy they're cheering for.
Absolutely. Vidit, I think, is under more pressure for the monsoons that he's facing in Mumbai rather than the expectations. There's the tournament going on. ये tournament में मैं जाके खेल सकता हूँ?
अरे अरे बिल्कुल मेरा भी मन कर रहा है खेल के एक्चुअली अनिर्बान
तू मत खेल, तू मेरे को ट्रेन कर दे.
Anirban, I think with your comedians on board,
Yes.
training warm-up हो चुका था.
बिल्कुल.
And the big question is, कितना warm-up हो चुका है for our two grandmasters today?
उन लोग क्या करता होगा मैच के पहले?
That's the big question. What is the routine to get locked in? 10 minutes with no increment on the clock. Everything on the line. 3 Indians पहुंच चुके हैं Paris EWC के लिए. Nihal Sareen, Arvind Chidambaram, Arjun Aragaisi. Will Vidit Gujrathi be the fourth to secure a spot?
Yeah, I think teams signing up, lots of bonuses, prize money, and historic win on his home ground will be huge for Vidit. And it's a huge prize pool
Oh
of
my God.
27.5 lakhs. And the first place is 10 lakhs, Anirban. It's something to play for both the players.
Fantastic, fantastic. Oh man, that's a... And this is too much. I did not expect it. Nice to see some, non-cricket sports doing this. Wow.
And I think the players are ready. We are ready. It's time to call the players on stage. The first player is Benjamin Bok coming from Netherlands. Let's have him on stage. He's here to challenge Vidit here for the match. He's here to get the EWC key. Tanya, it's going to be huge. I think he's coming in flying from Netherlands. You know, इतना दूर से आए हैं तो जीत के ही जाएंगे यहाँ से.
It is world number 263, who has been an absolute grandmaster crusher here at India Rising. He's taken down Arjun Aragaisi in the semi-final. Benjamin Bok gets ready. He's the first to arrive, but in front of him will be world number 31, 2 times Olympic gold medalist. Give it up for Vidit Gujrathi.
Whoa!
Let's go,
He's the
Vidit
home
Gujrathi.
favorite, of course. He will walk in very quickly. And it's going to be a lot of fun to see this match, Tanya. Anirban, kya expectations have both the players? Nerves are real.
चेस में मैच के पहले नेशनल एंथम नहीं होता है?
अरे I think definitely कर सकते हैं Anirban. I feel like Vidit वहाँ पीछे stage पे है and he's thinking my opponent is on stage. I have to go on stage. वो entrance is the most nerve-wracking moment in this.
And the one player who's feeling it right now, it has to be home crowd favorite. Getting ready to get into the arena is Grandmaster Vidit Gujrathi. Taking down Pranesh, taking down Ronak Sadhwani to get into the finals. And now, one step away from Paris.
The 2-time Olympiad medalist, we have Vidit Gujrathi coming up on stage next, the home crowd favorite. His family is here
There he
watching the
is.
match.
Woo!
Wow!
Nice.
And this is
Yeah.
no traditional chess arena. This is chess as an e-sport. We got both our players on the stage. They've got the computer screens in front of them.
Yeah.
They've got their opponents in front of them. They've got the trophy, the EWC key right there. Getting
Yeah.
ready. Vidit Gujrathi, all smiles. We're going to have them up
There's the
on the
handshake.
screen.
Handshake.
Handshakes. Let's go.
Oh! We had a lot of shooting ऐसे between the players जहाँ पे एक दूसरे से taunts भी मिल रहे थे, ऐसे action figures की तरह
Trash
खड़े
talk
थे.
नहीं हो रहा इधर.
हाँ, मतलब लेकिन but I think game के बाद हो सकता है both the players are ready.
हाँ.
Look at Benjamin Bok. He looks a bit more tense with it smiling, of course, but दोनों players ready हैं.
Yes.
And of course, they're wearing headphones which will block out all our commentary, all the noise. They're focused on the chess. The game's about to begin. And Tanya, first game, with the white pieces, क्या लग रहा है? Who has the edge?
That's such a big question, Sahil. Momentum, it's all about that. With 10 minutes for each player, koi increment nahi hai, such little space for error. We've got Benjamin Bok, who is on paper an underdog, but he has shown that that absolutely does not matter here in India Rising. He's taken down India #1, Arjun Aragaisi in the semi-finals. He's taken down Murali Karthikeyan in the quarterfinals. The bracket breaker ready to take on the home crowd favorite.
Yeah, and I feel like 2026 has been the year of upsets.
Yeah.
Expect the unexpected, Anirban. That's been the motto for this year. So it's all even Steven right now. Before the games, आपकी क्या expectations हैं, Anirban?
Dude, actually, last 2 years have been years of upset, given Bangalore is winning IPL. So, but yeah, I want a close match. I'm very happy with this format because there is no increment, so gives hope to lesser players like us. Most matches I've won on chess.com have been through time.
But you know what, Anirban, I think you make a great point because it's really the games get decided in those final
Yes,
few
yes.
seconds.
हाँ.
Who has that extra few seconds on the clock? Pressure itna ho jata hai, nerves itne ho jate hain. And with everything on the line, a ticket to Paris, the players have to be feeling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're about to lift off with the games in just a few minutes. And I think practice तो दोनों players ने खूब करी होगी. कल रात से बैठे होंगे online practice करते हुए. Tactics, of course, playing games, getting even the hang of the mouse, Tanya, becomes so important in these games. Last में 5 second है, एक गलत mouse slip and the game is over.
अरे तो इसमें अगर वो increment नहीं है तो pre-move कर सकता है?
हाँ, that's a useful skill to have here actually.
Nice.
And there it is, Vidit Gujrathi, 31 years of age, 2708 rating in the world top players, India #6, and Tanya, a double Olympiad medalist. I mean, the CV kind of writes itself.
Absolutely. And on paper, we've got the numbers in front of us. I'll add some more numbers to this. In classical, Vidit Gujrathi, 100 rating points above his opponent. In rapid, more than 50 rating points. In blitz, more than 70 rating points. But Anirban, Benjamin Bok ne dikhaya hai that ratings truly
Do
are
not
just
matter.
a number.
Yes.
It is about the board. It is about the form. Chess is played on the board and not on spreadsheets.
Absolutely, but one credential that they did not show for Vidit Gujrathi was he was my coach in one COD.
Oh, that's the breaking edge here.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's one guy here to beat your coach, and that is Benjamin Bok.
Yes.
31 years of age again, 2560 rating, very, very strong player. Netherlands #9, Tanya. I think, but the numbers are just numbers at the end on a screen. He's proven his point that he can beat the absolute best.
Yeah, he's taken down the biggest names here in India Rising road to EWC. While Vidit has also had a very controlled performance getting into the finals. For me, one storyline is very clear here. As we are getting ready to get the first moves on the board, which player will get his kind of position out of the opening?
Ooh, what a match. It is set to one, of course. 3 sets in total, 4 games in 1 set. It's going to be exciting. Who will take the lead? Will it be Benjamin Bok? Will it be? And we have liftoff in the first game. It is 1-4 by Vidit. The game's on the screen. And he's chosen the London system. Wow.
And we've got Benjamin Bok. Bilkul locked in here right now. It is so much about keeping things under control in this first game. Sahil, you mentioned the London system. We're waiting for the games to load on right now. Benjamin Bok totally locked in.
You know, we had a couple of kids who kind of told us their favorite opening here. That was the London system, and maybe Vidit also heard. But regardless, we'll have the moves very soon in front of you. Benjamin looks quite tense right now, yeah? Look at him. He's thinking, he's deep in thought. Maybe not the kind of position he expected.
Anirban, what is the strategy when you get an unexpected opening?
Oh, that is generally a problem of my opponent.
ये कहाँ से आ गया?
No, what I do I am telling you very honestly, my level very lower than all this. But at my level, what really works is if the opponent is confused.
Yes.
Because they are also not experienced. So that is something that I try to do. Obviously, that doesn't apply at your level.
You will be surprised. I
Huh.
think this is a very key point that with this time control,
Yeah.
players have 10 minutes, no
Yeah.
increment. If you can spin the first surprise,
Yes.
force them to think.
Yes.
Because later on, the clock will count.
Yeah, yeah. So like what I try to do is even the first move E4, just immediately sack a pawn, make them
Gambit.
try to like get them to make a decision in 2 seconds. At the, you know this, Sahil.
And we've got
look-
our screen with us. The games are on. We can see here Benjamin Bok. He's playing with the black pieces. Vidit Gujrathi white के साथ खेल रहे हैं. Benjamin की castling हो चुकी है. Vidit का king still in the center. Started with the queen's pawn opening. And I have to say, जो हमारी ये position in front of Benjamin की screen पे है, this is a Benjamin type of position.
It's very dynamic, I think. You can see Queen C2 break कर रहे हैं queen side पे. He understands momentum इस game में ज़रूरी है. With it trying to hold on to his queen side here. But Tanya, we have the moves. It is ready. We can see the expressions. I feel आनी अब चालू हो रही है Tanya.
And look at that. We've got the black pieces moving forward. It's Benjamin Bok, in fact, playing with black right now. उनके pawn center को capture कर चुके हैं. विदित का king अभी भी center में फंसा हुआ है. E5 pawn बढ़ चुका है. वो यहाँ रुकने नहीं वाला है. We've got more pawn pushes coming in, opening up the lines. Really quickly, if we do a pawn count here, it's 7 pawns for each of the sides. So it's not कि विदित के पास extra pawn है, but he's behind in development currently.
And Anirban, आपके
Yeah.
कोच ने विदित ने बताया होगा कि सेंटर ग्रैब करना जरूरी है.
Absolutely.
वही स्ट्रैटेजी
हाँ.
यहाँ पे यूज कर रहे हैं बेंजामिन उन्हीं की अगेंस्ट. तो आई थिंक ही विल हैव टू बी ऑन गार्ड हियर बिकॉज ये पॉन पुश अगर हो गया ना E4 पे, सडनली द किंग साइड कुड बी अंडर प्रेशर.
Yeah, yeah. Is Benjamin Bok like a very attacking player?
Exactly. And Vidit is a player जिनको सब कुछ बहुत control
हाँ,
में
हाँ,
रखना,
हाँ, हाँ.
you know, have those positional pushes. I think that is key for Vidit, his type of position. Benjamin is counting on tactical oxygen.
Right.
कि कहीं से तो chaos create हो जाए.
हाँ,
And I
हाँ.
think this opening supports those kind of middle
Yes,
games.
yes.
Knight वापस आ चुका है to try to push that D pawn even forward, create a passer at the center of the board. But this is going to get very exciting. हर pawn move के साथ weak squares हो जाते हैं board पे.
बिल्कुल. एंड लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट द क्लॉक, ऑलरेडी अ हेल्दी टाइम एडवांटेज फॉर विदित देयर. सो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं पे वो क्लॉक के पे कितना तेज खेलना है, कितना आपको अच्छी पोजीशन के लिए खेलना है, वो बैलेंस स्ट्राइक करना इज सो टफ एक्चुअली. एंड आई थिंक फिलहाल के लिए नाइट F8 गोइंग टू द किंग साइड. सो यहाँ बेंजामिन अपने किंग साइड थोड़ा फोर्टिफाई कर रहे हैं और बिशप ऑन C8 को बाहर निकाल दिया उन्होंने.
Bishop C8 से बाहर आएगा and also वो D pawn ready to go up the board at the right time. Benjamin Bok, and what is the clock situation is the big question right now. Vidit Gujrathi के पास है 8 मिनट, Benjamin के पास है 7 मिनट. तो a small advantage out of the opening for Vidit on the clock. Bishop
Yeah.
वापस आते हुए.
या बिशप H4 preempting वो नाइट की मूव, राइट? आई थिंक बोलते हैं ना कि पहले से प्रिवेंशन इज बेटर देन क्योर. दैट्स द फिलॉसफी व्हिच आई थिंक विदित इज फॉलोइंग. एंड आल्सो जब वो बिशप G3 पे आएगा अनिर्बान, आप देखोगे वो E5 पॉन, सेंट्रल पॉन बहुत सॉफ्ट हो सकता है. सडनली वो पॉन कैन सिंपली फॉल.
और ये A file में क्या हो रहा है? A file is there is some interesting
I think
tension.
that is a great point, Anirban. Bishop, you make it retreat. He comes back and look at that. Bok keeps the pressure. Dono knights coming forward, hitting that bishop. Vidit is about to lose his bishop pair. Not just that. Queen side pe, you mentioned the A pawn. At all points, Vidit has to watch out for the move B6. There is a pin along the C line, which will create weaknesses for Vidit. I will say this is advantage Bok out of the opening.
आई हैव टू अग्री. वो
Yeah,
टाइम
looks
एडवांटेज
like-
जो था वो स्लिप होता हुआ विदित का. एंड रुक D1 के बाद सडनली ब्लैक की डेवलपमेंट फ्री फ्लोइंग है, बिशप पेयर भी नहीं है. एंड इवन नाउ टाइम कंट्रोल ऐसा है, बट एक्यूरेसी वाइज बोथ प्लेयर्स अराउंड द 99 मार्क. मतलब
My
परफेक्ट
goodness.
चेस से 99% पे खेल रहे हैं अनिर्बान ये लोग.
Oh no. The unrelatable.
सॉरी कांट रिलेट.
Oh, and I like this move, Benjamin Bok. He continues to develop, bring the pieces to the center of the board at the right time. या तो E pawn बढ़ने वाला है, creating more scores, more scope for the black knight to move forward eventually to that central square. I am liking the development and the harmony in Benjamin's position. Look at Vidit on the screen. He's also trying to find his path forward right now. And I want to point out, the last few months have been challenging for Vidit Gujrathi.
I agree. I think he played a couple of over-the-board events and online events, and even the recent one he played this month alone did not go exactly how I would have liked. But I think he can fall back on how well he played in this particular event. It's the same format. He did well. He came back from absolute, jaws of defeat, and he's kind of struck every single time. But Benjamin has also done the same. So I think यहाँ पे equals का match and anybody could take this.
With its position is is it like very compact, everything? It's a bit like his Mumbai house. Okay, it's opened up.
Yeah, I think Vidit does look a bit stressed right now. Both players in the same pose, literally exact control C, control V. And he's just taken the pawn. Tanya, यहाँ पे knight से मैं capture करना चाहूँगा, but then there could be some pins with bishop coming, attacking the knight. So क्या queen से मारे यहाँ पे?
And I'm also looking at ideas for Benjamin. Unka rook aa sakta hai on the second rank. Just slam yourself on that square on A2 to hit the white queen on C2 is an idea that you have to be careful about right now. Knight has jumped forward. Like you mentioned, for Benjamin Bok now, a question. Does he come in with his rook or does he pin that knight at the center of the board? Bishop pair advantage mil chuka hai black ko. Open position hai. But Vidit Gujrathi के पास दो बहुत ही strong pawns हैं queen side पे.
Yeah.
That's C5, B4. You want to start pushing them. B5 next, create a passer. Rook has landed, hitting the queen.
The queen has to move. And Anirban, ऐसा होता है कई बार नया comic आता है, he has a lot of potential, right?
Yes.
You kind of support him.
Yes.
ये दोनों pawn वही हैं. इनमें से एक queen बनने वाला है. So यहाँ पे बहुत potential hidden है Vidit की position में. He takes on D8 and now, okay, it's kind of still quite a lot of compensation, I think.
It's very tricky because queen attack है और queen के पीछे bishop भी attack है white का. So you can't just be careless here and move your queen anywhere. I'm expecting Vidit to block that threat on the queen by moving his rook up or offer a queen trade right now.
Yeah, I think rook trade very likely. Anirban, यहाँ पे time situation से क्या लग रहा है? Because I think rough balanced. But फिलहाल के लिए, who do you think has kind of managed his clock better?
I think it's equal, no? At this point.
Yeah, but I feel like Benjamin's kind of striking back, right? From momentum because he was behind. Now he's caught up. So कहीं ना कहीं Vidit पे pressure, position, time दोनों पे हो सकता है.
Yes, मेरे को भी लग रहा था कि like Benjamin का position is a little bit has more force to attack. But I think Vidit is also like संभाल लो, he has संभाल लिया है I think.
ठंड लग रहा है Vidit को अभी.
Oh no.
Oh no. ठंड नहीं लगना चाहिए. As he does put his jacket on, it's going to be a long game. I also want to point out that Vidit ka knight जो बहुत ही ज़्यादा strong लग रहा है at the center of the board can at any moment be kicked out by that F pawn moving forward. And we've got here Benjamin Bok ka screen.
Queen trade हो रहा है.
He's offered a queen trade. Will Benjamin accept it or will he want to keep the queens on the board?
Good question. He's thinking. He does have the bishop pair. I think he has the choice of choosing both. But I love your suggestion of pushing the F pawn. वो knight को वहाँ से हटा के अपने pawns forward करो. White के pieces को kick करते रहो. That should be the strategy regardless of the queen trade. Anirban, facial expressions. Who looks more confident right now?
I think Vidit is about to meditate.
A streak of a few years for him, and he's pre-moved, by the way. He's pre-moved the capture.
Oh, nice.
That's going to be a useful skill to have in this event. Let's see.
That's a boss move right now by Vidit Gujrathi. Ki my queen, if it's taken, I am ready with the response because we are already in blitz territory. Benjamin Bok has gone below the 5-minute mark. Vidit Gujrathi around that much time. No increment on the clock. No decision yet by him. Dikh raha hai humko ki Benjamin still wants, a part of him wants to keep the queens on the board.
Yes.
Wants to go for an attack against Vidit.
Agreed. And दोनों players form में भी है. Nobody has really taken the edge so far. Yeah, game थोड़ी चल चुकी है.
And if he's an attacking player and he's like an underdog in the first game of the final, you want your main queen to be around.
And I'll tell you one more thing. You go into a strategic endgame with Vidit Gujrathi, he goes into a different gear.
It's over.
He will move by move. Those two pawns will become so strong on the queen side once the queens are off the board. I think Benjamin really wants to try to keep the pressure on. He wants to create the chaos. He wants to keep the tactical chances on the board. I will not be surprised if he simply moves the queen one step towards the right.
Probably.
Even if objectively it's not the best move.
And he's under 4 minutes now.
Yeah.
But इसमें 2 minutes क्यों दिखा? अच्छा.
Ooh. Yeah, I think there should be some
point.
difference there. We will fix the clocks. But Tanya, you mentioned it. Vidit, in the end game, will play on autopilot. That's the benefit. So I think Benjamin would definitely love to keep the queens on, but he's taking too much time. I feel like that this is just too much. कहीं ना कहीं पे clock पे हार गए तो extra queen भी कुछ नहीं कर सकती.
Make a move. Make a decision if you're Benjamin Bok. And you can see the stress on him. By the way, he's gone. He's decided, but it's cost him so much time.
Lot of time. Yeah.
Agar Benjamin is able to draw this game, it will be an achievement for him. He's under
agree.
pressure on the clock. Those two queenside pawns, one of them 4 steps away from queening. B5, C6 aa hi raha hai, which is why Benjamin first makes a move which attacks the bishop.
Yeah.
And उसे कैसे पानी पिया विदित ने suddenly, and then he set up his posture कि भाई अब आ गया, correct moment आ गया देखने का. And I think rook a3 attacks the bishop. Now where do you move it, Anirban? वापस ले, 2 diagonal है मेरे पास. If I go this way तो knight attack हो जाएगा. Vidit also has some tough choices to make.
F1.
Ooh, that's very comfortable actually. Right next to the king would be very safe. But I think Vidit also considering bishop c2 maybe कि भाई वो knight defended रहे. He's thinking he has extra time तान्या, but कहीं ना कहीं पे वो time difference कम होता जा रहा है. Benjamin कहेंगे भाई आराम से हो Vidit, कोई जल्दी नहीं है भाई.
Benjamin is going to keep putting pressure on that bishop if it's undefended. He cannot give Vidit one move to start pushing those pawns.
Yeah.
Vidit gets those pawns rolling, this endgame is over.
Yeah.
And getting a first win in so early on, it just sets the momentum.
boost.
It sets the whole tone.
And let's keep in mind, एक set में 4 games है.
Mistake. We see the bar fall down. Vidit goes to the wrong square. Does this give Benjamin the opportunity? Oh, and look at that.
Mistake.
Yes, because this is the other side of the board. It's the wrong side of the board. Is Vidit about to start pushing the pawns? He goes in with the knight first. B7 attack there.
Oh wow, and suddenly if you take that knight, तो pawn 6th rank पे आ जाएगा, 2 squares away from queening. So tough choices ahead for Benjamin. He takes it, but look at his time, almost under 2 minutes now.
Oh my god.
It's maximum pressure and it might be time to start getting the black king center ki taraf le aao us king ko to try to stop that d pawn from moving forward right now. If you're Benjamin Bok, you know, one story is the board, but the bigger narrative is his clock right now.
Yeah.
You know, एक उड़ती पंछी मुझे बोल के गई, यहाँ F5 was the only move which he found. So it was a must find move for Benjamin. 1.5 minute पे almost उन्होंने निकाल दी. So he is ready for this battle.
F5, good move given on the board right now. The idea is you want to start pushing, create counterplay of your own in the center. E pawn upar aayega, knight beech mein aayega, king ready to come via F7. Benjamin Bok is saying game on.
Wow.
But so much about the clock. 1.5 minutes right now for Benjamin Bok.
This is tough. This is tough. If I was Benjamin, I would be sweating profusely right now. I feel like कहीं ना कहीं पे you want to make sure कि 1 minute के अंदर difference हो. जब double time होता है ना, it plays on your mind, Anirban.
Yes. वो 1 minute के नीचे हो गया तो मतलब उसके बाद कुछ दिमाग में चलता ही नहीं है. Yeah. और last 20 seconds में वो chess.com में आवाज भी आता है ना कि खत्म होने वाले.
It's a warning, भाई. जल्दी चलो भाई. इसका time कम है. But I think, I think now Vidit also thinking, by the way, for a decent amount of time here. He's still not made up his choice.
Yeah.
He has a bunch of options.
Yeah.
Tanya, he learned was the endgame principle. Rook behind the pass pawn. Anirban, you must have heard of this from Vidit himself. So rook d1. Let's put the rook behind the pass pawn.
Yeah.
Idea clear है, d pawn बढ़ाना है, needs an assist. Goal है d8 पे, rook d1, d7 played by the way by Vidit.
Perfect.
Timed.
And he finds it, by the way. Rook d1 on the board. And black rook c3 खेलते हैं in just a second, attacking the bishop. तो विदुर को फिर से bishop हिलाना पड़ेगा. Maybe that's why it was not the best move कि bishop बार-बार move करना पड़ रहा है आपको.
And the other idea is rook attacks bishop और ये rook तैयार है वापसी आने के लिए to defend the 8th rank. Rook c8, rook d8 will keep that queening square guarded right now for Benjamin Bok.
Agreed. Vidit also putting the bishop on a4. उस pawn के पीछे सारे piece फोकस है चेस बोर्ड के ऊपर. बिशप ऑन a4 इन सपोर्ट, रुक ऑन d1 इन सपोर्ट. ब्लैक के रुक बिशप रोकने के लिए रेडी है. किंग भी आएगा ऑफ कोर्स एट सम पॉइंट. आई थिंक इट्स ऑल अबाउट दैट डी पॉन. अगर वो पॉन मर गया ना, देन सडनली ब्लैक इज बेटर. या
नाउ दैट पॉइंट पॉन के ऊपर पूरा गेम बेस्ड है. Okay.
Stopped. Attacks the bishop. Time to get the king forward. He gets it. ये king आ रहा है E7 पे, but B7 pawn weakness है जिसके तरफ जा रहे हैं Vidit Gujrathi. Do you have time to defend it? Do you put your bishop to the center of the board on D5 right now?
And it's an important decision, right? आप एक अपनी advantage दे रहे हो, पर दूसरी दे रहे हो. D pawn रुक गया. Maybe B pawn can be the hero of the story.
Yeah. Oh.
Big questions for Benjamin, and he's got 1 minute on the clock. Bullet territory पे आ चुके हैं हम.
Minus under
Ooh,
1 minute.
no time at all now. Jaldi खेलना पड़ेगा. Check. The king is on F7. It's stuck. Where does the king go, Tanya? No easy squares.
The knight is hanging.
Oh!
It doesn't matter. Benjamin Bok just made a blunder. He
Wow!
could not have taken that pawn. He's lost a piece with Gujrathi with a winning position, putting the finishing touches in this one. He's about to win his first game.
Wow, one of the strongest players in the world making a mistake. This is what we talked about. Increment नहीं होगा तो blunders होंगे. Anirban, this must remind you of some event.
Fantastic. I love it. I love it. This is the kind of chess I like.
Hard relate.
Hard relate. Match over in under a second. Like.
Oh man, Vidit must be ecstatic right now. But can he finish off the deal? जब तक time है clock पे, Benjamin has a chance.
Yeah.
Absolute shocker. He's also set up some ideas against that knight on h4, जिसके पास ज़्यादा squares नहीं है board पे. अभी f pawn attacked है, so you have to try to defend it. With it playing this flawlessly, you're up material, you trade off pieces. Bishop trade being offered right now. One move blunder by Benjamin Bok will cost him this game. A shake of his head, you can see it on his face.
Yeah, and so strategic, right? Extra material hai. Let me exchange it. Oh, he has no time. What's
20
happening? He
seconds,
needs to
20
play
seconds.
quickly.
16.
Oh, he's thinking. He has no time.
Go on,
Play,
go on.
Benjamin.
But
Hello.
the clock is least of his problems right now. He's down an entire piece on the board with it winning on the board, and the clock 15 seconds.
Come on, check. King has to go up. G5 attacks the knight. The knight, where does it go, Tanya? No decent squares.
He picks up a pawn instead, gives a check. The knight will come back. He does that, comes closer towards the king. He's putting pressure. 13 seconds for Benjamin Bok.
Oh, Vidit, where on the clock? This should be an easy win for Vidit unless something drastic happens. क्या वो convert कर पाएंगे? यही सवाल है. King just moving around. Benjamin तो pre-move कर रहे होंगे anyone at this point.
Pre-move करने की पूरी कोशिश है, but 12 seconds है board पे, down a piece right now. With it also with a big pass on the board, one square away from queening.
Oh, black gets a pass pawn suddenly. He has to move the rook.
my goodness.
Exchange हो गए.
Oh.
And now it might take more time to convert this game, but time ही नहीं है. 7 seconds.
Time. Oh, abhi.
Look at the pre-moves coming in. These are all pre-moves. हर चाल 1 second में खेली गई है. Rook speed trade. You take the last pawn. Vidit cannot lose this anymore.
And just like that with 4 seconds on the clock, looking for a stalemate right now, but Benjamin Bok knows कि Vidit नहीं allow करेंगे. 1 second left.
Oh!
It's done.
And there it is. That's the first win. Vidit
Checkmate,
Gujrathi
checkmate.
takes the first game there. What an important result. We talked about momentum. Tanya, that was a huge one.
Fantastic and played so clinically by Vidit Gujrathi. Opening में advantage लेके at the right time pieces trade करना, queen trade करना, और हमने ये बोला था end game में Vidit has a different gear. This means Vidit takes the lead in the match. Benjamin Bok trailing.
Oh man, big win.
Oh,
for-
look at the guy. He's so confident. Full hero vibes आ रही
The
है.
aura, Anirban. Aura
Oh.
का definition था Vidit का
Yes,
expression
yes,
वहाँ पे है
yes.
ना?
पूरा like chewing and all. Oh my god. पानी वानी खुद को देख रहे हैं क्या?
ये zoom call नहीं है.
okay. But with it looking great, as in on the board and also on the screen. Now the next match will start immediately.
Yes.
Ooh.
And you know the important part, Tanya, now? The thing is, first to 2.5 wins the first set.
Yes.
Yes.
So this is almost a must win, because
Must
if you lose 2 games in a row, it's very hard to win 2 games on demand and force in Armageddon. So ये game
Yeah.
में point तो कुछ ना कुछ तो चाहिए. Benjamin
हाँ.
cannot lose this.
Yeah. And Vidit wants to close it out.
You can
Okay.
really see it on him. He is feeling very confident. It's not only winning the big game, but the way he did it. And it's go time. Game 2 is on. Benjamin Bok खेल रहे हैं white pieces के साथ इस time. And we've got this opening right now. An isolated pawn at the center of the board for Vidit. That gives something to Benjamin to play for.
Yeah, agreed. Not the kind of position Vidit might have hoped for, but clock पे at least हल्की सी lead उनके पास. But D4 he managed. Another question is this pawn strong or weak? ये सवाल हमें game के end में पता लगेगा और वही result decide करेगा.
और जब ये पॉन वीक होता है, उसकी साथ वाली फाइल ओपन होती है जो विदित ने कैप्चर कर ली है. नाउ eyeing that e2 pawn as well. Also notice how that weak pawn at the center is beautifully protected by 3 forces: the bishop, the knight, and the queen. So to answer Sahil's question, Anirban, to me, it looks like an asset in the position right now.
Okay. But this can become a liability later.
Yes, in the end game.
Right.
More pieces come off,
Yeah.
more it starts feeling like a weakness right now.
Oof. And I think both the players again must be controlling their nerves. Live audience के सामने जब खेलना होता है, Tanya, you can tell us the best experience. How does it feel कि लोग सामने हैं and you're playing, yeah?
Maza aa jata hai, and we can see it that right now the arena is packed with fans, and I have to say that while the cheers are louder, the pressure is also loud for Vidit Gujrathi, because ek feeling aati hai, you want to play to the gallery. You know, you want to force matters on the board, but that is a double-edged sword. That is what can give your opponent the tactical oxygen that he needs to come back into the match.
Absolutely, and we're all cheering for the underdog as well. Of course, we want a very close match, but time difference class with it again ahead. We can see him putting pressure on the E2 pawn. यहाँ से D4 pawn पे pressure. It's an even trade so far. Look at Vidit, भाई aura मतलब ये कोई pose prepare करके आया है Tanya, because he looks like every pose we see is like a action figure pose, you know, a hero pose.
ऐसा लग रहा है हाँ साहब. It's like he's still playing at home only. He has that vibe. But yeah, he is at home.
He is at home because Vidit Gujrathi is a big stage player. He has faced the lights, he has faced the audience at the biggest stages with the biggest stakes, played the Olympiad, played the candidates. He knows what it takes to perform under pressure.
Absolutely.
And chess has changed like that. Look at the arena that we're in. You know, today it's not played in closed rooms, it's played in front of a live audience.
Yeah.
Agreed, and I think this is such an important event. India Rising, powered by BASF, brought to you by Geoblast, bringing us the top talent in the world live in Mumbai. यहाँ से आप आके, you know, अब cab लेके आके players को देख सकते हो. It's such an opportunity, right?
Yeah, yeah. I am very happy to be in this event because my house is 10 minutes away.
But Mumbai traffic में थोड़ा 1 घंटा भी लग सकता है कई बार.
हाँ, लग सकता है. कभी-कभी चल के आता हूँ मैं.
And by the way, if you look at the position,
this last move played gets a question mark. Benjamin Bok का knight वापस आते हुए bishop trade करने की कोशिश है, again to get the pieces off the board. But I love what Vidit is doing. सारे pieces आ चुके हैं center पे. Look at the harmony. The two rooks, the beautiful queen, the knight and the bishop starts looking very convenient for black.
It
This way,
looks
very
so
healthy.
good. Both the bishops pointing towards the king.
Yes.
The rooks are in line.
और white के सारे pieces पीछे हैं.
हाँ,
Second rank से ऊपर कुछ गया ही नहीं है.
Yeah.
you know, अगर पूछे black pieces से, आप कहाँ जाना चाहोगे? कहेंगे हम खुश हैं सब, हमें कहीं जाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. We have the dream life possible. And एक trade हो गया. Look at the queen come to E4. King के through cut कर रही है Tanya. One check could be made.
One check could be made और E2 pawn अभी hanging है. इस pawn पे 2 attack है, एक ही defender है, and now Benjamin Bok is forced to make a passive move to defend the pawn. It was the only way to keep it guarded.
Ooh, he looks a bit tense. This is an important game. If he loses, तो बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा comeback करना. Remember, at first to 2.5 wins the first set. It would be huge for Vidit if he wins this one. Rook D8, another developing move. He's not, you know, going wrong in any fashion.
And this is our live position in front of us. Benjamin Bok पे दिख रहा है कि pressure बहुत है क्योंकि white के साथ ये position नहीं चाहते हो तुम when you're trailing your opponent by a point कि all your pieces are in defense right now. Nothing has crossed over the other side. Meanwhile, Vidit का pawn देखो, queen देखो, दोनों rook open lines में हैं. एक D pawn को defend कर रहा है, दूसरा E pawn पे attack कर रहा है. The black knight ready to jump towards the king side.
White ka position is like, you know, it feels like it's like plan F. Like,
F for fail.
F for fail. This was not supposed to be like the squares for these pieces.
Yeah, and maybe now वो rooks थोड़ा आगे आ सकते हैं black के on the 6th and 5th ranks, and suddenly वहाँ पे king side पे attack बन सकता है. And what a shot, by the way, of both the players, right?
Yeah.
By the way, बराबर time है लगभग, so far so good for Benjamin. White pieces का फायदा उठा पाएंगे, नहीं उठा पाएंगे. Rook E7.
He wants to triple up on the E file. Alakine battery set up करने के लिए पूरी कोशिश है. Rook आने वाला है. तीसरा वाला attack on E2. Offering a queen trade right now is Benjamin Bok. And for Vidit, it's a pleasant choice, right?
Yeah.
He's already up in the match. With the black pieces, a confident hold. And you go into the next one, happy with it.
Wow.
It's a crucial decision, right? Offering a... And Vidit says no.
नहीं चाहिए, checkmate चाहिए. He wants to get to that H3 square. Rook lift करो, rook लाओ, attack करो. Knight आगे आते हुए to attack the D4 pawn, defend the H2 pawn. And I like this move by Vidit. He just takes a pause, a breather, creates some breathing space for his own king and stops that knight from moving forward to G5.
But you know, White has improved his position. Compared to 5 moves back, suddenly White के pieces थोड़े active लग रहे हैं. King थोड़ा safe लग रहा है. Benjamin has something positive to look forward to. And look at these kids, by the way, playing. उतना अपने idols की छत्र छाया में यहाँ पे खेल रहे हैं. तान्या ऐसे क्या inspiration है?
I absolutely love it, Anirban. And you know, I have to say that when I used to play at this age, as a kid, when a player would stand up in front of me, na, मुझे तो डर लगता था. It was such a power move, the way we're seeing right now. Full pressure डाला जा रहा है इस board पे भी.
ये full intimidate कर रहा है but all is fair. Oh man, it's such a nice festival atmosphere. It's like a carnival. People of all ages playing. There are so many things to do over here.
Yeah. We can see Benji take a sip of water. Queen side pressure बनाते हुए. Queen B5 पे आ चुकी है. Bishop oh double up तो rooks now. D4 pawn पे नजर है उनकी. वो pawn मिल गया तो genuinely he has a chance here.
हमारी नजर है the beautiful arena right now. It is truly a gaming festival. This is India rising to the occasion. The path to EWC. It is right here.
ताने ऐसे moments में how do you forget about the actual stakes, right? You have to focus on the chess. आप उसमें नहीं घुस सकते कि भाई spot दाव पे है, वरना आप उसी का सोचते रह जाओगे.
कभी-कभी ऐसे दिमाग में आ जाता है शायद कि ओ शिट पेरिस
पेरिस जाना है.
वो चाबी भी सामने ही रखा है शायद प्लेयर्स के ना तो distracting.
And to make it to Paris is not just to make it to any other tournament. It is a career launch pad.
Yeah.
$1.5 million prize fund. You are playing amongst the world elite.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura, everybody will be there. You've got the biggest esport orgs, their eyes are on you. You know, it just opens up an entire new chess map for these players to make it to Paris.
Agreed. Confidence is key. Imagine वहाँ पे खेलने की opportunity से ही क्या ही confidence boost है उनके career के लिए. You will learn battling it out against, as you mentioned, Magnus Carlsen himself, who was the last time winner. अब उस league में आपका नाम जुड़ चुका है. And by the way, now Benjamin brings his queen back to D3. सारे pieces white के. Look at the two rooks, the queen, the knight, the bishop. सबकी नजरें सिर्फ उस D4 pawn के ऊपर है. विदित को बचा के रखना पड़ेगा उसको.
Absolutely. And for Vidit, he's looking for active counterplay. Rook upar aate hue. Looking at swings on either the king side or the queen side, keeping it flexible right now. One plan, Anirban, that comes to my mind for Vidit is A3 thoda tender spot hai Vidit ke liye in this. Benjamin Bok ke liye in this position. Vidit can get his bishop forward on C5, line up the queen and start targeting those weaknesses.
That's a very nice plan, Tanya, actually. And I think Benjamin plays King G2. काफी solid move है.
क्या करे White? करे तो क्या करे in this position? He can only wait, and there's a big threat on the board.
Wow.
Vidit's going for the attack right now. Queen coming on to H3 with a check. Knight landing to E5, getting rid of that defender. Stopped now by Benjamin Bok.
Back.
Weakness create करके वापस आ जाओ. The rook has done its job.
So nice. Oh,
Provocation chess.
Black के लिए move simple है. I can play Rook D7, Rook D5 very quickly. White को सोचना है. He has the onus to win this game, right? He has the pressure. So very difficult situation. And oh wow, that is so sweet. Kids playing their favorite game right in the stadium itself. Look at the kids. By the way, क्या position है? Who's winning?
The parents are winning because the kids are busy.
Parents are winning. Chess is winning right now in this arena. Spoken like a true dad, Anirban.
And we also have a pass pawn. Yeah, we have a pass pawn here as well on A3. तो king वापस लाते हो आराम से. White is battling it out for a draw right now. But must end game है तान्या. वही end game अभी actual board पे भी आने वाली है.
Beautifully played right now. Check दिया जा रहा है यहाँ पे as we see this battle unfold. Our live board, meanwhile, on that right side of the screen, with it completely under control. और यहाँ पे भी position under control for black.
The D file is looking like BKC during traffic hours. It's packed.
Wow, and speaking of a packed arena, that is the trophy. All eyes on the EWC key right there at the center stage, Abhi, for these players. And the center in this position belongs to Vidit Gujrathi.
Yep. White needs a plan. White needs a plan here, I think. And it's not easy to find one. कुछ भी आप खेलो, Queen B3 से पहले D3 पे आई, वापस B3 पे गई. He's unable to find that clear, crisp plan जो pressure डालेगा विदित के ऊपर. Look at Vidit's move, Rook D7, very calm. Weakness है, I'll defend, I'll play it in 2 seconds. And now look at the clock, Tanya. It's such a huge difference.
Massive. The first game, second game have followed the same pattern.
Yes. advantage in the opening, positional domination,
Yeah.
continue playing, trade the right pieces, get the advantage on the clock, and when Benjamin is really low on the time is when you make him take those difficult decisions.
Yeah. And
Okay.
then finish.
Breakthrough moment now. E3. So he decided कि भाई pawn मिल नहीं रहा है. I'm gonna use the pin on the pawn, and this is the crucial moment in this game. अगर Vidit react perfectly करते हैं, the move here is apparently knight to a5, attacking the queen. कुछ भी और खेलेंगे, there could be an advantage for Benjamin. So उन्होंने time काफी अच्छे से किया है ये move. Vidit using his time now to think.
Critical moment requires a burning of the clock right now. Vidit with his thinking pose as well. We can see knight ko edge pe aana hai to attack the white queen so that the white queen loses connection to the rook at the center of the board. And once it moves away, pawn takes pawn will be possible. Big moment in this game for Vidit Gujrathi. He needs to find the right move or Benjamin Bok takes over.
Oh man.
But look at his spidey sense tingling, yeah. Instantly सोच रहे हैं विदित. उनको एक critical moment कब है वो समझना भी कितना crucial है यहाँ पे. वो समझ गए.
100%. He's locked in because d4 पे इतना ज़्यादा pressure बन चुका है. Now all of white's forces, pawn, knight, queen, bishop, 2 rooks. And we've got the board right there, right in front of it. I-line made the trophy of India Rising road to the EWC. And the players in the arena right now, Vidit Gujrathi feeling a little bit of pressure in his position.
हल्का सा screen से live red ऊपर देखोगे ना, trophy सामने है. So you know what you're fighting for actually.
Yeah. It's sometimes it could jinx you, like if you're constantly seeing the trophy. But ये अगर knight a5 हुआ, तो then queen has to what go back.
Yes, and that's the point, right? Queen वापस जाएगी, तो rook d5 पे safe है हमारा. Then we can capture, and Vidit finds it. He is bringing on his A game. Knight a5 खेला गया है. Benjamin Bok not happy.
And now what does white do? It's not an easy decision, right? ये queen a2, queen c2, queen a4, इतने moves हैं, and जितनी choices, उतना tough एक decision लेना.
Yeah, with like very little time. Oh man. So now queen goes where? Queen can go to a2, no?
That's a big question right now. Queen a2 will keep itself connected to that rook on d5. The pins are still on the board. Very tempting option, but queen a2 looks like a square you don't want your queen on.
Yeah.
You have to watch out for so many tactics. Queen बहुत ज़्यादा offside हो जाएगी in the spirit of football.
Yeah.
Yep. Queen being the strongest piece on the board, ideally जितना center के पास रहे उतना influence रहेगा. So Benjamin, by the way,
Oh, he plays it on and What a goal by you.
Amazing
Queen A2
prediction
खेला.
there.
If he played my move, that's not a good sign.
It's a great sign for Vidit Gujrathi. But this, I have to say, is such a tempting move because d5 का rook, जैसे आप चाहते थे, is under attack. The pawn takes pawn, अभी भी possible नहीं है. Black has to go all out, has to push that pawn. And now Vidit is really clamping down. Last game also, game 1 it was his pawn that was a decider. It was the D pawn that decided the game. Once again with the D passer is Vidit Gujrathi.
You know, this looks tough. This looks really tough. Pawn आ चुका है 3rd rank पे. This is going to be very tough to hold. Tanya White के सारे pieces वहाँ उसको रोकने के लिए लगे हुए हैं, but it doesn't look like there's any chance to attack it now.
And under 2 minutes for Benjamin Bok, it's trouble on the clock, trouble in the position. And look at that. That is what happened. You crack under pressure. Big blunder. The double question mark appears. It's a red sign on the board. Bishop d4 खेला गया है. Vidit के लिए opportunity है to centralize his queen. He misses a big chance to have pinned that white knight. Instead, he goes for a more human approach. And the tables have turned around. The d3 pawn. An asset has become a liability now. You cannot defend that pawn.
He could have taken on d3 first for bishop pinned tha, but he takes directly on d4. I think a missed opportunity. Look at him.
He's realized it. These pawn positions are so funny here.
Full traffic jam. Bombay का traffic jam हो चुका है D file पे अभी.
Pawns have like flipped their positions.
ये spies एक दूसरे की पोजीशन में घुसे बैठे हैं. But by the way, clock पे नजर डालें तो 1.5 मिनट है Benjamin Bok के पास. Again the same situation as you mentioned, Aridban. कहीं ना कहीं पे वो last में he had the chance, but वो time के से मौका मिला ही नहीं. So उनको बहुत fast खेलना पड़ा. Look at this move, G5 Tanya, king side open करते हुए.
This is getting very tricky. For Benjamin, this is his shot. He's right now a pawn up. Benjamin Bok, it's 4 versus 3 on the pawns. Vidit Gujrathi का king unsafe हो चुका है. Vidit is attacking d4. He's threatening the g pawn moving forward to kick that knight out to win the central pawn. But does Benjamin have the time to get to Black's king right now? He needs to activate that offside queen on A2.
Yeah, it's
Get
too
that
far.
queen into the game if you're Benjamin Bok. He does it via the B file.
Oh, tough है तानिया. Look at the clock. 1 minute versus 2 minutes 22 seconds. Queen B1. नजर है उस H7 square की तरफ जो Black King के बगल में है.
Nazar had to give a check on the 8th rank, get the other rook to the H file, combine all the major pieces to attack Vidit Gujrathi's king. Look at Vidit on the camera. He can sense the pressure on his king right now. He knows he needs to be careful. बहुत committal play हो चुका है king side पे.
You know, same philosophy. Attack है, queen exchange करो. Queen F5 could be the move here, I think. Exchange queens, block that diagonal ताकि attack वहीं के वहीं खत्म हो जाए.
Oof.
ये 2 minutes से 1 minute का टाइम ना 30 seconds में खत्म हो जाता है.
होना 1 मिनट चाहिए पर ऐसे जाता है.
Time is relative कहा था.
Time is
extension में.
मुंबई लोकल की तरह. Super fast speed. And Vidit makes a big blunder right now. He gets greedy. Greedy on the board. Knight takes pawn खेला गया है. You can give a check on the 8th rank. But he misses it. He has given up his rook. Trade हो चुके हैं. Which means the pressure of the attack is over. But Benjamin Bok misses a golden opportunity to use all his pieces to come for Vidit's king.
Oh.
Time is everything now. Time is everything. Queen F5. अंदर घुस चुकी है queen. Attacking the G5 pawn. And the queen trade. Oh my god. That is great for Vidit Gujrathi. This is going to be impossible. How does Benjamin hold 40 seconds?
And even if he does, the best he can hope for is a draw in this game. All the attack is neutralized. I think he just keeps moving around. But will Vidit go for flagging? Will he want more? He's repeating.
Oh,
He changes. He wants
changes.
more.
He
Vidit
can,
is playing for the win. He's trying to flag Benjamin. 30 seconds on the clock now.
look at Benjamin trying to exchange. Oh, he
And
offers the draw. Wow. What a finish there. What a finish. And great sportsman spirit as well. मजा आ गया था ना गेम देख के. Last तक hype थी बिल्कुल. Final second तक would he flag, would he not flag? At the end, a very fair result for both players.
What a fantastic fight this was. Punches were traded all around. Benjamin Bok had an opportunity in that game to try to go for Vidit's king. One missed opportunity and Vidit was right back, clinically holding, keeps that 1 point lead in the match.
Yeah, it was amazing, I think. And of course, one result away from Vidit still. He is still in the lead. By the way, look at the kids playing at the venue itself. मतलब, I think इससे बड़ी इंस्पिरेशन हो ही नहीं सकती. जब ये वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप इंडिया में हुई थी तानिया, सारे इंडिया के टॉप प्लेयर्स वहीं से इंस्पायर हुए थे एंड वही इंस्पिरेशन अब इन प्लेयर्स को भी मिलती हुई.
Including Gukesh Domaraje,
Yeah.
जो आए थे वो World Championship देखने between Vishayan and then Magnus Carlsen. And you're totally right. This arena is reminiscent of that. They've got two very strong grandmasters in the stage fighting for that ticket to Paris. But here we see the young generation.
Yeah.
And in the future, it might be them playing for a ticket to the Esports World Cup.
यार खेलने का मन कर रहा है वो देखिए ना इतना मस्त पोजीशंस है दिमाग है ना.
हम लोग को एक अलाउ होना चाहिए ना ऐसे. मेरे पास वो एक्सेस कार्ड भी है. मैं ऐसे जाके दिखाऊं क्या?
And by the way, you can see the tense faces, by the way. Every game matters. Chess is 1v1, Tanya. And if you lose, it's on you. If you win, it's on you.
Absolutely. It is the ultimate mind sport. And right now, for our two players, for Vidit and for Benjamin, it's also the ultimate nervy sport. You know, Benjamin knows he has done everything to get to this spot. But can he make a qualifying run, a ticket to Paris? We are live from the Mumbai arena of India Rising Road to EWC with so much on the line. This is not just any other tournament. It's a launch pad.
It is indeed. And there we see kids again playing. And this one feels like a middle game finally. We've seen a bunch of end games today. And see the nerves there, hands kind of pulling back again and again. Oh, this reminds us of something. Yeah, जब king गिरने लगता है तान्या.
Ishibata gives checkmate right now. King on the corner of the board. And look at that. You can see two rooks hai white ke liye against a single rook.
The boy is like really disappointed.
He's just giving up. And that's it. A checkmate. Incoming king aage jayega. Rook slide over ho jayega. She knows it and she does it.
What a checkmate.
What a game.
What a checkmate. कौन कहता है अटैक करने के लिए क्वीन चाहिए? दो रुक से भी हो सकता है. And beautiful finish at the end there.
Well played, well played. There's so much happening over here.
It's an absolute celebration of the event. We've got so many young kids here in the arena playing inspired chess, and there is inspired chess right now demanded of Benjamin Bok. Best of 4, set 1. Vidit Gujrathi with a 1 point lead.
That's an important lead, I think. And ये game is crucial. अगर Benjamin strike करते हैं,
Yeah.
then it's all Stevens.
Yeah.
And he has the momentum now.
Yeah.
So ये game Vidit does not want to lose. And in these situations, कई बार ना होता है कि वो play safer chess कहते ठीक है draw हो जाएगा. I'm okay with the draw, and that's where you can fumble sometimes.
Yeah. It's all about the nerves, no, at this level. This is something I have realized much late that in all these high stake events, it's just how you handle it. So, yeah. So now there is like how long a break?
As we wait for the players to come back for round 3, this is what they are playing for today here at India Rising. It is the road to the Esports World Cup powered by BASF. We've got our 2 finalists fighting it out. 1 ticket to Paris on the line.
Yeah, they've come a long way. And last minute पे हारना सबसे ज़्यादा चुभता है. So the pressure is real. We can see all the fans there, all the players in the venue. भाई क्या लग रहा है तान्या यहाँ पे अगर हम बैलेंस देके सपोर्ट का किसके लिए ज्यादा होगा?
बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन है ये आंसर करने के लिए सोचना होगा थोड़ा बिकॉज़ मुंबई में इवेंट हो रहा है. डू वी नो एनीवन हु इज प्लेइंग द फाइनल? नोबडी ना.
This
टफ वन साहिल.
मतलब किसी की फैमिली शायद यहाँ पे आई हो देखने के लिए मैच लाइक पॉसिबल हो किसी की. I don't know.
Mumbai doesn't like Nashik boys.
They call him Nashik ka Ashik
Wow.
for a reason.
Greedy Veedy, he has so many ऐसे taglines attached with. क्या आज एक और हो जाएगी भाई? EWC participant if he wins.
Yes. Absolutely no doubt on anyone's mind that the crowd here in the arena of India Rising has one name on their minds. It is Vidit Gujrathi. And like you said, Vidit ki family यहाँ पे है. We
Yeah.
saw Nidhi, we saw
Yeah.
Vedika, his sister, his wife, his parents. They are all here for this big moment in his career.
Oh, there's like people shouting "Go India" over there. Yes, it's fantastic.
You know-
Vidit, full support to Vidit. There looks a little like unfair for like Benjamin. It's like he's come to the lion's den, like that kind of a thing.
पर कई बार अगर आप अपन को होम ग्राउंड पे हराते हो ना
हाँ हाँ.
उसके एक्स्ट्रा और पॉइंट्स
वो
हैं.
पैट कमिंस जो किया था हमारे साथ
So,
अहमदाबाद में.
उसके एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट्स हैं that
Yeah.
I think proves that you were definitely the better player on the day, and at the end that's what matters, the moves, and the moves matter in this game as well. And फिर से एंड गेम, आज तो मतलब एंड गेम्स पे एंड गेम्स ही चल रही है.
एंड गेम चल रही है. ब्लैक के पास बहुत ज्यादा एक्स्ट्रा पॉन्स होने वाले हैं इस एंड गेम में. वो खड़े भी हो चुके हैं. अनदर पावर मूव एज वी से
हाँ.
राइट नाउ. बिशप वापस लाते हुए डिफेंडिंग द पॉन. And look at the confidence with which the kids are playing here. Inspired by the great players. Bangs the clock after his move.
Oh man, end games like tell you the kind of quality these kids have in
Yeah.
chess. When it comes to me, end games is a bit like Taj Mahal. I've just seen it once.
उससे पहले गेम खत्म हो जाती है.
Globally, Indian kids are the most feared. कोई भी क्रिएटर अपना कोई वीडियो बनाता है ना,
हाँ.
गलती से ओपोनेंट कोई इंडियन किड हो, दे आर लाइक अब तो गए, अब कंटेंट के लिए खेलते हैं बिकॉज गेम तो गए, बिकॉज दे आर वेरी वेरी स्ट्रांग इन जनरल. इंडिया हैज अ लॉट ऑफ होम ग्राउंड टैलेंट जो अभी हम देख रहे हैं. मुकेश, प्रभ, ऑल दिस गाइस डू सो वेल. ये भी 5-7 साल पहले ऐसे ही खेल रहे थे. सो आई थिंक दिस इज वेयर द इंस्पिरेशन कम्स फ्रॉम, एंड देयर वी सी इट. ब्लैक प्लेयर अबाउट टू विन. यही लोग कल को ग्रो करेंगे, विल बिकम स्ट्रॉन्गर प्लेयर्स, एंड वील सी देम प्ले इन एक्चुअल टॉप लेवल इवेंट्स. देयर इट इज, द हैंडशेक.
ए क्या हो रहा है इधर? Okay.
He is confirming कि भाई draw offer तो नहीं कर रहे हो, resign कर रहे हो तो ठीक है. Handshake as we see them analyzing. But of course it is all eyes on the big stage fight tonight here in the Mumbai arena. India Rising it is. Who will rise to the occasion right now as Vidit and Benjamin Bok will take on game 3. हम बात कर रहे हैं home advantage की. It comes with its pressure, right?
Yes,
For
yes,
Benjamin
yes.
Bok, he is seeing the crowd that
हाँ.
is supporting,
हाँ.
cheering for his opponent. But that also means for Benjamin Bok, the pressure is not there.
Yeah. So like home advantage, every treasure is also a trap. I have realized this. This actually I read somewhere.
Deep words.
यार,
So yeah.
इमेजिन करो आप खेल रहे हो,
हाँ.
आपको 2 मिनट का रेस्ट मिला,
हाँ.
यू सी आपकी फैमिली वहां बैठी हुई है.
हाँ,
आई मीन दैट्स रियल प्रेशर, राइट?
Yeah,
आपको
yeah.
देख रहे हैं, दे आर चीयरिंग फॉर यू, गो
हाँ.
विद इट.
What I know about Vidit is that he actually loves that. He loves to have his family around.
Okay.
He thrives in that support environment. He
Huh.
often travels.
Huh.
Even before he was married, he would travel with his sister.
Right.
We see Nidhi on tournaments. His
Huh.
parents often show up for him. And I think Vidit really enjoys that. For him, it's not pressure. For him, it's the feeling that I want to do my best.
it could be for Benjamin that he thrives on the other, way where you're like,
Huh.
just like a lone wolf. Nobody is around, and you are like just taking down, the bigger player.
And if you're able to do that,
Uh,
the class that you show
yeah.
is beyond imagination,
Yes.
right? For Benjamin Bok, he's a Dutch grandmaster. He's come all the way to India for this finals, and he's taken down two of the strongest grandmasters, including India number
Yeah.
one, Arjun Aragaisi, to find himself on this stage. This is his final roadblock to Paris. It's Vidit Gujrathi. Right now trailing, but still a long match ahead. With no pressure, being the underdog, Benjamin Bok takes on the next game with the black pieces. Is this where he equalizes? It's go time. Round 3, we are off.
Let's go. Vidit has the white pieces. Will he finish off the match right now? The first set, first to 2.5 wins. We'll have the moves in front of you soon. We see the clock there. The games have begun. And we see tense expressions on the faces of both the players. Benjamin, Vidit, who will be the winner? And we see this very interesting setup. And seems like London system is the opening Vidit has chosen for the entire day. Huh?
Yeah, it's almost like they know that somebody on this panel has done a course on the London system.
Oh, I love this opening, man. Very safe and solid. Like
Yes,
when
yes.
you are nervy, when you are kind
Yes.
of nervous,
Yes.
you play this opening, you will not lose in 15 moves. Basically, you will not make a big mistake. And you can play a solid long game. And that's where Vidit probably thinks his strength lies.
Yes, I have just recently discovered the Jowawa London.
Oh.
That's also pretty solid, in the spirit of London. Yeah, it's for players to just be in the game and then you see what happens.
I love the Jabava London. इतनी ज़्यादा tricky opening
हाँ,
है
हाँ, हाँ,
क्योंकि
हाँ,
Bishop एक side आता है,
हाँ.
Knight दूसरी side से develop होता है. Lot of threats to be careful about. Can be very tricky if your opponent isn't prepared.
Yeah.
This London, meanwhile, a more strategic approach
Solid,
right
हाँ.
now. Solid है, castle हो चुकी है. Now Vidit is advancing at the center of the board. For Benjamin Bok, he will try to aim for that E5 break at the center.
Agreed. Every London fan wants that E5 square. वो उनका ड्रीम होता है कि व्हाइट का एक एक पीस वहां पे एक वर्ल्ड टूर करने जाएगा. पहले नाइट, फिर बिशप, फिर पॉन, फिर क्वीन. वो स्क्वायर ही ब्लैक ने नहीं दिया. So white is not really happy, right? He's thinking, यार okay, अब ब्लैक E5 खेलेगा, as you mentioned तान्या. मेरे बिशप को एक लात पड़ेगी, उसको दोबारा चलना पड़ेगा. फिर पॉन आ गएगा, फिर नाइट को लात पड़ेगी. मतलब ये धक्के बुक्के की जिंदगी नहीं जीनी. This is not why I played the London. So great setup by Benjamin Bok here.
वो पहले ही चला गया बिशप.
उसका लात नहीं खानी मुझे भाई. मैं पहले ही वापस आ जाता हूँ. हवा में मारो लाते फिर. Knight D7 आते हुए still not possible to push that E pawn because white के पास काफी control है उस square पे. Requires development and that's what he does. So Benjamin ने अपना intent दिखा दिया है. वो E pawn बढ़ने वाला है and there it
गया.
is. आ गया.
Wow, and E pawn आते ही suddenly black की position खुल जाती है. That's the dream situation.
ये heart rates
बिशप
are
पहले ही
also
हट
here.
चुके हैं.
Heart rate दिखा रहा है इधर.
Oh, by the way, look at the
160.
difference. Look at the difference. That is
Bhai,
insane.
160. I hope there's an ambulance here on site.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I think, but it's understandable. Yeah, I mean, he's under pressure. He has to somehow hold at least, ideally win. Vidit must be much more relaxed. White pieces,
Hey,
London
drop-
system, no issues.
It dropped so
Calming.
quickly.
Yeah, he's calming down right now. Knight आ गया center of the board पे looking for some trades and I love having the heart rate monitor on the screen
Yeah.
because Anirban ऐसे players को देखो तो
हाँ.
लगता है कितने ज़्यादा chill हैं.
हाँ हाँ
फिर
हाँ.
अंदर से full धक कौन है?
Oh.
You know, आपने कुछ खेला,
हाँ.
आपको opponent की चाल दिखी नहीं थी. Suddenly कुछ दिखेगा ना तो heart rate ऐसे ही like, oh no. And by the way, 94 exchanging pieces. So ये knight exchange करना ही पड़ेगा Vidit को in one way or the other. Time भी net बराबर चल रहा है. Black के pieces बहुत जल्दी खुलेंगे. E takes D4 could also be on the cards. Tanya, Anirban, who is happier in the first 10 moves or so in this game?
Is it black?
It does feel like, right? Black is kind of satisfied with what he has right now.
Little spread nicely.
And wanting to trade more pieces. I think to your question, Sahil, Vidit just looks like he's confident in this position. You know, अगर आप वो light squared bishops हटा दो, you've taken away a very strong piece of Benjamin. Center आपके पास है. E5 पे long term pressure है. B4, B5, you can expand on the queen side. I would say not much, but Vidit on the better side of equality here.
Right.
एंड इस ट्रेड के बाद ना वो ब्लैक के क्वीन साइज स्क्वायर्स पूरा वो लाइट स्क्वायर्स जो है ना वो थोड़े वीक हो सकते हैं. वाइट कैन यूज इट फॉर हिज पीसेस. सो आई थिंक पोटेंशियल दोनों प्लेयर्स के पास तो है. बेंजामिन थिंकिंग एंड नाउ ही प्लेज क्वीन c8 बट he took a lot of time for it. This is where I want Benjamin to play a bit faster ताकि वो क्लॉक पे मैच करें एटलीस्ट इसको. लास्ट में वो आधा टाइम नाउ.
हाँ उसको याद रहना चाहिए कि 2 मिनट के बाद कुछ टाइम है ही नहीं. हाँ उसके बाद तो एवरीथिंग जस्ट फ्लोज.
And actually, the game that he lost, clock was such a big factor that you're totally right. You have to make sure that you're at least somewhere close to your opponent. Zyada deficit na hone do right now. And we see the clocks are pretty level at this point. But unfortunately for Benjamin, he's trailing the match. So at some point, he needs to strike. We can see the fans. They are looking at what is happening on the arena.
Hello.
Waving hello to everyone watching.
We have a big screen here जहाँ पे लोग move follow कर रहे हैं and we see so many people. It's almost full now. भाई मजा आ रहा है देख के इतना excitement about chess तान्या.
And it's a massive day ahead, right?
Yeah.
We've got chess, we've got other esports coming up, and a big performance by Seedhe Moth at the end.
Seedhe Moth to close out tonight. Wow.
Are you a Seedhe Moth fan?
Little bit, not too much. I feel that today checkmate should be called Seedhe Moth.
I like that.
And Seedhe Moth should be called checkmate.
By the way, center में कुछ exchanges हो रहे हैं, so दोनों players development करते हैं अपनी pieces की very quickly. And I think जितने trades होंगे उतना Vidit must be smiling here. कोई stress नहीं है. And कई बार chess में ना we talk about 2 result positions, 3 result कि कितने results possible है. Is one side safe? तान्या यहाँ पे I would say white is quite solid. मतलब stress नहीं है उनके चेहरे पे कहीं पे भी.
That's what it feels right? But this last move by Benjamin Bok थोड़ा expand कर रहे हैं queen side पे. At some moment you're looking at ideas of even pushing that b pawn to change the dynamic. Black का रुक आगे आ सकता है. Vidit rerouting, maneuvering his pieces. Knight बिल्कुल वापस आके ऊपर जाने की कोशिश में है. You retreat to go forward next. He's eyeing those light squares at the center of the board. Vidit Gujrathi, knight b1 looks strange, but he wants to get it to that b5 or d5 square. a3 पे आप land कर सकते हो. Get that knight forward. Vidit feeling very comfortable about his position right now.
Agreed. And I think you can see the tension on their faces. ये game अगर draw भी होती है, it might still play into Vidit's hands. Benjamin Bok को must win करना पड़ेगा. By the way, c4 pawn पे pressure था, तो knight a3 खेलते हैं. Not the dream scenario for the knight though. कहीं और जाना चाहते हैं वो में भी.
वो आ रहा है ऊपर knight. Knight a3 पे नहीं रुकेगा. b5 का square भी काफी juicy है. d4 पे आते हुए Vidit Gujrathi is a planning sort of a player. You know, he likes those maneuvers. He likes the concept कि भाई मेरा कौन सा worst place piece है, कहाँ belong करता है, and there it lands on a nice spot, eyeballing that c7 pawn. Also, ये knight d4 पे आके queen को भी attack कर सकता है.
By the way,
Now, question: do you push the b pawn forward?
maybe, and also Benjamin Bok feeling much calmer. Heart rate देखे तो उनका Vidit से नीचे जा चुका है. So maybe he's much more relaxed. Like he likes his position maybe right now. Rook a5 now, keeping pressure on the knight. And Tanya also bishop h2 का क्या करना है? Do we take the knight at some point because back rank भी थोड़ी weak है? I'm still not sure even white has a plan. Oh, rook d5. Ooh, interesting position of the rook now.
Playing on the light squares right now. Vidit Gujrathi recognizing कि black के पास dark squared bishop है. मेरे pieces light square पे होने चाहिए. I like this approach. Keeps everything consolidated right now. Black now needs to go into a maneuvering game. For Benjamin Bok, how does he improve his pieces? एक rook एक side है, दूसरे pieces दूसरी side है. Queen कुछ कर नहीं रही है. You have to start now revolving around the board. Maybe find better squares for your knight, for the bishop to come into the game. Benjamin Bok under 6 minutes.
Result आने वाला है इस गेम में. I feel I have this hunch result आने वाला है because rook d5, rook a5 ऐसी moves I usually don't see, right? Rook a5 is so unique. मुझे कोई oh please rook a8 back. Rook a8 back. So it was admission. Maybe the rook was not well placed.
It's a sign that Benjamin Bok struggle कर रहे हैं to find a plan.
To find a opening to end.
Yes.
Enter, yeah.
To find a sequence of moves, right?
Yes.
But one thing Benjamin has realized कि भाई sequence मिले ना मिले time जरूर मिलना चाहिए.
Yeah.
So he'd rather make quick decisions and trying to find the best move.
Yeah.
And देखो अब knight d4 मेरा खेलने का बहुत मन है. But suddenly after queen d7, rook on d5 कहीं trap ही ना हो जाए. You see like somehow these rooks on a5, d5 were very awkward. And bishop f4 by the way, nice move, activating the bishop. And कल को king को एक square मिल गया है. कोई back rank mate तो नहीं होगी.
भाई कल की छोड़ो सब कुछ आज ही लिखा जाएगा यहाँ पे at India Rising a ticket to Paris Bishop F4 beautiful call out there by you Sahil. I like it and also it passes the ball right. It's a quiet improving move and it's not easy for black to find moves.
Yep. In fact, कहते हैं it's very hard to do nothing in a chess game sometimes. You feel the pressure of doing something and you worsen your position जहाँ पे कुछ था नहीं clear cut plan. So sometimes just kind of slight improvements, just like life and everyone. Chess resembles life. हल्का हल्का improvement. You're down in the dumps. थोड़ा improvement करो. Next it gets better. 1% better every day and it kind of compounds over time.
Yes, and life also doesn't have any increment.
Fixed amount of time और ये position भी वैसा लग रहा है जैसे अनिर्बान setup लिया जा रहा है. Eventually punchline भी आएगी as the clock ticks slow.
This is a nice slow burn setup.
Rook E7.
Attacked with the bishop coming forward. Rook goes back.
Draw.
Yes. Actually, Anirban, Vidit is offering a repetition. And the onus is on Benjamin. Because then only a final game will remain. Does Benjamin think he wants to put all his eggs in one basket, which is the final game with the white pieces? Or will he try for more? He declines the repetition. He wants more.
That's a gutsy move by Benjamin Bok. It's not easy. Black pieces से draw लेने की इतनी temptation रहती है, but he says no draw just yet, and अपना bishop open कर दिया है, which has influence all the way to b2, and ये knight भी c5 पे आएगा. So black is again saying, the ball isn't actually my court. I am playing for initiative, and for the first time in this match, clock पे उतना पीछे नहीं है. So maybe we could see a comeback, knight to c5.
I have to give credit to Benjamin Bok, the way he's adjusted and adapted, realizing कि भाई विदित के पास extra time हो और एक normal position हो, he will squeeze a win out of it. He will get out of it without too many problems. Pressure will be on Benjamin. So he's playing fast. He's playing much more quicker than what we saw in the first two rounds. And that might be a game changer, a match changer.
Oof, knight drops back. Both the knights drop back. Bishop पे फिर से attack. विदित को भी पीछे लेना पड़ेगा. But I feel like white का knight could be the trump card. Yeah, knight on d5. That's a beautiful piece, Zotania. कहीं ना कहीं पे it's going to be hard to displace that knight. उसको attack करने के लिए pawn चलना पड़ेगा और फिर उसके दोनों भाई जो pawn है वो weak हो जाएंगे.
Absolutely. And Vidit का knight ने जो dance किया है यहाँ पहुंचने के लिए, वापस आके आगे जाके और आगे जाके फिर वापस आके फिर आगे जाके to land on the square has been a beautiful maneuvering game by Vidit. Now we see a trade, the first imbalance in the position. It will be a knight versus bishop. And for white, the knight looks like a beautiful piece, while black bishop has one target on b2. Will that be enough to compensate?
Ooh, that's a good question actually. And meanwhile, Vidit 4 minutes, time neck to neck, Benjamin Bok, can he equalize the game? Can he gain the initial? You can see Vidit shaking a bit there.
I love this decision by Vidit. He wants to go f5. वो चाहते हैं to change the complete nature of the game. Vidit is trying to open up the king side. It was stopped by Benjamin's last move. Queen वापस आती है f5 का square control लेते हुए.
But ये knight कैसे हिलाएंगे अनिर्बान? There is no way. You can never kick that knight. वो bishop on g7 बढ़िया लग रहा है. But as of now, if I had to choose a side, practically I would choose Vidit again. The first set could be over.
Oh man.
Rook trade has been offered right now. I hear you, Sahil. I hear you, Anirban. But I still feel that the position is so healthy for Benjamin. No big weaknesses right now. It's going to come down to that final minute. I'm expecting a lot of plot twists ahead in this game right now because of this imbalance that exists. We will never go into a simplified position.
Yeah, rook b8.
b5 आने वाला है at some point. Be careful.
Yeah, again displacing that knight. अगर b5 आता है, c pawn exchange हो सकता है on a good day.
c6 is coming on to hit that knight on d5.
Yeah, agreed. And Vidit now thinking what to do. How do I improve my position even further? Can he double up rook somehow, Tanya? I don't see an easy way. But maybe just exchange pieces like queen d2, take on e8, bring the rook to d1, exchange everything, go into an endgame. That should be a safe way to play.
I think Vidit would be happy to liquidate the position right now, to try to get the majors off the board. I really like the idea that you're mentioning right now. For Benjamin Bok, he has made his intentions clear. And we see Vidit's screen वहाँ पे, he's made a decision, by the way. B pawn push हो चुका है. B3 में वो trade भी, he's got his pre-move ready. कि pawn takes pawn के बाद मैं तो तैयार हूँ for pawn into pawn, and it's on the board.
And कई लोग कहते हैं कि यार pre-move करना क्यों है? 0.1 second बचेगा. But that 0.1 second in the final moments is valuable as gold. So I think every pre-move matters in this game. Exchange हो चुके हैं, A file open हो चुकी है, and look at that bishop controlling the A1 square. So black के पास भी potential बनता हुआ.
Absolutely, because black का rook A line पे आ सकता है, पर white का rook will struggle because of that sniper on G7. अब knight on D5 जो कि एक monster piece था, उसको वापस भेजते हुए Benjamin Bok ने C6 खेला, knight वापस आया. Vidit का pawn structure, I want to point out कि अगर ये end game में जाता है, black essentially starts feeling like an extra pawn. 3 versus 2 on the queen side, easy to make a passer. Vidit के पास doubled pawns हैं king side पे on that F line. He wants to play F5. He's setting it up so that that weakness gets taken care of. Vidit with a big threat, and I love this response by Benjamin. F5 stop करते हुए, bishop takes knight will be a response.
Yeah, but F5 at some point वो तो करना ही पड़ेगा, because otherwise, as you mentioned, black के पास एक extra pawn है. So extra एक, army का बंदा मेरा बैठा हुआ है उस वाले field में.
I think he goes F5 now, Sahib.
Come on, let's
मुझे
see
लग
it.
रहा है कि F5 होने वाला है. Lot of complications ahead, and look at that, both players under 2.5 minutes and tactics ahead.
Important game if Vidit wins. And he plays F5. What a move! Either opening up the black king side. Black takes on E3. This could decide the moment. This moment could be the deciding match for set 1. कैसे capture करे तानिया? रुक से मारने का मन कर रहा है.
You want to take it. You don't want your rook to be passive, and he does it.
Suddenly Benjamin has more time.
Ooh, extra 15 seconds, and he's going for an endgame. Vidit takes it. Rook आने वाला है F5 पे. F5 will fall. Another rook and pawn ending is what it feels like. Dust settle हो चुकी है. And I think for Vidit, it's now just about attacking that F pawn. Get your rook into the game. D1 पे ले आओ, D6 attack करते हुए. F1 पे ले आओ, F5 attack करते हुए. But you need to go on the counter offense. Right now, Benjamin Bok has an extra pawn. 6 versus 5.
महान आदमी ने कहा है, all rook endgames are drawn in quotes, and वो बात 100 सालों से सही प्रूव होती आ रही है. This is one of those cases जहां पे even though black could have some potential, but लग नहीं रहा है, double pawns है, मुझे लग रहा है ये गेम draw होने के chances maximum है. And अगर draw हो गई, then एक गेम होगी, and Benjamin will be in a must-win situation.
Otherwise, Vidit Gujrathi will take his set 1 victory. After that first game win, he's been very controlled.
Yeah.
Even in game 2, never in trouble.
Yeah.
Game 3 also, this one finding F5 at the right point.
But guys,
King
look at the
आते हुए.
clock. Look at the clock. Vidit has 1 minute compared to 2 for Benjamin. Could Benjamin
And he made a mistake. Rookie one bar नीचे जाते हुए, Benjamin Bok in the game. Let's not forget 6 versus 5 extra pawn है black के पास at this moment.
वो ये 1 minute तो भूल ही गया था सोच के ड्रॉ होने वाला है.
And look at Benjamin. Bring the king to the center. King endgame है, जो पूरी गेम में छुप के बैठता है pawns के पीछे, is an active piece. King can come to E5. वो defensive काम करेगा. See, defense with 6 pawn. अब रुक आजाद है घूमने के लिए और white के pawn मारने के लिए.
आ जाओ, defend करो अपना B6 pawn, still holding on right now. But where is the path to improvement is the question. Yes, you have an extra pawn. D5 break at some point. Position getting worse and worse for Vidit Gujrathi. Another mistake. 1 minute now. 1.5 minutes for Bok. King F4 खेला गया है. Black का rook passive है. And he activates it. Beautiful move there. Incredible technique here shown by Bok.
Comeback होगा, हम करेंगे comeback कह रहे हैं Benjamin Bok. Rook active होगा. Suddenly तानिया white के सारे pawns split हैं. एक दूसरे को support नहीं कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे. Look at white pawns. हर कोई अलग-अलग पार्टी कर रहा है. लेकिन there was synchronization there.
Or white ka king ek side, rook ek side. That rook on A3, it is tied down to defend a pawn. You don't want that role for the most important piece in the position. But Benjamin Bok, 1 minute mein, can he convert this into a full point?
Looks like.
Check, king ko wapas bhejte hue, apna king aage late hue.
Oh.
Attacks the F7 pawn, with it getting active. Benjamin Bok, will he just defend it with the pawn moving forward? B3 will be under attack. Vidit is looking for counterplay. He wants to get the rook lined up against the black pawns. Now he'll be forced to come back to defend the B3 pawn. Vidit, 35 seconds on the clock.
He has to play now. He doesn't have time. And look at beautiful play, Benjamin. Dragging the game as long as possible ताकि Vidit को और सोचना पड़े. 30 seconds was 55 seconds. Play quickly, both the players.
Not an easy convert right now. Benjamin has to play the board and the clock to equalize the match. अगर वो black pieces से जीतते हैं, the final game Benjamin Bok will have white.
Ooh, that's tricky. And look at this rook b4. Offering the rook trade cannot be done by Vidit. He has to keep his rook passive. भाई वो rook देख के sadness feel हो रही है अंदर दिल में. भाई वो rook कोई pawn को बचाने के लिए बैठा हुआ है. 5 point versus 1 point.
And this allows the white rook to get active. Is this the moment he's setting checkmate in one? Rook d6 was checkmate in one, जो कि बचाया गया, and forcing the white rook to come back. Benjamin Bok very alert.
अगर वो में होती मैं कुर्सी से गिर जाता भाई लिटरली अगर वो मेट हो गई होती तो.
And look at this, Vidit showing class here. He is trying to get activity.
अभी उसका टाइम भी उतना ही है.
उतने ही टाइम के
20
साथ
seconds.
both players 15 seconds, under 20
Wow.
seconds. Vidit has
No.
traded the pawns. He has now
missed the pawn.
equalized. He's right back in the game. This is what happens when you're low on the clock. 12 seconds, 14. It's all about the clock.
Wow.
Opposition remain, and Vidit Gujrathi survives to take the lead going into this final round of the first set.
यार players का छोड़ो कोई मेरा heart rate measure करो भाई. What a game, man. Both the players had their chances. I think maybe Benjamin is a bit disappointed there, but at the end the game will ended in a draw, and we're going to go to the fourth game now. 3 game में result नहीं हुआ decide.
First set has gone the distance.
Yeah.
My God, the Benjamin was a little annoyed. I could see like
Yes.
at the end.
And understandably, it was
Yeah.
such a golden opportunity. He had a very healthy extra pawn up. Time pe bhi he was better. He knew this was his chance to try to equalize the match. A huge missed opportunity for the Dutch Grandmaster.
Yeah, and there's no break between these games, so थोड़ा उनके mind पे play ज़रूर करेगा. Maybe I had an opportunity there. Maybe I screwed it up somehow. But कहीं ना कहीं you have to forget about it. Move on to the next game, and he still is in the match. That's most important, right? अभी भी मौका है. I can tie the set and go into Armageddon. Oh, what a show would that be?
He's still thinking about it.
And that is definitely not the live position जहाँ पे we see right now. और अभी game 4 शुरू हो चुकी है.
Yeah.
Game 4 शुरू हो चुकी है. We have the final game on right now. As we see, it's a very cautious approach by Benjamin. He's saying, I don't want any very theoretical battle.
Yeah.
मुझे बस एक middle game चाहिए, long game चाहिए. I want to play every part, every phase of the game. White Bishop Fianchetto हो चुका है on the long diagonal. Vidit के पास center आ चुका है. It's going to be a fun last one.
Yep, and see Vidit playing very quickly. I think he understood the advantage he had. He had a good result in the first 2 games. क्या था वहाँ पे जो उनके लिए काम कर रहा था? The clock was on his side. So यहाँ पे again maintaining that healthy difference, and काफी एक passive structure लग रहा है. But White जब break करेंगे ना center में C4 या D4 से, तो सब खुल जाएगा suddenly.
Again, Benjamin's heart rate is 160. I think starting he starts from there, and then he slowly comes down.
Opening में stress रहता है उनको मतलब.
Opening का stress है.
And it's also the stress that this is the final game. You know, he has to go all out in this one. A draw is as good as resigning in this. So has to come out all guns blazing, throw the kitchen sink at Vidit if he can. Bishop bahar aa chuka hai, getting ready to castle right now. Vidit deciding where does he want to place the pieces. I think for Benjamin, the strategy has to be keep as many pieces on the board for as long as possible. Try to get into a time scramble. Because mistakes wahi hoti hai. Last game also, Vidit blundered a pawn when he was down to those final few minutes.
Agreed. And 161 versus 101 is the heart rate. Vidit very calm as a cucumber. क्या सोच रहे होंगे यहाँ पे? The position seems to be solid for both the players. And एक option है यहाँ black के पास, and वो है वो D pawn push करना. Usually ऐसे white D4 खेलता है. अगर black खेल दे, suddenly you know it can lead to a very sharp position.
D4.
Yes.
Yeah. अगर black को जीतना है, he needs something dramatic, and that could do it.
And D4 would be very fascinating. For Vidit, he needs only a draw to wrap up the match. D4 will take it into double-edged territory though. So for Benjamin, maybe that's what he's looking for. D4 looks very attractive, but it leaves behind some squares. So Vidit doing Vidit things keeps it solid.
Right.
Yep. Wow. And Bishop D6, as you mentioned, safe and solid by Vidit Gujrathi here. White should castle now, and black castles as well. Jaldi खेल रहे दोनों players, obvious moves. And now finally, उस deep pawn का कब से इंतजार था हमें. And again, the same isolated pawn position. Maybe, you know, Benjamin should be kind of happy with that structure in general. Gives you long-term chances.
Absolutely, and that's what happened in the earlier game as well. Gave Benjamin something to fight for. That D5 pawn जो Vidit के पास है is basically there for the rest of the game. तो आप अपना Bishop F3 पे ला सकते हैं, double up कर सकते हैं D5 पे, Knight C3 पे आएगा. Meanwhile, Vidit is looking for a king side attack. plant your knight on e4, get the queen out on g5, get the bishop out towards h3, and try to get these attacking ideas going as the side with the isolated queen's pawn. But this is the final game of set 1 between these two players. Vidit Gujrathi needs only a draw to take the first set.
And 92, amazing move as well. वो d4 square control में रखना है white को. That's crucial in these structures. ये knight आराम से f3 पे भी आ सकता है long term. And then rook comes to c1. White के सारे pieces logically placed. Well played game so far. But अभी के लिए कोई दिख नहीं रहा है if somebody is taking over. So I think लंबी game ये भी हो गई, फिर से last minute में decide होगी. I think that's been common to all the games so far.
Yeah.
It's usually the case in such a time format, right? When the players have only 10 minutes, koi increment nahi hai, koi bonus time nahi hai. It is the time scramble. Who has the better nerves? Who is able to be accurate more in those critical moments? Who is able to keep their emotions under check? Play quick moves, but also good moves. That decides the game. We see a structural change after ye trades jo ho chuke hain. Black now no more has an isolated queen's pawn, but C file mein काफी weaknesses बन चुकी हैं.
You know, विदित की अगली एक वो मुझे पता है वो मुझे पता है, वो है क्वीन d6. उनका प्लान सिंपल है, क्वीन d6, क्वीन h2 mate, खत्म, and I take the first set. So something has to be done about that. How does white handle it? It's not easy choice. g3 खेलेंगे तो bishop h3 भी आ सकता है, and suddenly my king side could be slightly weak.
That's actually a very nice idea. Queen और bishop की बैटरी लगने वाली है, and विदित को भी पता है rook c1 खेला गया है. Ignoring that threat for now, c6 attacked है, but black can continue with the plan. Sahil, as you mentioned, queen takes pawn, checkmate in one ka idea. I think g3 has to be played. You need to blunt that diagonal.
Agreed.
Knight f3, bishop g4 doesn't really help the cause.
Agreed. And with his thinking, by the way, both the players have around 7 minutes. g3 के बाद your light square is too weakened, but अगर bishop है, वो थोड़ा cover कर लेगा bishop f3, bishop g2 आके, so your king should be safe. And white के पास भी एक at least temporary target तो है. c6 pawn पे थोड़ा pressure डाल सकते हैं. You can control the c5 square. उस pawn को push नहीं होने देंगे, ताकि white भी कुछ, if you are under pressure as black for the c6 pawn, आपको attack करने का time ही नहीं मिलेगा.
g3 on the board. I think for Vidit, just seeing his heart rate, control on the clock, all those days he spent meditating have really come to good use. He's on some, I don't know, some 1800 days streak, some impossible streak. And
4 year plus ऐसा कुछ है ना?
चल रहा है, रुक ही नहीं रहा है. And I think that's why he's able to keep his calm, his nerves in these high stress situations. His heart rate hasn't crossed 110. And look at that, 162 right now for Benjamin Bok. Rook को attack था, Rook हट चुका है वहाँ से. The white bishop also ready to trade off the bishop on h3 when needed.
You know, imagine करो, bishop b6, rook takes c3 और कुछ mating ideas भी बन सकते हैं. You never know. H pawn can also move up the board, h5, h4. So black has potential to attack and finish off in style actually.
Ooh, not mating, सीधे मौत.
Petition to call it Seedhe Mauth for today. That would be a very Seedhe Mauth position with bishop b6 ideas. But instead, I like what Vidit is doing. Bringing all the toys to the nursery. He brings the rook to the center of the board. Make sure that all the pieces are ready. And is this the moment that Benjamin Bok has to decide? Does he go for the trade? Bishop to f1, trying to get rid of that very strong bishop that Vidit has on the king side.
That's an important decision to make. It's a piece trade at the end. That's not ideally what Benjamin... Okay, he takes on f6. Wow.
And I have an explanation for this. Objectively, ये काफी खराब decision है. But what Benjamin is saying is कि मेरे को एक imbalance चाहिए for the rest of the game. Because यहाँ पे draw चलता ही नहीं है मेरे लिए. Draw is as good as a loss. So at least now I'm guaranteed that there will be a knight versus bishop imbalance for the rest of eternity for this one. So I'll have something to play for. Also notice Benjamin का जो pawn structure है E3 F2 G3 H2 बिल्कुल ही विदित के bishop को blunt कर चुका है.
बिल्कुल. And a famous quote है, a pawn in hand is worth two in the bush. And I think वो pawn मुझे C6
यही quote है
clearly दिख रहा
exactly.
है. यही है.
यही है exactly word to word.
And वो C6 pawn मुझे दिख रहा है कि भाई rook C2, rook C1, आराम से queen A4. I can pressure it again. Knight F3, knight. So maybe Benjamin has a clear goal. He thinks मैं time जल्दी खेल पाऊंगा, fast खेल पाऊंगा यहाँ पे. And Vidit का plan is a bit more complicated to find.
Again, it has dropped to 97 from 160. I think this is a different problem. This is some health emergency.
काफी ज़्यादा dip लेते हुए यहाँ पे on the heart rate monitor. Position although looks quite healthy for Vidit Gujrathi. for Benjamin Bok. Unka knight abhi dur hai from getting active. The horse needs to become a boss, but I'm not finding the path for Benjamin's.
Yeah, it's not
pieces.
easy. It's not easy because black is sare piece active hai. That's the bishop b6. What a move. Activating the last piece. There's pressure on e3. Kahin na white ka king could still be under fire if something goes wrong. So ye pawn push karna aasan nahi hai. I cannot play e4 for example because f2 is hanging.
Absolutely, and maybe Vidit is somewhere setting up the idea of d4 to open up that bishop, which will be a sniper towards the white king. Vidit looking very calm and chill, like he's vibing to some seedhe maut beats here.
Yeah, actually बिल्कुल वाइब कर रहा है भाई. Aura कम नहीं हुआ बंदे का. You know, blunder एक दो हो गए वो गेम में, but aura कम नहीं हुआ. And I love this circular shot. Players को different expressions देखने को मिलते हैं. And this could be set one for Vidit if he finishes off this one clinically. But it's not easy. Benjamin is out for blood. He knows it's all or nothing right now. And Tanya, how tough do you think it is to come back from a set loss, right? Because आप एक set हार गए, second वाला must win है ही, फिर आपको third वाला भी जीतना है. It's a lot of pressure on you. Like your belief kind of goes down.
Absolutely, but I think for Benjamin, he knows that it comes with the territory and he has to leave behind what has happened. He will try to push this game, but I just feel itne minor pieces trade हो चुके हैं. Vidit की position इतनी ज़्यादा healthy लग रही है. दोनों रुक center में है, D pawn आ रहा है. That somewhere Benjamin knows that this is a difficult win to make. He in his mind is getting ready also for set 2. It will be coming up. And let's not forget that Benjamin Bok had his chances in this set. It was a close fight. Even if Vidit took it with that first game win, Benjamin had a clear shot in game 3. He was not ever worse in any of the other games. The first game he lost, it was because he didn't have time on the clock.
Yeah, having time on the clock is important. And by the way, this game also looks quite interesting. There's a black bishop in the white army. What's happening?
भाई pawn c2 आ चुका है. क्या हो रहा है? वो दो squares पे white के pieces होने चाहिए.
Bhai, spies are, you know, हर जगह है spy. हर game में भाई. That's a crazy position, by the way. But you know what? You talked, Tanya, about, you know, how important this game is in set 2. But is he really thinking of set 2? Because set 1 में उनका time खत्म होता जा रहा है. At this rate, set 2 is incoming and he will be a set down.
Oof. Well, the one good news for Benjamin is that whether you lose with a 1-point margin or a 2-point margin, it does not matter. He has to find a way to create counterplay here. उनको सोचना है यहाँ पे कि how do I keep my chances alive? I'm really not seeing a way to do that. D4 is a big threat that Vidit has set up. In fact, he's saying, मेरे को पता है set 1 मेरा है कि मैं yawn नहीं कर सकता हूँ. भाई नींद आ रही है मुझे.
He's like जेब में game. ऐसी feeling आ रही है उनको देख के. I think Benjamin has crossed that limit कि जितना आपको maximum एक move में सोचना चाहिए. I think it's been a long thing. Unless he's playing some sacrifice here, I think इतना नहीं सोचना चाहिए था. Because he played that decision, right? Take on f6, take on g4 very quickly. And now he's thinking. That's not a good sign.
And then what is the decision he takes? He goes for a queen trade in this position. And Vidit instantly denies it. The queen infiltrates into White's camp. A2 पे attack है, knight hanging है. And Benjamin की queen वापस आते हुए to defend that knight. Vidit has to be careful of taking that A2 pawn. C6 weak hai. Rook A1 can put pressure on that queen. And I think Vidit has to take the right decision at this moment. Push that C pawn forward. Put pressure on the center of the board. I'm expecting C5 by Vidit. But he goes for queen takes pawn. Does this allow the white rook to infiltrate? Rook takes pawn. About to happen, which would create a weakness on the D file. Vidit wants to go D4 after rook takes pawn.
Ooh, interesting position. Trades हो रहे हैं, and I think this is the final moments of set 1. Let's see who takes over. Queen on A2, and by the way, Queen B2 जो plan खेला Vidit ने, it was the best plan in the position for Black. So एक second में निकाला उन्होंने. His intuition is now taking over again. Endgame में आराम से खेलते. It's not exactly endgame. कहीं ना कहीं P6 trade हो रहे हैं. Rook C6 now, and Tanya, that looks very active. But वो कर क्या रहा है? C7 square भी नहीं है, D6 भी नहीं है, C5 भी नहीं है, I can't get a D5 pawn, so रुक को वापस तो आना ही पड़ेगा at some point. So Vidit still perfectly comfortable.
Absolutely. And also on the clock, again, it is pressure on Benjamin right now. Vidit trying to think what he wants to play next. A lot of attractive options in this position. D4 to me feels like the move you want to calculate, but back rank issues hai Vidit ki position mein. You need to be careful. You need to watch out once the lines open up. Bishop to A5, pinning that knight on D2 is another move that you've got to be thinking about here.
Yeah, Bishop A5 looks very tempting. I'm worried about Rook A6 पे Queen D2 and it's all good. But also like I like your move D4 the most because एक weakness है मेरे पास जिंदगी में उसको मैं हटा दूंगा. Vitamin B1 2 tablet खा लूंगा बात खत्म. I get rid of that weakness, and then Vidit, how does he even lose that? So I feel like plan D4 होना चाहिए, चाहे अभी हो या next चाल पे.
I got 99 problems, but the D pawn isn't one, is what Vidit will say. Agar D4 hua, but it requires calculation and it requires you to be very precise here. And this is what I was talking about, back rank weaknesses. That is what you're looking at. Pawn takes pawn would have led to some complicated lines. So Vidit says, pehle main king ke liye jagah bana deta hu, but Benjamin ka response now stops D4 in its tracks.
And you know what? D4 tactically works.
Wow.
And it should be played, I feel, if it's tactically working. Luckily, Vidit ke paas time hai. He has the extra time. He should think, use this time, and he plays it. What a find in time pressure. This could be the decider, Anirban. This move. What does White do now?
And all of it works tactically because there are trades on the E file once that pawn is captured, deflecting pieces all across the board. Once the dust settles, the center will be completely liquidated. Vidit would have solved his problems, and it looks like he's inching closer towards that draw.
And I think tough choice here for Benjamin, unfortunately.
Does he push the pawn?
If you push the pawn, black will push the pawn, and that pawn starts looking very dangerous. And this match, की एक storyline रही है D passer. For Vidit, it's been a decider in so many games.
Yeah.
Do you really psychologically have it in you to allow it one more time in the final game? D3 looks very dangerous.
And he takes
he's
on
taken with a
D4.
knight.
Yeah.
Takes all across the board, and this is what we were talking about. After the trade, Vidit doesn't even capture the center pawn. Side pawn utha liya gaya hai. Rook takes pawn ke ideas hai next on the board. In fact, I would say practically if anyone has a shot here, it has to be black. There's an outside passer for Vidit Gujrathi. D4 is a weakness suddenly. You've got to be feeling very comfortable. And look at the clock.
Yeah. I think the only plan Bok here has is to play every move in a second, play solid moves which just make sense, don't lose. ताकि Vidit, maybe he thinks for longer on certain moves, clock पे थोड़ा सा difference कम हो, because otherwise position as you mentioned कुछ भी नहीं है तान्या.
Yeah. The other option is earthquake.
अरे यार भाई आराम से भाई.
Force majeure.
That could save him, or if you don't want to get that extreme, a mouse slip. Those are always the dangers of online chess.
That's a great point, Tanya. We've seen worse. We've seen Magnus Carlsen make mouse slip. So I think anybody in the game can make that mistake. So Vidit luckily has more time. आराम से खेलना है, stress नहीं है. Pre-move मत करो बेशक. अभी इतना stress नहीं. आराम से खेलो. Push the A pawn. A5, A4, A3, A2 at soon.
I think A5 you have to first defend that square because your white ki queen E1 pe passive lag rahi hai. It's not only ready to jump to E7 on the 7th rank, but it's guarding that A pawn from moving up the board. Vidit is firstly trying to think, can he capture the center pawn? Can he go for rook takes pawn? Is he feeling safe enough with the white queen about to give a check on this 8th rank? He does it. He's calculated his way through, and he says the king will step forward. And after all the trades, he still feels safe about his chances here.
Yep, and F7 पे queen से मार दिया गया है.
एक और rook pawn ending आते हुए.
Okay, I mean, this is going to be comfortable draw for Vidit, I think. Rook end games.
Comfortable. Time is also... But at this point, Vidit's heart rate is
Oh,
the
Vidit
highest.
blunders. Did you see that on the board? He pre-moved. He put his king वापस और A4 pawn जो defend करना चाहता था. It is still theoretically a draw. 3 versus 2 should be trivial.
So did Benjamin miss his mistake?
No, he took it, but it's still not enough to win. All rook pawn endings are a draw, you were saying.
Yeah.
This one, but now he's got something to play for. Benjamin Bok, he's up a pawn, and you could see it on Vidit's face as he just dropped a pawn in one move.
Benjamin would take this. I think he didn't have hopes for this even. So at least he has a pawn now. कुछ भी गलती हो सकती है when there's time pressure. But the problem is time उनके पास ही कम है. He has exchanged one pair of pawns. Well, जितने pawn exchange होंगे draw के करीब जाते हुए हम लोग. Is there a last trap that Benjamin can somehow set and trick with it here?
He wants to push the F pawn. F pawn आने वाला है. F4, F5. Give a check. Put pressure on that black king. And then it blunders because now he's going to lose that G6 pawn. Rook check देते हुए. Rook takes pawn. Benjamin Bok is about to get right back into the match if he wins. It goes into Armageddon.
Oh my God, what a turn. Look at Vidit. He's shocked. He completely
cannot
missed Rook
believe
F4.
it.
Oh,
Rook
He's shaking his head.
He walked into this. He disconnected his king from the pawn. He looks sideways. Vidit realizes this is gone, but it's 35 seconds. Enough time to win this.
I think it is enough. Now it's all about the clock for Vidit now. He needs to find ways of moving quickly. Put Benjamin in time pressure.
check आते हुए, second pawn capture करते हुए. This is completely winning for Benjamin Bok. Vidit Gujrathi has to play for the clock now.
And if this goes into Armageddon now, guess who will have the momentum? It will be Benjamin Bok with that comeback, man. We had left the game. We thought khatam ho gaya set one. But back comes Benjamin Bok. And now two connected pass pawns, Tanya. This is elementary for
And
a
he's
player like
doing
Benjamin.
it clinically. Vidit Gujrathi with a shake of his head right now. Rook F8 next will be game over.
He's resigned.
Vidit Gujrathi resigns. The match goes into Armageddon.
Oh my God!
no, it's
I think he's
still
still. He's playing on Tanya. He's playing on the
He's
clock.
playing on.
He's playing on the clock. Why he gets a new queen? And the game is still on.
And finally, there we have it. Benjamin Bok with a 2-2 score. What a turnaround at the end.
What a crazy comeback in the end. Literally happened in a minute. Oh.
You know, imagine like a 1 second increment there. There is no chance that blunder happens. That's
Yeah,
non-increment chess for you. It's not
Beautiful.
over until it's over.
Beautiful. So it's now the first set is tied, and now we'll go to Armageddon.
We go into Armageddon because there's no such thing as a tied set here at India Rising Sport Road to the EWC right now. Armageddon, a format so deadly that it's called the Armageddon, which means we will have a winner. It's the bidding Armageddon here, Sahil Anirban, which means now the players will place their bids for the amount of time they want. The player to win the bid, jo bhi lower time karta hai, and there we are seeing their bids, will get the black pieces. If you get the black pieces, you start with your bidding time. It is 7 point, and at this moment, 7.25. 7.25 bid karte hue, and I believe that is
With it.
Benjamin
Benjamin.
Bok. He passes it over to Awadh, who's the arbiter. We see Vidit now walk over to give his bid.
Ooh, interesting. He's thinking. Yeah, he's thinking. Oh, he's still not convinced. He's thinking.
And Vidit about to write his bid. How low can you go right now is the big question. The player who starts with the black pieces, a draw means you win the match. If you start with the white pieces, you get the base time of 10 minutes, but you have to win on demand.
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on one player. Of course, they have the benefit of the clock, but then let's see how the match has gone so far. Tanya, Anirban, I feel like there could be nerves. Both the players looking very tense. We are about to see Armageddon for the first set.
And Vidit, you can see it on him, the disappointment and the frustration from what happened in round 4. But I think you have to give full credit to Benjamin Bok. You know, Vidit first made that pawn blunder, drops a pawn in one move. And then it just felt like the position collapsed. Benjamin made it look easy. And then a second blunder, costing him the second pawn. And Benjamin Bok right back in it. The player who's taken down Karthikeyan Murli, the player who's taken down India #1 Arjun Aragaisi. Now the final boss of the road to EWC.
The goal was to drag the game. Just drag the game. Give yourself maximum amount of opportunities. And we see the bids being taken right now. Some sort of resolution.
And
Is it a break?
We did see the bid that Benjamin Bok gave. What was the bid that Vidit Gujrathi put? Is the question.
I think something around 6. I thought his hands are like, the pattern that he's making is probably 6.
I think what's the lowest you would bid in this match if you were playing? What's the lowest you will go?
Having commentated in a lot of these bidding Armageddons, it's always been the 7-minute mark. Either in the high 7, maximum I've seen players go down to 7.5 minutes, around that much. 6 just feels with no increment, too much of a risk. I will be shocked if Vidit has gone for that.
Is this a new kind of Armageddon, or has it been around for a long time?
Relatively new, I would say, because earlier Armageddon had a fixed time format. This is the bidding Armageddon. So the players have to fight for the black pieces. So it gets a plot twist in it. Maza aa jata hai fans ke liye. Once again, the player with the black pieces, whoever bid the lower time, starts with black. Draw means you win the match. You get white. You start with base time of 10 minutes, but you have to win. The pressure is on.
But that 2.5-3 minute lead that you have can be very valuable. कई बार यहाँ पे हमने देखा कि last में कैसे वो seconds के लिए इतना फर्क पड़ रहा था. So imagine if you have a huge time lead, you maintain it till the end, then कुछ भी possible है.
I'm trying to get into Vidit's head right now, and the thing I feel is that Vidit has seen how the match is played out. कि Benjamin Bok काफी time pressure में आते हैं. I think wanting those black pieces will be part of Vidit's strategy because he feels that Benjamin is struggling on the clock. So those extra minutes won't count.
Yeah.
Speaking of extra minutes, we've got live scenes coming in from our arena right now. You know, the big stage. We've got the big stage players. But don't forget what's happening here. Inspiring, beautiful chess. Anirban wants to go and play some chess
Yes,
himself.
yes, yes.
He's so inspired.
I just want to play with kids.
If you had the option to be on the stage and play against the big boys or these kids, Anirban, who are you?
I will take my chance against the kids.
I would lose to half of them anyways, but they're very, very
I
strong.
know. I'll try to like intimidate them.
Guys, by the way, यहाँ पे tension सबको feel हो रहा है. I don't think anybody expected that last game turnaround the way it happened.
Yeah.
You know, Vidit had the set in his hands. It was a draw, and Vidit would do it, I would want to say 100 out of 100 times. A 3 versus 3 rook pawn ending. Then a 3 versus 2 same side rook pawn ending. Then a 2 versus 1 same side rook pawn endgame. And then going down in that, taking the Armageddon. Is it momentum, Benjamin Bok?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I think at the end, now that the momentum has shifted, do you think Benjamin has the edge? Kahin na kahin psychologically, I know he's not managed his clock well, but kahin na kahin emotional reaction kind of brings out some blunders sometimes. I think we've seen it before.
Bhai, mujhe bid janna hai. I want to know who has won the bid. So much of that depends on who gets the black pieces. I can imagine Vidit wanting to go pretty low for the pieces there. He has seen that the clock is his best friend. What is Vidit Gujrathi's bid?
I think we get to know it very, very soon. Meanwhile, we still see the arbiter on stage, so we should have it very soon. But meanwhile, the tension is still building up because set 1 ka ek amazing tie hua hai. Both the players with equal opportunity now. Whoever wins this one game takes home the first set.
Getting the first win for Benjamin is such a big boost, right?
Great point.
Yeah.
And-
He's-
And that also at this stage
Yeah.
of the match.
Yep. And meanwhile, both the players in their thoughts right now, wondering कि opening क्या खेलनी है. क्योंकि end game ही आ रही है, opening matter ही नहीं करती. And question, do you think कि उनका heart rate फिर से 160 जाएगा opening में?
भाई मुझे तो सिर्फ विदित लग रहा है स्टेज पे. I don't think Benjamin has arrived yet. And as we see, the arbiters getting ready.
Yeah.
They're setting up the match. Again, for Vidit Gujrathi, we did see that Benjamin's bid was at 7.25. For Vidit, he needs to be lower than that to get the black pieces.
Agreed.
And whoever plays white, Armageddon ki strategy ye rehti hai that you want a long game.
Yeah.
You want to force your opponent into those final few minutes before you do critical. So trades have to be avoided. Simplification has to be avoided. A draw means black takes the match.
Agreed. But पता है अभी क्या हुआ ना? पहली 3 games में we had long games. But even if somebody lost, there was no emotional reaction there. There was no complete
Except
twist
the
at
last
the end.
one.
Except the last one.
Vidit had a big shake of his head. He can't believe that he let go of that position.
Agreed. And वो twist जब आता है ना कहानी में, it leaves us with thoughts. इतना ना movie देख के आते हैं, twist then बात करते हैं यार movie का twist देखा कैसा करी तो it will have an emotional reaction. So I wonder if we could see a mistake even before we reach the time pressure phase.
This is Benjamin Bok using up one of his 9 lives today.
Yeah.
You know, getting back into this set 1 from the rook pawn ending that he had, I would believe that even in his head he thought it was impossible.
वो कह रहा हूँ आप कुछ भी कर सकते हैं हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं वो एंड गेम जीत गए तो लाइफ में anything is possible. Meanwhile, still waiting for the bids, but regardless, the Armageddon is coming to us soon.
And Benjamin Bok in that final game rising to the occasion here at India Rising Road to EWC. And there we've got the players with their bidding cards in front of them.
You know, classical chess में all chess players always have a pen in their hands.
It's like exam के लिए बैठे हुए हैं, नहीं दिखाएंगे bid.
So they are bidding now.
Bids आ चुकी हैं, I think we'll know them. Oh, but he's still thinking. Okay, you're gonna guess.
If again, I'm sticking to the strategy that I feel both players will bid something between 7 to 8 minutes if I have to take a guess. I will be shocked to see anything lower than 7 minutes. And I think both of them want the black pieces. So it'll be equally surprising if they go above 8.
We've seen some meme kind of ideas here. Some people have written like 9:59 or something as well. So I wouldn't rule that out. But
What happens if they have the exact same bid?
Then I think they have to bid again.
I'm assuming, yeah,
This-
that should be the logical, next
This
step.
happened in COB. That's how I know. This happened. No? In that- yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, both the players are rebidding because we kind of made that public then.
Yes. Apparently, our commentary made it
Commentary.
public. What was the first bid for Benjamin Bok? And we see rebids. And we did see Vidit also hide his bid. Ki bhai,
Yeah.
फिर से नहीं दिखाएंगे.
बिल्कुल स्कूल की याद आ गई मुझे, but I think this bit is much more valuable. And as we talked about, कि वो, I think color की choice है. Is somebody comfortable with white? Is somebody comfortable with black? That dictates कितना वो लो जाने के लिए ready है, right? So at the end, if somebody is comfortable with 10 minutes, I'll take 10 minutes.
And I think finally we are going to have the reveal of the bids right now. Both the cards have been handed over to the arbiter. The player with the lower bid will start with the black pieces, needing only a draw to get set 1. The player with the white pieces who loses the bid will have to win on demand. Keeping the mysteries, Avan. Avan, tell us, we are waiting.
Who do you think arbiter is talking to?
The arbiter is on call with the team, the technical team, working online at the event so that the pieces are set the right way for both these players. As we wait to find out what were the final bids.
Ooh, really curious about this actually.
Beat दिखाएगा ना अभी?
Yeah, we need a reveal. We need a bid reveal.
Ah,
right?
so boom.
We need a bid reveal.
Very interesting. And of course, set 1 is all to play for because whoever takes the lead will have huge chances to win this match overall. We have 3 sets in total, but the guy who wins the first one will be in the lead at this match.
I want them, once they have the bids, to show the bids to the audience.
Yeah.
I feel that has to be done. Once the arbiter has both cards in the hands and the players have submitted it, we need that to happen.
True. By the way, I think opening के expect कर सकते हैं. Do you expect both the players to stick to what they usually play in the first 2 games?
Ooh, or do they have a different preparation and a different mindset कि भाई ये match अगर Armageddon में गया तो
कुछ तो plan होगा ही. But I think it also depends on heart rate and other.
And look at that. With it, he's checking his end game from the last game. He's like, how did I let this slip? And even after blundering upon, how could I have held this position? Look at this, what we've got right now. This was the moment that Vidit dropped that A pawn at the end of it and then went on to lose on the other side.
But is this good that he's going through that right now?
I think he's also waiting for the screens to reset for the next game. As we see, the arbiter is on call. The position will pop up. We will know the player that starts with black.
I think the bids are coming in.
Oh, it will come on screen. I think arbiter has called a call center and he's on hold.
The usual story.
Yes.
As it continues, here we are at the India Rising Road to EWC, powered by BASF right now. And the first set has gone down to the wire. We've got the Armageddon on as we wait for the bid reveal. You can run, but you can't hide because eventually the Armageddon will decide who takes the first set.
So we'll find out in 15 minutes. Yeah.
We are waiting for liftoff, by the way. And by the way, the bids were quite interesting. We just have them. The game, I think, has just
And
begun.
we've got the bids in. It is Vidit Gujrathi who bid for 6.5 minutes.
Yeah.
We see that.
You know the exact number?
What was
Benjamin
it?
bid 10 minutes.
He
And
wanted the
Vidit
white
was
pieces.
640.
Which means that Vidit would have got black pieces had he bid for 9.59.
Oh.
He has just lost 3.5 minutes for no reason. Benjamin Bok, he really bid for 10 minutes?
Yes, and that's a psychological trick also, is right? Because, for example, Vidit is thinking, man, I could have bid, I had 7.5 minutes in my thoughts, right? I could have just bid that, had an extra minute. So let's see how that plays out in real life over the board.
I had a feeling that Vidit would be desperate for the black pieces. But again, as we were talking about, anything below 7 minutes is playing with fire.
Yeah.
And that is a dangerous game to play.
And, position ऐसी है जहां पे फिलहाल के लिए ड्रॉ मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है. It looks like
Draw kahin se nahi dikh raha hai yahan pe. You look at the characteristic, the
okay.
nature of the position.
Okay, by the way, Benjamin chose 6:59 actually,
Yes,
I think. Yeah, not 6:59, so very close.
I would be shocked if he went for 10 minutes because
Yeah.
again, getting the black pieces in the way the games have progressed makes so much sense, right? The positions have been so balanced. But that means that Vidit outbid Benjamin just by a few seconds.
Right.
So mind games there.
Hmm. And by the way, look at the attack building up. Yeah, if you take on E6, the F pawn could capture back. F5 bhi khul sakti hai. By the way, F3 played. So opening up, ranks on the side where you could be potentially weaker. Tanya, who is the one attacking here? Itna clear nahi hai actually.
बहुत ही risky position लग रही है, but I will point out that Benjamin started with 10 minutes base time on the clock, but he needs a win. He needs to win on demand. And this is the kind of position you need, right? Where Vidit's king side is overextended. He's provoked the black pawns to move forward. H5, keeping things consolidated on the G4 square, not allowing white rook to swoop into that G file right now. It's a double-edged game. I think Benjamin, with a must-win situation, this is the kind of start he wants. A game where anything can happen.
Agreed. And it's far away from a draw right now. Vidit, by the way, look at the time difference for the first time in this match.
Yeah.
3 minutes aage Benjamin, complete new situation to be in, yeah?
Must be like unknown territory for Benjamin. But yeah, good. I think probably fair for this set to decide this set.
I'm still thinking about the bids that the players had, right? Both of them going under 7 minutes for their bid. Benjamin Bok keeping it towards the border with 6:59. And then with it falling to the 6.5 mark. But it's coming to bite him right now. He's gone to under 5.5 minutes. And this is a decider game.
Yeah.
Knight to A5 gets a question mark, but that's what happens when you're feeling the pressure on the clock.
When the knight in the corner is dim, as they say, and the bishop...
Knights on the rim.
Yeah,
Are
dim. And I think, kahin na kahin, Benjamin, by the way, I have a question. So now Benjamin's way ahead, right? Almost 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Does he try to use that time to find better moves, or does he try to maintain that time difference?
Has to maintain it.
Yeah.
Has to balance, and that's the tightrope you have to walk on. If he slips away the advantage, then for Vidit, he just has the draw odds on his hands for nothing. But the good thing is that the position is very complicated. By the way, the game started with a 3.5 minute deficit for Vidit, so he's kind of climbed up that ladder. It's now coming closer to the 2-minute deficit mark.
White के look at that king side, by the way. 4 जो files हैं right पे, white के सारे piece almost dark squares पे वहाँ बैठे हुए हैं. And I feel like dark square पे white खेल रहा है, light square पे black खेल रहा है. It's a color battle basically right now. And वो F5 square is crucial. And as we say, black is offering that trade. Tanya, there are so many options there. I could take on G6, I could play the knight to F5, I could keep everything as it is, and that's what they chooses.
You know, this board looks like the population of Australia. Everything is on the east.
दूसरी साइड खाली
पूरा
छोड़ दी गई है.
सिर्फ एक पर्थ है उधर.
अकेला. Bishop वापस आते हुए, by the way, I want to point out the idea. Benjamin Bok का Perth अकेला लग रहा है, but it wants to join the eastern side with D4 at the right moment. You want to break open in the center right now. First, he kicks the queen away after the knight trade. D4 has arrived, taking control of the center right now. This game still 1 for 3 results. Vidit has to dislodge the piece on H4. You want that H pawn to move forward. Knight G6 वापस आते हुए, consolidating E5, also eyeballing the bishop.
Yeah, वो bishop हिलाना नहीं with it, वरना H4 आएगा and bishop could be trapped. It doesn't have any squares, so you want to keep the bishop there for as long as possible. उनका queen side play अच्छा लग रहा है, but वहाँ pieces नहीं है. और king side पे black ने G4 फेंक दिया. I think very complex battle ahead actually. Like no favorites so far.
And the clocks again, Benjamin Bok keeps the advantage there around the 7-minute mark. He's gone into a bit of a think. Not easy to find moves, you know. You don't want to block the center.
Yeah, agreed. And I think Benjamin, of course, knows the stakes of this game as well. He's come back in an epic fashion. I think अंदर से confidence has a boost हो गया. वाला कि भाई मैं कुछ भी कर सकता है भाई आज.
Yeah.
He needs to blast open the board right now with the white pieces. Currently, Benjamin Bok, a win on demand is what he needs. And Vidit needs to forget everything that happened in that game for this set would have been his. He would have been playing set 2 right now
Yeah.
and not fighting for survival in an Armageddon.
Yeah, it will always be on the back of his mind. But कहीं ना कहीं now he's into the game. ऐसा मैंने सुना है कि chess players की nerves होती हैं. But एक बार game चालू होती है ना, then they kind of forget about it. और यहाँ पे तो time है भी नहीं सोचने का, to be honest.
Benjamin needs to speed up. He's losing control on the clock.
It does feel like, and by the way, क्या ही बढ़िया event है तानिया. I think we have two players. One is flown from Netherlands for this. Vidit यहाँ से क्या लेके आए? कितना difference है in terms of the time it took them to get here. But in the play, I think they are matching blow for blow. अब तक मजा आ रहा है.
You can't underestimate a taxi ride in Bombay though. Let me tell you that.
पवई से आया है वो.
So it's pretty comparable. I'll
True,
say
true.
that. But also the narrative that both these players have had in the road to EWC, right? Vidit, a huge favorite when it comes to numbers. You see the ratings, you see their world rankings, but the performance that Benjamin Bok has had, he's taken down India #1 Arjun Aragais. He's taken down Karthikeyan Murali to get here. Two big Grandmaster Slayer. He is the underdog, but he's showing that doesn't matter at all. He's the bracket breaker here. Right now for Vidit Gujrathi, coming back in that game 4 against him. Not only did Benjamin do it in his previous matches, he was down in game 1. Game 1 Harke, taking it to that final battle, taking Vidit down. Benjamin is not making it easy for the home favorite.
Agreed, indeed. And I think the game is sharpening up again. We have a couple of trades. I think G4 pawn mara gaya tha. And both the players now still thinking it is extremely tough, nervy stuff, because the advantage clock ki thi, वो बोलते हैं ना, evaporate हो चुकी है, to be honest. Now if I asked you कि भाई कितना lead था starting में, you would not be able to figure out कि भाई 3-3.5 मिनट आगे था Benjamin.
Yes. अरे मैं एक चीज बता रहा हूँ कि all the commentators are always saying when the players are not making a move on time कि time जा रहा है, but उनको पता है ये, उनको कुछ मिल नहीं रहा है.
Agreed.
मेरे से I have experienced this when Sagar Shah has been that he's not moving. I'm like
कि move तो देखे कुछ खेलने को.
मेरे को move ही नहीं मिल रहा है, तो मैं क्या करूं?
Or this is what happens जब move नहीं मिलता है. You start making questionable decisions right now. F6 played, pawn move super committal. थोड़ा और weak squares create करते हुए right now. And after F6, how can white try to improve the position? You don't want to play D5, blocking the position right now.
This is feeling कि optically black का king weak लग रहा है. Like मतलब उसका जो pawn है, वो ज़्यादा आगे चला गया लड़ने. वो अगर हमने border movie देखी कि सुनील शेट्टी अकेला आगे चला जाता है, वैसे ही वो pawn आगे जा चुका है. And कहीं ना कहीं if the position opens up, then the black king is gonna get destroyed. So मुझे लग रहा है कि practically बार लगभग बराबर है. I feel like
अगर नहीं है Sahil, there is a move in the position. F6 was a mistake, and this is Benjamin's chance to pounce on it. But वो move क्या है? You're pointing out the bishop, the light squared bishop as a key defender. How can white get rid of that piece?
Oh, bishop A2, Tanya. And if you take the bishop, then the G4 pawn is hanging, and I can play an intermediate move check. And suddenly जो defensive structure है वो collapse हो रहा है.
Unbelievable. But he doesn't find it. Bishop की move चली गई है, but दूसरी तरफ he wants to get to the G4 pawn, but he's chosen a different path. Benjamin Bok, he played bishop C2. He's come back to D1, attacking G4. Now with it back in control. Not only in control, he's taking over. The rooks are ready to double up on the H file.
बिल्कुल, and queen भी join कर सकती है. H2 pawn could be a huge weakness. वो pawn अगर मर गया suddenly Tanya, then black takes over, and you can see the bar switch. Bar हल्का सा ही जा चुका है.
Absolutely. Ideas of rook h4, queen h5, rook h8 on the board in the air right now. You can even play it slowly. What Benjamin is setting up is to get his rook to g3. By the way, step 1, खेला गया है by Vidit.
Oh, भाई, time देखो भाई. Benjamin is 3 minutes 4 seconds now. Vidit Gujrathi up on the clock by a whisker. Can he finish this off? Because पता अगर वो जीत गए ना set, I feel like वो सब भूल जाएंगे क्या हुआ था वो.
Yeah. You just remember the last result.
But this has already been such a gift for Benjamin. The fact that he's fighting this Armageddon, absolutely unbelievable scenes here at the arena. H3, a very committal move here.
Wow.
And let's point out, agar ye game draw hoti hai, Vidit still takes the match.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, that move is crazy because अगर आप मारते हो,
हाँ.
तो rook g3 पे रानी मर रही है हमारी. Like that's a pin on the queen.
Wow.
What a
And-
tactic.
Benjamin Bok sets it up, but with it, he just simply continues with the plan, doubles up on the h file, cannot take that pawn on g4 with the pawn rook h1, checkmate hoti.
Oh, that would be a surprising finish. Not the first one we've seen today, but देखते हैं क्या होगा. And पूरा pressure of उस g4 and king हटता है, कहता है मुझे यहाँ से बाहर निकालो.
Okay.
He's done it, and look at what Benjamin is doing. He's lined up pressure on g4. Now he's lined up pressure on the f pawn. The black queen feeling a bit overloaded, defending all these pawns.
भाई किंग को लगता है ऑल द वे जाना पड़ेगा. अब इतना आ गया तो पूरा ही ले लेते हैं. किंग e7, किंग d8, जितना दूर. And he plays king e7, yeah, on the board.
Going for that idea, step by step, getting the king to safety to the other end of the world right now. Ab black ka king Perth jate hue.
This is like a migration happening.
And now what does white do? You know, Tanya, at the right moment, मैं queen side break कर दूंगा इस white, like a5 से कुछ खेल दूंगा ताकि king वहाँ भी safe ना रहे.
And it's now Vidit with extra time on the clock. He's got more time than his opponent right now. Trades on g4 by Benjamin Bok, but that doesn't help the case. You can't take it with the queen if you're Vidit Gujrathi. f6 is tender right now. So currently, white has an extra pawn. And now he doubles down it with the rook. Rook takes pawn threat karte hue. A trade at the center of the board. Vidit just needs to capture that g4 pawn with the rook. You have to be a little careful with what you take back this central pawn जो खेला गया है. D pawn से मारोगे तो white की queen check देते हुए c5 पे.
Tanya, this is tough, right? Practically, when you look at the king on e7, कहीं ना कहीं अगर rook g4 already होता, the white queen would have less freedom, as you pointed out. अभी के लिए I have queen c5 check. तो ये it's not easy for black to find all these moves.
And the check has come on the board. You can't take the pawn on f2 because there are counter checks that black has set up on e3. किसका king ज़्यादा unsafe है is the question.
White के पास दो pawn है, वो मतलब thank God वो prayer लिख रहा है भाई, वो दो pawn मेरे सामने है अभी. But the black king right now suffering, and time is gonna play a role again. Look at the clock.
It's 6 versus 5 on the pawn, but the clock situation and the board situation, in fact, right now for Vidit, the highest heart rate that we've seen on him, touching 150. If you take queen takes pawn, if you're Benjamin Bok, Vidit has an immediate instant draw. The queen drops to e3 with a check. We'll give diagonal checks on c1, e3, c1, e3, and white will be left helpless. So Benjamin Bok, in a must-win situation, has to play a less objective move.
Tanya, rook d1 played by Benjamin, but what does that move do? It's not threatening anything, and now black has the initiative if he finds queen 2 h6, threatening rook h1 check.
Is it the only move is the big question
It's
right
the
now.
only move. He plays rook g4 though.
But I like this move because you're also hitting the g2 pawn. A very practical, quick decision here taken by Vidit right now. Rook takes pawn. He blunders it.
What?
Rook takes pawn coming with a check.
What? There is no way that happened.
Vidit Gujrathi needs only a draw, but he's about to win this one.
Oh my god.
And suddenly, which is the weaker king is answered. It is white's king, and he's captured on g2. A huge check.
And the black queen about to step up on the board, giving checks to that white king. That will be game over. That will be set over. Vidit Gujrathi first runs with his own king to safety.
You will not believe it. King f7 was the best move in the position. Crazy intuition there by Vidit Gujrathi, saving the king first, stopping the check. And now if the queen goes, I will have other checks possible.
And Vidit's king is safe, but Benjamin's king is about to go down with no pawn shelter in front of it. He goes a check, but it's only a check. The rook and queen completely coordinated
Oh,
for
that's
white.
a blunder by Vidit. King e6 was the move, and now rook d8, only move played. Benjamin is back. It's a twist again.
And rook g8 is a massive threat, winning the
Wow.
queen, forcing it back, and now Benjamin is winning.
Oh,
Oh my
no.
goodness.
Oh,
He's
no.
winning. Queen c-
It's a checkmate
He's
right here.
winning.
And look at Benjamin. He leans forward. He knows it. He's back in the game. Black's queen cannot give any checks in the position. The rook is hanging.
But the time is a factor still. Look at the heart rate. Look at the clock.
But there's
Anything can-
checkmate on the board, Sahil.
Ooh.
You are threatening checkmate on the board. And Vidit knows it. Look at him trying to find a defense, but none exists here.
What a comeback! What a comeback by Benjamin Bok, coming back from the claws of defeat, man. He's winning this game.
And the threat is to give a check with the rook on f8, a check with the queen on c7, or a check on the queen on f8, depending on what
Wow.
black will play. But the destination is the same. Vidit Gujrathi's king is about to go down.
His time is also about to go down. He's been thinking for 30 seconds or so for this move. This is
Queen takes c7 would win on the spot here if it is white to play. Queen takes pawn is game over. Vidit goes on thinking 15 seconds, but the clock is not his biggest problem.
13, 12.
Benjamin Bok is about to take set 1.
8 seconds for Vidit. He needs to play now. He plays rook c2.
Queen takes pawn. Queen takes pawn is game over. He gives a check on d5, equally strong. The king goes to the g file. You give a check on g8, you win the queen. He's about to win the queen. He's done it.
Wow.
And now 30 seconds with it with 3 seconds on the clock. Down a queen.
Man.
Loses the rook. And is about to lose the set.
Wow. What
That's
a comeback there. What a comeback by Benjamin Bok.
My
Cannot
goodness.
believe that.
Wow.
I mean, fully deserving a standing ovation there, man. What a match there. Epic comeback. And he takes set 1.
This is called a comeback story. You lose round 1. You are surviving every round of the way.
My God.
Final round, you make a comeback in your set. Momentum goes towards you, and then you strike in an absolutely crazy Armageddon.
Oh
So
man, look
good.
at Vidit. Look at Vidit. He's still sitting at the board. He's thinking, where did he go wrong? This match is so. Look at him.
Because this would just mean so much for Vidit Gujrathi to book a spot in the EWC and so close, getting that first win in, having that fourth game completely under control. He gifted set 1 to Benjamin.
Oh my God.
You know, it reminds me of when you're sharing a treat with your sibling, and then
Yeah.
you can smell the dish, but then they seal it for you and you eat it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't get to taste the dish. You could smell it. It was right there.
Right.
A drawn rook endgame, equal number of pawns. Most professional players would draw in that position in a
Yeah,
classical game.
yeah,
But yeah, increment nahi tha. Benjamin kept fighting. He won that game. And in this game as well, what a comeback.
Unreal. It's great for a neutral, but mood is a slightly down in this arena.
I don't think anyone is hiding the fact that everybody
Yeah.
who is here in
Yeah.
the arena of India Rising is cheering for Vidit Gujrathi right now.
Yes.
He is the homeboy favorite.
Yeah,
He is
yeah.
everyone's favorite here. For Benjamin Bok, you have to give full credit to him to fight
Agreed.
back, to come right back into it.
Yeah.
And now, what a twist. This is like a full Bollywood masala
Full,
movie
full
going on.
in fact, Bollywood less predictable nowadays.
Agreed. And Bollywood में dialogue था, जो हारे हुए बाजी को जीतने वाले को ही बाजीगर कहते हैं. And this is the perfect ramp for it to kind of show us all a comeback and get the crowd cheering. But you cannot take anything away from Benjamin Bok.
What a-
man. What
What a great
comeback.
performance. Yeah, love it, love it. You love to see it just when the opponent is different nationality. But I'm excited for the second game now because now Benjamin has a lot to lose. Because earlier he had nothing to lose. And now he has a lot to lose. And now Vidit must be a little like freed up, liberated now. Like, he has to just go for it. So,
It's such a mind battle,
Yeah,
right? For
yeah.
Vidit to firstly forget everything that's happened in set 1,
yeah.
to know that he could have been the one in the lead. Now he's the one trailing.
Yeah.
He knows that the crowd wants him. Meanwhile, इनको तो फर्क ही नहीं पड़ा है. They are so engrossed in the chess in their own
I would like to reiterate it again as a father that this tournament's real winner is all the parents who has a free Saturday because the kids are playing chess.
You know, I think ये match हमारा भी heart जैसे pump होना start हो
हाँ.
गया था. I wish we had a heart rate monitor for us.
But you know,
But I think maybe this is the perfect time to take a very, very short break. Players थोड़ा काम हो रहे हैं, हम भी काम होते हैं.
Yes.
And we'll be back on the other side after a very, very short break.
crazy. हाँ? ओह अच्छा मेरे को नहीं.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I'm Vidit Gujrathi. I was staying in Nasik for most of my life. Now I live in Mumbai. I am part of the Indian chess team. My peak world rank was 10. I became a grandmaster at the age of 18, but I think by today's standards that's late. Funnily enough, actually, when I became grandmaster, I became by playing Counter-Strike. Because one of my problems was I used to choke under pressure back then, because I was looking forward to becoming grandmaster. But there was one tournament I was like, chuck it. I was playing Counter-Strike in the night, and that just helped me take my mind somewhere else, distract myself, and I could just play freely the next day. So I started playing chess at the age of 6, and I haven't looked back since then. So a lot of my identity is associated with chess, and I became grandmaster at the age of 18, and now I'm 31. And representing India at the global level for I think last 12 years or so, playing in the Indian squad. And I've been doing this pretty much full time. It started off as a hobby, but I got so engrossed that I kept playing chess as a profession. If I have to give an analogy of, let's say, cricket, I would say a modern version of Rahul Dravid in a way, because I am well prepared. I try to play solid chess, but when push comes to shove, I can also become very aggressive. So, but that's not my natural instinct. I'm more of a controlled player, but when time requires, I can also, come forward in the crease and try to hit some sixes. Oh, recovering from a tough loss is always harder. Like, losing hurts way more than the pleasure of winning, It just stings a lot. And that's why I started actually playing chess. That was one of the reasons I was so motivated. I didn't want to lose. I was so competitive. I think someone should invent that. I really don't. I'm looking for that reset button. There are many ways. Sometimes I just like to distract myself completely, like forget about the tournament or try to forget it. You can never forget. And that is by engaging your mind somewhere else. Sometimes I even go online and play more chess to rub off that loss, sometimes just spending time with family. But I have not found the magical reset button. Like, I don't think it exists. As a competitive player, it goes on in your mind. It's always there. When I hear India Rising Road to EWC, I think it gives me another chance to represent India, and that too in such a fresh format with a new audience, new type of chess. And that's very exciting. Benjamin is very a serious player, and he is well prepared. So definitely not an easy opponent. And he has been taking online tournaments seriously. He has been preparing for it, so he's used to that. I feel like in general I have a good score against him. like we have played multiple times, and my style I think has worked well against him. So in general, I feel like I'm a stronger player, and tomorrow I just have to play the best chess that I can. At EWC, they'll probably see the 3.0 version of me, which is very different, very unique, and something they have not seen me do.
So I'm Benjamin Bok, I'm a grandmaster from the Netherlands. These days I'm not as active anymore in classical chess, but I still play a lot of online rapid and blitz tournaments, in which I've been doing fairly well, I'd say. I feel like I'm not at the very top, but I feel like I'm not too far away from that, so obviously this tournament here is a big opportunity to try to make it to the highest stage. Yeah, my dad told me the game when I was around 6, but I joined a chess club in my local town a few years later, so I started out there, and then shortly after that I started playing in tournaments, and I won the Dutch championship for the first time in my age category when I was 10, so I'd say that's when chess really became more serious for me. Well, I would have loved to be a soccer athlete and be at the World Cup right now, but that ship has sailed at this point. Of course, it's a dream to compete in the EWC, but I've never been this close. So this event, the ride has been pretty good. I mean, when I signed up for the Swiss portion of India Rising, I thought I would have a pretty good chance of making it to the knockouts, and then I did. And then in the quarterfinals, I saw I was facing Partikian, obviously a very strong player, but I thought I had a pretty good chance to beat him. But then I saw if I beat him, I would probably be up against Arjun, and I knew that that would be a very tough match. And honestly, he's definitely clearly a favorite in that one, but I managed to beat him, which also surprised myself. And now all of a sudden, I'm very close. So this is obviously a big opportunity against Vidit, who is also a very strong player, but yeah, even though he's very strong, I do believe I can beat him. Yeah, I think it's a great development for chess. Online classical chess has been around for a long time, but I feel like it's hard to sell classical chess as a product to the masses, because they might watch a game and then somebody spending a lot of time on just one move, and to the audience it seems like just nothing is happening. Of course, we know in the player's heads a lot is happening, but I feel like it's hard to sell as a product, whereas I feel like especially rapid, I feel like is a very good balance between action and it's still being digestible. When I show blitz games to people who are still starting out, for them it goes a little bit too fast. But I feel like rapid strikes the perfect balance. And yeah, I also enjoy it as well. The games are a lot faster. You don't have to overthink every decision. Like in classical chess, you have to think a little bit deeper perhaps, which of course also has its own beauty. But I think it's great that online rapid and blitz and these fast formats are on the rise, and I think it definitely has a lot of potential for chess. When I hear India Rising, road to EWC, it means a huge opportunity to me. Yeah, it would be huge for my career. I've never played at that stage. I feel like I've been not too far off on some occasions, but it would definitely be the biggest success of my career. Yes, what makes it different is that it is online on computers, but it is in person. So that is very special, because for a long time chess was only played over the board, then came online chess, but online chess on location is still something that only happens to very special finals. So off the chessboard, he's a very nice guy who I've known for many years. I actually played him the first time in 2008 at the World Youth Championship that he went on to win. He beat me in that game, so it would be nice to take revenge for that. But yeah, like I said, he's a great rival, he's a great guy, but obviously tomorrow we'll be fighting on the chessboard. My road to EWC will be successful if I beat Vidit. This is Benjamin Bok, and my road to EWC starts here.
I can't hear.
We are back. What a set one that was. India Rising is proving to be a treat in this Mumbai monsoon. Tanya, Anirban, welcome back.
Yes.
I feel like, मेरा heart अभी काम नहीं हुआ है. So I would love to match that soon. But players कैसा feel कर रहे होंगे? What do you think?
The things have really heated up over here because I crossed with it in the common washroom.
Oh.
Okay,
I'm
and
just glad that you're still here with us.
yes,
then.
yes, yes. He was like, yeah, I was thinking, should I like say hi? But he was in his own zone and really annoyed.
Yes.
It looked, and yeah. So I just obviously let him be, and
I mean, Benjamin Bok on our screen there, he's a guy who completely flipped the script in set one. It was all set to go to Vidit. Vidit had done everything right.
yeah,
Even going into that final game, a controlled performance with the black pieces, till it all turned around. First, a pawn blunder, then a second pawn blunder, and game over. Then a completely wild Armageddon, and it was Benjamin Bok who took that. He's taken set one, he's taken down Arjun Aragaisi, he's taken down Karthikeyan and Murli here.
yeah.
You know, it looks like he's turning the qualifier run into a ticket in Paris right now.
Wow.
Agreed. And he could just win set 2 and end this.
Yeah.
Like this
yeah.
could be over if he wins the next set. And he could be just 3 games away potentially
Yes.
from his spot at the EWC. I mean, that could be historic for him, yeah?
And everybody expected that Vidit would be in this position.
Yeah.
And we would like, go home quicker. But now, oh man. But it's great. It's great to be set up for the second game like this.
We've got a match on our hands,
Yeah.
and Vidit has to bounce back now.
Yeah.
It is on Vidit Gujrathi to try to get that set 2. But there are some good takeaways for Vidit, right? He did have a solid performance. Even the Armageddon was just anyone's Armageddon. It was absolutely wild. He wasn't outplayed in any of the games.
Agreed. Chess-wise, things went well. I think that's the final few, last couple of games, in time pressure, he took it a bit
4,
lightly.
3, 2, 1, and game 1 of set 2. We are off.
All right.
Wow, the game is gonna begin soon, and once the moves come in, the players will start, Okay, 160 heartbeat for Benjamin Bok, my prediction. Oh, there it is. What a prediction,
wow,
man.
Wow, you should be a doctor.
Wow. And meanwhile, Vidit Gujrathi is thinking, while we try to get you the moves very soon.
It's so important for Vidit to also just calm himself down, to have a reset right now. You could see it on him. You didn't even need to look at the scoreline to understand how the set 1 played out right there. At the end of it, he couldn't move from his chair.
Yeah,
The emotions were all on display
Yeah,
right there.
yeah.
Also, the way things have gone in the last 1 year for Vidit, a spot at the EWC will mean everything. It's a $1.5 million tournament played amongst the very best in the world, including world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. You've got the biggest esports orgs right there, the biggest teams in the world. So much on the line. You become an esport athlete if you make it to Paris.
Agreed, and Vidit has known to win these big events, right? Candidates he qualified, got a shot at the World Championship. Nobody expected him to do that, and now here he is. Nobody expected him to get here, but he is here. He's battling it out. Bas nerves control karne
He's still not out of it, obviously. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we have the
Meanwhile, the
position in front of
action
us.
is on. By the way, once again, we've got an extra pawn for Benjamin Bok. It's 6 versus 5, and we'll see the bishop that's about to be picked up right now. But a pawn structure that's not ideal for white. King safety will be in question, and it looks like Vidit will be first to the g file. Pawn takes bishop. I'm expecting a king slide, the rook slide, giving a check on the g file. He first attacks the rook on a1. The only way to stop the pressure is blocking it with your knight, but this leaves the d2 pawn tender.
दोनों किंग्स जी फाइल में ना ऐसे मस्त दोनों king h1 king h8 साइड स्टेप कर जाएंगे जल्दी से because otherwise this could end very quickly. The g file could be a means of attack.
Yeah, I didn't expect to see this position this quickly.
And this is an opening that comes out of the Italian opening right now, where black does sacrifice pawns for piece play. That's what Vidit's done. But I do like the speed with which he's playing. It does have the feeling that he's gone into this confident playing for initiative, left behind what's happened in set 1. He's still putting the pressure on the clock. D2 attack pe hai, but the reason he's not rushing with queen takes pawn is because knight would have jumped to the center of the square and center of the board and then hit the black queen. So not allowing any of that. Vidit plants the queen on d3, now threatening the knight on c3. Also a check from g6. Also the pawn on f3. Lot of threats for Vidit Gujrathi here.
ब्लैक का पॉन स्ट्रक्चर ना ऐसे देखने में लग रहा है कि ऐसा आर्ट है जो मेरे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, लेकिन कैसे है
मॉडर्न आर्ट कहते हैं इसको, मॉडर्न चेस कहते हैं इसको.
ऐसे डबल पॉन्स ऐसे वीक पॉन्स लग रहे हैं. एंड बाय द वे pawn to f4
It's a
seems to be
massive blunder.
yes, and Vidit Gujrathi
Oh no.
can ignore that bishop and he plays the best move, king h8. What a find in this position, and now he's completely winning.
You take the bishop, the rook slides over, gives the check on the g5. White's king forced to the corner of the board. The queen will slide over and deliver checkmate on f3. Pawn takes bishop, you can't pick it up, and that's a power move by a chess player. You know, you make king h8, you get the brilliance, you take a sip of the water, and you're telling your opponent, GG's.
And what's the defense? I don't see one. There is no defense. I think he's going to at least lose his queen here. Queen g3 खेलना पड़ेगा at some point to defend this, because light square is black control में है. White king is all alone on g1. वो f4 was incredibly weakening.
Such a sneaky queen move by Vidit. Queen to d3, provoking. कि आओ मेरे bishop की तरफ, play f4, and only then a slide shift with the king. Now threatening a checkmate in 2 or about to go down a queen is Benjamin Bok.
And this is exactly what Vidit needed, Anirban, I think, because एक quick win ना आपका मोजो बढ़िया कर देती है. अगर time pressure में आते हैं ना, suddenly फिर से वही nerves आती है. You're like, okay, I could win this quickly. एक point आ गया. Set 2, I'm the favorite now.
Then confidence will be 160.
Heart rate maintain कर रहे हो, but confidence through the roof हो जाएगा in 16 moves. Black Vidit Gujrathi with the black pieces. Absolute domination right now. And Benjamin Bok can have 1 hour on the clock, but the outcome will not change. Because it's such a clear path. Rook aa raha hai g8 pe, queen aa rahi hai f3 pe. Bok will be forced to give up his queen.
And want to highlight, Vidit's accuracy in this game is 100% so far. मतलब इंडिया का कोई भी कॉलेज हो वहां एडमिशन मिल सकता है. पेरेंट्स आर प्राउड. सो विदित इज वेरी वेरी हैप्पी विद व्हाट ही हैज राइट नाउ.
भाई कॉलेज की एडमिशन का पता नहीं, पर पेरिस की एडमिशन चाहिए विदित गुजराती को राइट नाउ. एंड डाउन द फर्स्ट सेट, आई थिंक विनिंग दिस फर्स्ट गेम विद ब्लैक विल, लाइक हाउ यू सेड Anirban, just get that confidence through the stratosphere for Vidit, and that's exactly what he needs after what happened in the Armageddon. Rook check, queen check, game over is being threatened.
Yeah, and you can see by the time Benjamin is taking, there is simply no solution to this problem, you know. And I think king h1 आना चाहिए था पहले. Maybe he should have played it preemptively. पहले ही king को h1 रख दो at the right moment. थोड़ा relax हो गए. Maybe he was a bit more comfortable. Underestimated with its position and potential, and एक brilliancy के साथ king की चाल के साथ जीतने में अलग ही मजा है.
तो इसमें what does he play, like f3?
Well, f3 might be the only way to keep the game going for just a little bit longer. You want to try to at least get that square under control. I'm expecting that black gives a check on the g file. Agar king corner mein jayega, you have ideas like queen takes pawn, threatening a mate on g2, knight on c3 will be hanging. No matter what Benjamin plays, he will end up either losing his king or big material. f3 might be the only way to at least keep the queen alive.
Yeah, and he tries queen h5 instead, I think, which is also controlling the f3 square. At least वो mate तो रोक दी मैंने अभी के लिए. But check के बाद अब वो f4 pawn hanging है. So it feels like it's not, he's delayed the inevitable, but it's going to happen anyways.
It's happening.
Check diya gaya hai. King will slide over to the only square possible right now. And now simply grab that pawn on f4, keeping all the attacking ideas on the board. d2 hanging hai. The light squares around the white king super weak. Benjamin Bok in massive trouble.
And you know, ये जो chess का जो बार है ना, जो left में बार चल रहा है, this is like a great invention. Without looking at the board, expressions क्या है players के, instantly we understand why black ज़्यादा दिख रहा है, मतलब black is completely winning. And it's such a great invention. And now bishop f4 के बाद विदित को बस आराम से clinical chess खेलना है. Time पे almost 3 मिनट आ गए हैं, and he could take the lead in this very important must-win set 2.
But I want to point out that the material balance is still there. Vidit doesn't have a material advantage. He just has a very strong attacking position right now. So he still has to put the finishing touches here. He needs to get the ball at the back of the net.
True, indeed. And I think white की queen अकेली attack कर रही है. मतलब she is, बाकी लोग कहाँ हैं? भाई कोई support तो करो, but है ही नहीं कोई attacking piece. सारे knight passive on the queen side, rook passive on f1. There is no active plan for white to create counterplay. So Benjamin is just sitting there. His king is sitting duck. कभी भी check आ जाएगी, it's mate.
वो डबल कर सकता है रूक और हाँ.
G file pe. That's a great plan. Vidit looks like, you know, they say 3 is the magic number for an attack. Vidit already has it. Queen hai, bishop hai, rook hai. And you're attacking the d2 pawn. One thing that Benjamin might want to do is trade queens off the board. I would be very tempted to get my queen back, jo lone queen hai, jiska koi assist nahi hai, get it back to e2, try to get the queens off the board. If black slides over to try to attack the h2 weakness, I have the move f3, keeping the second rank under control. So
Yep.
queen e2 would be a very attractive choice for me in this position.
I love that. And you know, Benjamin कैसे यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं? By dragging the game as long as possible. बस game over now. Just keep it going for as long as possible. And मौका आएगा. जितना pressure में, time pressure में जाएंगे, Vidit and वो खुद मौका मिलेगा. So just drag the game coolly to great suggestion.
And Benjamin,
Oh, he played it.
it's the most human move in the position. You know, when your king is feeling the pressure, क्या चाहते हो? यार trade कर लो, जितना liquidate कर लो, go into an endgame as quickly as possible. I'm expecting Vidit to slide his queen to h3, threaten a checkmate in 1. If you trade the queens, Vidit का जो pawn structure है, इतनी ज़्यादा weaknesses हैं कि मुझे लग रहा है white के पास काफी ज़्यादा compensation होएगा for that d2 pawn.
Absolutely. I mean, that would be a dream position for Benjamin Bok. Like, वो खुद लिख नहीं सकते वो इतनी बढ़िया position from this what he has right now. So queen h3 would be an automatic move. Maybe queen g6 also you might consider, but queen h3 इतना simple है, right? Milton one threading कर रहे हो, let's play that move.
And on the board, instantly reply किया गया है. The only way to defend against that threat of queen takes pawn checkmate. F pawn आगे बढ़ाते हुए, queen laterally now defending that pawn in front of the white king. Vidit के पास अब time है. Anirban, a plan you mentioned, you could double up the rooks. You could also bring your rook on the open central files right now. Attack the white queen, attack the white pawn on d2. Plenty of healthy choices here, plus up on the clock. I think the curse of the first game continues for Benjamin Bok.
You know, ये लग रहा है Armageddon. इतना time difference है कि भाई यहाँ पर Armageddon हुआ था. तो I think like Benjamin doesn't really have something positive to look forward to in this game. Both the position and the time is kind of not looking great for him. कहाँ से कोई counter play, कुछ trap, कुछ दिख रहा है तान्या यहाँ पे कि कुछ okay I can go for this plan. At least the game is gonna last long enough, and then I could have a threat maybe 5 moves down in.
I actually think that time is of the essence for Vidit. Imagine if white gets a few moves, आप रुक g1 आके रुक straight कर लेते हो, अपना knight e4 पे आके consolidate कर लेते हो. You know, if you can get the queens off the board, rook g1, trade the rooks, get queen g2. There are things to fight for here. It's not as easy. So Vidit has to play with momentum. He has to play with energy. Rook moving, attacking the queen, so not allowing a trade on the g file currently.
Wow, there are some crazy tactics, by the way.
Wow.
Vidit could just take the pawn on h2, by the way, once we have the board in front of us. And he could just take everything, play rook e5.
Oh, he's doubling the rooks.
He's not only doubling the rook, a rook lift खेला गया है with Anirban's idea, but also rook h5 पे आने वाला है. He's going to triple down on that h2 pawn. And Sahil, I think I know what you wanted. Vidit had a trick up his sleeve. He could have actually sacrificed on that h2 pawn on the previous moves, and there were checkmating ideas on the white king being in the kill zone.
But he chose a safe option. Very smart. Save time on the clock. Put Benjamin under pressure. Now Benjamin thinking, how do I save the h2 pawn? There is no way. There is no way to save that pawn. The best he has to do is find a way कि भाई pawn trade हो तो queen भी trade हो जाए. That's the best he can hope for. But you can see him, he's not happy with what he has in front of his screen right now.
Might be time to try to go on the counter offense as we get a side eye there by Benjamin Bok. Knight ko center of the board pe le aao, knight e4, hitting the rook, hitting the pawn. I'm not sure if Vidit will have time to plant the rook on the h file. f6 काफी ज़्यादा tender है black के लिए at this moment. Benjamin Bok now touching the 2.5 minute mark, and the problems on the board continue.
Yeah, you see, he's not happy. He's not happy at all. Set 1, a convincing fashion में comeback किया था. Set 2, Vidit again takes the lead, hopefully at this point. But the rook's looking active, bishop looking active. Every single piece of black is just better.
Comes back with the knight instead, a different route, but this allows the tactical trick that you earlier mentioned, right? The white queen is overloaded. You could now give up your queen and the bishop on the h2 square and pick up the knight on e2.
But do you think Vidit wants to enter a rook endgame now? I feel like that has some traumatic memory attached to it now. So maybe he might refrain from it.
He'll go for it. Vidit he's a beast in endgames. What happened in that was an anomaly. It was a glitch in the matrix. What happened? He's done it.
Yeah,
he goes
he's
for
done
it.
it.
Queen takes bishop. Queens will get traded. Rook takes knight comes with a check. You could also pick up the second pawn on the board. And 5 versus 3. Vidit now with a winning rook pawn endgame.
Yeah, and I think this should be simple. He takes the pawn, which is, okay, apparently a minor error, but I think looks very natural, right? I think you want to grab that pawn. And also the white king is not safe. It feels like it's, of course, the extra pawn, but also like the white king is stuck. Any wrong move, it could be checkmate.
H file pe ek check aayi, and that's game over on the
Khatam.
spot. You know, the other rook's already defending, guarding the king from getting away, and you could decide to just keep your rook on that file if you're Vidit Gujrathi. For Benjamin Bok, he's trying to survive, but it was that one move pawn blunder that he did. You know, when he pushed his pawn forward, weakening his king, and Vidit Gujrathi with very strong play ever since then, now winning endgame. But he has to cash in. He can't let go of this one.
Yeah, he cannot, because if he accidentally lets this one slip after those two games, I mean, I want to see that picture. I don't want to see that picture.
I don't think I doubt this will happen. But there is a thing called commentator's curse.
We've all been there, Anirban. We have seen it play out so many times.
See, if we have commentator's curse, we could actually talk about actual things in the world we don't want.
But only while the game is live.
Exactly, while
Yes.
commentating. So that like, interest rate thoda बढ़ गया है.
Oh, by the way, meanwhile, an inaccuracy by Vidit. So speaking about things slipping, I think he's lost out on some interest in the position as well. Rook d5 khelte hue, allowing the white king escape squares towards the king side.
And also, which is the weaker king? Because if I play rook g1, then rook e1, then rook e8,
Rook G1.
that is checkmate in 3 moves for white. So potentially, like, Benjamin has a plan now. That's already a huge leap from the last position he had.
This Rook G1 and any other check is so dangerous. My goodness.
Ooh.
Talk about
Tricky.
a kill zone for the king.
But time. He has no time in the position. This is tough for Benjamin. This one is very tough.
He's attacking. He comes in with an idea against the c6 pawn though. Rook c1, it's not over this endgame. Vidit is up 2 pawns, but you pointed out attacks against the black king. The black pawns are not very safe right now. The pawn formation very scattered in Vidit's position. Now what Vidit wants to do is he wants to combine the h-pawn moving forward, creating a luft for his own king, breathing space for the black king, and trying to give some checks on the 3rd rank. Stopped by Bok right now. Rook f3, a good defensive resource.
Benjamin सिर्फ अब तेज खेल रहा है. He knows कि भाई यहाँ पे time मेरे favor में नहीं है. Just play quickly, normal, natural moves, which makes sense. And I think that's the right plan here. Because Vidit के ऊपर pressure है ना, उसको निकालना है. When मैं क्यों stress लूँ? आप निकालो, मैं खेल रहा हूँ. Improvements.
And the problem is that Vidit has 2 extra pawns, but it's not easy to convert those passes. Queen side block ho chuki hai.
Yeah.
It's 2 versus 2 on the queen side. Both the extra pawns are on the right flank. Unme se ek, it's a double pawn on the f file. How are you actually making progress as black? The white king doing a beautiful defensive task of stopping the h-pawn from moving forward.
You know, this was war. If this was war, right? Chess is war on the chessboard. I feel like ये pawns के पैर पे चोट लग गई है. Like they cannot run very quickly. So I feel like कहीं ना कहीं there's always hope.
I'll take it.
There's always some hope.
हाँ.
And king comes to g6 out. So activating the piece, great idea, because उसके बाद कोई mating ideas खत्म हो गए white के लिए. And now the king can sit comfortably on the f5 square. So with it slowly consolidating this game.
But slow consolidation isn't enough. You have to cash in at some point. How are you going to start going for the f4 pawn at the right moment? He first tries to get rid of one of the 2 rooks, and this is a great way to play this endgame. 2 rooks gives the defensive side the opportunity to create counterplay.
Yes.
So wo hi le lo pehle to. Gives a check, forces a trade. The white king, will it step forward? He first exchanges the rooks off the board, then moves ahead. Rook comes back to defend the pawns.
You know, it feels like Benjamin is also kind of given up on this one. He has no time on the clock. He's playing a bit slowly. Okay, now playing a6 with it, just kind of putting back the pressure. What does white do? There are no clear improvements, right? Black has so many. King f5. I can move the king, give a check, pick up b3. Double pawns make it tricky, but white's... Yeah, rook e4. I'm not sure what that does.
He's trying to activate his rook right now, but where is that king going? I think a6 was a very strong move by Vidit because now this pawn cannot be attacked. White ka rook has no infiltration squares. e6 control hai. So a6 pawn safe hai. No passes, no counterplay. And there we see Benjamin. You know, he's got a shake of his head. 36 seconds on the clock. 2 pawns down currently in this endgame. Vidit locked in.
He had a slight look at Vidit also right now.
भाई आजकल कोई भी स्पोर्ट हो ना लास्ट तक ही जाता है मतलब यू नो
हाँ,
यू थिंक
हाँ,
ये गाय जितना जीत रहा है फिर
हाँ,
ये जीत रहा है वो जीत रहा है
हाँ।
लास्ट तक ही जाता है तो ये ऐसा ही कुछ यहाँ पे एक्सपेक्टेशन बन रही है
आई थिंक स्पोर्ट्स में अभी इतना इमोशंस अफेक्ट करता है ना रिजल्ट्स को नर्व्स और
हाँ
ये so I think sports people are the only people who can confidently say that AI cannot replace us.
Our jobs are safe.
by the way exchange
And
is
I
on the
think
board
that's a great point because sports and especially chess remains alive because it's played by humans. It's
Yeah,
played
yeah.
by people with a heartbeat. And
Yeah.
that's what affects the results
Yes,
on the board.
yes.
Rook a3 now, aate hue, attacking the a5 pawn. And
wait
what
Bok
Vidit
is 6 seconds 5 seconds I think
make a move.
what he has to play now it's over yeah
Benjamin Bok needs to
It's
play something, but
over.
Vidit has not reacted, which means that there is potentially a
Yeah.
glitch on the clock.
Oh,
Agreed.
okay, okay.
but regardless the time cannot be that high for Benjamin so it's going to be
Hey, वापस बढ़ गया.
oh wow we have the move
Still playing on the final seconds. Benjamin Bok, so many moves coming in fast and quick. Vidit with 2 extra pawns on the f file. वो pawn f2 पे आ चुका है. 3 seconds है, but it doesn't even
Wow.
matter
All
as
right.
Benjamin Bok resigns. Vidit takes game 1.
such an important win for the home player, man. Vidit Gujrathi striking after 2, I would say, you know, games that shook him a bit.
Yeah.
But comeback ऐसा किया है, पहली गेम जीत गए हैं and फिर से second set में उन्होंने lead ले ली है. The pressure back on Benjamin now.
Vidit is an absolute beast, and you know, after losing set 1, a wounded beast, and a wounded beast is a dangerous one. He comes back in 16 moves, a crushing position out of the opening, and then converts it flawlessly. You know, starts with an attack, converts that, transforms that advantage into a winning endgame, and then a flawless technique.
But you know, I'm also impressed by Benjamin because एक टाइम में पोजीशन आई थी और लगा था खत्म
खत्म
मैच खत्म
7 मिनट में खत्म 7
उससे वो रुक एंड गेम में लेके गया he fought on there were moments जहां पे he had counter play so I think he can look back at this game with confidence कि भाई I did not let go and I really made Vidit to place a perfect chess to defeat me here even in a completely winning position
yes
And there's also the feeling that I just made a mistake in the opening. That happens. It's easier to deal with that. Then let's say when you have a feeling, yaar, I just got a long-term outplayed game right now. Benjamin knows that it was a one-mover that cost him.
yeah
And he has the buffer of the first set, right? He knows he's done it before. He lost game 1 in set 1 as well.
yeah
True. Will we see a repeat of the same? Vidit wouldn't want that. And
second
by the
game
way,
has
we have the second game. Liftoff has happened and it's a Catalan opening on the board. So no London system by Vidit this time. And this is an opening which he has played a lot actually. He really loves this. Has a lot of experience.
But I will point out it's a very offbeat approach to the Catalan with the black pieces by Benjamin Bok because he's gone for an immediate fianchettoing of the bishop on b7 as black. वो bishop longest diagonal पे आ चुका है. It's called the Catalan opening, this one, because white का bishop जब g2 पे आता है, that is the Catalan bishop. And for Benjamin, he wants to trade that. He's already getting ready for it in this position. It's sort of like the Queen's Indian defense, this one, this opening that we have in front of us. And he doesn't only set up one bishop on the longest diagonal, the other one also lands on g7. You know, when you're playing a match, trailing from behind, this is the kind of setup you take from black. I've seen Magnus do it so many times.
Yeah, I think giving white the center and then challenging it. And as we see, he plays the pawn to e5, saying कि भाई end pass करना है आपको. By the way, this end pass move is crazy, man. All the beginners miss it and think it's a glitch or something.
yeah I found out way late
It's called a streamer's favorite move, the en passant, which of course was possible, but it was denied in that moment. It would have activated that bishop on the b7 square. But instead, we now see कि center काफी close हो चुका है, which means connect 4 भी आ चुका है board पे. a2, b3, c4, d5. Getting ready कि black जब a pawn push करेगा, b pawn आगे जाएगा, वो knight को kick out कर देगा. Meanwhile, Vidit will focus on the king side, try to push the f pawn forward. While for Benjamin Bok, the play will be on the queen side. This last move is a switch up. Rook b1. Now the a pawn moving ahead, b pawn moving ahead. He wants to kick that knight out of c5. a3, b4 coming up.
And ये structure कितना typical है ना, like यहाँ पे black will move that knight from f6, वो f5 and there it is, the knight goes to e8, वो f pawn को launch करेंगे. And कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ attack build up कर सकते हैं Benjamin Bok. The bishop on g2 is a good defensive piece though. And queenside play Vidit का भी उतना advanced नहीं है. Tanya, like practically, if you could choose white or black, which color would you choose खेलना हो?
I have to say that kingside attacks always feel scarier. You know, Benjamin Bok ने set up कर लिया है, knight retreat से intent तो दिखा दिया है, impact क्या होगा वो देखने की चीज है. Vidit has to play on the queen side, a3, b4, kick that knight out. f5 has arrived on the board. It's a tale of two cities, both players playing on two different flanks. To answer your question, मुझको तो हमेशा kingside attacks से ज़्यादा डर लगता है, because checkmate ends the game.
Yeah. And by the way, he's taken on f5, an interesting decision. जहाँ पे black usually wants to capture back with the pawn ताकि वो pawns connected रहे. And Benjamin is thinking, he's considering other options maybe.
You know, that bishop that had gone to b7 has gone back again to the original position.
And now we know why. Bishop se marte hue so that b4 can be met by the knight actually jumping forward and not retreating back. He takes control of the d3 square. First trade, I'm expecting Benjamin needing a win to equalize the match to get aggressive with the knight.
Yep, and the knight has to hop into d3. Wahi goal tha. If you say A, you have to say B. Oh, but he says knight a4 he goes.
He actually says A instead of B this time. Knight a4 aaya gaya hai. He's trying to trade off that white knight. I'm slightly surprised with this decision. Knight takes knight, rook takes knight, and Benjamin is going to make a case for complete control of the A file, the only open file in the position.
Problem is कि captured force नहीं है. अगर capture नहीं, trade नहीं किया यहाँ विदित ने, तो फिर वो knight a4 पे कर क्या रहा है is a question.
So but he'll also have that diagonal if he pushes the central pawn. Is that dangerous?
I think it's a great idea. E-pawn jab push hoega, that bishop on g7 will control the long diagonal. You have to watch out for white knights jumping onto certain squares which will be left behind. So e4 needs to be timed very well. Because knight d4 is exactly what Vidit has set up against that idea. Aap e-pawn push karoge, white ka knight center mein aa jayega.
Agreed. And that bishop on f5 pins that knight. Acha badhiya baitha hai, so you want to be very careful. Knight comes to f6. Active move, controlling that e4 square as well. फिलहाल के लिए both the players playing that waiting game. Development is on the cards. Rook b3 now. ये rook कहाँ चला है? It's not so clear, Tanya. Rook a3, maybe on the king side at some point.
It's a rook left. I think rook on the king side, maybe rook on a3. You know, an idea that Anirban pointed out, ki a1 is on the eye line of the black bishop. So you can't really place it on the a1 square. You start feeling loose pieces drop off. There are tactics everywhere. So keeping the rook flexible, I want to point out one very thematic plan that black has, and he's setting it up. You want to break in the center with b5. You want to dislodge the white pawns from staying connected. And I think b5, it's on the board. This is pressure on Vidit now.
Beautiful move, by the way. I think side time tha. He will lose the bishop on f5, I think. So that does give white some compensation. But वो pawn से थोड़ा weak हो सकता है. What will Vidit do now? He's ahead on the clock, by the way, by almost a minute. So फिलहाल के लिए things not so bad.
Clock a big factor in this matchup. We've seen it play such a decisive role, you know. Jab big time come hota hai, that's when we are seeing the big blunders. It happened in game 4 of set 1 for Vidit. The crazy Armageddon that we saw right now. b5 khela gaya hai. Decisions to be made right now, because this completely changes the character of the position. It's asking some big questions from that c4 pawn.
Agreed. And you know, it's a huge event here. I think Indian players को India में खेलने की opportunity बहुत कम मिलती है ऐसे top level पे. So it's a great opportunity for Vidit. Can he make the home crowd happy? He's taken on f5, that important bishop, and now also takes on b5, I think. So a couple of trades.
And you know, I want to point out to that everybody here, while they're rooting for Vidit, he is the home crowd favorite. You know, he's playing in his own city right now. But it was incredible to see, Anirban, that when Benjamin Bok made that comeback, when he actually won, the crowd erupted in a big applause, because it showed his incredible fighting spirit. So at the end, the game wins, always.
Agreed. We want to see a fight. We want to see blood on the board. Let's see how that turns out. By the way, black के pieces बहुत बढ़िया हैं, honestly. I like Benjamin's pieces here. He's all set for a comeback. Pawns are flexible, can move for the right point. White का plan, what is White's plan actually here? Not so clear.
Give me 15 minutes. I'll tell you.
इतने तो starting में भी नहीं मिले players को.
Not easy at all. I want to point out that the white queen can go over to c2, and it looks like you're attacking two pawns at the same time. Something about a pawn 2 bushes, 2 words, something like that. But instead, he goes for a different approach because that queen was overloaded to defend the knight on e2. So knight upar aate hue saying ki aap trade kar lo, you'll win the b pawn, I'll win the c pawn. We are seeing that being played out right now. Benjamin Bok on the camera, not looking happy with his position.
I think with it, I would love a win here because he wants to finish set 2 quickly. That's gonna give him a lot of confidence.
फिर वापस वो fourth game तक जाएगा, third game तक जाएगा. Anything can happen at that point.
He actually looks quite angry.
Yeah,
With
he
this
is.
to me, he looks furious
I
with
met
it.
him outside. He was so angry. I pretended I am stranger.
Eye contact hua?
नहीं
हुआ.
हुआ. But the way he was, the gate and the walking, I
Yeah.
was like, let me stay away from.
Good decision,
Yes,
Anirban.
yes.
I have seen that happen and play out. Well done.
Yeah, totally.
We might have lost a commentator.
No taking no chances.
I think this means a lot to Vidit.
Of course.
To Benjamin as well. It really means
Yeah,
a lot to
yeah,
these players. EWC, I think chess became a part recently. It was a spectacular event last time. Tanya, you were there. I mean, maybe you have some thoughts to share about EWC.
Yeah, it was in Riyadh, and it was the first time that chess was played on the esports stage, the biggest esports
Yeah.
stage. And it didn't feel like a debut. It felt like chess belonged there. Packed arenas, fans cheering. You know, you had Team Liquid, Team Falcon, you had Magnus versus Alireza, Magnus versus Hikaru, you had Nehal in the mix. It was a fantastic energy. And of course, the $1.5 million prize fund, the pride to play for your esports organization.
Yeah.
There's just so much on the line, and it's entertainment. It's chess at its highest skill. You know, there's no increment on the clock. Life is not made easy for you. You have to bring out all your skills. It is a dream to get there. And I think for Vidit, the way the last year has gone, getting to Paris will really mean a lot. And of course for Benjamin Bok as well. But Benjamin knows that he's not the favorite in this match.
Yeah.
Agreed. And you know what? Like Vidit's journey back home is a much shorter one than Benjamin's.
Yeah.
But if he loses, I think he's going to feel it a lot more than Benjamin's flight back to Netherlands. I think very important match this one. Vidit के हिसाब से अगर 2 मैच 3 मैच में seal कर दें, I get a quick set under my wraps. I gain my confidence back. My mojo is back. I've forgotten what set 1. That's the ideal setup. फिलहाल के लिए he's thinking for a long time. 1 minute behind Benjamin. So
chess in Esports World Cup, like why is it such a big deal? Is it like opening up to newer people in a way that we haven't seen before?
Absolutely. Chess bringing it to millions of fans across the
Right.
world. I mean, esports has this huge fan base, and chess truly belongs there. It's the ultimate mind game.
Yeah,
It's played online,
Yeah.
keeping all its essential elements. You know, it was Anirban, having been a player and then a commentator, seeing the fans live root for that team, for the players to be in an arena, the players playing for their team, it really felt like chess and esports is the most perfect fit.
Perfect fit. Yeah.
You need mouse skills, you need speed, you need to be super alert at every moment. It's played online. It takes everything out because the format is so grueling. And you can see the nerves on the players here. And you know, you had all of it. You had the lights, you had the drama, you had the show, just like we do at India Rising.
मजा आ गया था देख के.
मजा आ गया था.
मजा आ गया था. And I think इस बार और मजा आने वाला है. So I think इस बार it's more number of players. We're gonna make it. Wait, what happened? What?
He just took a pawn, and that's a big mistake. And I can see tactics. I'm smelling tactics. And Vidit finds it. Look at this beautiful move. Rook to c5 by Vidit. It hangs a rook, but the knight on d5 will be picked up by the bishop on g2. Tactics everywhere. Vidit disconnecting the black queen from defending that central knight. What a find.
What a find. And he took just couple of seconds to find it. एक streamer है US का जो बड़ा खुश हो चुका है. And I think जैसे ही आप ये rook मारोगे, I will first take the knight and then I can take the rook. I think Vidit के लिए this could be exactly what he needs. A clean set in his favor.
He does go for that, and now the rook on b7 is hanging as well, and you don't even need to rush with that decision. The other bishop can pick up the pawn on c5, hitting the other rook on f8. Sab kuch hi hanging hai, the whole house falls. Vidit keeping it simple. First picks up the first rook, then picks up the pawn, attacks the other rook on f8. Do the math. Yes, the material is balanced, but it's the open files, and the white majors, the queen and the rook, are about to come for Benjamin's king.
And D file is crucial here, and guess who gets his rook there? Maybe with it very, very soon. And back rank issues है black के पास. every single piece is worse than the white pieces. So I think kahin na kahin, this one again reminds me of the last one. Clinical winning position for Vidit. Can he do the same that he did in the last game? If he does it, 2-0 lead, that's almost impossible to come back from.
But it's not over in chess until the last move is played right now. Queen आगे बढ़ चुकी है, attacking that black rook. So does it immediately capture the d file? It's also looking at that e6 square, an infiltration point for the white queen.
Yeah, I think black king itna weak hai ki even if it loses a pawn or something, it's not gonna make a difference. I think this is practically very tough.
Benjamin का सपना है to get the queens off the board in this position.
Oh,
Trading
absolutely.
queens is your path out. It is the cop out here for black. Can you go c6, try to get the queen into the defense?
Ooh, c6 looks very tempting. Also stops b5, but queen का रास्ता भी block हो रहा है. So every decision you make is a tough one for Benjamin, right? And वो time difference जो है वो बढ़ता जाएगा with every move. White को सिर्फ रुक को game में लाना है. There's a piece, a piece in the white army जो भी active हुआ ही नहीं है. जब वो game में आएगा, Anirban, I think black, yeah, might just crumble.
Oh, there is chance for black still. Black is little.
By the
is
way,
on the-
Vidit looks a bit. He's still not showing his positive emotions. That's why वो अभी भी वो है पिछले set का थोड़ा सा.
वो चेस और पोकर दोनों खेल रहे हैं एक्सप्रेशन नहीं दिखा रहे
Okay.
But Vidit is a player that you can tell looking at him
हाँ हाँ
कि उसके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है, how is he feeling, and emotional है. And I think we saw that play out on set
Yeah.
1.
yeah
And like I think Sahil, जैसे आप बोल रहे हो शुरू से कि this is the kind of set he needs to come back into this match. He wins the first game in about 20 moves. You know, clean victory. One blunder never lets Benjamin Bok back into the game.
Yeah.
This one dominating. And look at that. He's flexing. He's feeling confident. But the job isn't done because even if he wins this set,
Yes,
it only equalizes.
yeah
Yeah, but that's a huge leap from where he was. I think also वो emotions will be left in the set. One खत्म हो जाएगा सब. Let's see how Benjamin kind of tackles this. We know one thing for sure, he doesn't give up. वो अंत तक fight करते हैं. And if everything goes smoothly, he'll find a way to trade queens as well. So where can he put that rook? Is rook d7 an idea?
But fight ka he does go for the idea of rook to d7, trying to get the queen to d5. But now अगर आप queen लाओगे, there's a back rank checkmating idea जो कि अभी बचाया गया है. Black trying to plant his own queen to the d5 square, but f5. Can you simply start going greedy in this position and pick up the free pawn?
Yeah, it feels like so black bishop on g7 hai, you need it there to defend the king. Otherwise, you just lose instantly. So my piece is already passive. I need the rook passive to protect the back rank. So it's like my pieces don't really have the opportunity to create an attack. So I think Vidit ke liye this could be a smooth victory. Time pe bhi aa gaya hai. Just play normal chess. Nothing hanky-panky required. Queen g6, h4, h5. Aram se khelo. Rook e1. No issues.
he was Benjamin was like nodding his head like this like but as players, like when you are in a position like this and when you think that it's lost, then do you just like end the game and move to the next one, or still like keep fighting till the end?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think Benjamin is clearly a fighter. He doesn't give up. Usko 8 queen hongi because he'll still keep fighting for stalemate. I think that's what we have seen. And queen d5 centralizes the queen, but is it enough? It doesn't feel like a Tanya.
He's trying to create some counterplay to your point, Anirban and Sahil, that keeping the game going. Because it's so easy to give up in your mind.
Yeah.
You have to not only fight the board, but your own mind to just say one more move. Keep it going. And somehow that 1% can become 10%, can become 20%, and you can just be back. That's exactly what happened in set 1.
Yes.
So Benjamin doesn't even have to look far beyond for motivation to continue. By the way, rook or queen setup ho chuke hain. And there are ideas of tying down the bishop, but there are also, I want to point out that a8 square beautifully controlled by the black queen. So koi check nahi hai abhi for Vidit Gujrathi. He comes back, now eyeballing that 8-6 pawn. Benjamin ready with his response. Rook aage late hue, displacing the white queen.
You see, your final board deliver karne hi nahi
Ooh,
dete
is he about to
Benjamin.
check out? Is he about to pick up the e5 pawn? But that's walking into a lot of tricks with the bishop opening up on g7. Rook be lined up hai, queen be lined up ho jayegi.
That is the blunder. If he takes on e5, the game is equal. He should not take that pawn on e5. That is bait. He
Trap
cannot take the
लगाते
pawn.
हुए यहाँ पे queen takes pawn, rook हटेगा वापस, the bishop x-raying, skewering the queen and the rook on the long diagonal. Vidit will spot this and go for a different decision.
Yeah, he has to. He has the time, but time अब बराबर होने वाला है यार. This is getting very close for comfort.
And जब bullet territory आ जाती है कुछ भी हो सकता है.
कुछ भी.
Okay, but it's still thinking. He's being very cautious about this. But pawn nahi marna hai. That is going to give Benjamin a comeback opportunity again. By the way, look at the clock. It's almost equal now. Vidit is nodding his head. He likes his position. But what will be his next move?
And he needs to make a decision very quickly. He's gone down and he puts the queen on the 7th rank, pinning that bishop, also eyeballing the c7 pawn. I like this move by Benjamin, taking control, stopping both these threats, with it trying to get the queens off the board. Benjamin playing for tricks. The only way to do that, deny trades. Keeps chasing with its queens, blocked again for the trade. White shuffling, but up black ka bishop khul gaya hai. Comes to the center of the board.
But do you think this is enough time for Vidit to win this? Because I feel like time will decide everything here, yeah?
Oh, I love what he's doing. He's pinned that bishop, forcing the black queen to go into defense. Ab e4 pawn pe pressure aayega. He hits that pawn with the queen, doubles down on it with his own rook, and Benjamin ke sare pieces passive ho chuke hain. But now there's a weakness on the board in front of the white king. As Vidit leans forward, he realizes he's allowed a threat on g3.
Oh, this is getting tricky. Look at the clock, Tanya. Look at the clock. And it's getting very close for comfort.
Oh my goodness.
There are weak dark squares around Vidit's king. Bhai, king se marna pad raha hai f3 pe.
Oh, and the queens are at least traded off the board, but Benjamin is right back in it. He's repeating, and Vidit is agreeing. He goes the other way. He wants more, but now the pawn is weak.
Oh.
More trades on the board as the players go down to 10 seconds on the clock.
It's all flagging skills now. It's not about the chess. How fast can you play is a bigger question. Look at this position. Wow.
And Bok's the one with less time. 7 seconds for him.
Oh my god.
Oh, and they're just repeating right now, but Vidit wants more.
But
He's
there could
giving
be a
check.
repetition.
It's a repetition. And Benjamin Bok survives.
Wow. So that was, threefold repetition. We had the same position thrice on the board. That is a draw. Tanya and Irfan, who do you think is more disappointed by that draw?
I would say Vidit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because again, it is like the first game pattern repeating, where the first game was won, second game, Benjamin got something, third game again he got something. So it's just keeping Benjamin in the game. Not a bad result for a neutral, but there is nobody here who's a neutral.
I completely second what Anirban just said. I think Benjamin Bok could definitely zyada relief hai with what has happened, because the match goes on. He was worse throughout the game.
Yeah.
He was struggling. He was down in the position, feeling the pressure there. But in the end, managed to turn it around. It's all about the clock.
Yes.
And then in the end, when he found that chance, he played quickly, escaped with a draw, and now he comes back with the white pieces in game 3.
And we're kind of following a script of set 1,
Bolo.
unfortunately. So it looks very, very similar. Like deja vu ho raha hai mujhe yahan pe.
Mirror image.
है ना, and Vidit के mind में वो thoughts आने चालू हो सकते हैं. So I think यहाँ पे nerves को calm रखना बहुत ज़रूरी है. Vidit has to remember he was the one in control throughout the game.
Yeah.
And of course, I think it ended in a draw at the end. But I think he was still the man in control. So he should have positives from the game and just focus on that.
Yeah. I think the players have a little break also. It's a good time the break has come between after the 2 games.
Oof, the tension is on at India Rising Road to Esports World Cup. And right now for Vidit Gujrathi, he's up by a game in set 2. Currently trailing after losing set 1. Absolutely essential for Vidit to not let a repeat happen. It's just over for him.
Yeah.
If Benjamin Bok wins set 2, that's it. It's end of the day.
Yeah.
It's okay, tata, bye-bye.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a long ride home. I feel like Vidit has to strike back. This is the game.
This is the game, the next game.
Yeah. I get the feeling. If Benjamin holds on, this could be tough again, I feel.
Yeah, but Benjamin makes a comeback with the white pieces in the next game.
Ooh.
And that means that, that's his opportunity to try to dictate the narrative.
Yeah.
And will he take big risks, or will he try to do what happened in the previous set, take it down to that game for so much on the line for these players? For Benjamin Bok, I don't think anyone would have predicted कि शुरू में Benjamin Bok होगा जो set 1 ले जाएगा and Vidit will be trailing.
Yeah.
Nobody could have predicted that at the start of the day.
Especially in that fashion, yeah? That kind of fashion, जहाँ पे जो comeback हुआ, dead drawn position से, then he won the argument. What a comeback. But I think वही comeback दोबारा चाहिए. He's done it before.
Yeah.
Can he do it again?
In chess, in a final, in an event of this scale, anything can happen.
And anything can happen because
Yeah.
nerves are at the
Yeah,
maximum,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Emotions are high. For Vidit, he knows that he's on his last lifeline. He has to win this one. As we get live scenes from our beautiful arena, it's a packed one. You know, we've got so many people, different ages, boys, girls. They're all here. We've seen the tournaments happen. Everyone playing Inspired Chess, excited to look at themselves in the screen.
This is so sweet and wholesome. I think everybody kind of following their fans, different games, different heroes,
Yeah.
but the same emotion inside.
Proper weekend, out here in Mumbai.
भाई ये कौन है?
ये कौन है?
But I think the two players at the back, Benjamin and Vidit, are also feeling that emotion that this is a battlefield.
Yeah.
But I have one question about chess. This I felt early days during lockdown when I started playing with all the comics. Pressure is such a thing that affects chess so much. So would you guys say that pressure is a piece?
Oh.
That's a very good question, actually.
Yeah.
I would say a little bit of pressure, yes, because you take it seriously while
Yeah.
you're preparing for it and also while you're playing the match.
Huh.
But too much of anything is bad. You could have a bunch of fruits and still kind of overeat. So I think a bit of pressure keeps you in check, but
Huh.
too much pressure just kind of paralyzes you.
So my question is that, see, if there's a game between you and me, and I am taking a lot of pressure, you're not taking pressure. Does that mean that you're already a piece up? This pressure is a piece, is what I was.
I actually love that sentiment because we often say clock is the 17th piece chessmate.
Oh.
So maybe pressure becomes the 18th piece right there.
Oh,
मुझ
wow.
पे बहुत pressure लग रहा है अभी
That's-
seeing the scenes over here. This is mega entertainment going on right now here at the arena. मजा आ रहा है.
We need the same pose from the winner as well. मजा आ जाएगा.
Oh.
Wow.
It really does feel
Wow,
like a
amazing.
full battlefield here. But coming to your point, I think what happens as for the elite players, the
Yeah.
top grandmasters, through experience,
Yeah.
having played on big stages, one realizes that pressure will always be there and pressure never disappears. In fact, if anything, वो बढ़ता ही है.
Yeah.
But you learn to accept it and you learn to understand to not let pressure dictate your decisions on the board.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
able to block out the noise.
Right.
And that comes with experience of playing, big
Hours and
stages,
hours,
hours
yeah,
and
yeah,
hours of
yeah.
training,
Mm,
preparation. But absolutely agree with you that in those critical moments, who handles nerves is the decisive factor.
Also, the biggest stars thrive on pressure.
Yeah,
They
that's
perform
true.
under pressure.
Yeah,
So I think
yeah.
that's how you etch a name for yourself,
Yeah. Yeah.
by performing in the most crunch situations.
भैया हो क्या रहा
Okay,
है?
pressure मुझे भी लग रहा है फिर से.
Straight into the camera right there. If you're in Mumbai, you are missing out. Come to the arena today. What a way to spend Saturday with the biggest icons of so many games right now. We've got chess all through the day. There are other sports that will be played, ending with, of course, the grand performance of the night. See them all.
Game moth.
Maybe everything we just saw was a warm up
I
to
think
see
so.
them all. है ना वो
हाँ,
feel
हाँ,
आ
हाँ, I
रही
think
थी.
that was like evening में होगा and then कुछ
Yeah,
शाम को
it's
या-
like बहुत चीजें हो रही थी.
भाई चेस से शुरुआत हुई और चेस में इतना एक्शन हो चुका है कि मतलब आज का पूरा दिन के बाद जो पूरा दिन यहाँ होगा
Okay.
होगा तो मतलब क्या ही फील आएगी. It's like watching a proper ऐसे बोलते हैं ना twisty movie ऐसे back and forth हो रहा है हर चीज में. And we have the players back on the seats. Important moment, third game of the second set. Vidit needs a win to take it home. Then we are on even ground and the final set decides everything. If Benjamin keeps fighting, drags it to the last game or just wins, suddenly we start thinking, bhai, we are having the same script again. This is not going my way. Crucial game.
Very crucial. And I think Anirban's point कि अगर Benjamin survives game 3 and game 4 happens, with it पे actual pressure
Yeah,
होगा.
yeah,
He'll
yeah.
start feeling the nerves because as you get closer to your goal, it multiplies, right?
Yeah.
It's the finish line is in sight, but you know what has just happened in set 1 as well. So pressure will be a big factor. Nerves will be a big factor. Who will be the big stage player here right now with a ticket to Paris on the line? And we've got the countdown that's about to start for game 3 of set 2. Vidit Gujrathi is in the lead currently as the boards are set in front of these two players. It is the Dutch Grandmaster Benjamin Bok versus India's Vidit Gujrathi for a ticket to Paris.
Agreed. One of the best players in the world, one of the best arbiters in the world, all there on stage. And meanwhile, I think it's going to be white pieces for Benjamin Bok this time. So this is the game. If he really wants to win, this might be his best opportunity.
फिर लगता है ना मैंने ज्यादा रिस्क ले लिया पॉइंट ऑफ नो रिटर्न हो सकता है राउंड 4 मिले ही ना because if Vidit capitalizes on that extra risk that white takes, you wrap up the match in 3.
That is true.
That would be great for Vidit.
Meanwhile,
all right, we are ready for
Arbiter still on call center from from the previous hour.
2-1 game on. Let's go.
We're going to have liftoff. Third game of set 2. It's all or nothing. Who will take home the one spot to the EWC? We'll know pretty soon. Benjamin Bok with the white pieces. He's the guy who won the set 1 and the moves are incoming. And now it's pawn to e4, a complete shift to what we've seen so far.
It is once again the Italian opening right now. Benjamin Bok playing with the white pieces. A very tricky opening क्योंकि इतनी ज़्यादा setups and plans होते हैं इसमें that you know that you're in for a long game. 10 minute है clock में, no increment है. I think it's a great choice for this time format.
Agreed. आराम से खेलो, लंबी गेम करवाएं. We saw Vidit make a few mistakes in the final stage of the game. So opportunity हमेशा मिलेगी Benjamin को भी. And by the way, Tanya, are you a D4 player or E4 player? And Ariman, you as well.
E4.
E4, huh?
Very much.
And you?
I, for the first 15 years, played exclusively only the King's Pawn opening, had some of my best results. And then we had a coach who came in for the Indian team and somehow he totally switched us to the Queen's Pawn opening. So then I dabbled in both of them and now mostly played the Queen's Pawn opening in my playing
Would you say it's
career
very
in
tough to switch?
2024.
Like, you know, sometimes just by changing one pawn move, the entire strategy of the game changes, right? If you play 1e4, 1d4, like it's very hard to switch.
ऐसा
That is-
बोलते हैं ना कि अगर आप aggressive player हो, ज़्यादा attacking player हो, you like open positions, E4 से start करो, start with the King's Pawn opening. अगर आपका approach ज़्यादा positional है, strategic है, start with the Queen's Pawn opening. I just want to point out one thing. This was exactly the opening that got Benjamin Bok the Armageddon win in set 1. It was the Italian opening. It was exactly the setup where he had provoked Vidit to expand on the king side. 8-6 G5 उसमें भी आया था. So Benjamin trying to create, you know, those psychological pressures as well.
होता है ना, if you're wearing a lucky shirt while winning a game, like अब यही shirt पहनेगा अपन. Same चीज, it's like same position लाते हैं. Let's get the same stuff. कुछ change नहीं करना है.
It's happening. This was the line. This was the line of the Armageddon. We saw trade on E3. Rook gaya tha. F3 happened eventually. Black tried to fight for control on the H4 square. Punches were traded. Crazy wild Armageddon. And Benjamin took the win in that one.
And both players hoping कि I'll be the one to benefit from this repeat, right? But it can go either way because the first person to deviate is taking on the risk, but also potentially gets the benefit. So who will, by the way, still the same position from that game.
And what a fight that was. And this was the exact position. Both players trying to recollect कि हम कहाँ change कर सकते हैं. Where can we mix this up? Vidit will again try to dislodge that knight from H4. You want to create those ideas so that the H-pawn आगे जा सकता है. Meanwhile, for Benjamin, it will be about advancing on the queen side. आप चाहते हो कि D4 break आए, bishop वापस आए, pawn B4, A4 पे जाए. And looking at all the makings of what happened in that Armageddon, Benjamin on the think. Both players level on the clock.
Interesting position on our hands. By the way, time is almost equal for both the players. Vidit Gujrathi, does he repeat is the question. And now the main question for me is Benjamin Bok. Does he have? आपने बताया था starting में कि भाई जब आप ट्रेल कर रहे होते हो आपको पता है क्या करना है. जब आप लीड करना चालू करते हो, it's a different psychological game. You've not been in a situation before. It gets somehow tricky.
Absolutely. और चेस में जब मैं खेलता हूँ ना, पता है जब मैं जीत रहा हूँ मेरे को पता ही नहीं होता है कि मैं लीड कर रहा हूँ. फिर बाद में समझ में आता है. Same for losing also.
So then that's a plus, na? Because then you feel confident no matter what the position. Ignorance is bliss. But the players here are not ignorant of the storyline of this opening, Sahil. They know this has played out before.
Yeah, and it's Benjamin who's having the first long think. Is he going to change from what he did last time? By the way, Queen F2, I think was played last time, if I'm not mistaken. But let's see what he chooses this time. Bishop C2 is the move. So I think we have some deviation finally from that game.
But the plans still remain, right? Because even then, white का plan है queen side के pawns को आगे बढ़ाना, फिर center pawn को push करना d4 पे once the white rook on a1 comes into that central file right now. And so far, it looks dangerous. Ki Vidit is on the attack, but it's also committal play by black. And if the attack comes to nothing, usually the black king starts feeling very unsafe. It's the king that got checkmated in that Armageddon.
Agreed. And with it now, I think seems like he's put his emotions behind, seems much calmer. He seems more focused. I think that one win really helped. Of course, he missed out a potential in the last one, but so far things looking decent for him. His pieces are active, I think, but white is also doing pretty well. Netly balanced game. Tanya, I'm going to ask you the same question. Agar white pieces, black pieces se khelna hota, yahan pe kya choose karoge?
Oof, it's a really tough question because I'll say one thing. Optically तो लगता है कि black white पे checkmate ही करने वाला है. You know, rooks आ रहे हैं, h8, g8, f5 in the air है, knight f4 से वापस जा सकता है to dislodge that white key defender, knight on h4, फिर h pawn आगे बढ़ेगा. But having studied these positions, knowing that white has defensive resources, seeing how top level chess here plays out, white is very healthy. Attack usually comes to nothing, even if it looks a bit scary. I like this move with it. First, just gets the rook into the game. Also, I want to set the stage in terms of numbers here, what we are seeing being happen, right? Vidit Gujrathi, world number 31. Let's talk about ratings. Rapid, Blitz, Classical. All three formats, he's much higher than Benjamin Bok. Benjamin Bok, world number 263. Much lower in rating in all these three formats to Vidit. But he's the one who took set one. Benjamin Bok's the guy who took down, eliminated Arjun Aragaisi from India Rising. He's the one who's rising up to the occasion so far. So for Vidit, you know, the battle continues. He's not making it easy, Benjamin, this one.
Yeah, and he's, as of now, the favorite to win it as well, Tanya. And I think if you look at the heart rate of the players, usually we say lower the heart rate, the better. I'm also impressed by how stable Benjamin's heart rate is with 160. It's like, wahan pe, that's his meditation zone.
That is his comfort zone. 160. But Benjamin Bok actually has come to India, conquered so much. Everybody's saying now, Benjamin, stop.
I love this angle, by the way. Both the players must be feeling the pressure. 6 minutes for Vidit Gujrathi, 7 for Benjamin. As we have seen that initial lead, whosoever takes that lead usually has a lot of momentum in the final couple of minutes. That's where the game gets decided. Last time we wahi decided hua tha, abhi bhi wahi hone wala hai. And I think time advantage is very valuable.
And this last few moves by Vidit, it is hinting at a plan that wo knight ko g6 lana hi lana hai. Black knight aayega wahan pe. It all revolves around control of the h4 square. जहाँ पे अभी white का knight, bishop, queen सब कुछ लड़े पड़े हैं. But you want to dislodge it. पहला knight g6 पे, फिर दूसरा knight g6 पे, just trying to get that h pawn up the board for Vidit Gujrathi. Meanwhile, for Benjamin Bok, he's playing in the center of the board right now.
I love this, how, you know, chessboard is made of 64 squares. 32 white है, 32 black. Black वाले white ने सारे control कर लिए inside पे. E3, F2, G3, सब controlled है. So black is simply unable to make inroads. And by the way, knight G6 जो उन्होंने खेला, he moved the wrong knight. And it seems like Benjamin has a slight edge here suddenly. Are we seeing yet another comeback? Why हो सकता है?
Wow, that is a big bar shoot up, which means that there is a direct line in this position that gives Benjamin a big advantage. I think he's showing us the way. He takes the pawn. You can't capture the knight. Bishop takes knight will hit with its queen. You cannot allow that move. So you're forced to capture the pawn, and this might give Benjamin the chance to jump with his own knight to f5, give a deadly check on that square at the right moment, taking the initiative. And Vidit has messed it up right now.
Tanya, I go back to your statement. याद है कि मुझे king से attack करना पसंद है because अगर अच्छा चल गया तो king मिल जाएगा. This is the same situation here. अगर एक गलती हो गई, you don't get a pawn, you don't get a piece, you get the king directly.
And we've got the analysis board, so let's just show that line.
Wow.
Knight f5 आके अगर आप knight से मारते हो, it's a fork. Pawn takes knight, you lose big material. So you're forced to capture with the bishop instead. And bishop takes knight के बाद, once you capture pawn takes knight, dislodging the black knight, knight f4 पे आएगा amongst other option, bishop jumping to h4 in the end of the line with the f pawn moving forward next. This would be game over.
Yeah, this would be completely over. In fact, the moves are not easy for Vidit here at all.
Oh, we're seeing this being played out. By the way, knight f5 check diya gaya tha, and instead of moving that knight, Vidit has jumped in with his other knight, attacking the rook on e3.
And that was the best move in the position played by Vidit in that pressure moment. So he's still fighting back. He's ready to give that knight, but he's attacking the rook on e3 instead. Where do we move that rook? That's not an easy choice.
I would be very tempted intuitively to plant it at the center of the board. E4 pe rakh do. I'm eyeballing the g4 pawn. I'm defending d4. But I think what Vidit is relying on is that the knight keeps chasing that rook. Rook on e4 will not feel safe either.
But
For
you know,
Benjamin Bok, for the first time, he's also got more time on the clock.
Yeah, significantly more time.
वाइट के पीसेस सोच रहे हैं भाई बस सब मिलके गेम खेलते हैं बिशप ऑन c2 बिशप ऑन g3 रुक ऑन e3 क्वीन ऑन f2 बस जीतेंगे सब एक साथ and Vidit by the way released knight f4 now played after rook e4 the second knight hops in.
The thing is that this knight now vacates that h4 square. Bishop to h4 is a move that you always have to watch out, but right now the f5 pawn is tender. So first Benjamin trades a central pawn. Pawn takes pawn khela gaya hai. Pawn takes pawn, consolidating that knight on f4. And I'm just wondering if you can plant the bishop on h4. Queen takes pawn, you're eyelining that bishop, which will start hitting the black queen.
Yeah, that's a tactical nightmare for black at some point. Also, I think the last piece, I think सारे piece game में है, बस एक वो white का रुक कोने में chill कर रहा है, उसको भी ले आते हैं e1 f1 पे, and then our position becomes stronger as white. So Benjamin has a great position, huge potential to kind of stage a comeback.
This is his chance. This is his moment for Benjamin Bok. And again, the storyline of set 1. अगर आपको याद है, उसमें भी game 3 was exactly where he had a big shot to make a comeback, but it ended in a draw. He missed it.
Yeah.
And rook e1 on the board. Final piece game में आ चुका है. Maybe you can play knight f6 and block that pawn, Tanya, completely.
E5 भी hanging है इस position में. It comes with a threat. Doubling up, rook takes pawn का idea लगाते हुए. And for Vidit, he's feeling the pressure. He's locked in right now, under 4 minutes on the clock. How are you defending this? If you go f6, bishop h4 becomes even that much more attractive. I also want to point out white queen ready to jump to c5.
Yeah, that's very strong. And if e5 falls, then f4 becomes unstable. And if f4 moves, then g4 becomes weak. It's like a complete collapse, like a pack of cards, right? For black here. So I think Vidit will need like an interesting resource, something tricky to maybe create some tactical ideas in the position. Tactics ही last में बचाने को आते ताने, I think, in this position, because time-wise भी कुछ advantage तो है नहीं हमारे पास.
Wait a second, what tactics is Vidit seeing? Because knight वापस गया है, and it turns out it is the best move in the position. Can't white just take the pawn at the center of the board?
Ooh, you can take the pawn, but then the knight comes to h5 apparently, and the bishop on g3 is a bit, shaky. But not sure if Vidit finds it.
Super tense moment, retreating the knight, hitting the rook at the center, pawn about to fall, but Benjamin Bok doesn't rush with the decision.
That's very smart, I think. Using that extra time.
But he goes for it.
Ooh, he takes it.
Rook takes pawn, mara gaya hai. Now the knight does fall back to h5. It's an extra pawn for Benjamin.
But that was the only move for Vidit. That was the resource. Now the queen's rank has opened up towards the back rank. So rook के पास उतनी flexibility नहीं है. The bishop is also attacked. And at least king थोड़ी देर के लिए safe हो गया. Like I'm not seeing an instant final finishing blow for white.
You mean a blast?
Oh, bishop h4 played.
Finally.
Attacking the queen. The queen has to move. Gives a check. Rook drops back. And black अब आराम से pawn खाने की mood में लग रहे हैं मुझे. Takes it.
Vidit sees a pawn, Vidit grabs a pawn. Now the white queen looking at some infiltration square. Black की queen offside हो चुकी है. White की queen g5 पे land करने वाली है. Starts to look pretty tricky for Vidit's king.
Oh, this is scary. This is very scary. The best move seems to be king at 7. Tanya, मैं queen को allow ही ना करूँ वहाँ आने के लिए if there was a way to stop it.
But I'll say one thing, king h7 ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा Vidit type move है. It's a very Vidit move. He is all about prophylaxis. To see a threat, preempt it and go against it. He first gives a check though. This loses a tempo. Now the white queen is about to come with check. The white bishop will land at the center of the board on d4, pinning that knight on f6.
This is tough. This is tough. वो f5 pawn से white का bishop तो block हो गया, but queen के लिए easy path है, right, to g5, and the black king is just stuck. White will always have a draw in hand also. Very easy, comfortable position.
Draw to Benjamin सोच भी नहीं रहा है. He cannot afford it. He is thinking of here and now equalizing the match.
Now, what does Vidit do? Has 2 minutes and 10 seconds on his clock. White's bishop can sit on d4. I mean, it's a great position for Benjamin Bok. Exactly what you want in a comeback game. And final game will decide hoga Anirban फिर से. We will go to 4 games, very likely.
Both these sets. Good, very good.
Why Vidit is saying too long? 1 minute and 47 seconds now.
But no easy decisions for the black pieces here. Where do you put your queen? How do you fight against the white queen? He's offering a queen trade. कभी नहीं होने वाला है. White will keep the queens on the board.
By white queen ki ticket booked that to Switzerland या G5 square, whatever it is, she's not going anywhere now. G5 पे जाने वाली है वो. And the black king will be under fire from all angles. You can even play bishop e3 next and some other deadly checks. So I don't see a defensive plan for Vidit here, unfortunately.
Vidit is just relying on कि my king will be saved by the 2 knights around it, controlling all checkmating squares. So between h7 and g8, वो king shuffle करता रहेगा, and maybe not the easiest to get the win in. So I think you need to come up with a tactical shot if you're white here. How do you get the rook into the game? But first, Benjamin has to play on the clock as well. Make a decision quickly.
And look at his heart rate now. It's below Vidit's. Somehow he jumps from 160 to 120 in one move, Anirban, I feel like.
Yeah. Those 2 knights that are there supporting each other, that he can... now if the bishop comes to d4, then one of the knights will go, I think. No?
That's a interesting point because bishop d4 is an excellent piece, right? In the center of the board, attacking on every angle, queen side, king side, center. But the question, maybe black has rook g8 up his sleeve, like rook se queen ko attack karenge and he will gain that tempo, important tempo.
I want to double down on Anirban's idea there. You go rook g8, मैं queen से वापस आऊंगी, आपका h5 का knight pin कर दूंगी h4 पे, and then I'm threatening to pick up the f6 knight. And okay, all of this starts with first Benjamin placing his bishop at the center of the board. Bishop to d4, if he finds it, I think that's a very strong idea, and he plays it. Good call, Anirban.
Nice.
Now Vidit
1.5 minutes. Queen h4 is the threat in the position, and Vidit is trying to change the nature of the position. He's trying to change the character of the position. He's hit the panic button right now. This isn't bravery, it's desperation by black.
It is. If you take the pawn, then rook g8, suddenly black has a target, right? I have a target on g3 and g2. So white could target dena hi nahi chahiye. He could play h3, for example, just keep the position blocked. He could also play queen h4, by the way. But I think h3 to me looks very safe and sound here.
यार h3 जैसी move का problem ये है कि for the rest of the game back rank you'll have to watch out for. You'll have to be very careful of any check on the first rank for white because g3 is such a thorn in the position.
But he can also not react, right?
Yes, I like that. Queen to h4 is the move that I also vouch for, and it has been played right now. Anirban, the idea जो हम बोल रहे थे, now bishop takes knight is a big threat. और अगर pawn takes pawn मारता है Vidit, you simply slide your king. That black on pawn on h2 is actually white's best friend. It's an umbrella.
It's like protector.
But time is dead equal now. I think Vidit Nagar game drag Curly, he could have a chance. He could do the exact same thing that Bok did to him in the previous set. Yahan pe almost, in fact, he was slightly ahead before this move. He needs to come up with the next 4 to 5 moves quickly and the best move. King h6 played, defending the knight physically. King khud chal ke ja raha hai ladne ke liye, yaar.
Okay, this starts looking very tense for that black king. And now we're officially in bullet territory. No intermittent. I love this move. Bishop to d1. Again, reinforcing the threat. Ki bishop takes knight, f6 wala, and then h5 knight will be hanging. Huge pressure. And I think Vidit missed this bishop retreat.
Yeah, easy move to miss. Bishop kabhi first rank pe rarely aata hai. But look at the bishops. Ek knight ko target kar raha hai, dusra dusre ko. There are pins everywhere. And black does not have any active plans. I think this is going down for Vidit. And Benjamin is going to equalize the score in set 2.
30 seconds now for Vidit. Gone into hyper bullet mode right now. These are the bishop pair that we talk about. When we talk about a bias in open positions, the strong pieces that they are. And this is exactly picture perfect for that.
And very smart. King h1. Pawn ko touch hi nahi karna hai. Even if the queen was not there, you would not pick up that pawn in any case. Rook h8. Okay.
So if you take the knight on f6, can you go bishop takes knight here?
I think bishop takes knight and then the rook is also in trouble.
What he's hoping for is king or queen hata do and knight g3 is...
Whoa, he took the other knight, then he grabs the rook, and what Vidit was relying on is counterplay with the queen coming forward. Rook on e1 is defended, and that's it. He blunders a queen, and Benjamin Bok gets the win,
My goodness.
equalizes the match going into the final game, and there you can see it on him. That is a confident Bok.
Wow, he could have an alias named Comeback King, man. What a
Yeah.
comeback again. And now it's set to...
Benjamin Bok.
Wow! We are cooking in real time, by the way. This could last him for years. And by the way, 3 games done, 1 game remaining. Whosoever wins takes the set. And if it's Benjamin, the match is over.
Takes the match.
The match is over.
Yeah. Oh man.
Benjamin Bok is 1 game away from potentially the biggest win of his life.
Yep.
To get into the Esports World Cup
Yeah.
with a $1.5 million prize fund.
Yeah, look at Vidit. I think he's trying to analyze where he went wrong. That's typical of a chess player, trying to see, okay, if the opening repeats in a future game, I should know where I made that mistake.
And that's it. And just like that, this is the final game. We are off
Started.
here in set 2, game 4. The score is level. Benjamin Bok, if he wins this, he punches a ticket to Paris. For Vidit Gujrathi, he's looking for a comeback after losing, going down in set 1 to take it to set 3.
And we have the London system this time. So a change in openings, I think a very safe one.
Prediction, guys. Do we see an Armageddon in set 2?
I think so.
So you're saying, Anirban, that this ends in a draw and we go down to the wire?
Yes.
Ooh.
I think we get a result. We get a result. The tension is too high for a draw, I feel. Like, itna time pressure dekha hai na, like draw ki chance kam hai. What do you think, Tanya?
I was hoping I'd ask the question and not have to answer it.
I just come back.
You know, I'm going to say I would love to see another Armageddon. I would love to see this go down to the wire. Just the fight that we've had, the excitement of the first one.
Yes.
It will be fascinating. But what has been fantastic to watch is how difficult Benjamin Bok has made the life of Indian grandmasters here in Mumbai.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yes.
Like nobody would have expected this, yeah. That Benjamin takes the first set, then of course his comebacks in the second one as well, and now he's 1 win away.
Not just that, right? Quarterfinals, he takes down Murli Karthikeyan. Semi-finals, he takes down India #1 Arjun Aragaisi. Comes into the arena today morning, goes down in game 1 against 2 times Olympic gold medalist Vidit, and then comes back in the match, winning it in the Armageddon, and then set 2 goes down in game 1 only to equalize in game 3.
Yeah. I think it's just
Amazing
Benjamin's tournament, maybe. Who knows? Yeah, sometimes it's just your tournament, Tanya. Like everything goes your way, right? And look at this move G4 by Vidit, trying to create chances. A great plan. Bishop has to drop back. He's going aggressive.
Yeah.
Ideally, he wants to finish it right now in this match itself.
You know, but this is such a committal choice by Vidit, and it's sort of not in Vidit's style. It doesn't play to Vidit's strength. In fact, it plays to Benjamin's strength of getting that tactical chaos early on in the opening.
Yeah.
So it could work to perfection for Vidit, but it could also backfire. That's the danger of a move like G4 because there's no going back.
My prediction is going to be correct. We get a result, basically.
Now I feel that your prediction is on point. It looks like indecisive. कुछ तो होने वाला है one way or the other.
कौन के पहले मैं क्यों आंसर किया?
मैं भी बह गई थी उस time. मैंने कहा Armageddon आने वाला है, but very likely we get a decisive game with G4. G4 for the score, they say.
Yeah, and the bishop has to drop back. Finally does. अब G4 खेल दिया है तो भाई होता है ना वो इतना खा लिया है तो chips भी ले लेते हैं. तो might as well go H4 as well now and go full in. He does. H4 on the board. Yeah. And we have a few more exchanges. Knight takes D2, queen takes D2, and maybe the white king will go on the queen side now.
H5 खेला गया है to stop that H pawn from moving forward. The bishop, the light squared bishop for Benjamin was running out of air, breathing space there. So making sure कि H5 नहीं आएगा. Also, this provokes weaknesses. If you're with it, आप G5 खेलते हो, F5 square weak हो जाता है. Light square problems आ जाती हैं. How are you responding to this move? I like this approach by Benjamin. Yeah. Asking counter questions. Bishop pair है Vidit के पास, but at the cost of some very committal moves.
Yeah. And H5 के बाद, I think time, as we discussed, is a factor. फिलहाल के लिए दोनों players comfortably set. Queenside castles, where does the black king go? I'm assuming also on the queen side, yeah? Just thinking, 8 minutes for Vidit. He has to castle on the queen side. I don't see any other move possible. If you take on h5, black takes back, suddenly, castling gets a bit difficult. Tanya, by the way, I think an event in India, I mean, I think there was a time जब नहीं होते थे. आजकल I think काफी common हो गया, and it's great to have India Rising happen in India. I mean, कैसा लग रहा है कि इंडिया में एक्शन देखने को मिल रहा है?
बहुत मजा आ रहा है. ये मेरे घर से 10 मिनट दूर इतना बड़ा इवेंट हो रहा है, मैं कभी सोचा नहीं था. ये सब के लिए सब इंटरनेशनल जाना पड़ता है पहले. So yeah, this is a great venue that is having this event, complete festival. Like अभी तक ना मैं सुबह से इस वेन्यू में हूँ, अभी तक मैं half the things I haven't even found out कि क्या क्या है. दिख रहा है उधर एक भीड़ है, उधर कुछ तो हो रहा है, शायद खाना मिल रहा है या कहीं और. So yeah, great to have an event of this scale with such a big prize.
It's an absolute game changer, right? Such an event to have it, and a launch pad for so many players. It started with online qualifiers going into this knockout stage, having this final right now between these two players for a spot into the Esports World Cup. And it gives such a platform for the players to come to showcase their talent, to make chess to be a part of the esports ecosystem. It's not just any other tournament. So Sahil, I just think events like these, having a global spot from Mumbai is a total game changer in chess.
Agreed. And you can't have an event like this without multiple entities coming together. I think they all have to work in unison. And I feel like India Rising, I think, has been an amazing event overall. And it's still going to be. And of course, the players in front of us battling for that one spot at the EWC. All or nothing, basically, now. This game is all or nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. India Rising. It's the path to EWC. It's the road to the Esports World Cup presented by BASF. And speaking about being a game changer, whether you're working in science, engineering, IT, manufacturing, or any other field, everyone watching, you can create a change. Your passion, your creativity, and your dedication necessary to tackle some of the world's most pressing challenges. Just the way these two players are dealing with challenges on the board, so can you. Join BASF and you can be part of the change.
And we are seeing a lot of change in the position as well now. Black ke king side completely open ho chuka hai. I feel like the stakes have risen now. And neither side is ready to castle just yet. They're delaying castling for some reason, which is not clear to me why. G4, okay, bishop takes.
This is a crazy position. I just want to say, Sahil, आपकी जो prediction थी कि ये decisive game होने वाली है, the way it's developing, just the nature of the position, I want to point out, it's 6 pawns a piece, material balance है, but bishop pair है Vidit Gujrathi के पास, h4 pawn काफी strong लग रहा है because वो h5, h6 बहुत जल्दी advance हो सकता है. Bishop on g4 attacking e6, अब Vidit का king safety पे आ चुका है. It just feels, and if black goes long castle, watch out for queen suddenly jumping to the other end of the board via a5, attacking c7, a7. So for Benjamin Bok, his king isn't feeling safe. The h-pawn's about to come up. Weaknesses at the center of the board. It's advantage white for sure.
Agreed. Those bishops look beautiful. That c7 pawn under the sides of the bishop on f4. Black is still not castled. He should very soon. Otherwise, castle karne ko milega nahi. One opportunity there. Oh, that's a beautiful trophy. I think वो बिल्कुल सामने रखी है. It's like a teaser. Every time you're losing, it should give you inspiration. कि नहीं भाई ये trophy मेरी है.
It can be your motivation, but also your jinx. Like it could be either.
Yeah, you just look up and it is a beautiful trophy. Whoever wins India Rising Road to EWC will get the Esports World Cup key. You know, we've seen those traditions when you are at the Esports World Cup, when you keep going forward, you keep beating opponents, you get to crush their keys. You want to make your key survive. So one player today will leave the arena with the Esports World Cup key in their hand to take to Paris.
And because this is road to EWC, they'll go to Paris by road. It's a long journey.
It's a long journey to make.
Yeah. Metaphorically also.
Because it started a month ago with the qualifiers here. क्या ही knockout stage का action देखा है हमने. You know, with some of the top grandmasters from India fighting, elite grandmasters from the world playing in the event, and at the end, it comes down to these two players.
And I think ऐसे ही crunch moments में stars बनते हैं, right? Those final moments. I think you start off, you have nerves, then you play some games, you feel some pressure, and ये जो moment है ना, Imagine being Vidit right now.
Yeah.
He knows if I make a mistake, it's over. It's over. There are no more games coming after this. So उस situation में जो strike कर पाए, जो अच्छा pressure maintain करके अपना best game खेल पाए, वो ही असली खिलाड़ी है. And I think Vidit is totally capable of doing that.
100%.
And I want to point out that last move was eyeing that tender c7 pawn. Queen or bishop line up हो गए थे to pick up that pawn, forcing, provoking black to play e5. जो लगता है कि बहुत ही tempting option है क्योंकि आप center control कर लेते हो, bishop को push back करते हो. But in a sense, you're weakening your king further. Now the d5 pawn is tender. अब long castle possible नहीं है because bishop on g4 is eyelining that diagonal. Bishop h5 trying to get rid of that. I just want to point out, even a move like f3, consolidate that bishop. Bishop trade हो जाएंगे वो h pawn जब ऊपर जाएगा board के. तो life थोड़ी difficult होने वाली है black के लिए.
And chess में I think हमें objective याद रखना game का क्या है. It's not to grab pawns or knights or queens. Is to checkmate the opponent king.
Yes.
अगर king weak है बाकी आप कुछ भी कर लो.
मौत साहेब.
हाँ, sorry, my bad. सीधे मौत king की
today.
हो सकती है यहाँ पे. And black की सबसे बड़ी problem क्या है? It's the king.
Yeah.
So if he makes a mistake, there is no coming back from it. And we have a pair of exchanges. I think bishop trade हो गए हैं. But you look at the king on e8 and you wonder कि कहाँ जाएगा वो. Queen side finally, hopefully, he gets to go.
One move and Benjamin Bok is totally fine. He gets the king to safety on queen side and then doubles up on the h file. Things start looking good. In fact, black will even push the central pawns. So Vidit has one move only to stop the castle. He needs to make the most of this. What is the way that white can ensure Benjamin's king doesn't get to safety on the queen side?
He has to find
Is it
queen
a5?
Yes,
Ooh,
yes.
what a
What
move,
a find,
Anirban. What a
Anirban.
move.
Best move in the position कि अगर castle करोगे तो मैं वो कोने वाला pawn खा लूँगा.
Oh man.
And that's not a small pawn to capture, but he doesn't play
do it.
He plays b3, a soft move by Vidit. We see the bar also falls down. Is this the opportunity for black to get the king to safety? He does it instantly. Long castle खेला गया है. Vidit, a missed opportunity.
You know, momentum shift हो रहा है. I can see change in the position, and change सिर्फ doesn't happen just in one field, Tanya. It happens across science, IT, HR, finance, and in every industry we touch. Ready to use your skill to tackle real-world challenges? Join BASF and be a part of the change. I think this event, उन्हीं की वजह से हो रहा है. It's amazing to see it in action, but अब pressure players के ऊपर है. They are the stars of this moment. क्या वो strike कर पाएंगे? A4 खेला है विदित ने. I feel like थोड़ा सा momentum shift होते हुए. Look at that bishop on G3. उसका future कहाँ है?
Future मुझे नहीं पता. It looks like a big pawn currently. अपने दो pawns के बीच में also blunted by that e5 pawn. Queens are off the board. For Benjamin Bok का जो pawn formation है, इतना ज़्यादा healthy लग रहा है. एक pawn island है. 6 pawns, all of them connected. Every one of them beautifully defended there. Pawn chain है बीच में. Meanwhile, the h4 pawn का advance रोका गया है. Black का knight can now start maneuvering around. For the bishop on g3, you have to try to get f4 at the right time to activate it. But when is the right time is the question. He says it's right now.
It's right now, he's saying. And of course, he also has that outside pass pawn, वो h pawn. VD कहेंगे मैं सब कुछ हटा दो board से, king छोड़ दो, मैं game जीत रहा हूँ. So he has that plan as well. But of course, I agree with this. Bishop is right now extremely passive. वो problem solve करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. But is it really getting resolved, Tanya? Because black can just ignore it for now. He plays knight d7, solidifying the e5 pawn. The bishop is at least doing something now, pressuring e5. Let's put the rook on the f file and get it to maybe the 7th rank. He does it.
He's setting that up right now. Vidit looking for activity with the pieces. Pawn islands की बात करें तो white के पास 3 है, black के पास 1 है, which means a healthier pawn structure for Benjamin Bok. But the problem is कि you can't attack with its weaknesses. e3 का pawn is unreachable right now. Bishop वापस आ चुका है. White is also threatening rook g1, rook g7. Double up, infiltrate twice on the 7th rank. Big threat on the board right now to bring the rook into the game.
I think Benjamin should neutralize this. I feel like अगर rook double हो गए ना 7th rank पे, this could be really scary for him.
Sneaky idea alert. Bishop a5 was also a big threat on the board to provoke more weaknesses on the queen side. So Benjamin वो preempt करते हुए, are we going to see a repetition?
Oh wow, that could be a draw.
Are we going to see a repetition? Rook वापस जाएगा, rook वापस आएगा, rook वापस आएगा, rook वापस जाएगा.
Oh, so this is in. Okay.
Oh, they are repeating actually.
Armageddon incoming.
Armageddon.
Oh, Vidit playing for the win right now.
Wow, Vidit says no draw, so he has faith in his position right now.
Nice.
Maybe a part of the confidence comes from the slight edge he has on the clock as well. And abhi ke liye na, ye h4 pawn looks weak, Tanya and Anirban, but also it's a distraction for the black rook on h5, right? He's tied to kind of holding that pawn there.
Yeah, but this is Vidit playing with danger as well right now because how do you dislodge that rook? Again, I know I've been saying it, but Benjamin ke pawns itne zyada healthy hain, itne zyada compact hain. Vidit, he's trying to push, but is he over pushing? Clock as well, under 3 minutes, blitz territory.
And वो बिशप को देखो यार, बिशप बेचारा E1 पे मतलब बस इसका क्या फ्यूचर है समझ नहीं आ रहा है. Benjamin has a sip of water. He looks calm, but I'm sure there's a fire inside. Chess players, kai chess players have like a poker face. You can't predict. Like even Arjun is like that. Yeah, उसके वो हार रहा है 4 queen down है कि 4 queen ना पता नहीं लगता है.
Are we going to see a repetition now? For Vidit Gujrathi, he can continue checking on the 8th and the 7th rank. And he just keeps continuing to want more. He's ambitious.
That's wonderful to watch, but that can backfire also, obviously.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword. Which side do you end up on is the question. Rook e7 khela gaya hai, also tying down the black rook to defend that e5 pawn. I think Vidit wants to get the bishop to a5. वो चाहता है कि black provoke हो B pawn push करने के लिए so that there are weaknesses on the 7th rank.
He's hoping for some sort of zugzwang, right? Black की move क्या है? If you move the knight, I bring the bishop to g3. Rook अगर आप कहीं, okay, right now rook can move to f5, I think, but black क्या king भी move नहीं कर सकता because then b7 could fall. So black has limited moves actually. He can play without losing anything.
That's actually a great point क्योंकि ऐसा लगता है कि Benjamin के सारे pieces ideally placed हैं. Every move will only worsen the position of the pieces. So I'm just wondering, can you try to go back with the knight to d6? I'm also threatening someday to put the knight on f5 if I'm allowed to.
Oh, that's a nice move because bishop g3 पे knight f5 and you attack both the pieces. c5.
Ooh, that's quite a move because now Benjamin somewhere is looking at d4, creating some passes in the center of the board as well. So Vidit might have to be careful.
But this is risky, right? Because Kalko, if the bishop lands on that diagonal, then you could lose all these pawns. And a5, I love this move. Kalko अगर b7, a7 मर गए, then my a pawn just queens.
भाई कल को नहीं अगले 3 मिनट में ही सब कुछ होने वाला है. 2 minutes for Vidit Gujrathi, a minute and a half for Benjamin Bok, and the players have gone all in an equal endgame. And the bar might say कि position equal है. इसका ये मतलब बिल्कुल भी नहीं है कि ये draw है.
Agreed. The players don't have the eval bar. They have to calculate themselves. a6, by the way. A pawn sacrifice temporarily. वो मारेंगे तो वो a7 मार सकते हैं. He will also have bishop a5, Tanya, the move you recommended. But he takes on a7.
Rook takes pawn, mara gaya hai. And again, the plan that we were talking about, the black knight getting active, now hitting both e3 and h4. Pehle king aage aata hai against rook c6 check, controlling all, defending all those central pawns. This is getting tricky. It's 4 versus 3, but Vidit will lose that extra pawn on the next move.
Okay, this looks like draw होने के chances high है, unless somebody flags. Flagging के chances लग रहे हैं यहाँ पे.
Flagging देखने में तो अच्छा ही लगता है, but face करने में उतना नहीं.
और अगर Vidit is the one on the wrong side of the flag, match over.
Match is over. Yes, yes. It's literally like everything decided in the next 2.5 minutes.
One of these two players could punch their ticket to Paris in the next 2.5 minutes right now. b4 khela gaya hai, takes it, more pawns coming off the board. Vidit counter sacrifices, pawn takes pawn, e5 hanging hoga at the end of the line. Vidit is making this very tricky. The knight has jumped in. Knight's a scary piece. Fork threatened, knight c4 check.
Have to be very careful, very careful.
What a great
He takes on d5 with check, knight मारते हैं वापस, but अब pawns भी बराबर हो चुके हैं. King b3, objectively a dead draw, but with 48 seconds for Bok, can Vidit win this?
Now can Bok turn it around one more time? Now he's threatening checks on the third file. He wants to dislodge White's king from b3. Bishop takes pawn, starts looking very tricky. If nothing else, Black will have the option to take that bishop, give a check on the 4th rank, win the pawn on h4, and that will mean Armageddon.
Okay, prediction for this game result. Anirban, any guesses?
We've already predicted.
Yes, Armageddon.
Armageddon, yeah?
We are sticking to our prediction.
Okay, no changes. I give you one
We
option,
are
yeah?
totally sticking to our prediction.
Yes, oh, it's
And this is Vidit Gujrathi with an extra pawn, but a technical draw as the black king is in front of the passed pawn. Benjamin knows it. He's shuffling the king around. We are heading into an Armageddon.
My goodness, both sets went to Armageddon.
Yeah, I think objectively a dead draw, but will Vidit try to push here, Tanya? Do you think he tries to flag or does he repeat?
He's gonna get checked, and now the c5 pawn hanging. He'll give more checks in the position.
Yeah.
This draws both players under 30 seconds. And now the checks come from behind. You're about to lose the c pawn as well. He'll just keep checking till the
Yeah.
king disconnects itself. And there we see a repetition.
Wow.
We go into an Armageddon.
2 sets
What a
and
game.
2 Armageddons. I mean, यहाँ पे आराम से कोई नहीं जीत रहा है यार.
They are like almost inseparable. Very
Wow.
difficult, but what a game. A worthy final for this event, for the prize at stake. One thing I've noticed, every chess final is interesting.
That's the big takeaway.
Yeah, never has it happened that, sometimes cricket finals are really like one-sided, won by 10
Huh.
wickets. Like, that never happens in chess finals.
This match is truly proving that numbers do not matter over the board.
Yeah.
You could be a rating favorite, you could be a world rank favorite, you could be a home crowd favorite. At the end of it, it's only the moves that you make.
That's true. Numbers don't matter. That's also what comics try to think when they wake up. But then they forget it very quickly.
And now the bid is going to be interesting because
Bid,
last
bid.
time both players bid below 7 minutes, which is very rare.
Yeah.
So do you expect something similar to happen, or do you think?
Yeah, it's a big question, and we can't see the cards this time, so we can't really give away any more bids right now as the players are filling those in.
Yeah.
We saw a 659 bid by Benjamin Bok in the previous Armageddon and a 630 bid
Yeah.
by Vidit Gujrathi, which gave Vidit the black pieces.
Huh. So do you think they'll go like lower?
No, I do not
okay,
believe you can go
okay,
lower. I already think that was far too low. I'm going back to my initial prediction. I'm expecting something between 7 and 730 by both these players.
Indeed, and this is India Rising, brought to you by BASF. And whether you are in science, engineering, IT, HR, finance, or manufacturing, or beyond, your work can help create real change. Bring your ideas, your drive, and your expertise to tackle some of the world's pressing challenges. Join BASF and build a career that makes an impact. Making an impact, Tanya, is important for everyone.
And right now it's Vidit Gujrathi who needs to make an impact because he's trailing a set. If Benjamin Bok takes the win, he takes the entire match. He punches his ticket right now. So Vidit's the one who's got to come up with those opportunities and ideas going into this Armageddon. While everyone watching can join BASF and create opportunities for themselves.
Yeah, and the last Armageddon went pretty well for Bok, so he has
Yes.
pleasant memories. I think he can fall back on that. That should give him confidence. So kahin na kahin, Vidit has to draw inspiration from within.
And the
believe
call
he can do it.
center is back.
We can see the players walk on the stage.
What is your prediction? I feel that I have been saying between 7 and 730.
Yeah.
How low can you go? One thing which was clear from the first Armageddon was that both these players really wanted the black pieces.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that's interesting. I think in an evenly fought match, you want those odds to be on your side. Gives
Give
you
me a
more
number,
options.
Sahil. What do you think? Where are they
Okay.
bidding right now?
Good question. I think I'm going to choose... For which player, though? I think, but okay. I think we will see at least one bid below 7 minutes, I think.
You think so?
At least one.
I'm gonna go with 630 again.
Okay.
Yeah. I think 630 because
6 again, yeah?
Yeah.
It's quite a bold bid, I feel, 630. I will be surprised, but of course it's been done before. I really hope they reveal the cards for us. I really hope they hold it to camera and we can actually see what the players have written on their
Yeah.
bidding cards.
yeah.
Once again, let's tell everyone about the format, Sahil.
Agreed, and I think it's going to be one game. The white player will have 10 minutes, and I think the black player will have less time but draw odds. And also, I think we saw with it neutralize the time advantage in the last game. So I think maybe he will have more faith. I can kind of play with that time. So let's see what happens. One player will have white, and he will have to win. He will have to win that game. If you draw, the black player wins.
So both players bidding for time here. The lower bid wins it, gets the black pieces, gets the result odd. You get to draw, you win the match. If you end up with white, you have extra time on the clock. You start with the base time of 10 minutes, but you have to win. The pressure is on to score a full point in that. Armageddon means just a lot of fun for the fans and the commentators and extra pressure for the players.
Absolutely. It's like a super over. I love it.
It's sort of like a super over, like a penalty shootout.
huh.
You know, it's the end. You can run, but you can't hide because this Armageddon will decide, will Benjamin Bok make his debut at the Esports World Cup, or will Vidit Gujrathi keep his chances alive and take it to a third set?
Wow, we have the bids and they are very close.
Whoa.
Very close. So one bid is 725 and one is 720.
Okay. This
Yes,
is
yes,
what I
exactly
was
what you had said.
expecting. Between 7 and 730, who bid 725?
Vidit is 720 and Benjamin is 725.
So Vidit once again outbids Benjamin
Huh.
by 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
Vidit will start with the black pieces once again, needs a draw to win the set. Benjamin will start with 10 minutes and needs a win
Oh my god.
to go to Paris.
It's set. It's
Also, will we see
beautifully
the
set.
same opening is the question. I'm wondering. So interesting questions. They'll all be answered in the next couple of minutes. The match could be over if Benjamin wins. It's all or nothing. The second set, the Armageddon. मुझे सोचा नहीं था कि दोनों Armageddon जाएगा भाई. Honestly,
हाँ,
like no
एकदम नहीं
chance.
सोचा था, एकदम
No
नहीं सोचा
chance है
था.
कि दोनों में जाएगा.
हाँ.
It's been a full plot twist.
Yeah.
Flip of the script. I mean, we are in Bombay. The full masala movie chalu hai yahan pe. And full of surprises here right now. I think it's going to be all eyes on this stage behind us over the course of this next Armageddon. So much riding on this one.
And you know, like also both the players kind of took the draw in those equal end games. We could have seen even more pressure. This has already been too much for my heart. Yeah. So अगर उसमें भी push करते तो और भी crazy रहता. But we have so many fans there enjoying the game of chess, their stars, other games as well. And we've seen some epic poses as well, which scare me a lot, but okay.
A lot of cosplay and costumes are also in this. अरे बहुत मजा आएगा आज शाम को फिर. And then there's Moth coming up to close out tonight.
Yeah, what a party that is going to be. But only one of these two players will be enjoying that performance right now.
These two people
This
are.
arrow should hit the e4 square, I think. We want e4, e5, the same opening. The same opening.
All right, so let's set the stage, right?
Huh.
It's the Armageddon for set 2. Benjamin Bok has taken set 1. Vidit, to stay in the game, to stay alive, has to win the Armageddon with the black pieces, which means a draw is enough for him. The players are ready to go. Benjamin Bok with white once again, his second Armageddon of the day, with the white pieces, has to win on demand. And he's one win away from the ultimate dream here, from making a qualifier run into a ticket to Paris.
Yeah.
One win away.
And life कैसे change होती है ना? You win this, you get signed by a team, you get to play EWC. Suddenly you can invest more into your training. You play against the best of the best of the best. Your career changes, I think. So this is all or nothing for both the players. With it, you seem maybe not super happy, but we're gonna have liftoff soon. This is gonna be the Armageddon. Are we making predictions or are we just kind of enjoying the game?
I'm just sitting back.
मैं नहीं कर रहा prediction.
I'm with Anirban one more time. But we did predict an Armageddon, and that did happen.
That came.
That is
came
a
true.
very cool cosplay right there. This is exactly what the players are feeling like on the
Inside.
stage, on the inside. All guns blazing is what you have to do with the white pieces in an Armageddon.
Wow.
I think, Anirban, on your next show,
Yes.
how do you feel about showing up like that?
Like that?
Yes.
Why would I do that?
So the jokes are funny enough already. You don't
Once
need
the
to.
chess party though, we can do that. Yeah, we can go and borrow the costumes as well. Maybe there are spare ones.
I think audience will be really like angry at me if I do something like this.
ऐसे दिन नहीं आए हैं.
हम लोग को इसलिए घर से बुलाया है ताकि ये देख सके.
But here, that is the arena, that is the entertainment right now. Fantastic games on play. And chess is just the start of the day right now. There's Valorant. There are other esports coming up, ending with a fantastic concert by Moth. You have cosplayers here as well. And just full-on show here in Mumbai.
And yeah, I mean, ऐसे chess में ना usually इतने वो measures होते हैं, like सब कुछ blocked होता है, audience live experience नहीं कर पाती because there are measures. यहाँ पे live audience दिख रहा है. You can hear the commentary in the hall. Like it's so cool. Such a cool format, right?
Sahil, Anirban, thumbs up being given to the players by Avadh. We are seconds away from liftoff. What could potentially be the final game of the day here in India Rising.
Vidit Gujrathi versus Benjamin Bok.
It's either
Man.
the last game or the 5th last game.
We find out. Time will tell. Vidit has to be feeling the nerves right now. He knows that winning this game is still not job over for him.
True.
He just resets the scale. But for
you know,
Benjamin Bok, it all comes down to this moment.
he started off sets well, and the third set has 2 games. I mean, that kind of works in Vidit's favor if he can reach the final set. But there's a big challenge before him. He needs to win this game. Let's see what happens. We'll have the action any second now.
Once again, it's the Italian opening. This is the opening that has gotten Benjamin Bok all the points today here at India Rising Road to EWC.
Is that for trapping the bishop?
Eventually, the plan could be if you can get the B pawn up, then A4 will come. But it also creates a square for the black bishop to retreat to A7. So Vidit has switched it up from the earlier Italians where he suffered so much. Right now, let's remind everybody कि Vidit ने Benjamin को 5 seconds से outbid किया for the black pieces to get the draw odds. Once again, provoking H6 G5 on the board. Are we heading into the same direction again?
Unreal.
Totally possible, yeah. Benjamin, by the way,
Next
does
time,
look a bit stressed there. I mean, he knows he's so close, right? You're so close to your goal. That puts a lot of pressure on you as well.
now the pressure has flipped back to him again. Yes.
Or time difference, exactly 3 minutes right now. So it's a huge lead for Benjamin Bok on the clock right now. Can he maintain it? Agar yahi last tak bana raha, I mean, he's surely gonna hold that game at least.
And again, we have that same structure, the same setup which Vidit has struggled today all day in H6 G5 khela gaya hai. Those pawns will further advance. We've seen these plans play out. But this has been a slight shift now because first Vidit has expanded on the queen side. And he really changes it up. Now the knight goes back.
Also, I think because he has less time, maybe he's like, okay, I don't want to enter a complicated position again with this less time.
भाई एक बार H6 G5 खेल दो, complicated रहने वाली है position.
True.
It's too late to avoid complications now. Bishop goes back to A7. White can start rerouting the knight via F1 to E3. For Benjamin Bok, the plans are clear.
Now I think after knight E8, the plan is simple. That F pawn could move at some point all the way forward.
You want to push that D pawn ahead if you're white. पहले Benjamin थोड़ा सा जगह create कर लेते हैं अपने लिए for the bishop to fall back. Vidit with a new plan in this Italian opening. He wants to now sidestep with the king, unpin the F pawn and then strike with F5. Meanwhile, Benjamin rerouting his own knight to the center of the board.
You know, position same नहीं, but character same है position का. वैसे ही कुछ लग रहा है. You know, knight could come to H5 anyways. Queen is coming to F6. F5 भी आ ही सकता है. That bishop on A7, by the way, in those last 2 positions wasn't there because he traded for the knight. वो भी जिंदा है. It's also an attacking piece.
No increment for these players. Let's not forget that. Let's not ever lose sight of that. This is Armageddon. Vidit, under 6 minutes now on the clock. Not a single piece, not a single pawn has been traded off. Vidit is getting ready to go F5 next to open the position. And it's about to get wild.
King H8 जब भी board पे आता है ना, there's an attack building up. As we saw in Vidit's game that he won. And वो F pawn अब आजाद है. What can white do, Tanya, to kind of counter this? Because otherwise black is playing with, you know, a free hand. Maybe knight E3 to physically kind of control F5.
It's a move you really want to play. Knight E3, and I'm surprised that Benjamin jaldi nahi khel rahe hai because ye sara plan knight B1, D2, F1 is targeted towards that square. He's trying to think, aage kya hoega, so that I have a quick response. Knight E3, if bishop takes knight, first question, what are you recapturing with? Because Vidit ने तो अपना intent साफ कर दिया है कि मैं F5 जा रहा हूँ. It's coming either on the next move or after the trade on E3.
And Tanya, your intuition is on point. After bishop E3, pawn se marna is actually even better. So I think this position is tricky. We have multiple choices. Time-wise, what's the time situation? I feel like time 2 minute ka lead reh gaya, yeah? Usse bhi kam. Vidit is catching up.
Clocks are leveling out. And the thing is, the positions, these openings जो आए हैं आज from the Italians, similar structures, Benjamin Bok has always captured on e3 with the rook. So psychologically in his mind, he has to be aware that this time he has to recapture with the pawn. Because rook se maroge to f5 comes with that much more power. f4 aa raha hai, knight jump kar raha hai, rook will be tender there. Let's show that. Bishop takes knight, rook takes bishop. On our analysis board, Sahil, f5 will happen with that much more impact.
Yeah, and hence pawn takes is better, right? Because you're kind of controlling some important squares, and even though it looks paradoxical, but that is the move he has to find. On the board, 93 played, by the way, and he takes. Let's see what does it capture with.
Huge moment. Rook takes bishop, advantage with it. Pawn takes bishop. It's a game for all three results.
Important moment. He takes with the pawn, I think, right?
Oh, incredible
He took with the pawn.
understanding.
He took with the pawn.
Took
That's
it
a
with the pawn.
great decision by Benjamin Bok. Okay, we have takes and takes. And now the bishop is attacked, Tanya. The pawn is attacked. I feel like Bar Kera white is better, but black also has chances. Yeah, the pieces are very active. Queen coming in now. These pawns are ready to be pushed. The bishop is also technically even active on his original square.
But this king and queen are on the same diagonal.
That's a good tactical point actually, because at some point kuch d4 aega and this bishop, we've seen it come to d4 in a previous game.
Oh, yes.
Also, I want to point out that Benjamin has the bishop pair. So any breaks like d4 opening up the position will suit white.
Okay.
Long term, Benjamin is doing great in this position. I think even short term, Vidit's king is very unsafe. King safety is of prime importance, especially when you've got no increment, because there'll always be attacks.
Yeah.
On the king side, knight h2, rerouting. The white queen also eyeballing the h5 square.
Yeah, I think फिलहाल के लिए pawns black के रुक चुके हैं. You look at white black's pawns, right? You can't play g4, you can't play h5, you can't play d5 or e4. All the pawns are stuck in their tracks. That means black के plan इतना आसान नहीं है. White has the pawn breaks. I can play d4 if I want to. I can play e4 if I want to. I could play g4 and not be stressed too much. So I think फिलहाल के लिए Benjamin in the driver's seat for me. What do you think, Tanya and Anirban?
I think that Benjamin's the time is now pretty much same as Vidit after 3 minutes head start. So at least Vidit has kind of played really well till here to come to this point.
Absolutely agree. And Vidit needs only a draw to take it to set 3. By the way, Anirban, your move, khela gaya hai, d4 aa chuka hai. So it's the first very crucial pawn break for Vidit to reply to. And I think he just keeps the tension on the board. Rook center file pe aa gayi hai, lining against the white queen. Rook e8 was the move of choice, highlighted in blue right there. You don't want to capture on black's turn. Pawn takes pawn, knight centralize ho jata. What Benjamin is hoping for is to create a battery on this diagonal.
Yeah.
Rerouting next, bring the rook out, put the bishop back, line up the queen. We see a trade on d4.
The plan is solid. I think a tactical point here, the rook on e8 and the queen on e2 are on the same file. Maybe that's something Vidit can use to create some chances. He takes on d4.
But Benjamin didn't like something about this. He sort of looked like he missed something over there. He had a reaction. Knight takes pawn doesn't work right now because knight on e7 path mein hai.
He took with the c pawn. That's definitely not ideal, right? Because ये e3 pawn अब पूरी game के लिए weak है. I can pressure it heavily. My knight, my rook, even knight d4 is a tactic. Vidit has a better position now.
And he's gone for it. He puts the knight on the light square. Knight f6 aane wala hai next. And Vidit ke sare pieces they beautifully placed hai to take advantage of these light square weaknesses. So big missed moment by Benjamin. He had to capture with the other pawn. He took it with the wrong one.
Yeah, it's like the bishop on f2 है ना वहाँ pawn होता तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता फिलहाल के लिए, at least temporarily. So I think Vidit का जो temporary initiative सा मिला है उसका फायदा उठाना है, because अगर ये e3 pawn e4 चला गया, position खुल गई, then suddenly the bishops come back to power. He has to do something active here.
But this is tricky. This last move of Benjamin, rook c file pe aa gayi hai. Now if you put your knight to the center of the board, always watch out for that d pawn moving forward. d5 will dislodge the black knight, and c7 very tender on the board. Rook c1, tricky. And we see Vidit's computer screen there. He simply comes back with the bishop to c8, a waiting move right now. The clock still about a 1 minute advantage to Benjamin.
Yeah, and I think Benjamin getting some initiative back. I think queen side pe khel sakte hain. For example, a3, b4. Just play on the queen side. Black doesn't have an attack right now on the king side. Center filhal ke liye control ho gaya hai somewhat. So if you just play on the queen side, Tanya, I mean, black का active plan missing है, unfortunately. This might be the end if Benjamin gets an advantage because a3 b4 आ रहा है. Bishop g3 played though.
I hear you, but I still get the feeling practically it's a game for 3 results. And as we go into those bullet territory now, blunderfest incoming. Kisi ki bhi game ho sakti hai. One plan that I would be scared about, bishop falling back to b1, kick that knight out, and then put your queen and bishop battery, eyeballing the queen side, king side.
So powerful.
He does it. He comes back all the way to b1. Next move, a3 aa raha hai, and knight ko bhagao.
I think that the dark square bishop also they should bring in on this side and just threaten. Sometimes threatening is enough. ये हम लोग देख रहे हैं इधर से.
It's like a dangling sword, ना? कभी भी ऐसे नीचे गिर सकती है.
Yeah.
b6 खेला गया है at this moment.
You know, chess is sometimes complex. And either rook is worth 5 points and knight is worth 3 points. One of the best moves here is just rook takes f6 apparently.
No.
That's one of the best
Rook
moves.
takes f6.
That's impossible, I think, for any player to find in this time pressure. But he can also just play e4, which is also like a pawn sack. So, जो moves हैं, थोड़ी crazy है, he finds it.
He plays for the second sacrifice that you were saying. And it's all around getting rid of key defenders around the black king. भाई ये h6 g5 इतना ज़्यादा committal होता है ना कि middle game में crazy चीजें हो जाती हैं. You have long term play. And Sahil, what's the point after knight takes pawn here?
If you take on e4 now, I will play that rook f8 check first. If you take with the rook, now the knight is hanging. So queen takes marna padega. Bishop takes, rook takes, and the c7 pawn is hanging at the end. So c7 pawn hanging, and suddenly, Anirban, your bishop could be the star of the game for white.
Oh my god, and a mistake by Vidit. It is under 3 minutes. Bishop a6 attacking the rook right now.
Rook f6 is the best move again. That makes no logical sense.
Do you have the guts and the bravery to simply give up material with everything on the line? You know that if the sacrifice doesn't work, you're just down an exchange, you lose.
Very tough to find such a move. I think Benjamin might find something more solid. Yeah, Rookie 1 is the kind of move you might play.
He plays the more human move right now. He defends e4 ka pawn, e5 aa raha hai. I like this approach by Vidit, not allowing e5. Bishop f2 and Vidit's back in the game. Just like that. Knight is jumping onto f4. Knight d3 ka threat hai, forking the 2 rooks. Knight d3, suddenly the 2 knights and the minor pieces that Vidit has, creating very attacking possibilities on the board.
Kuch predict nahi kar sakte. Also like d5, bishop d4 is incoming on it. I think wo possibility is also there now.
He takes that square away. He says, I'm not allowing the white bishop to ever land on d4.
Yeah.
This is the point, Chad. Ye bishop jo hai d4 pe, that is where you want to be as white. Black physically puts a pawn there ताकि bishop कभी पहुंच ना पाए. Tough one. And now these knights looking very active. This d3 square seems to be where black wants to land a piece. White is not allowing him to do so.
His time is lesser now, Benjamin.
Yes. I think Vidit is smelling it. He's sensing that this is his moment. Things have turned around. In the last 5 moves, पूरे pieces की position ही change हो गई है. दोनों knights eyeballing d3. Striking in the center right now. Super tense position, and Vidit has more time on the clock. And he needs only a draw.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Draw काफी है, so pressure Benjamin पे होगा, who has less time now, which is a huge difference now that in the final phases of the game.
And what Vidit is also hinting at is वो c pawn c4 पे जाके एक knight तो d3 पे land करेगा ही करेगा.
And you know, Benjamin के लिए it's like he's almost there, and if he loses, he's back to square one.
Did you
it's
see
tough.
that?
It's tough.
He just had a head shake, willing himself make a move, Benjamin. He's down to a minute and a half right now. He looked at the clock. He knows that he's running out of time. He finally does take a decision, but this allows g4. That knight was a defender of g4. Vidit can pounce on this moment and open up the g5.
I think this is where the bar is kind of really lying about how tough this position is, Tanya and Anirban, because g4 के बाद there's mate in one threatened. कितना tough है वहाँ पे physically to just play a move in 10 seconds.
Oh my god.
But Vidit has to put pressure on the clock. He goes the other way. He goes c4. This was the other idea I was talking about. But I think g4 was so incredibly powerful in this moment. Bishop d4 ka threat deflected. King sidesteps any pins on the long diagonal.
King g8 played important move there, getting out of that pin. Bishop d4 वैसे भी खेल ही सकते हैं. Yeah, he plays it. Yeah. That's
खेलना
the queen.
होगा if Vidit has one more move. Knight d3 is coming in. He's setting up all the pieces on the f-file.
You will not.
Oh,
Ooh,
what is
E5.
happening here? Full
E5.
chaos by d5 hanging hai.
He takes on d5.
And it's a mistake.
You know what the best move is? Knight takes g5 and rook g3. That's impossible. That's impossible. Knight takes g5. Knight pawn ke badle dena.
It's never happening. Knight takes... Oh, what?
Oh my God!
No way. He played knight takes g5.
That's incredible.
That's a mind-blowing idea
My
by
goodness.
Benjamin Bok.
What is going on here?
He's going for that g5 pawn. Benjamin Bok is relying on the double bishop and the rook attacking Vidit's king right now. He's got 50 seconds to make something of the attack. The gamble is paying off, but can he continue to be precise right now? In 48 seconds, he hits the black queen, which is a big blunder.
Is blunder? Oh,
There was only one move for Benjamin there. Very tough to find bishop e4, but I think e6 felt like a
He has
logical
no
move.
time. He has
40
no time.
seconds.
Missing the key moment there where he had to centralize his bishop. 30 seconds now. Vidit Gujrathi winning on the material. Just needs to not get checkmated. And there's a threat. Rook takes g5 is a big threat. Rook takes pawn, queen takes rook, queen h7 will be checkmate.
This is still tough, Tanya. This is still tough, Aniba. I feel like it kabhi bhi turn ho sakta hai. This is not completely over for, I think, Benjamin. He has a chance.
Bullet territory mein ja raha hai. Rook takes pawn. You have to be really careful. He blocks the diagonal with it.
Knight d3 khela hai, blocks the queen, but maybe the queen can switch somehow. 23 seconds for Benjamin. He has to play now. He has no time.
How do you win this in 20 seconds? You are right now down an entire piece. He's down materially. He has to checkmate, and it just looks like black has consolidated the king.
Rook g5 incoming. Don't take the rook on e1. He
Blocks
plays
it.
rook f4. Nice.
Blocks it. Takes the knight away. He's lost the bishop pair. Attacks the rook on f4. Vidit is completely winning. By the way, under a minute, he's got extra time on the clock as well. 20 seconds for Benjamin.
Wow.
He's going to try to trick Vidit.
Vidit.
He just shouldn't choke. Vidit
Yeah,
cannot
yeah,
afford to
yeah.
choke in this one.
Smooth chess. Just pick up that pawn
Queen
on
takes
e6.
rook is a threat. Queen takes rook is a threat. Defended. The pawn on g5 was pinned.
King h2 played very quickly. Nice move.
But Vidit is now coming under 30 seconds himself.
Oh, he's taking too much time. Bishop c4. Okay, nice
Attacking
move.
e6. Loses the b6 pawn.
तानिया वो e pawn जिंदा है तो को जिंदा है कुछ भी हो सकता है.
हो गया.
Takes it. Trades. Rook takes pawn. Again, a big threat on the board. Ignore the evaluation bar. Anything can happen right now.
Wow.
Oof.
Ooh, this is crazy. 8 seconds.
7 seconds for Benjamin. Vidit needs to win to take this into
Check.
set 3.
Takes
He
the rook.
wins the rook. He's
He should
completely
win this
winning.
one, I think.
He's about to resign. And that's it. He
There
gets
it is.
checkmated. Rook h1.
Wow.
Vidit Gujrathi takes it to set 3.
Whoa.
Just like that.
My
And the
goodness.
crowd goes wild.
Oof.
You saw the impactful punch. There was a chair in the crowd here, yeah, after Vidit won. Crazy win there.
Oof.
And it's all even after two amazing,
Nothing.
mind-blowing sets of chess.
Nothing to separate. We have been here for 3 hours.
Wow.
What an Armageddon there by Vidit with the black pieces finishing it off in a checkmate.
Wow. And we checkmate se hua, matlab perfect chess. No time
Perfect,
issues there.
perfect. What a... This match was very exciting in the end. Oh my god, that king side had fully opened up.
And this is just a reset.
Yeah.
Because Vidit has now equalized the
Yes,
match. The
yes.
score is 1-1. One set apiece. We go into the final set of the day.
So this means it's one set each. Final set, only 2 games this time.
2 games?
Yes,
2
it's a
games in
best
the
of
final
2.
set.
What? Oh.
And that makes it much more high stakes because you cannot come back easily in this one.
Looking at these two, I think this is also going to Armageddon. Okay. And then eventually I think they'll send both of them.
The Armageddon will also have an Armageddon.
Look at that. Vidit is still checking out the game, the Armageddon
very
game. I think that's a good idea. It gives you the confidence
Yeah,
to go into that final set. What a finish that was as well. I mean,
Beautiful.
can you imagine the nerves? And you can see it on Vidit, the relief
Yeah.
that getting that set in the bag, I'm still alive in this race.
So
Not so
good.
quickly.
So good, so good. I love it. And this is a match. Yeah, it's worthy of a final. That it should be a good match. A final should be like a final, and they have delivered.
I completely agree with that. You know, a lot of times I think fans look for a blowout,
Yeah,
one-sided.
yeah.
But I think when two players push each other to the edge,
Yeah.
when they bring out the best in each other, when you know you've got two Armageddons deciding the set, that's when you know that this final is really a grand final.
या
Absolutely.
ये स्क्रिप्ट कोई लिख नहीं सकता था ये
हाँ,
तो
हाँ।
मतलब इम्प्रॉम्प्टू रियल में स्क्रिप्ट दिख रही है मतलब मजा आ गया है मैच देख के
हाँ.
एंड आई फील लाइक चांसेस थे दोनों प्लेयर्स के पास बट ऑल्सो I think the event has been brought to us by BASF. This team had some great chances in the game. And talking opportunity, whether you are working in science, engineering, IT, manufacturing, other fields, you can help create change. Your passion, creativity, and dedication are necessary to tackle some of the world's most pressing challenges. Join BASF and be a part of the change. And that's the reason why we're having this event.
Yeah, fantastic. BSF actually was my client in my earlier job.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, and they have paid on time.
So Anirban approves.
Approves.
Love it.
Yeah. So that was set to a mind-blowing one. It's all even, Steven. We'll be back with the finale after a very, very short break.
I'm Vidit Gujrathi. I was staying in Nasik for most of my life. Now I live in Mumbai. I am part of the Indian chess team. My peak world rank was 10. I became a grandmaster at the age of 18, but I think by today's standards that's late. Funnily enough, actually, when I became grandmaster, I became by playing Counter-Strike. Because one of my problems was I used to choke under pressure back then because I was looking forward to becoming grandmaster. But there was one tournament I was like, chuck it. I was playing Counter-Strike in the night, and that just helped me take my mind somewhere else, distract myself, and I could just play freely the next day. So I started playing chess at the age of 6. And I haven't looked back since then. So a lot of my identity is associated with chess. And I became grandmaster at the age of 18, and now I'm 31. And representing India at the global level for I think last 12 years or so, playing in the Indian squad. And I've been doing this pretty much full time. It started off as a hobby, but I got so engrossed that I kept playing chess as a profession. If I have to give an analogy of, let's say, cricket, I would say a modern version of Rahul Dravid in a way, because I am well prepared. I try to play solid chess, but when push comes to shove, I can also become very aggressive. So, but that's not my natural instinct. I'm more of a controlled player, but when time requires, I can also, come forward in the crease and try to hit some sixes. Oh, recovering from a tough loss is always harder. Like, losing hurts way more than the pleasure of winning, It just stings a lot. And that's why I started actually playing chess. That was one of the reasons I was so motivated. I didn't want to lose. I was so competitive. I think someone should invent that. I really don't. I'm looking for that reset button. There are many ways. Sometimes I just like to distract myself completely, like forget about the tournament or try to forget it. You can never forget. And that is by engaging your mind somewhere else. Sometimes I even go online and play more chess to rub off that loss, sometimes just spending time with family. But I have not found the magical reset button. Like, I don't think it exists. As a competitive player, it goes on in your mind. It's always there. When I hear India Rising Road to EWC, I think it gives me another chance to represent India, and that too in such a fresh format with a new audience, new type of chess, and that's very exciting. Benjamin is very a serious player, and he is well prepared. So definitely not an easy opponent, and he has been taking online tournaments seriously. He has been preparing for it, so he's used to that. I feel like in general I have a good score against him. like we have played multiple times, and my style I think has worked well against him. So in general, I feel like I'm a stronger player, and tomorrow I just have to play the best chess that I can. At EWC, they'll probably see the 3.0 version of me, which is very different, very unique, and something they have not seen me do.
So I'm Benjamin Bok, I'm a grandmaster from the Netherlands. These days I'm not as active anymore in classical chess, but I still play a lot of online rapid and blitz tournaments, in which I've been doing fairly well, I'd say. I feel like I'm not at the very top, but I feel like I'm not too far away from that, so obviously this tournament here is a big opportunity to try to make it to the highest stage. Yeah, my dad told me the game when I was around 6, but I joined a chess club in my local town a few years later, so I started out there, and then shortly after that I started playing in tournaments, and I won the Dutch championship for the first time in my age category when I was 10, so I'd say that's when chess really became more serious for me. Well, I would have loved to be a soccer athlete and be at the World Cup right now, but that ship has sailed at this point. Of course, it's a dream to compete in the EWC, but I've never been this close. So this event, the ride has been pretty good. I mean, when I signed up for the Swiss portion of India Rising, I thought I would have a pretty good chance of making it to the knockouts, and then I did. And then in the quarterfinals, I saw I was facing Partikian, obviously a very strong player, but I thought I had a pretty good chance to beat him. But then I saw if I beat him, I would probably be up against Arjun, and I knew that that would be a very tough match. And honestly, he's definitely clearly a favorite in that one, but I managed to beat him, which also surprised myself. And now all of a sudden, I'm very close. So this is obviously a big opportunity against Vidit, who is also a very strong player, but yeah, even though he's very strong, I do believe I can beat him. Yeah, I think it's a great development for chess. Online classical chess has been around for a long time, but I feel like it's hard to sell classical chess as a product to the masses, because they might watch a game and then somebody spending a lot of time on just one move, and to the audience it seems like just nothing is happening. Of course, we know in the player's heads a lot is happening, but I feel like it's hard to sell as a product, whereas I feel like especially rapid, I feel like it's a very good balance between action and it's still being digestible. When I show blitz games to people who are still starting out, for them it goes a little bit too fast. But I feel like rapid strikes the perfect balance. And yeah, I also enjoy it as well. The games are a lot faster. You don't have to overthink every decision. Like in classical chess, you have to think a little bit deeper perhaps, which of course also has its own beauty. But I think it's great that online rapid and blitz and these fast formats are on the rise, and I think it definitely has a lot of potential for chess. When I hear India Rising, road to EWC, it means a huge opportunity to me. Yeah, it would be huge for my career. I've never played at that stage. I feel like I've been not too far off on some occasions, but it would definitely be the biggest success of my career. Yes, what makes it different is that it is online on computers, but it is in person. So that is very special, because for a long time chess was only played over the board, then came online chess, but online chess on location is still something that only happens to very special finals. So off the chessboard, he's a very nice guy who I've known for many years. I actually played him the first time in 2008 at the World Youth Championship that he went on to win. He beat me in that game, so it would be nice to take revenge for that. But yeah, like I said, he's a great rival, he's a great guy, but obviously tomorrow we'll be fighting on the chessboard. My road to EWC will be successful if I beat Vidit. This is Benjamin Bok, and my road to EWC starts here.
All-star roster built for greatness.
CS superstar Nico. How is the team feeling?
But in the spotlight, there's nowhere to hide.
Nico, is this the year?
stage. Is this his chance to silence the world?
I'm ready.
These are the moments that Nico is made for. Team Liquid won every major title in 2025. Then one loss at M7. That's all it took. Now every other team can smell the blood. Will a new predator take the crown? Or will the king reclaim his throne?
The jungle belongs to me.
6 consecutive titles. World champions. An empire forged for glory. Destiny remains in their hands. But the world stage is calling.
It's the end of the streak. A G Super Play are out.
And every contender is coming for their crown. With the dynasty reuniting, can AG show the world once more?
请拭目以待。
Fnatic. Valorant royalty. 3 grand finals in 2025. 3 second places. Always close. But never on target. This year, will they finally hit the mark?
This is where we make the shot.
Caps. A generational talent. Domestic dominance. But on the global stage, a different story. 7 years since Europe claimed an international trophy. This year, hope returned. But then it all came crashing down. When the weight of expectation becomes unbearable, can he lift a trophy once more?
Time to take what we deserve.
Magnus Carlsen, a force of nature. He sees things no one else does. Always one step ahead. 21 world titles. Reigning EWC champion. Unstoppable. Relentless. Inevitable. Can anyone weather the storm?
Your move. Des milliers d'avis de recherche ont recouvert la ville de Paris du jour au lendemain. Leur cible, les champions en titre de l'Esports World Cup. Les autorités tentent de déterminer les motivations de cet acte, mais l'identité des auteurs reste un mystère.
Sous le ciel bleu de la Provence, les jours heureux, mais de la danse, on voit le soleil.
It's not him.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to be. So if you're gonna make it with me, babe, lay it on me 'cause it's just a groovy Tuesday.
I don't feel the pressure from my opponents. I play against the standard I set for myself. And if I can face the best version of me, what chance do you have?
Magnus Carlsen looking up, he's in calculation mode. He truly has the heart of a champion and he is displaying that here saying, watch what I can do.
To those who want the crown, come and get it.
내가 못할 거라 생각했지.
C'est Paris sans toi. Je prends mon mal en patience. Les jours passent sans toi. Je n'y peux rien, j'y pense. Et pourtant, les heures défilent et tu naïs. Mais le temps, décidément, passe bien trop lentement. C'est Paris sans toi.
Streamers! You can earn rewards just for streaming the Esports World Cup. And the Esports Creator Program is doing exactly that. You can co-stream events, and that will let you earn points, which can be redeemed for amazing rewards.
Hey, Tyler, you okay?
Stream EWC, get points. Redeem points, unlock rewards. I stream EWC, I get points, I unlock rewards, I live forever!
I'm the best player in the world! I'm talking gift cards! Exclusive gear, signed jerseys, and more. Raven! Stream EWC, get points. Redeem points, get rewards. Sign up now! Wait, how do I set up?
I'm Vidit Gujrathi. I was staying in Nasik for most of my life. Now I live in Mumbai. I am part of the Indian chess team. My peak world rank was 10. I became a grandmaster at the age of 18, but I think by today's standards, that's late. Funnily enough, actually, when I became grandmaster, I became by playing Counter-Strike. Because one of my problems was I used to choke under pressure back then, because I was looking forward to becoming grandmaster. But there was one tournament I was like, chuck it. I was playing Counter-Strike in the night, and that just helped me take my mind somewhere else, distract myself, and I could just play freely the next day. So I started playing chess at the age of 6, and I haven't looked back since then. So a lot of my identity is associated with chess, and I became grandmaster at the age of 18, and now I'm 31, and representing India at the global level for I think last 12 years or so, playing in the Indian squad. And I've been doing this pretty much full time. It started off as a hobby, but I got so engrossed that I kept playing chess as a profession. If I have to give an analogy of, let's say, cricket, I would say a modern version of Rahul Dravid in a way, because I am well prepared. I try to play solid chess, but when push comes to shove, I can also become very aggressive. So, but that's not my natural instinct. I'm more of a controlled player, but when time requires, I can also, come forward in the crease and try to hit some sixes. Oh, recovering from a tough loss is always harder. Like, losing hurts way more than the pleasure of winning, It just stings a lot. And that's why I started actually playing chess. That was one of the reasons I was so motivated. I didn't want to lose. I was so competitive. I think someone should invent that. I really don't. I'm looking for that reset button. There are many ways. Sometimes I just like to distract myself completely, like forget about the tournament or try to forget it. You can never forget. And that is by engaging your mind somewhere else. Sometimes I even go online and play more chess to rub off that loss, Sometimes just spending time with family. But I have not found the magical reset button. Like, I don't think it exists. As a competitive player, it goes on in your mind. It's always there. When I hear India Rising Road to EWC, I think it gives me another chance to represent India, and that too in such a fresh format with a new audience, new type of chess, and that's very exciting. Benjamin is very a serious player, and he is well prepared. So definitely not an easy opponent, and he has been taking online tournaments seriously. He has been preparing for it, so he's used to that. I feel like in general I have a good score against him. Like, we have played multiple times, and my style I think has worked well against him. So in general I feel like I'm a stronger player, and tomorrow I just have to play the best chess that I can. At EWC, they'll probably see the 3.0 version of me, which is very different, very unique, and something they have not seen me do.
So I'm Benjamin Bok. I'm a grandmaster from the Netherlands. These days I'm not as active anymore in classical chess, but I still play a lot of online rapid and blitz tournaments, in which I've been doing fairly well, I'd say. I feel like I'm not at the very top, but I feel like I'm not too far away from that, so obviously this tournament here is a big opportunity to try to make it to the highest stage. Yeah, my dad told me the game when I was around 6, but I joined a chess club in my local town a few years later, so I started out there, and then shortly after that I started playing in tournaments, and I won the Dutch championship for the first time in my age category when I was 10, so I'd say that's when chess really became more serious for me. Well, I would have loved to be a soccer athlete and be at the World Cup right now, but that ship has sailed at this point. Of course, it's a dream to compete in the EWC, but I've never been this close. So this event, the ride has been pretty good. I mean, when I signed up for the Swiss portion of India Rising, I thought I would have a pretty good chance of making it to the knockouts, and then I did. And then in the quarterfinals, I saw I was facing Partikian, obviously a very strong player, but I thought I had a pretty good chance to beat him. But then I saw if I beat him, I would probably be up against Arjun, and I knew that would be a very tough match. And honestly, he's clearly a favorite in that one, but I managed to beat him, which also surprised myself. And now all of a sudden, I'm very close, so this is obviously a big opportunity against Vidit, who is also a very strong player, but yeah, even though he's very strong, I do believe I can beat him. Yeah, I think it's a great development for chess. Online classical chess has been around for a long time, but I feel like it's hard to sell classical chess as a product to the masses, because they might watch a game and then somebody is spending a lot of time on just one move, and to the audience it seems like just nothing is happening. Of course, we know in the player's heads a lot is happening, but I feel like it's hard to sell as a product, whereas I feel like, you know, especially Rapid, I feel like is a very good balance between action and it's still being digestible. When I show blitz games to people who are still starting out, for them it goes a little bit too fast, but I feel like Rapid strikes the perfect balance. And yeah, I also enjoy it as well. The games are a lot faster. You don't have to overthink every decision. Like in classical chess, you have to think a little bit deeper perhaps, which of course also has its own beauty. But I think it's great that online Rapid and Blitz and these fast formats are on the rise, and I think it definitely has a lot of potential for chess. When I hear India Rising, Road to EWC, it means a huge opportunity to me. Yeah, it would be huge for my career. I've never played at that stage. I feel like I've been not too far off on some occasions, but it would definitely be the biggest success of my career. Yes, what makes it different is that it is online on computers, but it is in person. So that is very special, because for a long time chess was only played over the board, then came online chess, but online chess on location is still something that only happens to very special finals. So off the chessboard, he's a very nice guy who I've known for many years. I actually played him the first time in 2008 at the World Youth Championship that he went on to win. He beat me in that game, so it would be nice to take revenge for that. But yeah, like I said, he's a great rival, he's a great guy, but obviously tomorrow we'll be fighting on the chessboard. My road to EWC will be successful if I beat Vidit. This is Benjamin Bok, and my road to EWC starts here.
An all-star roster built for greatness.
CS superstar Nico West. Nico, how is the team feeling?
But in the spotlight, there's nowhere to hide.
Nico, is this the year?
Everyone's watching. Everyone's waiting. On the global stage, is this his chance to silence the world?
I'm ready. These are the moments that Nico is made for.
Team Liquid won every major title in 2025. Then one loss at M7. That's all it took. Now every other team can smell the blood. Will a new predator take the crown? Or will the king reclaim his throne?
The jungle belongs to me.
6 consecutive titles. World champions. An empire forged for glory. Destiny remains in their hands. But the world stage is calling.
It's the end of the streak. A G Super play are out.
And every contender is coming for their crown. With the dynasty reuniting, can AG show the world once more?
请拭目以待。
Fnatic. Valorant royalty. 3 grand finals in 2025. 3 second places. Always close. But never on target.
get in there. राइजिंग में अब रास्ता बनने वाला है भारत से दुनिया तक का.
And whatever happened in the morning, I think that was just a jhalak of what's to come today. I mean, we started with the chess competition. It is 1-1 so far. And who would have thought we would get such a takkar wala competition right at the start of the day?
अब देखिए, India Rising is India's official road to the Esports World Cup. It is a platform connecting India's best talent to the global esports ecosystem. And एक celebration ही है, जिस तरह से हम लोग India Rising की बात करते हैं.
Yeah, truly. I mean, it's a celebration of the Indian gaming culture. Because I'll tell you what, it brings together not just esports, but also culture, creators, chess, entertainment, and everything that one could ask for, no?
Yes, and everything what one could ask for. In fact, if the fans were asking for something, they are getting so much more. And we all know that India is rising as a global gaming nation. And gaming has become a serious industry. It has created careers, it has created businesses and global opportunities. And this is the beginning of a long-term journey and not just a single event. And we are now speeding forward with the state of Maharashtra, which is leading India's gaming and digital innovation movement, becoming a hub for gaming.
I mean, tell me, what is it? 3:15 now? Look at the crowd. Just look at them. This is only going to increase as the day progresses. We are yet just in the first event of the day. The chess is not yet over. So much more to come.
And exactly what is there to come right now? Well, Mumbai, you will love this moment. In fact, you have already seen your lovely creators. You have already seen the amazing gamers. You've already seen some intense chess games. Well, the decider still left.
Oh, yes.
But there is more to come because this is India Rising, Road to EWC.
Tell me this. This was your debut in chess, if I'm not wrong. And it's my debut in esports. What are your thoughts?
My thought is that I think we should respect each other's profiles and respect each other's games and stay where we are. Because I love the game of chess, and I think you love esports in general. So I think, yeah, we should not eat over each other.
So far, so good. So, a beautiful game of chess, that is what we were talking about. Bok won, Vidit won. And now we have something special happening, because of which we've taken a short break from that intense game of chess. What do you think is going to happen in the decider?
Well, it is for everyone to enjoy and view because I think the story has been set. The base has been set for something historic, something epic. Because, of course, if Vidit ends up winning, he'll not just be representing himself, but he'll be representing all of us,
Yes.
the whole of our country at the global stage. So that's something to cheer for and that's something to be excited for.
And you know what the best part is? We already have 3 Indians who are already there, who've qualified for the chess event at the EWC. This will be our 4th entry from
Yes.
India. And we have some creators on the screen. Tell me more about them.
Well, what we have seen is that a lot of teams have qualified for the EWC, and let's have an idea on what is going to happen. Like, you know, when it's the international stage, when a lot of things are at stake, you tend to feel the nerves. You tend to feel those things that, you know, you're not that comfortable. So what do you feel about that? Those nerves settling in towards the end of the day?
End of the day, we've just started, no? I mean, yes, but you know what? You've got to tell me. We started with chess, yes. But tell me what's in store when it comes to the esports front. You have some really good creators who have come in, and we're going to have some really good competitions after this as well.
Of course, I think this is not just India Rising, but we are talking about esports rising overall. And of course, we have a lot of creators doing a watch party from here. Snacks Gaming is alive. So Snacks Gaming ke liye, let's just wait for his stream. And we also got Aman from Seoul, who's also streaming this. He's here. Okay, not streaming, but eventually we will. Snacks, how are you? All good? Excited? Show matches होने वाली हैं, बड़ा बवाल मचाने वाले हैं. Aman, are you excited for this? Yes. And of course, we have to talk to the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mortal here as well. The OG, the legend. Mortal, how does it feel? EWC, India को represent करने वाले हैं कुछ लोग. And thumbs up. आएंगे, देखो thumbs up से ज़्यादा भी आपसे बात करेंगे हम लोग. Of course, we will. But right now, of course, we got some amazing creators here. Yeah, I see a lot of them. We got some amazing BGMI players also right in the front. And I can see Oways there. Oways is a legend. He's a veteran who is still, he's amazing. When it comes to the lobby, he's just dominating the lobbies every now and then. So yes, so we've got a lot of people here. And of course, all the fans who get to see them 2 feet away.
Now tell me this, when you have so much happening in one space, what can one expect? The people who are going to sit at home and watch us live,
Yes.
watch the action that's going to come live. What do we have in store for them?
Yeah, of course, you can come here and say hi to your favorite creators, your favorite gamers. We've got Dobby here. Dobby, आप किधर हो? Yes, एक बार कैमरा को हाई कह दो, Dobby. साक्षी भी हाई कह दो एक बार. Yes, both are waving to the camera. And अगर आप इस समय आते हैं Geo Convention Center in Mumbai, you can get to experience this. This is a one-of-a-kind gaming festival where you will be also seeing some amazing chess games where we are hoping that Vidit takes home the Tiranga to the global stage.
Absolutely. And you know, with the kind of action that we've seen so far, I think it's not going to be an easy win. It is going to be one where Vidit will have to give in his all in order to make that spot his own.
And as we all know, esports is growing. And when you talk about the state of Maharashtra, it is leading India's gaming and digital innovation movement, becoming a hub of sorts for gaming. And as you can see, as you can witness this right now at India Rising, that it has become a hub.
And you know what? As I say these words, Rohit, I am truly honored to mention that our Honorable Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, will be joining us very soon and addressing this gathering. Yes, my dear friends, please make some noise for our Honorable Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis.
James is not here. James and Vidit, they both are not here. Directly call the CM.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me in welcoming our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Devendra Fadnavis, to the stage, and also joining him on stage, Dr. P. Anbalgan, IAS Principal Secretary, Industries, Government of Maharashtra, and Charlie Cowdery, CEO, Geoblast.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Minister, Sir, and Principal Secretary, Sir, for gracing this event with your presence. We truly feel honored, and your presence showcases the Government of Maharashtra's support for the growth of gaming, esports, and the AVGC XR ecosystem.
Your initiatives for championing policy support for emerging industries, including gaming and esports, is truly inspiring, and we truly appreciate the forward-looking steps in that direction.
Also having joined us on stage is Mr. James Cunningham, representative of the Esports Foundation. May I now request Charlie to please present the India Rising jersey to Honorable CM, Sir.
That's the India Rising jersey, ladies and gentlemen, being presented to our CM, Sir, and Principal Secretary, Sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now I would like to request our dignitaries on stage to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and mark this glorious moment in history.
Now, this tradition is something that's ingrained in the Indian culture. No auspicious beginnings start without lighting of the lamp.
Thank you so much, sirs. And it is my utmost pleasure to invite Dr. P. Anbalgan, IAS Principal Secretary, Industries, Government of Maharashtra, to kindly come to the podium and address this gathering, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. All young friends. Honorable CM, sir. CEO Geoblast, Mr. Charlie, Grandmaster who is playing, Mr. Vidit Gujrathi, Mr. James Cunningham from EWC, all the young champions of India, welcome to truly a historic occasion for Maharashtra. Gaming, animation, and digital content creation are no longer hobbies. They are one of the fastest growing industries in the world. And Maharashtra, everyone knows, is determined to lead this growth. The government of Maharashtra has put in place a dedicated policy. Even I don't realize that this policy can impact so much of young crowd. Dedicated AVGC XR sector, covering animation, visual effects, gaming, comics, and extended reality. The investment we are expecting in probably in another 5 years is close to 50,000 crore, and it will create 2 lakh jobs. All young, energetic, young crowd probably will be benefited out of this. And if you look at number of digital studios which are into like gaming, they're close to 300 studios are like in Maharashtra, which is almost close to 1/3 of the country's number. And secondly, National Center of Excellence for ABGC and XR is also being set up in our Mumbai. And India Rising is not just an event, it is a statement. For the first time, India has an official, probably formalized, structured pathway to compete at the Esports World Cup, the world's biggest gaming stage this year being held in Paris. The fact that the journey begins in Mumbai and in Maharashtra is something we are deeply proud of. It reflects the state's commitment to being at the forefront of India's digital future. When we look at opportunities for the younger lot and for the youth, if you look at the numbers, it's almost close to 500 million gamers are there, probably the largest in the world. And out of that large chunk of people, young people are from Maharashtra, probably from Mumbai, Pune, Nagpur, Nasik, Kolhapur, Solapur, and beyond. This event tells us, every one of them, that their passion has a future, not just like manufacturing, but also any professional player, a content creator, a game developer, or an entrepreneur in the gaming ecosystem. To assist us, to help you out, the government is building the infrastructure, the policy support, the platforms, so that the talent is never held back by lack of opportunity. I'm honored to welcome once again our Honorable Chief Minister, who has guided us and all our distinguished patrons to this stage. Together, let us make our state the home of Esports India. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anbalgan. Your words were truly inspiring and have sparked many young minds today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I need all of you to cheer on because we have a very special guest who will be coming and having a chat with you. Please give it up for our chief guest, our Honorable Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Mr. Charlie Caudray, CEO Geoblast, Mr. James Cunningham, Dr. P. Anbalgam, all the dignitaries present here, dear friends, it's absolute privilege to be present at this India Rising, which is supposed to be the gateway to Esports World Cup. All of us know that Mumbai has been India's dream city, a status driven by its entertainment and film industry. Realms of animation, visual effects, gaming, comics, and extended reality have now emerged. Mumbai is developing the strongest ecosystem in India within these new sectors as well. In reality, today, the revenue generated by the global gaming sector far exceeds the combined earnings of the film and the music industry. Experts estimate that combined annual global revenue of film and music is 70 billion, and that of the gaming sector is 260 billion, which is 3.5 times larger than combined film and music world. India now has over 500 million active gamers. The domestic gaming business is 40,000 crore. And if you look at the film industry and the music industry put together in India, it is 20,000 crores. Surely, this is a very fascinating world now. When the first trailer for the Grand Theft Auto 6 was released, it garnered over 90 million views in just 24 hours, a level of viewership no movie trailer has ever achieved. Film enthusiasts worldwide were amazed to learn that movie 300 was produced in the studio only. When you wear a virtual reality headset and play a roller coaster game, your brain pursues a genuine sensation of losing balance. Even though you remain seated motionless in your chair, your eyes send signals to the brain that the virtual environment is 100% real. AVGC XR, a sector capable of delivering such incredible experiences, has now evolved into a full-fledged industry. A significant share of the credit goes to the availability of affordable data and the ease of UPI transaction. Maharashtra is making rapid strides in this field. Abundant availability of IT and digital skills to provide technical support, high-quality educational institutions, an ecosystem comprising Film City, the advertising agency, OTT production, post-production facilities. Maharashtra hosts 30% of country's AVGC XR studios. Over 295 studios operate within the state. VFX, animation, and post-production works for numerous national and international films, OTT series, and advertisement is carried out in Maharashtra. As rightly told by the Principal Secretary, our new policy of AVGC and XR is creating new opportunities. And especially, I must thank the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji for establishing the National Center of Excellence, the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, the first IIT in creative technologies in the city of Mumbai, which is going to change the entire creative economy and the orange economy. Maharashtra, the first state in the country with comprehensive AVGC policy with an outlay of 3,268 crores, aims at the investment of 50,000 crores, and it aims to generate 2 lakh jobs. Under this policy, this sector has got a status of industry and infrastructure. Development of 12 AVGC parks is also something which is going to change the entire space in Maharashtra. We have decided that in cities like Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Pune, Nagpur, Nasik, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, the state-of-art virtual production and AI-based rendering facilities are being developed. Government is providing high-speed internet and uninterrupted power supply to boost creators' economy. Maharashtra's aim is to be the Hollywood of digital content. Pleased to announce the development of state-of-the-art complex for content creators spanning 50 acres near New Mumbai International Airport. We will be strengthening the orange economy driven by creativity, culture, and digital expression. The Esports World Cup 2026, scheduled in Paris, France, from July 6 to August 20. This is the Olympics of the gaming world. The torch for this Olympic is being lit here in Mumbai today. Congratulations to all the participants. Through the India Rising Road to EWC initiative and the GeoBlast platform, the doors of the Esports World Cup are opening for India. A young player on the mobile phone in Nagpur's Mahal, a boy gaming on a laptop in Pune's Pet, a player in gaming cafe in the Nashik's Gully, or any youth from Sangli, Solapur, Akola, Amravati, Jalgaon, Dhule can make it to the Paris event. 50,000 young competitors, 5,000 physical spectators, 80 million digital viewers, over 200 million digital impressions generated through the GeoBlast platforms, which reaches Geo's 600 million users. India Rising will become the most watched esports initiative in India's history. Congratulations for that. Just as field sports like tennis, football, or cricket have become hubs of massive economic activity, the gaming industry also emerged as a new economic powerhouse. A highly intelligent and creative generation will propel Maharashtra and India to the top of the global gaming stage. The government of Maharashtra stands firmly behind you. At the end, I would like to say, movies portray a dream world. Gaming offers the chance to actually live in that dream world and become the hero ourselves. We welcome the young magicians who create these opportunities for Maharashtra. Once again, I would like to congratulate all the managers here who have done excellent job, and Government of Maharashtra stands committed behind you to make this a great success. Thank you for having me here. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, sir. Your address today really reinforces that Maharashtra's ambition to become India's leading hub for gaming, esports, and digital innovation. So thank you so much for that. And we are truly honored to have you with us today. Now I would like to request on stage the presence of Animesh Agarwal, founder and CEO of SHUL, Chetan Chandgude, CEO of Godlike Esports, and Rohit Jagasia, founder and CEO of Revenant X-Park. And also joining on stage, Grandmaster Vidit Gujrathi. Respected sirs, I would request all to please step forward as we would like to capture this moment in time with a power-packed group photograph. All right, it's very important. One for the memory and one for the memory card.
One for Instagram. Thank you so much, Honorable CM Sir and Principal Secretary Sir. We're truly pleased that you took time out from your busy schedules, and we are honored that you've graciously been present at the event. Thank you so much. We request everyone to kindly maintain calm as our honorable dignitaries exit the venue. We shall be continuing with the next segment in just a few moments. So, hang on.
And of course, there is so much to hang on to because we have the decider game coming up very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, this is India Rising, Road to EWC 2026.
Oh yes, one tiebreaker yet to come. Are we ready or are we ready?
And all of this has been powered by BASF. And of course, we are talking about challenges that our players face. We are talking about the plans and the strategies that our players make. But if you also want to strategize your life and you want to solve some amazing problems that are actually worth solving, then you should check out BASF.
But. All the action on the other side of the break. We'll be back shortly.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
An all-star roster built for greatness.
CS superstar Nico. How is the team feeling?
But in the spotlight, there's nowhere to hide.
Nico, is this the year?
Everyone's watching. Everyone's waiting. On the global stage, is this his chance to silence the world?
I'm ready.
These are the moments that Nico is made for. Team Liquid won every major title in 2025. Then one loss at M7. That's all it took. Now every other team can smell blood. Will a new predator take the crown? Or will the king reclaim his throne?
The jungle belongs to me.
6 consecutive titles. World champions. An empire forged for glory. Destiny remains in their hands. But the world stage is calling.
It's the end of the streak. A G Super player out.
And every contender is coming for their crown. With the dynasty reuniting, can AG show the world once more?
请拭目以待。
Fnatic. Valorant royalty. 3 grand finals in 2025. 3 second places. Always close. But never on target. This year, will they finally hit the mark?
This is where we make the shot.
Caps. A generational talent. Domestic dominance. But on the global stage, a different story. 7 years since Europe claimed an international trophy. This year, hope returned. But then it all came crashing down. When the weight of expectation becomes unbearable, can he lift a trophy once more?
Time to take what we deserve.
Magnus Carlsen, a force of nature. He sees things no one else does. Always one step ahead. 21 world titles. Reigning EWC champion. Unstoppable. Relentless. Inevitable. Can anyone weather the storm?
Your move.
et David Recherche ont recouvert la ville de Paris du jour au lendemain. Leur cible, les champions en titre de l'Esports World Cup. Les autorités tentent de déterminer les motivations de cet acte, mais l'identité des auteurs reste un mystère.
Sous le ciel bleu de la Provence, les jours heureux, mais de la danse, on voit le soleil.
It's not him.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to be. So if you're gonna make it with me, babe, lay it on me 'cause it's just a cruel Tuesday.
I don't feel the pressure from my opponents. I play against the standard I set for myself. And if I can face the best version of me, what chance do you have?
Magnus Carlsen looking up, he's in calculation mode. He truly has the heart of a champion and he is displaying that here saying, watch what I can do.
To those who want the crown, come and get it.
내가 못할 거라 생각했지.
C'est Paris sans toi. Je prends mon mal en patience. Les jours passent sans toi. Je n'y peux rien, j'y pense. Et pourtant, les heures défilent une année. Mais le temps, décidément, passe bien trop lentement. C'est Paris sans toi.
Streamers! You can earn rewards just for streaming the Esports World Cup. And the Esports Creator Program is doing exactly that. You can co-stream events, and that will let you earn points, which can be redeemed for amazing rewards.
Hey, Tyler, you okay?
Stream EWC, get points. Redeem points, unlock rewards. I stream EWC, I get points, I unlock rewards, I live forever!
I'm the best player in the world! I'm talking gift cards! Exclusive gear, signed jerseys, and more. Raven! Stream EWC, get points. Redeem points, get rewards. Sign up now! Wait, how do I set up?
Hello, my name is Nikhil Chetri. I'm 24 years old and I'm from Sikkim, the northeast. And my in-game name is Makaveli, and I'm the leader and the IGL of team God's Own Country. We have been playing together since the past 5 months, and we have been the top 5 team from the VCSA of Group 1. And I'm very proud to introduce and play with my team God's Own Country in this India Rising Cup.
Hello everyone, my name is Paras. I'm 18-year-old and I'm from Gurugram, Haryana. And you guys also know me as Synex. And obviously we are playing from past like 5 months together. And I've played some tournaments with Zion, so I have some experience, some synergy with him. But yeah, pretty much that's it. I'm very excited to play this event. Honestly speaking, we were not going to play this event because we were having some internal issues in team by the org. But then 2 days ago, before the registration ends, we decided to play and we qualified for the LAN. So we are excited to play.
Hello guys, my name is Zion. I'm 23 years old and I'm the sentinel of this team, God's Own Country.
Hello guys, मेरा नाम रेहान है as well as Batman also, and I'm 19 years old. I'm flex most of the time. Like I play whatever agent the team needs. If I am Batman and he is my Robin, क्योंकि मैंने उसके साथ पहले भी टीम्स में खेल रखा है काफ़ी टीम, so I think he's my Robin in this team.
Hello, my name is Apakshay. In-game name is Henry2K. You guys know me as Jogemo. Yes, we do see ourselves as Jogemo because we're facing Esports and they're like the best team, one of the best teams we see. And we have faced them in league before. So obviously, Xynex is the one guy who always gets bullied by everyone. Batman is the silent one. He's like there and he has huge impact, like silent impact. Zion is like the wall. We can always trust him. He always has our back. And Envy is the chaos. Like he does whatever and he does chaos at its best.
So basically, we are just trying to figure out like we play a game as a pair. Okay, so me and Envy is a pair, Zion and Batman is a pair. So we are just trying to fight it together. Like wherever we fight it together. So if we are having mistakes, we are just trying to fix that in ourselves, and Maka is trying to fix where the round is going wrong. That's what we do as a team. If a bigger team looks at that as an easy matchup, we just don't say it. We just play our game and show them.
I think the most dangerous player would again be Envy because he's like our most confident and he's like our front line. And if he keeps on going, like there's nobody to stop.
As in individual players, we do have great things like Zion have so many setups on Cypher as he plays Cypher on site, and I have so many lineups on Sova to convert the round. Maka has initially good calls, mid-round good calls. Batman is putting great co-agiling because he's the second entry for the team. If he wants to go, he'll tell us. If he doesn't want to go, he will tell us. So we'll decide the round according to him.
I think we'll get our name on like the top of one of the like best players of India.
जो टाइम पे टीम बन रहा था तो लाइक जब मुझे मालूम पड़ा कि बैटमैन है तो मैंने बैटमैन खेलना तो टीम नए प्लेयर्स थे तो हमको बोला कि मैं कभी जब खेला नहीं तो मुझे तो मेरे पास टीममेट्स थे उनके साथ खेलना है. तो जब टीम बना स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम्स हुआ खेलने को, बट जिस हिसाब से हम लोगों ने सबने मिलकर मैनेज किया. इवन हमने संडे को भी छुट्टी नहीं दिया, हम संडे के दिन भी बैठ के हाफ डे प्रैक्टिस किया और एंड में जिस हिसाब से हमको लाइक गोल्स जो हमारा था उस पर हम एक्चुअली अचीव भी किए.
एक बार के लिए जियोन भी भड़क जाते हैं.
हाँ, एक बार के like you guys are dogs.
But he is the calmest. He like always says
अंक लैन पे क्वालिफाई होने का क्रेजीनेस इसलिए था क्योंकि हम लोग 5 महीने से सिर्फ ऑनलाइन खेल रहे हैं. हम लोगों ने लैन नहीं खेला साथ में. तो ऑब्वियसली एक टीम को होता है 6 महीने से साथ में खेल रहे हैं, लैन नहीं खेला से कैसे भाई लैन तो खेलेंगे. रिमेंबर जीओसी because we are gonna own them when we play against them.
Hello, my name is Ank. I am from Russia. I am playing for SATO. I am controller in the team.
Hello, myself Yubi. I play for SATO Esports. My game role is Swift.
Hey guys, I am Kohli. I am the initiator for the team for playing for SATO Esports.
Hi everyone, I'm Rishi Vijay Kumar. I'm also known as RVK. I'm part of team SATO Esports and I'm the IGL for the team.
Hello everyone, my name is Alan. Nickname is Zexer. I'm doing this for the SATO.
Usually I would love to be an underdog, but right now since we have an organization who's so big and people obviously look at the organization a lot, so it's really fun to be that team that everyone wants to beat, and it gives us a little bit of drive to do better.
I'm happy that I'm in the SATO. I'm happy to play in the team. I'm happy to be the best team with the best org.
I think looking at recent performances, I think it's still something that we need to prove. I think we've proven to be good, but just haven't gotten a big victory yet. So I think everyone's still excited to see what we hold and what the best version of SAT looks like.
For me, we are favorites in the match, but our recent result, we need to prove for ourselves that we can win and qualify for later wins.
It makes me happy that people think that I'm better than them.
For the most part, I've always been the underdog in my past team as well. So I think it's a different experience to me playing in SATL because SATL is known to considered to be the top dog usually, and people are running out for you in the sense that they always want to beat the top dog. So it's a different feeling.
So I think Ilya.
Wow!
And we are back. Wow. I think that was a long break, but the action before the break was intense. And I think back to back comebacks. And that means all back to square one before the final set. Welcome
Yes.
back, Tanya. Welcome back, Anirban. I mean, I think the action is again about to begin.
Yes, this break was like the calm after the storm.
But kya hi sets rahe hain. We've had 2 sets, punches being traded, you know, with Benjamin Bok taking set 1, Vidit coming out clutch victory in that final Armageddon, getting that second set in. And now it goes into a mini set. You
Yeah.
know, as they say, you can run, but you can't hide. And that is it. It gets decided right here, right now. A best of 2. And one of these two will punch a ticket to Paris.
I think it worked out for the best because both the players might be really tired after those sets, right? So now finally जाके थोड़ा rest मिला होगा, कुछ खाया होगा.
Yeah.
And अब जाके they are back for the 2-game third set. This is different.
Yes.
अगर दोनों stats जैसे पहले गए वैसे start हुए, then Vidit is a clear favorite because start बढ़िया करते हैं वो.
Yeah. But like, how does this break affect the flow of the players, rhythm of the players?
Big question because you know it's been such a momentum shift
Yeah.
for both these,
Yeah.
and I think having lost the second set, you know, with it feeling we saw that confidence move in
Yeah.
him when he finished. The fist pump was there.
Yeah.
So I wonder if maybe this reset, this calming of nerves, was more important for Benjamin.
Probably.
And also, it's a best of 2. The
Yeah.
margin for error, the scope for comeback is negligible now.
Yes.
If you go down in game 1, which is what happened in set 1 and set 2, with it getting the win, I think the match is over.
Yes.
I think ये एक fresh match है. Imagine playing a normal over the board event जहाँ पे 2 round होते हैं दिन में. This is exactly the kind of break you would have. Fresh round, fresh mindset. You forget what happened in the past. It's just 2 games now, all or nothing. Play your aim game, and likely you'll be the winner.
And the clocks are ticking, which means the game
Let's
is
go!
on. And we
Started,
don't
game
have
started.
a King's Pawn opening. What we do have is the English opening in this one. A reverse Sicilian is what we chess players call this setup that has been taken by Benjamin Bok. Right now, Vidit Gujrathi's last pawn move, hinting at a bishop development on the right flank.
I think अब crucial सवाल है कि क्या ये भी Armageddon में जाएगा? I mean, what do you think?
नहीं, जो किस्मत है हम लोग का ये तो जाना चाहिए.
इतनी अच्छी किस्मत. You know, but also, how much is a factor of the fatigue and endurance for these two players? I mean,
Yes.
they have right now played a total of 10 games already.
Oh yes.
10 games in the books between these two, and the match remains level.
Insane. Real final has happened today.
And both the players have castled now. I think both the players must be thinking कि यार, okay, would have been better without the break, with the break. I don't know if somebody benefits, but at the end, it's good chess over the board. Time is still an important factor. 1 minute edge for Vidit. I think looks decent start-wise.
Yeah.
Castle कर लिया है, bishop in the corner, bishop come to c3, rook c1 at some point, a3, b4. Feels like a decent position with the white pieces.
The one thing that Benjamin has to be careful about is unki jo queen hai center mein, it's lined up against the white bishop.
Yeah.
So always watch out for tricky knight jumps. It's very provocative chess what Benjamin is doing. He's not moving the queen away. He's not playing it safe. He's like, aa jao. Koi kuch hone nahi wala.
Oh, nice.
The ghoda can go wherever it wants, but it's not really getting you anything. The queen will simply fall back.
Yep. And Benjamin, of course, had the lead. Now he doesn't. It's all even Stevens. Bishop is on d2. And अब d वाला pressure बन रहा है. So how can white tackle this? What do you think? Bishop c3, yeah?
And now there's a threat. Knight takes pawn, Anirban. The idea that we've been talking about.
Yes.
Bishop c3, tricky things happening. Now that the e5 pawn has 2 attackers, with it setting up a trap, which is why Benjamin retreats with the queen. Setting up a counter idea of the center pawn moving forward. Notice the black rook lined up against the white queen. Ab wo pin ko block kiya gaya hai against e4. Very cagey play by both these players.
Love that move, knight d2. Bishop खोल दिया है हमने. Knight can now come to e4. Attack the bishop on c5 as well. Very solid play by Vidit here.
What do you think? What were the players doing in this break that they got? Khana, Pina?
I'm pretty sure खाए होंगे.
हाँ.
And then they must be like really like wanting to get back on quickly.
Yeah. Because nerves are there, right? You just
हाँ.
want the board in front of you.
Yeah.
You've been fighting for this one spot to Paris
Yeah.
since today morning.
It's like an intermission in movie, ना? आपने खा लिया, वो crazy intermission हो गया
But
है
वो
भाई.
intermission नहीं, it's like climax के पहले break.
Like cliffhanger, proper cliffhanger.
By the way, that's a huge time difference on the clock. Yeah, 1.5 minute. I think it's too much for this early in the game. Benjamin clearly not super comfortable with the structure he has. Maybe the bishop on c8 is the problem, Tanya. Bishop blocked the queen, say, kahan rakhu bishop ko? Should I even develop that bishop? Maybe it's not so easy for black to navigate these problems.
I agree with you, but at the same time, the position does feel very healthy for black as well. No weaknesses. I think it's about now finding a plan. As you said, वो दो rooks जो है 8th rank में Benjamin के लिए connect होने हैं. How do you do that? Maybe you expand on the queen side. I'm looking at the a pawn moving forward. Right now, Benjamin clears the path for the light squared bishop to come out. Queen पीछे चली गई है. Bishop बाहर आने वाला है to finish development.
Kafi natural development, I think. That makes a lot of sense to me. Also counters any b4 ideas in some cases. Defends the bishop, as we know, loose pieces drop off. So kafi logical. Now Vidit using the extra time on his clock. What can Vidit play? I think knight c4 kafi badhiya lag raha hai. Brings the knight to the active square, pressures, e5. And if we can force f6 somehow, that could be also be a concession long term.
Central pawn will start feeling tender agar ye knight jump karta hai. There are ideas of bishop takes knight, get away from the, get rid of the defender, capture that e5 pawn. I love what you just said, Sahil. Vidit looking to go into the attack, but instead he lined up the rook, and Benjamin is the one who jumps forward. Knight to d4, again very natural moves. Benjamin ka idea hai wo c pawn ko ek ghar aage rakho, c6 karo, blunt out that light squared bishop on g2.
Yep.
But for some reason, the bar doesn't like it. Such a mystery, because to me, this just feels like very good development moves by black.
Yeah, I think that bishop on g2 is always a star piece for white in these structures, but kahin na kahin इसका block ho sakta hai. And knight c4, I think again comes back to mind as a developing move. And look at the time difference, 1.5 minutes still, with it making sure कि वो time difference come now. पहली बार बेंजामिन का heart rate लेकिन कम है opening में. That's a good sign. And he played e3. Okay, that's a risky move. No, it could backfire. d3 could be weak long term.
Very committal play here, an instant response by Benjamin. उन्होंने कहा मेरे knight को kick कर रहे हो, मैं वापस आ जाता हूँ. d3 pawn attack है जो विदित ने अभी defend किया है अपने queen के साथ. Queen c2, but it feels like really strange, right? Black का knight b6, b5 पे है. Bishop pair मिल चुका है. Vidit, will he recapture with the pawn towards the center? He does it. He wants to get d4 in next. But bishop pair given to Benjamin Bok right now. Can we just talk about the atmosphere in the arena?
It's absolutely taken off now.
It's crazy. It's gone wild right now. I mean, we have chess going on behind us. Thousands of people here. It's loud cheering happening.
यहाँ कुछ चल रहा है, वहाँ कुछ चल रहा है, वहाँ कुछ चल रहा है, यहाँ कुछ चल रहा है. Like it's crazy.
हाँ, खाना वाना भी बहुत अच्छा है.
बहुत अच्छा है. क्या खाया आपने?
मैं शौरमा.
Oh, मैंने भी शौरमा.
Oh, nice.
Energy will be a big factor for these players, and how are they staying focused amongst the chaos? And that is the demanding part when chess comes to esports.
Yes.
How do you block out the noise?
Yes. It's a mental thing more than like skills. तो they are like very good at. Yeah. बचपन में मैं ये नहीं समझता था कि sports is a mental thing. I was like, ऐसे कैसे हो यार?
We can literally see cheering from fans or top creators here who are also joined in. By the bishop e4 खेला, bishop h3.
Bishop attacks the rook, जो king के साथ में है. So for now, white, for Vidit, he has to take a decision. Does he sidestep? Does he block it with his own bishop, which will offer another trade? I do like black's position, though. I have to say, I am biased towards the bishop pair.
No, of course.
There could have been a repetition, bishop g2, bishop f5, but Vidit says no, rook d1, activates the rook, defends the d3 pawn as well indirectly. एंगल को knight b3 के बाद he could also attack the bishop on c5. But ये bishop h3 पे थोड़ा uncomfortable है. अपने king के पास कोई आए ना अच्छा नहीं लगता.
Rook b8 खेला गया है to defend that pawn. Pawn moves forward in response, attacks the bishop, an idea that Vidit had set up. Anirban, you were saying कि Vidit आपके coach रह चुके हैं. What is the one piece of advice that he gave you that had a big impact on you?
One thing that I just remembered is when the opponent is attacking from one side, you counter attack from the other side. So that has like just because the things that he showed me, all that I never really like, grasped very well, the openings that he showed me. But this concept I've always remembered.
Yeah.
That's a great principle, and usually
Yeah.
ना when you're stuck in a position जहाँ
Yeah.
पे समझ नहीं आ रहा है क्या
हाँ.
करना है,
हाँ.
तो falling back to these principles
Yes,
can be
yes.
very useful. And
Yeah.
वही time pressure में ये लोग भी करेंगे. जब
Yeah.
2 second clock पे है तो काहे की calculation? It's all these principles in action.
Absolutely, absolutely. I thought I was so privileged that before one COB, Vidit sent me like videos, short videos with some notes, and I was like, "What is happening?" Like Vidit Gujrathi is sending me special notes.
Candidates player, Olympic gold medalist twice, 2700 plus player.
तो मैं तो
Good coach, not bad, not bad.
वेरी
not
गुड
bad.
कोच. मैं तो कभी कभी मैच के अलावा भी वो वीडियोस जाके देखता था सिर्फ.
वाह, Vidit भेज रहा है मुझे. कुछ तो सही किया होगा
That's
मैंने.
really good.
By the way, Vidit setting up a nasty idea. He wants to take everything on e5, and once the dust settles and rook takes rook happens at the end of that line, there are problems on the b7 pawn. Black needs to be careful. Lot of pressure on these different pawns, which is why Benjamin Bok ne bishop ki chaal chali hai, hitting the white rook on d1, coming with a threat. What's the read on Vidit right now as we look at him on the camera?
I think he's calmer than like what he was going through in the second game maybe. I think he looks in control, no?
By the way, the arena is full chaos.
Yeah, yeah.
Vidit might be feeling calm, and
Ha,
right
ha.
there on the stage, we can see in the background the two players, our two grand finalists, looking for that one ticket to Paris for the Esports World Cup. Vidit on one side, Benjamin Bok on the other, and just zoom out of there.
Yeah.
This is what's happening at India Rising Road to EWC. Absolute chaos, loud cheering. क्या ही energy है, क्या ही vibe है साहिल.
बिल्कुल, and second time for chess at the EWC this year. इतना hyped up event है. Everybody's looking forward to it. Just a month or so away now. So ये spot बहुत high stakes है. And by the way, we see C6. I think from black here blocking that bishop. But कहीं ना कहीं ये position से समझ नहीं आ रहा है. Who's gonna take the lead? Like कोई idea नहीं कि पहला point कौन लेगा. समझ में आ रहा है? It looks dead equal.
Yeah.
It just feels more equal for Vidit than it does for Benjamin right now. अगर वो bishop straight हो जाते, Vidit का knight is stronger than Benjamin's bishop. So right now, Benjamin trying to keep the bishops on the board, and you can see it on him as well. It feels like he's sort of struggling to get locked in, to block out the noise, to really feel the concentration. It's not an easy, it's a big
No.
ask from these chess players.
Actually, yeah, playing in this is like it's an obstacle course.
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
It's like that race, right? Where you have to jump over things, you're tripping, you're
Yeah,
falling.
Then you have
but-
to swim.
Yes.
Somebody's running over there.
Yeah, literally.
There's some creator, I'm pretty sure.
And there are hundreds of people
Yeah.
running after him.
That's the vibe here. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
vibe here.
There are very lot of creators, influencers. If you guys wanna appear on a reel, this is the place to be today.
It really is the place to be. So many people here right now. So many gamers, creators. We've got two grandmasters behind us fighting for a
Who
big
also
ticket to
creators,
the-
by the way. Both
Yeah,
of them
yeah.
Oh,
actually.
yes.
Both of them are creators. So right place. Maybe that's the reason they're here, yeah?
I think nowadays everybody is a creator. Even the audience is a creator. And then is your next job.
Oh, look at what he just played. I have a
what?
friend who mentioned ये F pawn कभी push नहीं करना चाहिए. But clearly यहाँ पे the players disagree. What do you make of this move?
Great.
Very combative, very direct, and this just changes the whole game. So far, ऐसे slow fight हो रही थी, positional, strategic, maneuvering game. This forces Black's hand in the center, and now I'm expecting more open files to happen. You capture with that center pawn. White ka rook is perfectly lined up against the black queen. Bishop takes pawn, discovered attack threats, always to be careful about. Benjamin has to be a little careful here.
He has to. And I think as we are entering the time trouble phase of this game, जो पहला lead लेगा, जो भी होगा, whether it's Vidit या Benjamin, I think because दो ही game है, comeback करना is very tough. And you've seen this, right? We have other events जहाँ पे दो match का knockout होता है, तान्या and Anirban. I think जो पहला जीतता है ना, usually they are the one to go through.
Yes.
Although so far what's happened in this arena has been a different story in the best of four, with it taking the lead early on in game one in both sets. Lost the first set, survived and made a comeback in the Armageddon in the second set. So it's really never over between these two. They're pushing each other to the edge. By the way, Queen ne sidestep kiya hai from discovered attacks of the rook. Bishop f5 was the other idea. He plays it anyway right now. Bishops have been traded and we have a knight versus bishop dynamic in this position. I am slightly worried about Vidit's pawn formation. ऐसे लग रहा है कि the king is a bit naked.
थोड़ा exposed है, हाँ,
Exposed
हाँ.
है. You know, you take that pawn on c5, checks आने वाली हैं आपके king के ऊपर.
Agreed. I like the knight coming to f5. There's some potential there. Like, it's very hard to kick it back, right? You can't play f6 because knight g6 check and so on. It's very tricky. But apart from the knight coming to e5, I agree. I think ये थोड़ा सा king थोड़ा सा weak है. He's pushed d5, by the way, trying to create a pass pawn. That could be another asset he can use later.
And these are the scenes that are happening here. A lot of autographs going on. A lot of fans here. Incredible scenes here in the arena.
Is that scout?
अब ये फोन कवर चेंज नहीं कर सकते बहुत टाइम तक. फोन कवर सेम रहेगा. खराब हो जाएगा, टूट जाएगा, बट फोन कवर सेम रहेगा.
और अभी तो बारिश का मौसम भी है.
नाइस पॉइंट यार. मिट सकता है, पॉकेट में रखना पड़ेगा.
शाम तक ही मिट सकता है.
By the way, in दोनों players में एक तो मिटेगा आज with only one ticket to Paris. By the way, this is an incredible scene in front of us. Hundreds and hundreds of people getting their selfies clicked right now.
Yeah.
With Vidit and Benjamin fighting for a road to EWC. Bishop and knights trade हो चुके हैं. Vidit का d5 pawn against strength or a weakness?
That's a very good question, Tanya. I think because the king is weak, black will have resources to really easily stop that pawn, because it's not easy for you to simply move every white piece up and try to push it.
Also, Vidit has to be very careful of Benjamin pushing that b pawn forward. b4 आके trade करके Benjamin ka c4 pawn can become a very big asset in black's position.
That's a
3
good point.
steps away from queening.
2 मिनट बाकी है इसका.
2 minute बाकी है. Rook e1 खेला गया है. That is the last move. Eyeing that e7 infiltration square. Benjamin trying to bail out. He's pulling the brakes right now with an offer of a queen trade.
But I think if we enter another rook endgame, I feel like maybe
the next match पे उनको बोलो कि सिर्फ rook endgame ही खेलो.
शुरू से
You should say
rook endgame करो.
puzzle जैसा you start like this and then take it.
By the way, is rook e8 something you would consider here?
I was thinking about
है
the
ना?
same thing.
Tempting
But
तो है.
at rook e8, tactics. But I think black is ready and set up to sacrifice the queen for 2 rooks in that position.
Yeah.
अगर आप rook e8 check दोगे, you can even capture with your own rook or with your queen. In the end, you will have 2 rooks for a queen. Let's do the math. 2 rooks are worth 10 points. A queen is worth 9 points. Gives black enough counterplay.
Wow.
Tough one for Vidit, and using up his extra time. I think time बचा के खेलो. Whether you play rook e8 or not, it's not that important.
It's equal time right now. We are going into a full-blown scramble in a best of 2. This could be anyone's game.
My God.
They have kept us on the edge of our seats since game 1.
Yes.
सांस लेने का time नहीं मिला है यहाँ पे. And I mean, when these players finish the match, they're gonna crash. And he plays rook e8.
Oh,
Wow.
But it's a mistake, and this is what I was talking about. 2 rooks against the white king. Vidit is relying on threats on the f7 pawn and the d pawn moving forward. This is playing with fire.
Oh my God.
Vidit has gone all in with that decision. Rook d1 खेला गया है. अगर queen takes pawn, तो दूसरा rook d5 पे आके will pick up that d5. Huge asset in white's position. Benjamin Bok was ready with his response.
Yeah.
He played it instantly.
Yeah.
If black is able to play b4, I think black could just be better here. So बड़े ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा दोनों players को. In fact, d6 now 2 squares away from queening. f7 is hanging. Queen c7 is a threat as well.
Queen c7 is a massive idea with d7, d8 coming in. Benjamin Bok, under 2 minutes, both these players right now. With it getting ready to reach out, and well, in this case, not reach out, but make a second queen. Benjamin attacks that pawn. You could give a check. Push that d pawn forward. But that would mean Bok would double up the 2 rooks on the d file and anyway win that pawn. Great defensive resource by black.
Question, do you think it's easy to play with a queen or with 2 rooks in time pressure?
I am biased towards the 2 rooks.
Oh, really?
I was slightly surprised with its decision. And I think he might even just repeat, go queen f5, check queen c8. He has a draw if he wants it. He can bail out, pull the brakes. Vidit Gujrathi can give a check on c8, give a check on f5, and he's going to do just that.
So it is going to be a draw, very, very likely. And there it is. We are seeing repetition. If this ends in a draw, it's going to be the finale game, the last game, all or nothing. There it is. It's a draw in the first game of set 3.
God.
Wow.
Nothing to separate again.
These 2 players are really giving it their all, playing their hearts out, and with absolutely no break, the second final game will start. अगर वो भी draw हो जाती है, we go down to a third arm Armageddon of the day.
Itna closely contested match. Like, I don't think we expected.
Yeah, yeah.
Neck
I don't
to
think
neck.
Vidit expected it either.
Nobody, yeah? Nobody in
Coming
the world.
into this, one had a feeling that Vidit had to be a favorite
Yeah,
in this
yeah,
match.
yeah. That's what but they are playing like synchronized swimming. Like both of those everything they are matching each other.
Yeah.
And,
साथ नहीं छोड़ेंगे.
हाँ.
जो हो जाए.
But at least for the first time, I think nobody really had an upper hand. A
Yeah.
calm draw tha.
Yeah.
Like nothing
But
fancy
would you
happened.
say the player with the black pieces has to be feeling good about it? Never in trouble. You
Yeah.
go into the final
Yeah.
game with the
Yes.
white pieces, and
Yes.
yes, it ended in a draw, but more from a position of strength for Benjamin Bok.
Yeah.
Agreed. I think white had only one option to like, kind of repeat the position and take the draw. Otherwise, you were the one pushing. So I think maybe the black player comes out a little bit on top, but with this time control, maybe it's a minor edge.
Benjamin Bok looking like a confident guy right now, all the way from the Netherlands, world number 263. And what a phenom he's been here in the road to EWC. Quarterfinals takes down Karthikeyan. Semifinals beats India number 1 Arjun Aragaisi, and really pushing Vidit Gujrathi in this finale to the very edge.
And well, it's been an amazing experience commentating today, but this could be the last game,
Oof.
actually. Whosoever wins this takes home the EWC key and that one spot at the Esports World Cup. It's all or nothing, literally now.
And hey, let's not forget, it's a pretty cool paycheck as well.
Sure.
10 lakh rupees in your bank.
Oh,
Agreed.
man.
Not too bad.
Yes.
Not too shabby at all. And the
Not
game
too
has begun. Let's go.
And guess what? It's another Italian.
Oh my God. ये opening ban कर दो भाई. ये बहुत sharp opening है. इसमें crazy stuff होता है भाई.
But it's been phenomenal to watch this because with it seemed he figured out the way because he did get that Armageddon win in finally.
Yeah.
You know, so he's getting that setup one more time. A pawn jaldi push karo as black. Bishop वापस आ चुका है. Benjamin looking sideways, trying to remember, recollect. How do I create my chances here right now?
Yep. Oh wow, 9 minutes 27. Benjamin for the first time slightly hit on the clock in the opening. Your opening has been insane for both the players, has given us sharp results. And would you expect would you want Armageddon or would you expect like a clean result? Ki abhi ho jaye, the better player wins.
Yeah, I am like just whenever I watch a match, I wanted to go to the end unless like I am playing. So Armageddon never a bad option. Yeah.
That's a fair call.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is that this is the final game, right? You're always so hesitant to take risks, and you can see it on the players. They are probably feeling a bit of that fatigue.
Yeah.
How much risk are you willing to take with everything on the line? The 10 lakh rupees prize fund, a total prize fund of 27.5 lakhs, 10 lakh rupees for the first place, a ticket to Paris. You go straight into a $1.5 million prize fund
You get
tournament.
signed by a team like
You get picked up by an esports organization. You play amongst the world's best, including Magnus Carlsen. So how much risk are you willing to take in this final game? Or will you just, that psychology, let me delay it. Let me delay the outcome.
Let me take it to the
Armageddon.
Yeah.
Let destiny come to me rather than force destiny.
Yeah. Oh.
Agreed. And I think you could see it, yeah. Bishop G5 was the move. White played in all the games before. So we saw H6 and then G5. No Bishop G5 in this game. No sharp chess in this game. Much more calm and composed.
Speaking of sharp chess, there is a big sharp threat on the board right now. Knight आगे आ चुका है. Watch out for that bishop at the edge of the board. F2 pawn पे pressure है. You have to take care of this. Block that diagonal either with a piece or push your pawn and stop bishop takes pawn check.
Yep, a bunch of ways to defend that F2 pawn. Anirban, I know you really love attacking on the F2 pawn.
Yes.
Because we analyzed against you.
F7. Oh, of course you have. Bhai, Sahil, if Prakhar is playing against me, please don't tell him plans against me. Okay, that's like punching down. Okay, you should be ashamed.
But rating is a number, Anirban, as we can see today. Anybody can beat anybody.
No, you. But I have been in your team. You know my strength. You shouldn't, oppress the marginalized.
So Sahil has also been your coach.
Yes. So in the team event that we had, where Prakhar was in my team, so he was like our common coach.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, that's quite a lineup of seconds that Anirban has had, right? Sahil Tikku, Vidit Gujrathi.
The problem is the first.
The seconds are great.
Yeah, the seconds are great.
Oh man, what an event this is indeed. मजा आ रहा है यार, and I think D4 central break. Center में खेलना चाहिए. Chess is the number one advice any second third will give you. Pawn to D4, block कर दिया है bishop को, but the knight is still there. It's kind of irritating, Tanya.
And it might be pushed back on this very next move. You won that knight, वापस जाओ, अपने घर जाओ right now. 8-6 खेला गया है to make sure that once the knight goes back, at least the white bishop cannot land on G5 and pin it anymore.
And now I think it's time for development, right? I think you want to bring the bishops out, the knights out, the knight on F1 maybe comes to G3 at the right moment as well. Time-wise, I think looking pretty even Steven roughly for both the players.
You know, I'm already in my head visualizing tactics in this position. There are so many possibilities कि ये next move में ही blast open हो जाती है. Knight G3 is a very common way for white to continue here. You bring your knight out, you try to control your squares, as we can see Benjamin's screen right there. By the way, decision has been made. Yellow में mark आ चुका है. He decided to go back with the bishop. And that was prophylactic. He was fighting against any sacrifices of the black knight on that e4 square with d5 forks coming in. Preempting that, he simply brings the bishop to a safer square.
Very nice move actually. You want to save the bishop. Bishop pair बहुत ज़रूरी है, especially in this position जहाँ पे कभी भी open हो सकती है positions with trades. And now what does black do? Because it's not an easy choice, right? You can't play bishop e6 because fork आ रहा है d5 से. Rook e8 maybe is one move you can consider, but उसके अलावा खास कुछ दिमाग में moves आ नहीं रही है. He takes on d4, the logical choice, but now white has the center.
And this is what you have to counter with. After you give up the center, you immediately strike there before white knight gets the opportunity to come to g3, because the black ka knight आगे आ सकता है, taking control of the e4 square. Notice how box knight on f1 is all boxed up. Not too many squares for that piece. And let's remind everyone, 3 Indians have already made their way to Paris, to the Esports World Cup. You know, from Soul Gaming, from S8UL, you've got Arvind Chidambaram. You have got Nihal Sareen in. From Generation Gaming, you have got Arjun Aragaisi in. Vidit Gujrathi yet to be signed by a team, but I am sure if he books his spot, he will be picked
आज
up.
शाम तक ही हो जाएगा वो खत्म.
आज शाम
वो
को
ready होगा
deal
वो.
contract,
वो ready होगी deal, I
sign
think.
it.
हाँ, वो deal पक्का deal होगी. And I think it means a lot to him. We also got to know, right? I think it means a lot to him. He had trouble sleeping as well. बहुत pressure था दिमाग पे.
Right.
And he's a very, very strong player. I think Olympiad तक जीते हैं इंडिया के लिए. So he has responsibility, I think, here kind of to himself कि भाई जीतना है, इतना दूर तक आया हूँ, एक कदम दूर हूँ मैं, तो बहुत जरूरी है जीतना. Bishop e3 now, solidifying the center, which is something I like. Developing a piece. Rook c1 भी काफी logical move लग रही है. Black has one good piece. That's a knight on e4 right now.
And what white also wants to do is bring one of the knights to d2 to try to get rid of that central knight on e4 at the right moment as well. So Vidit for now returns the favor, also finishes development, consolidates the pawn on d5. If black gets time to go f6, open up the f line, we're looking at some real counterplay coming on there. Things can start getting dangerous on the king side for white. अगर f6 आ जाता है तो.
I think king side ही open होएगा ना, going by all the games that we have been watching.
Absolutely, and especially with it pushing all his pawns on the king side, why not in this game as well?
Yes.
Yeah, he might be missing the old 2 games जहाँ पे e4, e5 में आया था. By the way, knight g3, that's a very interesting move because you are likely going to double your pawns now. Black doesn't take, drops the bishop back. And now, maybe that's not the person. Ah, interesting.
Knight g3 खेला गया है अभी और black की चाल है in this position right now, and we were talking about how he wants to get rid of that knight at the center of the board. So what Benjamin is saying is, I'm going to adjust my hair first, then I'm going to look at the position. Sure up, knight takes knight, मार लो, मेरे पास double pawns हो जाएंगे, but in that case, white will get the option to go g4, g5, create play on the king side, f line open हो जाएगी. Taking that knight on g3 starts looking a bit scary. I think Vidit is considering f5 here.
Oh, definitely, that would be scary, but it would give white like a protected pass pawn on e5. So f5 comes with a double-edged sword. So let's see how he tackles this. 6 minutes is 5.5 now. Heart rate pretty calm for both players. I think expression दिया Vidit ने, you know, he is not fully convinced with the position. समझ नहीं आ रहा क्या खेलूं.
Usually that expression comes जब एक move आप देखते हो, calculate करते हो, फिर वो move पसंद नहीं आती. Not convinced about this move. Let me go on to the next one. So Vidit had his mind set on either knight takes knight or f5. Didn't like it. He's not loving the options he's calculating right now, but the clock is ticking. Tick tock goes the clock, which means he has to make a decision. I say he takes it before 5 minutes.
Oof.
In the next 25, and he does it. The knight comes back to e7.
This is what they call in cricket spot fixing. little bets.
This one I get. +1 for me.
Yeah.
Okay, we want to move the knight from e4, right? So maybe bishop c2, attack the knight, force that decision somehow. Bishop c2, he will have to take on g3. You take with the pawn, and then you maybe even play g4, I think. Just stop f5 permanently.
I love the idea if white is able to get g4. But my question is, ki bishop wapas aayega? Will black be the first to the party with f5? Will Benjamin take that risk? The only problem with f5 is the streamer's favorite move. On passant ke baad itne sare pieces hanging hai e file pe, tactics hi tactics ho jayenge.
Yeah,
And I think those work in white's favor at the end of the
perfectly
line.
rook e1 pe wahan pe uske liye, I think. It's set up for those tactics there. So he does play bishop c2. Wow, an impressive move. Takes on g3. Benjamin with a slight advantage here. And I think I really want to play g4 as white. That's a which I instantly played. Nice move.
Beautifully done. G4 anyway. You have to watch out. Even after the trade, white का pawn G5 land करेगा. वो trade होगा. Knight वहाँ पे आएगा और queen और knight का attack 8-7 की तरफ देखते हुए. Big questions for black to answer. After G4, he plants the bishop to the center of the board on E4. He says, trade it, but on my terms. Ab bishop takes bishop मारोगे, pawn takes bishop के बाद D5 का square would have been very attractive for black. Knight h4 instead.
Feeling ऐसी आ रही है कि white is playing on the king side, knight h4, knight f5. He's playing on the queen side, rook c1, rook c5 पे pressure है. Like black needs something active. कुछ active दिख नहीं रहा black की position में right now.
Is this knight to h4, was that good? Because it can be like blocked out of...
I do think that you have to make sure you don't stay there for too long. Long term, it's not a great piece. So मैं वो f5 का square देख रही हूँ for that knight to try to jump into it at some moment. And there we've got our players. The big screen at the back for everyone here watching. Vidit Gujrathi vying for that 4th Indian qualifying spot into Paris right now, and it could all be decided. Rook f1 खेला गया है. Again, Anirban, आपके idea के साथ कि knight h4 is not a good piece. You want it on f5.
Yeah.
Great plan. And वो bishop on e4 is saying, मारो मुझे मारो भाई, ताकि मैं pawn से मारूं और queen का pressure d4 pawn पे निकले. So white is not taking. Both players in the standoff there with the bishop on c2 and the bishop on e4. And 4 minutes each now. आ गया है वो phase.
Oh my God.
जहाँ पे कुछ भी हो सकता है.
It's also the kind of position जहाँ पे really कुछ भी कहीं से भी हो सकता है.
Indeed.
Rook f1 getting ready to jump with the knight right now. Under 4 minutes is Vidit Gujrathi. It is Benjamin Bok on the move. Does he simply ignore, continue development, or is there a break? There are ideas like c5 that you always have to watch out for. But is black prepared enough, because that is a pawn sacrifice?
Tanya, great intuition there. c5 is one of the best moves in the position, breaking instantly. But I think maybe Benjamin has the option of playing it. Vidit has the option of playing it safe as well. But regardless, jaldi khelo jo bhi khel rahe ho. Because again, if you're behind on the clock, look at that 30-second plus difference. It's going to be a nightmare in the last 2 minutes.
Vidit instead takes the call to activate all his pieces. You know, the whole match I've seen him do this. He wants to play with every single force in the army that he's got. He never leaves a rook behind, never leaves a minor piece behind. Sab kuch centralized ho chuke hain. Eyeing c5, keeping f6 in the air. For Benjamin, is this the moment that he'll jump with the knight to f5?
Oh, he can. And it does. Knight f5 on the board. I think a former world champion ne kaha tha, give me a knight on f5 and give me the opponent's king. Knight come again, g7 pressure, h6 pressure. Oh!
No.
And that's a big mistake.
That's a big mistake.
You know, your spidey senses start tingling with all the g7, h6 pawns, sacrifices in the air.
If the queen was on d2, I think this would be already over. But maybe there's a saving grace somewhere, because the bar didn't shoot up completely.
So is this like now a bishop sack?
Ooh, there could be. There totally could be.
And the thing is, right, Benjamin, how much time will he burn calculating?
हाँ,
And
हाँ,
maybe it doesn't work in the end. सोचो आपने 2 मिनट लगा लिए इस moment पे.
और
You
नहीं चला।
calculate knight takes pawn, bishop takes pawn और नहीं चला.
हाँ, हाँ,
So you have to really balance that correctly, and which is why he rushes the decision. I think practically a good one. He
Okay.
simply pins the knight on c6 and says the clock is more important
Right.
than finding the best move.
Do you want to take a guess what was the best move in that position? Any guesses? The only winning move. King h1.
What?
That was the best and the only move in the position. King h1 was the winning move.
Again, what?
Not in a million years. I will be able to explain that move. Wow.
King sliding over to h1.
So that the rook can come onto g5.
It's just a mystery.
My God.
I think that's the best reason we come up with. That's the reason, I guess. Wow.
Okay, but by the way, now it gets very complicated because Vidit has finally gotten a pawn break in. f6 khela gaya hai. Pawn takes pawn is a massive threat on the board right now. And suddenly momentum, I feel, has shifted now.
Exactly. If you take on f6, there might be some bishop g2 at some point. The bishop could be hanging. I mean, the bishop on a7 is suddenly smiling. You know, like I'm finally coming into the game. This bishop on a4, the pin on c6 is not that impressive.
It's not at all. The queen comes out to b3. Now it's eyeballing the b7 pawn. Queen takes pawn and suddenly the bishop on a4. Then the pin will be impressive.
True. That's a huge threat. So both players trading blows. 2 minutes कुछ बचे
Oh
दोनों
my
के पास.
God.
भाई यहाँ पे तो blunder ही होगा. पता ही है.
हाँ, होने वाला है, होने वाला है.
Armageddon or no Armageddon? Final predictions.
My goodness.
Armageddon. Tanya.
No Armageddon.
Okay.
No
okay,
Armageddon.
okay.
I'm always no Armageddon. I think real game में decide होगा.
Oh.
All right, queen b3. Now let's just look for options here. If you're with it, you want to block that. He does it.
He
Bishop
does.
b6. Defends against it. And once again, pawn takes pawn. बहुत ही बड़ा threat है in this position. White can even take the time out, bring his knight back, attack the bishop on e4. Notice how the pawn on d5 is pinned to the king on g8. Instead, he gives up a bishop. That's a big decision. Very committal.
That's a very committal decision. That was the only pin you had, right? You could have pressured that knight later, but the pressure on e5 was going to be too much. He felt कि भाई इतना pressure बन रहा है, I have to remove one of the attacking pieces. d4 थोड़ा सा relax हो गया अब, right? But black now has the bishop pair. Look at the bishop on e4. What a piece right now.
Very rushed. Very rushed decision by Benjamin Bok. And I think if this game doesn't go his way, he will look back at this decision and wish he had done it differently. There was absolutely no rush to take that knight. The knight was pinned to the queen.
Yeah.
Wow. Rook c1, automatic move attacking the queen. But उसके बाद क्या is the bigger question.
But this is the scary part. Now, आप bishop takes knight खेलते हो और फिर से you go into a long think. You burn another 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is... Rook takes, another piece enters the game.
Rook c1 attacking the queen. The queen has to sidestep. You could go back to d7, stay connected to the pawn on c7 as well. He slides over, eyeballing the bishop on e3. Now watch out, bishop takes knight is a big threat, winning the piece.
Look at with its heart rate, 145. He's feeling the pressure. For the first time we've seen it so high. Also 1 minute 20 seconds for Benjamin Bok. No increment whatsoever. It is all or nothing. In the next 2 minutes, we'll know who's going to be the winner.
Oh man, I think in the last minute or so, he has lost the way a little bit. Because, okay. Check.
Knight comes back.
And this is tricky. There are tactics everywhere. The black rook is hanging. You take it. White might be forced to retreat with the knight to keep the bishop on e3 defended. Otherwise, bishop takes pawn. Clearing up the e file would have won the bishop on e3. Only move to keep the material balance. Vidit has the bishop pair advantage. He makes his king safe. Super nice move. King h7. A little luft. Now gets the rook to the f file. And a big mistake. Can he go rook takes bishop? Is that the
Is that
option?
working?
Rook takes bishop. The pawn
It
on
should.
d4.
Oh, it should work, right? It should work.
He's going to play it. Look at Vidit. He
Wow.
locks in. He's gone totally in.
He
He's
plays it.
setting
Oh
What
my
a
God.
move.
What a great...
Wow.
board.
And this is completely winning for Vidit. Can he finish off the game? 56 seconds versus 1.
Wow, wow,
Oh, wow. The
Perfect ending.
The white king stuck there. Vidit can feel it. There has to be checkmate in the
There
position.
has to be one. Queen f6 check maybe. Something. Because knight f5, g6, I win the piece.
And look at Benjamin Bok. He knows it as well. These could be the final few moments. Queen f7 played. Knight jumps forward.
g6, g6. Oh, that's not the best
Oh my
move.
goodness. He lets him back.
What?
He lets him back. There was something much stronger. I think he just had to capture that knight on f5. Bring the queen into the game with a check.
What
And he
a
missed this. He
move!
missed
What
it.
a move by Benjamin
My
to strike
goodness.
back. Rook c7.
And this is what was missed by Vidit Gujrathi. Now, both players in bullet territory. Anything can happen. Both kings unsafe right now. material in the balance, but position anything but balance.
Holy.
Oh man, this is crazy. And okay, are we getting a result here? It looks likely. It looks very likely right now.
Yes.
Result abhi aayega. Lots of checks possible. He trades queens. That's a commental decision.
He's bailing out. This is Vidit Gujrathi pulling the brakes on the position. He says, I'm okay to take this to the Armageddon now.
You know, white has a double pawn. In the end game, black with the bishop versus knight could have some chances that pawn on g4 could be weak.
Absolutely. And that means that Vidit has an extra pawn on the queen side, essentially paying a pawn up endgame. But the knights are tricky pieces. He needs to dominate it. Look at it. Now the pawn storm goes forward. Vidit doing this clinically, doing it beautifully. 30 seconds on the clock though.
This is so close, so close.
And white is completely jammed on the king side. There's nothing to improve there. It's all about fighting against the knight. Knight heading to f4 next. The black king comes in.
It's so hard to find that winning plan though. It's so hard to find that winning plan. C3 was played. It's likely going to be a draw, I think.
But you can take that pawn on c3.
He played b3. What? He played b3.
What? And that's it. Knight to a3. Bishop comes in. You're winning the
Bishop
piece.
is winning.
And Vidit Gujrathi will give up the bishop for the c pawn. The black king will go forward. Vidit Gujrathi is going to Paris.
Time is 12 seconds. 11 seconds for Vidit. 10 seconds for Vidit.
He finds the way forward. He defends that g6 pawn just in time. He's going to save this by one move. He wins the game by one move.
Wow.
That's incredible.
He's calculated it. And just like that, 4 seconds on the clock. What?
What
He
just happened?
repeated.
It's a draw.
What?
And the position just repeats itself and stops automatically. He got the position three times.
He didn't have time to figure out the winning details, and he accidentally repeated it. It's happened before and it's happened again.
Unbelievable. That was a completely winning endgame.
Wow. I can't
And we will see it on Vidit's screen right now. What happened at those very final moments. Totally winning. Look at that. Vidit also has the bar telling him that he's totally winning on the left side.
Oh my God. This is an absolute treat. What a match.
Oh,
And
man.
for Benjamin Bok, he uses one of his other 9 lives today.
Oh my God.
Back in the game. And in those last few seconds, Vidit Gujrathi, not having enough time, falls into a 3-fold repetition.
I'm at a lack of words. It
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
make sense what just happened.
This
Vidit had a
last-
completely winning endgame. He would convert this 100 or 100 times. But today he just broke the rules of mathematics. Yeah, crazy game. And Benjamin Bok survives again.
I can't believe the last twist. I was booking my cab.
Too soon. This one just never gets over.
Oh my God, what a great final.
India rising, a stage that keeps on giving. And in the last few moments,
Could we have
Vidit
the-
Gujrathi repeated the position accidentally, not 3 times in a row,
Yeah.
but over a course of moves. And on chess.com, that means an immediate stop.
Oh.
And with the position appearing for the 3rd time from a completely winning position, it was a draw, which means it goes down to the Armageddon.
Armageddon again. Great escape for
Wow.
Benjamin Bok. My God. I feel that this final, they are playing chess, but in spirit, it's wrestling.
But you know, the insight and the intuition that Benjamin has to kind of
Yeah.
move the king to that pawn.
Yeah.
I think in that time pressure
Yeah.
was spot on.
Yeah.
I think it's testament to how well he plays this format in general. And with this result, Vidit will have a reaction, emotional reaction. It's
Yeah,
going to be
yeah,
tough to
yeah,
handle.
yeah.
In the last position of that final second game, the computer shows it's a mate in 34. Not the only way. Completely winning. You just don't have to repeat.
Yeah.
But with 3
Wow.
seconds on the clock and no increment, this is what happens.
This is good.
Vidit was up a piece and wasn't able to keep the game going. He still had to be precise, but wasn't able to find a way. And Benjamin Bok survives another day.
Wow.
Unreal.
Wow. I think Armageddon is the rule of the day.
Yeah.
होना ही था भाई, लिखा हुआ था आज Armageddon होने हैं.
Armageddon.
Can you even look at that final reaction by Benjamin right there? What a fighter. What
What a
an
fighter,
incredible
indeed.
fighter.
क्या
And
reaction
just
था
like
भाई
that,
वो.
he says, I'm taking it to a 3rd Armageddon with it. We might be playing in your home city. We might be in Mumbai, but I've got plans of my own.
Oh,
Wow,
man.
Vidit can't believe it either, yeah? That's the difference of online chess, right? You know, if you repeat the position, it's an automatic draw. There's no need to claim as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. In over the board chess, you have to call the arbiter. You have to be alert to stop the clock and say this position has happened thrice.
Yeah.
Here, instantly the game stops on its own. And that's what happened. And we could see the reaction on Benjamin Bok in that moment as he knows that down a piece in that end game, it was all over.
Okay.
And once again, we're going to have the bids.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. Now question.
7 minutes.
7 minutes, yeah?
Now, so many Armageddon has happened. I have my answer ready.
I think it's going to be 7 minutes and like 2 seconds something. Very close to 7 minutes mark. What do you think, Tanya?
6:59.
I have come to the conclusion that I think Vidit will still want the black pieces. And I think Benjamin will be happy with getting the white pieces. I'm going to say that Benjamin bids around close to the 8-minute mark. Vidit wins closer to the 7-minute mark. And Vidit will play his third Armageddon with black.
So both the players get what they wanted, basically.
Yes, is my feeling. What do you think?
I agree with you, I think. I think it's something similar. But regardless, what it's promising to be is a epic finale. Jitna lamba ho sakta tha, jitna exciting ho sakta tha, utna exciting hai.
It's delivering and
Yes,
how.
yes. It has gone the distance. And it has actually stretched even more. Jitna tha, usse bhi zyada hai.
India rising with its
Arey
head
yaar.
in hands right now. He's thinking about, bhai, ye kya hi ho gaya dusre game mein? And now how do I bid? What do I bid? What do I want in this Armageddon? Vidit Gujrathi, you can see how stressed he's feeling right now.
Yeah.
That is the look on the face of a guy who could have had set 1 in his hand. This match could have been far over. He could have been sitting at home thinking about Paris.
Yes.
But it's been Benjamin Boss all the way today. I have to say,
What a great,
just the fighting spirit that he's shown.
excellent,
You know,
worthy finalist.
if Benjamin wins, it was just his day. Like
Yeah.
every time we thought he's out, he came back. And he came back with vengeance. Matlab, there was no doubt in my head that he's always fighting. The last man never gives up. In a single game, he's not given up so far.
Yeah.
And both players know that this is the final game of the day.
Yeah, this is
There
it.
is nothing beyond this. Look at the amount of time they're taking to put in their bids.
Yeah.
They're calculating all the permutation, combination. Ki, what do I want? This
Yeah.
is it. This is the moment. You know, it is in my hands. Do I want the white pieces? How low can I go?
My God.
इसके beyond कुछ नहीं है. सिर्फ Paris है.
Oh.
Go
So-
big or go home.
Normal game 20 minutes chalti hai max, right? No increment. This roughly will last 16 minutes or so because somebody will bid 6-7 minutes. 16 minutes में हमें पता होगा कौन जा रहा है EWC.
Yeah.
So in 16 minutes from now, either players will be very, very sad or very, very happy, ecstatic. So बहुत difference है उनके mood में. It means a lot to both the players.
It's here. The moment is here. The moment of truth. My God.
Oh, it's still tough to choose that number, yeah?
Yeah.
हम कहते हैं it's just a number, but this number is important.
You know, we've been talking about how numbers don't matter, talking about rating, world rankings with the chess that we've seen. With this number, absolutely agree, could be the most decisive number of the day. What the players fill in. And I want a reveal. I want a proper reveal of these bids.
Wow. भाई यहाँ hype मस्त बन रही है इतना मस्त यहाँ पे ambience है and okay the pen to the paper still no decision tough one really tough one.
Really tough one. This is like the beauty and brutality of sports.
Yeah.
At the end of it. Oh man.
And you know what's the brutality? That Vidit is still looking at that end game.
Arey
That just
yaar.
happened.
Exactly.
Yes,
like वो पिछली
yes.
game में है. That's maybe not the best sign.
You know, sometimes to get over, you need to do it. You need to cross that tunnel. And then you leave it behind.
Yeah.
We've all been there. At the highest stage, when you have these missed opportunities, you need to walk through them to be able to get out on the other side.
Yeah. And they're still thinking. And you mentioned the tunnel. Whether there's the light at the end of the tunnel is the bigger question. Let's see. Okay, rough bits for Benjamin. Any guesses? 7.
Yeah, he just
He
cannot
can't
make
even-
up his mind.
He's put the...
He's put it. He closes
Okay, we
the
have a
lid
number.
immediately and he says, I am ready. Hands it over. Does not want to think it twice. No
Yeah,
second
yeah,
guesses
yeah,
for this
yeah.
one.
We have one bid.
Vidit Gujrathi, I don't see him on his chair anymore. He's already handed over his bid.
Maybe the arbiter didn't expect so many
Oh,
bids
he's
today.
there. Vidit is there.
Yeah.
3 sets, 3 Armageddons. What more? Are you not entertained? What more can we ask for?
वो हाथ हाथ के movements से ना nervousness भी दिख रही है दोनों players में. उनको पता है this is all or nothing now. एक game, one chess game. That's it.
And you know what? You look at the two faces, they tell you two completely different stories. Vidit looks frustrated, angry with himself. He knows he has to get ready. Meanwhile, Benjamin Bok, he's walking around, he's survived a big scare, he's looking a lot more relaxed. You know, just the fact that he's put up this fight in this final. What a show he's given all of us, no matter the outcome of this.
Yeah,
agreed.
He can be absolutely proud of his performance.
Regardless of what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And they went away.
I think right now Benjamin is just glad to be in the tournament, yeah,
What is
because he
this?
almost was out,
Yeah.
I think. So that's his relief. Maybe a couple of minutes of break.
Okay. There's
And
a
I love the dance
performance
sequence there.
At the fan pit, there is a lot of activities at the fan pit.
I think the winner probably will join the stage very soon.
And this is the energy right here in the arena. Our two players are going to need all the energy that they can get before this final Armageddon. Everything that they have worked towards over the qualifiers, over the knockouts of the last few days, coming into the finals, having battled across 12 games today against each other, Vidit Gujrathi and Benjamin Bok. And it comes down to this final round. It's number 13 for a reason.
Wow.
Who will it be? Lucky number 13 for.
Wow. That's an amazing setup, yeah? That's an amazing setup. I love it. I would love to see it in action also once the games are over. Maybe costumes को spare है क्या? I would love to have.
What are you saying?
हम भी घुस जाएंगे भाई तलवार लेके. मजा आएगा.
As you look at all these superhero costumes and energy,
Yes.
I'm just wondering, our two players, they have shown some superhero energy, right? They almost remind me of Avengers right now.
Yeah.
I'm wondering which Avenger would they be?
The one who never gives up. Yeah, that's Benjamin Bok for me. You think he's out, but he's there. He's still
Tony
there.
Stark.
But he, yeah, maybe possible.
I think like Benjamin has used up so much of his luck today
Yes.
that we need to really like escort him home in Mumbai. Like anything, tree can fall or anything.
कि मुंबई में कुछ भी हो सकता है. You need luck to
Waterlogging can
survive.
come. Cannot take chance with Benjamin. All his luck is over.
But आज दिन उन्हीं का है भाई. ऐसा लग रहा है. आज
ऐसा ही
दिन
लग
उन्हीं
रहा
का
है,
है.
ऐसा ही
कल
लग
पे
रहा
भी ध्यान रखना. आज की फ्लाइट पकड़ने का. फिर.
Actually, what Benjamin should do today is go out and buy a lottery
Yes,
ticket.
yes,
Exactly.
He will get it.
Today is the day, and then from tomorrow just wrap him in cotton wool.
Wow,
man.
what a show we've been treated to here at
Seriously.
India Rising, taking the final to the very edge, pushing each other, these two grandmasters, bringing out the best in themselves, in their opponents, playing their hearts out, and it all comes down to this final Armageddon of the day. I have to just say one thing, yes, we all came in, everybody who's here in the arena rooting for Vidit. He's the home crowd favorite right now. But you have to also give it up for Benjamin Bok
Absolutely.
for the fight that they put. I think he's won a lot of hearts today.
Yes, he's made the final like so worthy of this, like the competition. We all thought we'll be home by lunchtime, and this match has gone on for so long. I think सीधे Mott's manager has received a message. You're set. Reduce.
थोड़ा late हो गया है यहाँ
थोड़ा
पे.
late हो गया है.
And
Half
we
an hour
see-
cut.
We see Shakshi there. She's also a creator, an influencer, but also I know
Shakshi.
she loves chess.
Yes.
She plays a
she's-
lot of chess herself.
Indeed. क्या
Shakshi.
मस्त लग रहा है ना.
Oh,
कितने सारे
Shakshi,
creators हैं यहाँ पे, कितने सारे fans हैं. Like it's absolutely jam packed. Every hour we see getting more and more packed. यहाँ से बाहर निकलना impossible है तानिया.
And there we've got it. A lot of fans here. A lot of energy here.
It's like we know chess players love taking photos when they win, but hate it when they lose.
Of course.
So for one person, it's going to be a long walk back home, man. It's going to be a very, very long walk.
I know the rare exit. वहाँ से भी
अच्छा
get, like,
हाँ. यार ये आर्मर मिलना चाहिए कहीं से. This is nice.
ये सही है. ऐसा
This
कुछ
is very
मिलेगा
nice.
तो पहन लेगा वो.
But to your point, maybe this is what Benji needs
Yes,
after
yes.
using all his luck
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
He needs to borrow this suit.
All the protection.
Wow.
The players there getting a little bit of a breather before the final round of the day.
I think Vidit really needed that because वो अभी भी पिछली game analyze कर रहे थे. I think he was focused on that game. वो हल्का सा break to reset his mind कि ठीक है, I'm still in it. It's dead equal. I'm not behind right now. I've played a beautiful game. I was the one pushing. So he has nothing to fear actually. It's just the emotions he has to control.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's a surprise outfit.
That is a very basic family outfit. Sunday afternoon.
Woke up from bed and chose violence. Literally.
Literally, that is it.
Wow. क्या मस्त hype है यार. Wow. The mask and the poses and the swords, yeah?
And is that a lot of fractures or what's happening there? Gotta love the energy here.
Yeah.
All the outfits here.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Oh my god.
I think she was playing chess on her phone, I think, इससे पहले.
Oh, इसलिए उसको
Wow.
I'm like, हमारा screen है यहाँ पे.
आज लेकिन बहुत सारे बच्चे आए हैं यहाँ पे. So
Yes.
many, yeah. Very nice to see people of all ages.
Yeah.
And they're having a really good time
Yeah.
since morning. It's been, slowly coming in. And now it's a packed house here. So much fun is being had. Just everywhere, different energy, different things going on. If you're in Mumbai, this is the place to be. India Rising, Road to EWC. What an event.
Wow.
Happening for the first time in India as a global stage for a direct ticket to Paris in so many different esports.
Wow.
Oh, this is a very interesting outfit, no?
It's like a ninja outfit, isn't it?
It's like a grenade or something, I think.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Hello?
It is.
Oh.
Looked like a tabla at first, but grenade.
They're
Oh,
back.
Bok is back.
They're back.
He is ready.
He's got to be feeling like a ninja right now. How many games he survived today.
Unreal.
It's been fantastic to watch the speed with which the two have been playing. Vidit Gujrathi, he knows he's had those missed opportunities. He knows this match could have been his by now. But yet here he is on stage. Both of these players fighting their 13th game against each other.
But they must be tired by now. 13 games is a lot. It's not a blitz game. It's not a bullet game. It's 10 plus 0.
Yeah.
Rapid games. And it's high stakes game. Every game, kind of pulls these emotions out of you, especially for Vidit. I think दोनों players थके होंगे. Blunder होने की probability है.
Chances to have. Or just like, the kind of event that they are part of. They are the centerpiece of an absolutely wild festival. तो इसका भी कुछ तो toll back of the mind में रहेगा ही.
You're absolutely right, because this is the stage here.
Yeah.
We've seen the scenes happening all around. They're happening on the floor, a lot of shows going on, but this is the stage. And speaking of the stage, the final game of the day has started.
Let's go!
It's on, guys.
49.
And we've got the bids coming in, starting with 10 minutes with the white pieces. One more time, Benjamin Bok has to win on demand. Vidit Gujrathi for a third Armageddon gets the black bid in, outbids Benjamin, starts with 6 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, and a draw would mean he seals the deal, gets to Paris.
And very interesting. For the first time, जो Bishop है, वो pawn chain के बाहर नहीं, अंदर है on E7. So a different structure this time.
Okay.
And we see moves coming in very, very quickly from both the players. Actually, they realize the stakes कि भाई अब time pressure build नहीं होने देना. Bishop F8, opening up the rook's file. अरे आगे Bishop जी को देख के डर लगता है मुझे यार move.
And now we are again going to see that G-pawn moving up. But this time with the bishop as it's placed next to the king for Vidit, so much easier to make that happen. But instead, Vidit simply unpins by blocking, getting his bishop to E7. This Armageddon is not just about the clock. It's not just about the scale on the board, but how much gas do these two players have left
Right.
in the tank right now?
Not much, I think. Galti करने के chances very high. By the way, that F5 square, D5 square, both available for the knight on E3. I love that knight for the white side. And I think black थोड़ा passive है, I feel. Like the bishop on E7, passive. The knight on C6 doesn't have an active square to go to. White could play D4 at the right moment as well.
Also, white often has the idea of giving up the bishop for the black knight on f6 and getting full control of the d5 square as well at the right moment. But again, with white in a must-win, you always want to avoid trades for as long as possible. The strategy at top-level Armageddon is get your opponent as low on the clock before taking big decisions. He does trade off those knights. It's a fight for the d5 square now.
Yeah.
Playing on that as he reroutes his bishop to the diagonal, complete control of d5.
Wow. Reminds me of one c5 positions kahin na kahin pe. And where do you put that bishop on c8? एक piece black का develop करना बच्चा है. So you want to put it on e6, maybe controlling d5, f5 both?
That would
Oh,
make
g6.
a lot of sense. He first starts with controlling the f5 square, also making sure that that bishop can land on g7, feel safe there. Maybe later on in the future you want to get f5, but meanwhile, for Benjamin Bok, he strikes on the queen side. There was a pin on the a file. Vidit sidesteps with the rook. We see a trade, and Benjamin wins the battle of the a line.
A file white के पास है, d5 square white के पास है, black के पास in return क्या है? Doesn't seem like much. Bar कह रहा है roughly balanced है, but practically the white is slightly preferable already. Time पे भी आगे. Vidit के लिए not a good sign.
Oh, man.
Early days. Bishop comes back, bishop goes back as well. So no trades of those pieces. And look at that. Now, Benjamin switches play. It's a gear shift. He's pushed the h pawn. It's not only an attacking move, but वो कह रहा है आपको g5 कभी नहीं मिलेगा. Vidit was setting up g5, knight g6, controlling the f4 square. Not allowing that.
Great plan. And if you force black to play g5, then f5 square को तो goodbye बोल दो. And rook f8. Look at that move. Planning f5 maybe from black. At some point.
King ko hatao, get f5 in. You've got the bishop pair. You want to open up the diagonals.
It's a tough position to be in as black, yeah, because you're thinking, should I go for the initiative? Draw bhi mere liye chalega, but you see white's attack incoming. You're like, theek hai, I have to go for f5.
But I'm just wondering, what is white's plan in this position? Do you want to commit yourself to h5, but the g pawn can start moving forward? He does it.
Oh my, he does.
And Vidit is ready with his response. Ek second nahi liya unhone to get the king up to h7. But this just once again means that Vidit's king is going to be unsafe for a long time. The white rook ready to step up to the 7th rank. Never forget that rook on a1.
Yeah, that rook is always ready to come to a6, a7 at the right moment. Oh, 7th rank kitna weak hai.
Oh, look at that little move by Benjamin Bok with a big idea. King getting up to g2, rook landing up on h1, attacks on the h file as well. King upar, rook ko side swept.
But on knight on f3 थोड़ा lose हो गया अब कहीं ना कहीं पे. I don't know if that's a factor right now. Look at that queen d7, king
Love
g2,
it.
queen h3 check.
Yes. Stopping this idea, and Benjamin has sort of let go of some light squares. Black queen infiltrating on those squares right now. King g2 possible nahi hai. Also stops rook a7.
You know the problem with Anirban? Time difference abhi bhi same hai. He's not caught up on the clock at all. Exact 3 minute ka difference hai. Right now, Benjamin Bok in the driver's seat. Ooh. We need to. Nice move. Connecting the rooks. Kafi sense hai is move mein. Now what does black do?
And that's the big question, because I think Vidit's also playing the waiting game, because a draw is good enough. He's saying कि Benjamin भाई तुम्हें जीतना है, तुम्हारे white pieces हैं. And when you start taking those risks is when I'll be ready to maximize my chances. But I'm not going to change anything. I've stopped king g2, queen h3 is coming.
That's a very good plan. You don't want to go for a sharp variation जहाँ पे one calculated mistake costs you the entire game. आराम से खेलो. Just keep improving the pieces जितना possible है. Bishop f6, nice move. Dominating the knight on f3 थोड़ा बहुत. The king could later also come to g7. अगर h file पे कुछ attack build up हो. Benjamin now thinking. Knight h2 is the plan he comes up with.
He's rerouting that knight to g4.
And if h5, then knight f3. Oh, he plays king g7 though. Very logical.
And I think Vidit also has ideas of his own. h5, h4 aa raha hai. You always have to watch out for this idea. That h pawn is anyway about to move up the board.
I'm not a big fan of this move because जब तक knight e3 पे था ना, knight को e7 पे रहना था, and I felt like that dynamic helped white a bit.
I'm a fan of this move.
हाँ.
Vidit wants this bishop on b6, and then the bishop and the rook will combine and attack that f2 pawn. Bishop going to the other side of the board to activate on the long diagonal, become a sniper against the white king. And look at the bar shifting. The bishop arrives, blocked by the knight.
He tries to get the second knight to d5 now. h2 पे कुछ कर नहीं रहा था, but black ने improvements करी हैं real. in the game. H5 now.
Vidit playing on both sides of the board. H4 aa raha hai. Rook ready to slide up to H8. Benjamin Bok has gone on the defense. He's playing on the back foot right now.
Queen F1 is a sign something has gone wrong. I think that's a sign कि okay, my king needs defense, it needs protection, and queen ideally कुछ active करना चाहिए. Now at some point you want to play C4. वो bishop खोलना बहुत जरूरी है. Queen D8 played now. Okay, H4 in the works.
He's getting ready to open up the position with H4. Black का rook बहुत ही अच्छा बैठा है F8 में, ready to go to H8 when needed. Also eyeballing F2 right now. The queen from D8 can step over to F6, F3 when needed. Vidit retreating to go forward.
I love how Vidit is playing around that bishop on D5. That's like a beauty piece for white, doing very well. उसके आसपास खेल रहे हैं Vidit on both the king side and the queen side. Now queen G5 comes in.
It is an empty piece, right? बाहर से सुंदर है, पर actually में कोई substance नहीं है. You don't have an attack.
Block that bishop's diagonal.
Ooh, C4, nice move.
I like that. He makes sure that black ka bishop on B6, like you're saying, Anirban, stays a dead piece.
Okay, so now 2 minute का time difference. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है ये भी आखिरी मिनट में ही जाएगा.
मुझे लग रहा है कि Vidit will play H4 and trade the queens. He needs only a draw to win the Armageddon. So he's ready with the idea that once H4 happens, at least queens will be off the board. And how are you going to break this endgame?
Agreed. I think his rooks are ready to enter the H file as well if needed. If let's say queen trade नहीं होता है, he could potentially launch an attack. Bishop C8 also ready to join as well. Knight के पास knight और bishop ना एक ही square के लिए fight कर रहे हैं white के. They only have one square but 2 pieces. Okay, F1. Okay.
All right, so Benjamin Bok is getting ready to strike with F4.
Yeah.
He's setting it up with the queens ready to be traded off. The idea works. And this is tricky stuff because Vidit has gone under 3 minutes. So Vidit को इसके बारे में सोचना होगा कि वो F pawn आ रहा है.
And this is tough final moments. I think final 6-7 minutes of this entire match actually.
Yeah.
I love this last move by Vidit. He gets the king forward to defend the queen. So F4 now has been stopped. The black king is ready to come into the party if needed. F4, white will lose a pawn.
I love this event. What a crazy event, Tanya Anirban, brought to you by BASF and Geoblast together. Both the players in the final match today. One winner who takes home that EWC spot.
King h6 is a classy move by Vidit Gujrathi here right now. You know, he uses the king to keep things under control, not giving Benjamin Bok any counterplay. Benjamin with a waiting move. It's all about the clock. A draw. Vidit Gujrathi goes to Paris. A win for Benjamin. And that would be the dream end to the Cinderella run.
Bishop D7, I think, makes a lot of sense. You connect the rooks as well. But white has kind of given up his open A file. Yeah, that's very interesting. You would have thought कि वहाँ पे मैं कुछ इस्तेमाल करूँगा, but not really. And king H2. Wow.
Vidit steps up with his own rook forward, looking at ideas of doubling up on the F line. Keeping the white ka rook true to defending that F2 pawn. It is such a strategic, solid fight, you know, cagey fight, maneuvering game.
Maybe also king H2, rook H1 at some point, Tanya. ऐसे वो books में ऐसे puzzle लाते थे वो लोग बहुत सारे.
Setting that up, but पहले Benjamin F pawn बढ़ाते हुए goes F3.
Oh,
Vidit has to be careful of any knight G4 checks at any point. So the bishop on D7 is a key defender. And Vidit strikes with H4. H4 has happened. No more KG play. Keeping the tension. Benjamin Bok moves the queen away. Forces Vidit's hand because now he's threatening pawn takes pawn. And Benjamin is saying, I'm ready to go into an endgame if you trade everything off. And I will fight against that G6-1 lone weakness that you have. Vidit doubling up. F3 pe attack. This is crazy. This is getting out of control.
This is objectively great for black now, but can he finish off? Time dono ke paas nahi hai. We've seen what happens when they don't have time. Queen F4 check.
You'll be forced to block with the queen. That check. Queen G3 is what I'm expecting.
Played on the board. Oh, B3 is a very interesting move, right? Because Bishop A5 ka idea unke paas hai. Okay, we are in another end game.
Arey. Oh, this side. Oh, oh.
Knight वापस आया, defending h4, attacking the rook, forcing Vidit's rook to fall back. Right now, Benjamin Bok, he has an extra pawn. But the pawn formation is such that it's very difficult to break free. Also, Vidit has got a bishop pair in compensation.
But there's a problem now. The bishops block the entry of the rooks to the a files. Rook a1 के बाद suddenly queen side white के हाथ में आ चुकी है पूरी.
Oh no. What happened?
The black king is in trouble. The black king
Check.
will be forced at some point to go to the final h file. And the knight is coming into the game.
Wow.
Knight f5 will block the two rooks. Rook g7 check आ रहा है. Rook h1 checkmate होएगी.
Oh.
And look at that. That is a sip of water. That is a power move. We all know it. Chess players do it when they are feeling confident about their chances.
By the way, one winning move for Bok, and that is knight f5. He plays that only move instantly. Knight coming to f5. This is dangerous attack building up on the black king. सोचा ही नहीं था कि suddenly attack बन जाएगा.
Rook coming to h1. Rook coming to g7. Huge ideas. Vidit Gujrathi, he leans forward. He's locked in. He knows he's in big trouble. The whole position has turned around.
He's less than half the time as well. This could be curtains for Vidit, and Benjamin Bok could take the spot.
Unbelievable.
My goodness, this is it's under 1 minute for Vidit.
आज दिन है उनका भाई. हमने देखा ना आज दिन है उनका.
हाँ.
50 seconds for Vidit now. He's unable to come up with a defense. The black king stuck in a mating net. कहीं जाने का रास्ता ही नहीं है. Rook g7 is the big threat. The second rook could join in. 35 seconds now. Plays bishop g6. Not the best move.
Pins that bishop. Ideas of rook h1, rook h6 would be absolutely curtains here for Vidit Gujrathi. And how is the black king ever getting out of it?
I think this is close to over. Look at the clock. Look at the clock for Vidit.
You have ideas like rook g1. He plays it. King f2, rook g4 is checkmate coming in.
Wow.
G6 bishop is hanging. King f2 is a deadly threat. 15 seconds.
It's over, I think. It's over. Benjamin Bok is going to get the spot.
And Vidit creates an f6 square, but G6 bishop is hanging. King f2, bishop. You lose the bishop on g6. Checkmate to finish the game.
My God.
Benjamin Bok takes the win. What a performance, putting an end to an absolute dream run. The bracket crusher does it, taking down the final boss as there will be handshakes. What a fight, and what a deserving spot to Paris for Benjamin Bok.
Absolutely, man. You could never count him out. Kuch bhi position de do. He was always kind of coming back.
Yes.
But heartbreaks for Vidit as well, because he offered a great fight and he was very, very close, right, in the end game when he could have just won.
Yeah. Big upset here in Mumbai at India Rising. But what a worthy final. Absolutely enjoyed it. Went to the wire, went to the last minute. And Benjamin Bok is on his way to Paris.
Benjamin Bok is our champion at India Rising Road to EWC. What a fight this has been. Benjamin Bok coming back from the dead in that set 1, taking a clutch Armageddon. Then Vidit striking back in set 2.
Yeah.
Set 3, 1-1 goes down to the wire. And in the end, in a very difficult up and down battle, it was Bok who boxed up Vidit's king, takes the win, gets the spot into EWC. He's going to Paris.
मजा आया कि नहीं आया?
बहुत मजा आया. क्या मजा आया.
And look at him. He's still thinking about the position. है थोड़ा बहुत कहीं ना कहीं चल रहा होगा. वहाँ पे ये हुआ, वहाँ पे ये हुआ. Like अभी भी दिमाग में है. It's very hard to
भाई
figure out.
कौन से Esports Org का मैं contract sign करने वाला हूँ.
कौन
In the contract.
4 मेल कल आए थे, 10 और आ जाएंगे. किसको accept करना है? It's crazy, man. This is a life-changing moment, I think. There's no doubt about it.
What a big event this was. There is the winner, the champion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our winner who has crossed that road to EWC.
Finally, he makes it. Tell us what was going on through your mind in the last Armageddon that you played.
Yeah, and it was a tough game.
All right, so a clear decider. It went on to the last match, the last Armageddon. Of course, it has been a crunch game. It has been an intense game. Of course, we could see the beats per minute of your heart, and it was shooting up and down, up and down. But what a ride it has been overall. We'll get a mic in the meantime for Benjamin, and
Yeah, if we can get a mic, probably we'll be able to speak with Benjamin
because
and
I'm
get to know his
so
thoughts
sure
as
there's
well.
so much to talk about.
Okay, that's better, yeah.
Yeah. Now that we have the mic and now that we can hear you, Benjamin, walk us through that Armageddon.
Yeah, so Vidit, he's an amazing player. I think I was very lucky in many games to win or escape with a draw. In that last game, I also felt like I was getting outplayed, but I was just trying to hang in there. And in the other Armageddon games, I felt like I did not keep my time advantage, but in this one, I really tried to do so. And yeah, I thought I was struggling, but when I won a pawn, I had pretty good hopes for my position. And then at some point, it just fell apart for him. So yeah, I just thought like, okay, I just gotta try to keep the time advantage, and that will always give me some edge, some chances. But yeah, once again, yeah, Vidit played amazing. He, like I said, I got very lucky in a couple moments. So yeah, sorry to him, but obviously I'm very happy to make it to the EWC in Paris.
You know, coming to India, playing against an Indian grandmaster in front of the home crowd, did that add the pressure?
Not really. I just try to focus on the games and just play chess. You know, just focus on the 64 squares that are ahead of me, and yeah, just try to do my best. And I felt like, well, maybe it also adds a little bit of pressure to him. So he has to try to win in front of the home crowd.
Of course, sorry to cut you short, but I really want to know, Benjamin, because so much happening with the crowd, with the interaction. And of course, this is what you have been waiting for, the key to EWC. So let's have the amazing key to the Esports World Cup. And
can we please call upon stage?
And to give away the key, I would like to call on stage Mr. James Cunningham from the Esports World Cup and Awad Shah from chess.com to please join us on stage.
Thank you. Thanks.
That's the key. That's exactly what Benjamin is playing for today. He'll be signing the key, his probably key to the EWC when he goes there in Paris and plays against the best in the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, to make it official, Benjamin holds the key to EWC. Congratulations, Benjamin.
Thank you so much for our dignitaries for joining us. Benjamin, congratulations on that. Now that you've... He wants to speak some more. All right, now that you've defeated Arjun Arigaisi, you've defeated Vidit, what's next? Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, or maybe more. No. Well, yeah, I'll try to take on like Magnus, Hikaru at the EWC. Of course, whenever I get to play him, it's an honor. And so yeah, looking forward to Paris. It's definitely the biggest event that I'll have ever been a part of in my career.
All right, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Congratulations on that win today.
Thanks.
Can you just show the key to the audience? Because you have just dominated this arena tonight. So ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Benjamin Bok. Thank you so much, Benjamin, and wish you all the best for EWC.
Thank you, Benjamin.
All right, so that's it from the chess, but we've got more things coming up because this is a one-of-a-kind gaming festival. So ladies and gentlemen, right now we will be taking that very little short break. And on the other side of the break, we have
lots of action
lots of
coming
exciting
up
things
your way.
coming for you.
24 years old and I'm from Sikkim, the northeast. And my in-game name is Makaveli, and I'm the leader and the IGL of team God's Own Country. We have been playing together since the past 5 months, and we have been the top 5 team from the VCSA of Split 1. And I'm very proud to introduce and play with my team God's Own Country in this India Rising Cup.
Hello everyone, my name is Paras. I'm 18-year-old and I'm from Gurugram, Haryana. And you guys also know me as Sinex. And obviously we are playing from past like 5 months together. And I've played some tournaments with Zion, so I have some experience, some synergy with him. But yeah, pretty much that's it. I'm very excited to play this event. Honestly speaking, we were not going to play this event because we were having some internal issues in team by the org. But then 2 days ago, before the registration ends, we decided to play and we qualified for the LAN. So we are excited to play.
Hello guys, my name is Zion. I'm 23 years old and I'm the sentinel of this team, God's Own Country.
Hello guys, मेरा नाम रेहान है, as well as Batman है, and I'm 19 years old. I'm flex most of the time. Like I play whatever agent the team needs. If I am Batman and he is my Robin, क्योंकि मैंने उसके साथ पहले भी teams में खेल रखा है काफी many teams. So I think he's my Robin in this team.
Hello, my name is Akshay. In-game name is NV2K. You guys know me as Jogemo.
Yes, we do see ourselves as the underdogs because we're facing SA2 and they're like the best team, one of the best teams of VCA. And we have faced them in league before. So obviously, Sinex is the one guy who always gets bullied by everyone. Batman is the silent one. He's like there and he has huge impact, like silent impact. Zion is like the wall. We can always trust him. He always has our back. And Envy is the chaos. Like he does whatever and he does chaos at its best.
So basically, we are just trying to figure out like we play a game as a pair. Okay, so me and Envy is a pair, Zion and Batman is a pair. So we are just trying to fight it together. Like wherever we fight it together. So if we are having mistakes, we are just trying to fix that in ourselves. And Maka is trying to fix where the round is going wrong. That's what we do as a team. If a bigger team looks at that as an easy matchup, we just don't say it. We just play our game and show them.
I think the most dangerous player would again be Envy because he's like our most confident and he's like our front line. And if he keeps on going, like there's nobody to stop.
As in individual players, we do have great things like Zion have so many setups on Cypher as he plays Cypher on site, and I have so many lineups on Sova to convert the round. Maka has initially good calls, mid-round good calls. Batman is putting great co-idling because he's the second entry for the team. If he wants to go, he'll tell us. If he doesn't want to go, he will tell us. So we'll decide the round according to him.
I think we'll get our name on like the top of one of the like best players of India.
जो टाइम पे टीम बन रहा था तो लाइक जब मुझे मालूम पड़ा कि बैटमैन है तो मैंने बैटमैन खेला बट टीम नए प्लेयर्स थे तो हमको बोला कि मैं कभी तक खेला नहीं तो मुझे तो मेरे पास टीम से उनके साथ खेलना है तो जब टीम बना स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम्स हुआ खेलने को बट जिस हिसाब से हम लोगों ने सबने मिलकर मैनेज किया इवन हमने संडे को भी छुट्टी नहीं दिया हम संडे के दिन भी बैठ के हाफ डे प्रैक्टिस किया और एंड में जिस हिसाब से हमको लाइक गोल्स जो हमारा था उस पर हम एक्चुअली अचीव भी किए
एक बार के लिए जियोन भी भड़क जाते हैं
हाँ एक बार के like you guys are dogs
but he is the calmest he like always says
अंक लैन पे क्वालिफाई होने का क्रेजीनेस इसलिए था क्योंकि हम लोग 5 महीने से सिर्फ ऑनलाइन खेल रहे हैं हम लोगों ने लैन नहीं खेला साथ में तो ऑब्वियसली एक टीम को होता है 6 महीने से साथ में खेल रहे हैं लैन नहीं खेला से कैसे भाई लैन तो खेलेंगे रिमेंबर जीओसी because we are gonna own them when we play against them.
Hello, my name is Ank. I am from Russia. I am playing for SATL. I am controller in the team.
Hello, myself Yubi. I play for SATL Esports. My game name is Vidit.
Hey guys, I am Kohli. I am the initiator for the team for playing for SATL Esports.
Hi everyone, I'm Rishi Vijay Kumar. I'm also known as RVK. I'm part of team SATL Esports and I'm the IGL for the team.
Hello everyone, my name is Alan. Nickname is Zexer. I'm duelist for the SATL.
Usually I would love to be an underdog, but right now since we have an organization who's so big and people obviously look at the organization a lot, so it's really fun to be that team that everyone wants to beat, and it gives us a little bit of drive to do better.
I'm happy that I'm in the SATL. I'm happy to play in the team. I'm happy to be the best team with the best org.
I think looking at recent performances, I think it's still something that we need to prove. I think we've proven to be good, but just haven't gotten a big victory yet. So I think everyone's still excited to see what we hold and what the best version of SATO looks like.
For me, we are favorites in the match, but our recent result, we need to prove for ourselves that we can win and qualify for light events.
It makes me happy that people think that I'm better than them.
For the most part, I've always been the underdog in my past team as well. So I think it's a different experience to me playing in SATL because SATL is known to considered to be the top dog usually, and people are running out for you in the sense that they always want to beat the top dog. So it's a different feeling.
So I think Ilya and Kohli are the two guys I think who are the most dangerous when the round looks lost. I think because these guys have that clutch genes in them, I guess. Like they are always a step ahead of their opponents in their head. So I think that's really good to have. I think the chemistry of the team was finally like good after 2 months. Not before that. I think before that we were struggling a lot as a team. And I think once we got it, we were happy, and that's why we're saying prime SATL because that's the point where we felt things clicked for us. So.
They themselves don't know what they're doing, and how do people expect us to know what they're doing?
I think I'm bringing the mechanics, the fighting skills, the 1v1s, and then most likely I'm winning the fight.
I think I'm bringing the calm in the team.
I would say I bring the energy.
I would consider myself like the anchor of the team. So like people are able to rely on me easily. If anyone is falling short, I can go.
Yeah, I think I'm the joker of the team. I think I'm the vibe. I think if I'm doing something stupid, I'll laugh. Even this guy with me. That's the fun part of the team. I think that's what glues the team together. So I think Team SATL is dangerous because we're the best and we have a bunch of really good players who can dominate any other player in the server. When I hear India Rising road to EWC, I think it's definitely a chance to prove where Indian esports is heading towards, and I think in recent times we have been doing very well when it comes to representing your country internationally in any game possible. So I think it definitely feels like a nice burden to have, if I may put it like that, because of course representing your country is the best thing you can ever do, and it's also a burden in the fact that you have to make sure you work really hard, and I think it's the best feeling you can ask for. Team should be worried about SATO because we are the best.
I'm Vidit Gujrathi. I was staying in Nasik for most of my life. Now I live in Mumbai. I am part of the Indian chess team. My peak world rank was 10. I became a grandmaster at the age of 18, but I think by today's standards that's late. Funnily enough, actually, when I became grandmaster, I became by playing Counter-Strike. Because one of my problems was I used to choke under pressure back then, because I was looking forward to becoming grandmaster. But there was one tournament I was like, chuck it. I was playing Counter-Strike in the night, and that just helped me take my mind somewhere else, distract myself, and I could just play freely the next day. So I started playing chess at the age of 6. And I haven't looked back since then. So a lot of my identity is associated with chess. And I became grandmaster at the age of 18, and now I'm 31. And representing India at the global level for I think last 12 years or so, playing in the Indian squad. And I've been doing this pretty much full time. It started off as a hobby, but I got so engrossed that I kept playing chess as a profession. If I have to give an analogy of, let's say, cricket, I would say a modern version of Rahul Dravid in a way, because I am well prepared. I try to play solid chess, but when push comes to shove, I can also become very aggressive. So, but that's not my natural instinct. I'm more of a controlled player, but when time requires, I can also, come forward in the crease and try to hit some sixes. Oh, recovering from a tough loss is always harder. Like, losing hurts way more than the pleasure of winning, It just stings a lot. And that's why I started actually playing chess. That was one of the reasons I was so motivated. I didn't want to lose. I was so competitive. I think someone should invent that. I really don't. I'm looking for that reset button. There are many ways. Sometimes I just like to distract myself completely, like forget about the tournament or try to forget it. You can never forget. And that is by engaging your mind somewhere else. Sometimes I even go online and play more chess to rub off that loss, Sometimes just spending time with family. but I have not found the magical reset button. Like, I don't think it exists. As a competitive player, it goes on in your mind. It's always there. When I hear India Rising Road to EWC, I think it gives me another chance to represent India, and that too in such a fresh format with a new audience, new type of chess, and that's very exciting. Benjamin is very a serious player, and he is well prepared. So definitely not an easy opponent, and he has been taking online tournaments seriously. He has been preparing for it, so he's used to that. I feel like in general I have a good score against him. Like, we have played multiple times, and my style I think has worked well against him. So in general I feel like I'm a stronger player, and tomorrow I just have to play the best chess that I can. At EWC they'll probably see the 3.0 version of me, which is very different, very unique, and something they have not seen me do.
So I'm Benjamin Bok, I'm a Grandmaster from the Netherlands. These days I'm not as active anymore in classical chess, but I still play a lot of online rapid and blitz tournaments, in which I've been doing fairly well, I'd say. I feel like I'm not at the very top, but I feel like I'm not too far away from that, so obviously this tournament here is a big opportunity to try to make it to the highest stage. Yeah, my dad told me the game when I was around 6, but I joined a chess club in my local town a few years later, so I started out there, and then shortly after that I started playing in tournaments, and I won the Dutch championship for the first time in my age category when I was 10, so I'd say that's when chess really became more serious for me. Well, I would have loved to be a soccer athlete and be at the World Cup right now, but that ship has sailed at this point. Of course, it's a dream to compete in the EWC, but I've never been this close. So this event, the ride has been pretty good. I mean, when I signed up for the Swiss portion of India Rising, I thought I would have a pretty good chance of making it to the knockouts, and then I did. And then in the quarterfinals I saw I was facing Partikian, obviously a very strong player, but I thought I had a pretty good chance to beat him. But then I saw if I beat him, I would probably be up against Arjun, and I knew that that would be a very tough match, and honestly, he's definitely clearly a favorite in that one, but I managed to beat him, which also surprised myself. And now all of a sudden I'm very close, so this is obviously a big opportunity against Vidit, who is also a very strong player, but yeah, even though he's very strong, I do believe I can beat him. Yeah, I think it's a great development for chess. Online classical chess has been around for a long time, but I feel like it's hard to sell classical chess as a product to the masses, because they might watch a game and then somebody is spending a lot of time on just one move, and to the audience it seems like just nothing is happening.
Not
A lot is happening, but I feel like it's hard to sell as a product, whereas I feel like
all-star roster built for greatness.
Land CS superstar Nico. How is the team feeling?
But in the spotlight, there's nowhere to hide.
Nico, is this the year?
Everyone's watching. Everyone's waiting. On the global stage, is this his chance to silence the world?
I'm ready. These are the moments that Nico is made for.
Team Liquid won every major title in 2025. Then one loss.
never had.
Cheating, एक साथ, hands up, पूरा करो साथ. Together we win, no looking back. India rising on the map. Cheating, एक साथ, hands up, पूरा करो साथ. Together we win, no looking back. India rising on the map. लेगी से ग्रैंड स्क्रीन पे नाम, हर सपना अब बनेगा काम. तोबे से क्लच, रंग से क्राउन, अब इंडिया कभी स्लो ना डाउन. लोग इन ड्रीम्स, लोग आर फियर, सारे हीरोज फाइनली हियर. फैंस की आवाज सीधा हार्ट, ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये स्टार्ट. जीजे एक साथ, this a killer low cap, no act. Together we win, this is our path. India rising, we on the mat. Odd was odd, lobby on fire, clutch या choke, सबका test higher, names go hot, tasteful fast, legends बनेंगे, make it last. Smoke, flashes, final call, one we breathe, still stand tall. Rivals आज, कल squad बन जाए, India उठे तो दुनिया हिल जाए. Late night grind, सब सो रहे, screen की light में सपने जी रहे. No hype, no crowd, बस believe, हर loss के बाद भी no retreating. High set of week, still played, zero से climb, self-made upgrade. लोग बोले इसे क्या होगा, अब बोलते भाई तू next बड़ा. Pressure high, heartbeat fast, one shot moment, make it last. नाम नहीं, legacy चाहिए, champion बनना बस वही चाहिए. Cheating, एक साथ, hands up, पूरा crowd साथ. Put together we win, no looking back. India rising on the map. Cheating, एक साथ, hands up, पूरा crowd साथ. Together we win, no looking back. India rising on the map.
मुंह बंद हो गया. That was, ladies and gentlemen, Your Highness, an all-girls team who just gave that performance, which just blasted the stage, and we are on Geo Blast right now. इससे ज़्यादा better क्या हो सकता है?
I don't think कुछ भी हो सकता है. I mean, this is so good, so good. You know what? एक सवाल है मेरा.
बिल्कुल.
रोहित, ये सब में से क्या कर पाओगे?
क्या चीज?
ये सब जो स्टंट्स उन्होंने किए, डांस उन्होंने किया, ये सब चीजों में से आप क्या कर पाओगे?
इसमें से मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाऊंगा, लेकिन एक चीज मैं सीख पाऊंगा, एंड वो सीखना तो आप सबको है. वो ये है कि इस परफॉर्मेंस के बाद मैं आपको बस यही बताना चाहता हूं कि द पार्टी इज जस्ट गेटिंग स्टार्टेड, क्योंकि आपके फेवरेट क्रिएटर्स यहां पर हैं, आपके फेवरेट गेमर्स यहां पर हैं, एंड ऑफ कोर्स यहां पर कमाल कमाल के गेम्स तो होंगे, शो मैचेस तो होगा, लेकिन साथ ही साथ वी गॉट सम अमेजिंग थिंग्स अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट आल्सो लाइंड अप.
Like what?
वो तो थोड़ा सा सरप्राइज भी रहना चाहिए. सब कुछ अभी बता देंगे तो सब ज्यादा मजा नहीं आएगा, लेकिन इस समय ऑफ कोर्स वी गॉट आवर लवली पैनल ऑफ कास्टर्स हु विल बी टेकिंग दैट स्टोरी फॉरवर्ड. देयर आर अमेजिंग स्टोरी टेलर्स. अब देखिए, बहुत सारी चीजें होती रहती हैं यहाँ पर आरोही, लेकिन जो कहानियां बनती हैं, वो जो कहानियों को बुनना पड़ता है ना, वो हमारे कास्टर्स करते हैं बहुत अच्छा.
But you know what, रोहित? हमने सुबह एक चीज कही थी, और वो चीज ये थी कि बाकी को छोड़ना हो, क्राउड बढ़ने वाला है. And that's
Yes.
exactly what is happening. I mean, just look at the crowd.
All right, तो क्राउड तो यहाँ पर बढ़ेगा, बनेगा, और माहौल बनाने के लिए let's head over to our amazing casters who will take the story forward.
Thank you so much, Rohit. It was amazing जिस तरह का माहौल यहाँ पे बना हुआ है. Everyone is ready and everyone is excited for the matches जो अब आगे होंगे. और शो को शुरू करने से पहले मैं इंट्रोड्यूस जरूर करना चाहूंगा. मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं TTRXT एंड नेक्रोस, जो कि होंगे यहाँ पे कास्टर्स. It's gonna be fun. Mobile Legends काफी जल्दी शुरू होने वाला है. Guys, are you excited?
फॉर श्योर, क्योंकि इतने देर से हम वेट कर रहे थे कि कब ई स्पोर्ट्स मैचेस हम देखेंगे. ऑब्वियसली चेस में बहुत मजा आया था, बट मोबा में आई एम श्योर कि और ज्यादा मजा आने वाला है.
ऑफ कोर्स, आई मीन जैसे हमारे टीम्स है, जैसे हमारे प्लेयर्स हैं, हमने पिछले स्टेजेस में मैचेस देखे थे, कितने सारे क्लोज कॉम्बैक्ट मैचेस हमें देखने का मौका मिला था, एंड वहीं से दो टीम्स यहाँ तक पहुंचे. आई एम रियली एक्साइटेड अबाउट कि लैंड प्रेशर क्या वो ऑब्जॉर्व कर पाएंगे.
देखिए, बहुत सारे सवाल हैं, काफी अच्छे सवालों के जवाब भी हमें यहाँ पे कुछ देर में मिलेंगे. बट अगर बात करें जनता की, देखिए कितने सारे लोग यहाँ पे आए हैं मैचेस देखने के लिए. पहले मोबाइल लेजेंड्स होगा, उसके बाद हम वैलोरेंट का एक्शन भी विटनेस करेंगे. और मैं जानता हूं कि हमारे जो क्रिएटर्स हैं ना, वो भी खेलने के लिए बेताब हैं. बट लेट्स टॉक अबाउट मोबा फॉर अ सेकंड. ट्रू रिपर्स एक बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम है. पिछले कुछ कॉम्पिटिशंस के अंदर भी उनका जलवा हम सब ने देखा है, और उनके सामने उनके कड़े राइवल्स एसएटीएल यहाँ पे उतरने वाले हैं. दिस इज गोइंग टू बी इनक्रेडिबल.
बिल्कुल सही. एंड देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि एसएटीएल के अंदर भी थोड़े बहुत परिवर्तन हुए हैं, जिसकी वजह से एसएटीएल का परफॉर्मेंस भी अभी काफी अच्छा चल रहा है. सो मुझे तो लगता है कि दोनों टीम्स के बीच में बहुत करारा मैच चलने वाला है, एंड बहुत मुश्किल होगा ये जानना कि कौन जीतने वाला है.
जी हाँ, काफी सारे सवाल, काफी सारे जवाब. बट जब भारत को रिप्रेजेंट करने की बारी आती है ना, ट्रू रिपर्स के कंधों पे वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, और वो EWC में दिखेगी. लेकिन अभी के लिए यहाँ पे जनता को उनको थोड़ा सा एंटरटेन तो करना पड़ेगा. और चेंजेस की आप बात कर रहे हैं, रोमकॉम यहाँ पे एसएटीएल का हिस्सा बनते नजर आ रहे हैं. एंड आई एम एक्साइटेड टू सी ये चेंजेस कितना ज्यादा इंपैक्ट डाल पाएंगे, बिकॉज दे वुड लव टू विन हियर.
दे विल, बिकॉज अगेन अगर हम थोड़े से पिछले हिस्ट्री की बात करते हैं, ट्रू रिपर्स वो एक ऐसी टीम है जिन्होंने इसी शहर में अपना पहला ट्रॉफी उठाया था. नाउ दे अगेन कमिंग बैक इन मुंबई, एंड यहाँ पे वो वापस कोशिश करेंगे कि उस जीत को वो कंटिन्यू करें, एंड दे विल लुक फॉरवर्ड टू अगेन डोमिनेट. पिछली बार वो गॉडलाइक को हराए थे, इस बार उनके सामने एसएटीएल है. राइवल्स माइट जस्ट चेंज, बट द चैंपियन कैन ओनली बी वन.
देखिए, चैंपियन हमेशा एक ही होता है, बट ट्रू रिपर्स थोड़ा तो प्रेशर होगा, बिकॉज लैंड एनवायरमेंट है, क्राउड यहाँ पे है, हर कोई उनको देख रहा है, हर कोई चीयर भी उनके लिए करेगा. बट फैन फेवरेट्स ऑफ कोर्स इट्स गोइंग टू बी एसएटीएल.
बिल्कुल सही. एंड देखिए, फैन फेवरेट्स तो एसएटीएल होंगे, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि ट्रू रिपर्स वो ऑब्वियसली चैंपियन है अभी इंडिया के. सो उनकी तरफ से वो करारा मसाला वो तो जरूर देखने के लिए मिलेगा. एंड मैं तो ये देखने के लिए तैयार हूं कि ऑब्वियसली हमारे एक ही मैच है, तो एक मैच के अंदर एक छोटी सी भी गलती वो बहुत भारी साबित हो सकता है. सो मैं ये देखना चाहता हूं कि वो कितने क्रिस्पनेस के साथ और कितने बेहतर तरीके से अपने स्ट्रैटेजी को दिखाते हैं और जीत की तरफ बढ़ते हैं.
काफी सारे सवाल जरूर रहेंगे, बट ट्रू रिपर्स की बात करें, 3 इंडियंस 2 इंपोर्ट्स, बहुत अच्छा एक बैलेंस लाइनअप देखने को मिलता है उनका. और हर फील्ड में, चाहे वो रोमर का रोल हो, जंगलर हो, हर चीज उनकी काफी सॉर्टेड नजर आई है पिछले कुछ समय में.
बिल्कुल सही. एंड मुझे तो लगता है कि देखिए, चेंजेस वो बहुत ज़्यादा मैटर करते हैं, एंड जो कॉम्पोजिशन होगा उसके ऊपर भी काफ़ी कुछ डिपेंड करने वाला है. एंड नेक्रोस, आई होप कि इस बार जो कॉम्पोजिशन है उसमें कोई बहुत ज़्यादा चेंजेस ना आए, क्योंकि देखिए सभी चाहते हैं कि वो अपने कंफर्टेबल पिक्स के ऊपर जाए, बट उसको पहले बैन भी किया जा सकता है।
एग्जैक्टली, एंड दैट इज द मेन पॉइंट। हमने देखा था लास्ट पैच जब आया था उसके बाद बहुत सारे ड्राफ्ट में भी हमें चेंजेस नजर आए थे, बहुत सारे ऐसे हीरोज का यूजेज हमें बढ़ता हुआ नजर आया था जो शायद पहले उतने यूज नहीं होते थे, एंड दैट इज अगेन विल मेक अ लॉट ऑफ इम्पैक्ट आउट देयर। एंड मेरी नजर रहेगी कि उन चुनिंदा उन हीरोज के ऊपर जिनमें ये प्लेयर्स मास्टर करते, क्या कितने उन हीरोज को बैन किया जाए, कितने वो हीरोज पिक किए जाएंगे, बहुत सारे सवाल जवाब है। एंड स्पीरो, मुझे लगता है इन सारे जवाबों का जो आंसर है, इन सवालों का जो आंसर है वो मुझे इस मैच स्टार्ट होने के बाद ही मिल पाएगा।
जी हाँ, ज्यादा समय नहीं है, काफी जल्दी वो सारे सवालों के जवाब आपको मिलेंगे। स्टेज सेट हो रहा है, प्लेयर्स धीरे धीरे स्टेज के ऊपर आ रहे हैं, बट लुक एट द क्राउड यार, कितनी ज्यादा मात्रा में यहाँ पे ये लोग आए हैं, दर्शक आए हैं, एंड दे वांट टू विटनेस समथिंग अमेजिंग। एंड बिलीव मी, ये मोबा के जो मैचेस हैं वो काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन होंगे, बट उसके बाद वैलोरेंट एक्शन भी होगा। पर मैं वैसे बात कर रहा था कुछ क्रिएटर्स के साथ, इतना एक्साइटमेंट है। देखो, कहने के लिए तो वो कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स हैं, बट जज्बा ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर्स वाला रखते हैं।
बिल्कुल सही है। मुझे तो लगता है कि देखिए इधर अलग अलग गेम्स में हमें अलग अलग तरीके के एक्शंस देखने के लिए मिलेंगे, बट सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट ये है कि जो प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर्स है वो इधर खेलने वाले हैं मोबा। सो ये मैच के ऊपर जो है जितने भी ई स्पोर्ट्स फैंस होंगे उनका नज़र रहेगा। ऑब्वियसली उसके बाद हमें क्रिएटर्स मैच भी देखने के लिए मिलने वाला है वैलोरेंट के अंदर। तो मुझे लगता है कि दोनों ही गेम्स के जो फैंस हैं उनको काफ़ी ज़्यादा मजा आने वाला है।
देखिए, मजा तो आएगा, बट हमें भी मजा आना चाहिए। मैं तो जानना चाहता हूँ आप दोनों के हिसाब से कि आपको कौन से हीरोज पसंद है इस गेम के अंदर।
अगर मैं स्टार्ट करूं, मैं तो स्पेसिफिकली मेजर्स खेलना बहुत पसंद करता हूँ। आई ऑलवेज लाइक टू गो इन द मिड लेन, एंड साथ साथ एक्सपी लेन भी खेल लेता हूँ। हीरोज की बात करें, आई लाइक टू प्ले फोवियस अ लॉट, मुझे वो एक्सपी लेन में खेलना पसंद है। एंड जब बारी आती है मिड लेन की तो मैं जेतियान खेलना बहुत ज्यादा पसंद करता हूँ। दीज आर द टॉप 2 पिक्स अगर आप मुझसे पूछे तो।
देखिए, पिक्स तो बहुत अच्छे हैं, बहुत अनोइंग एजेंट्स आपको पसंद है, अनोइंग हीरोज आपको पसंद है, क्योंकि जेटियन के साथ क्लोज इन करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है कभी-कभी। वो दूर से बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज आपके ऊपर आता है, एंड फोवियस तो ऑफ कोर्स हम सब जानते हैं कितना डैमेज वो डील कर सकते हैं। टीटीआर, व्हाट डू यू थिंक, व्हाट डू यू से, कौन से हीरोज आपके फेवरेट हैं?
फेवरेट तो मेरा जो है वो बेलरिक है, एंड स्पेशली मतलब हाँ अभी थोड़ा बहुत उतना यूज नहीं हो रहा अनफॉर्चुनेटली, बट फिर भी मुझे बेलरिक खेलना बहुत पसंद है, क्योंकि उसके साथ मैं अपने हिसाब से खेल सकता हूँ, रोमिंग कर सकता हूँ जंगल के अंदर, तो मुझे बहुत मजा आता है।
चलिए, मेरे को भी रोम बहुत पसंद है वैसे देखा जाए। मैं पटांग काफी ज्यादा खेलता था पहले, एंड आई रियली यूज्ड टू लव अनोइंग पीपल उनकी वॉल लगाने के बाद, तो काफी मजा आता है वो सब करने में। बट ये जो प्रो प्लेयर्स हैं हमारे, वो इंतजार करें। लुक एट दर्शक हमारे, वो भी इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि काफी जल्दी यहाँ पे मुकाबला शुरू हो। ये तो फोन कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी जल्दी शुरू करो, जल्दी हमें मैच देखने हैं।
आई मीन दैट इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द फैक्टर, बट ऑल्सो आप इस पूरे अरीना की बात कीजिए स्पीरो, कितने सारे बूथ्स यहाँ पे अवेलेबल है, कितना सब कुछ एंगेजमेंट चल रहा है। अब मैं जस्ट घूम रहा था इसी बीच, जिससे पहले मैं देख रहा था ये जो फेस पेंट हो रहा है वो भी बहुत सारे लोग कर रहे हैं, एंड पीपल आर आल्सो एक्साइटेड अबाउट द कॉन्सर्ट दैट विल हैपन।
आई थिंक आपको भी थोड़ा फेस पेंट कराना चाहिए नेक्रोस, व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
बोल रहे थे मुझे लोग वैसे, बट आई डिडंट ट्राई, कम ऑन, अच्छा नहीं लगा मुझ पे।
आई थिंक मुझे लगता है कि मुझे कराना चाहिए।
देखिए, आपको जरूर वो ट्राई करना चाहिए। बहुत कुछ है यार, वैलोरेंट वहां पे 1v1 चल रहा है। माय फ्रेंड वाज प्लेइंग देयर, उनको एक टी-शर्ट मिली है, तो हमारी जो जनता वो भी वहां पे खेल रही है। साथ ही साथ अलग अलग गेम्स यहाँ पे चलते हुए, एंड वीआर है, रिफ्लेक्स से आपके टेस्ट हो सकते हैं। अगर किसी को पंच करना पसंद है तो वहां पे वो मशीन भी है जिससे आप नाप सकते हैं कि आपके अंदर शक्ति कितनी है। बट काफी सारे बातें हो रही हैं। हमारे जो प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर्स हैं मोबाइल लेजेंड्स के, वो भी तैयार हैं स्टेज पे। ऑलमोस्ट यहाँ पे धीरे धीरे करके प्लेयर्स आ रहे हैं, सेटअप हो रहा है। एक्साइटमेंट जरूर रहती है इन तरह के मैचेस की, बट डू यू थिंक कि प्रेशर होगा? हाँ, क्योंकि रिवॉर्ड भी है, प्राइस पूल का भी एक बड़ा हिस्सा मिलने वाला है चैंपियन को।
आई थिंक यस, क्योंकि प्रेशर और ज़्यादा हो चुका है, क्योंकि एक ही मैच है, सो आप कोई भी गलती नहीं कर सकते हो, एंड एक छोटा सा भी गलती, जैसे कि मैंने इसके पहले भी कहा था, कि वो आपको मैच से बाहर निकाल सकता है। और हमें पता है कि लाइक मोबाइल लेजेंड्स की जब हम बात करते हैं तो उस टाइम पे आपको बहुत ही ज़्यादा शानदार तरीके से आपके जो कॉम्पोजिशन है वो आपको मैनेज करना होता है, और वो अगर आप थोड़ा सा भी गलती कर रहे हो देन वो पूरे टीम के लिए जो है वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा दिक्कत होती है। तो ये एक एज अ टीम आपको परफॉर्म करना होगा। इंडिविजुअल ब्रिलियंस, हाँ हम जानते हैं कि आपको आगे शायद लेके जाए, बट आपको जिता नहीं सकता।
देखिए, टीम वर्क हमेशा ही सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी होता है, चाहे गेम कोई भी हो। और जब ऐसी गेम हो जब 5v5 आपको करना है, तब ज्यादा जरूरी है कि आप ज्यादा अच्छी कम्युनिकेशन करके जाओ। और मैं तो इंतजार कर रहा हूं कि वो बुश वाला प्लेज कितने देखने को मिलेंगे, क्योंकि जैसा आपने बताया एक ही मैच खेलना है। सरप्राइज अगर आप कर पाए, ज्यादा टावर्स जल्दी से जल्दी ले पाए, अपने आप को लेवल अप फास्ट कर पाए, तो दैट वुड बी रियली इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर दीज टीम्स।
आई एग्री विद दैट, क्योंकि जितना ज़्यादा आप पहले से वो मोमेंटम बिल्डअप करोगे, हम यूजुअली कहते हैं वो स्नोबॉल प्ले होता है, पहले से आप थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम गेन अप करो, एक दो टर्रेट्स तोड़ो, उसके बाद वो कांस्टेंट फ्लो जो एक्सपी आप गेन करते चलते हो, उसके ऊपर आपको फोकस करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है ताकि अर्ली गेम कंट्रोल आपको अच्छी तरीके से मिल पाए। एंड अगर वो एस्टैब्लिश होता है, हमने बहुत बार देखा है कि अर्ली गेम डोमिनेशन के साथ साथ एक वन साइडेड विक्ट्री भी बहुत बार टीम्स लेके जाते हैं।
जी हाँ, काफी जरूरी रहेगा कि आप स्टेबिलिटी भी दिखाएं। हमारे कैमरामैन को भी खूबसूरती बहुत पसंद है, ऐसे देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे दर्शकों के बीच में, वो भी जा रहे हैं। बट इनक्रेडिबल, आज के दिन की थोड़ी सी बात करें तो कैसा रहा अब तक का दिन? हमने चेस देखा इससे पहले और वो भी काफी अमेजिंग मैचेस थे वहाँ पे।
बिल्कुल सही। एंड देखिए, हम तो काफी सुबह आए थे और तब से हम जब चेस देख रहे थे तो हर एक मैच में कहने के ही मजा आ रहा था और आखिर तक पहुंच रहा था मैचेस, तो और भी ज्यादा इंटेंस हो रहा था। बट हाँ, ऑब्वियसली लाइक शायद एक्सपेक्टेशन था विदित जीतेंगे, बट वो चीजें थोड़ी बहुत चेंजेस हुई। वो होता नहीं कि फेवरेट्स जो है वो होता है दिमाग में कि हम इसको सपोर्ट करें, काइंड ऑफ लाइक दैट। सो यस, थोड़ा सा मतलब लगा कि शायद विदित जीते तो और मजा आता।
देखिए, जीत हार तो बस एक सिलसिला है जो चलता रहता है ई स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर भी, और चेस भी काफी कमाल का वो गेम। बट काफी ज्यादा दर्शक यहाँ पे मौजूद, सब इंतजार करते हुए कि मैचेस की शुरुआत यहाँ पे कब होगी। जैसा मैंने कहा, कैमरामैन हमारे काफी शार्प है।
इंडीड, एंड मुझे लगता है कैमरामैन जो है अपना काम बहुत अच्छी तरीके से कर रहे हैं। वैसे बहुत सारे अच्छे अच्छे फोटोज भी वो खींच रहे थे हमारे बैक एंड पे। बट ऑल्सो आई एम ऑल्सो एक्साइटेड अबाउट द वैलोरेंट मैच जो भी इसके बाद भी होने वाला है, क्योंकि हमने देखा, हमने पीछे बातचीत भी की, जो इतने सारे क्रिएटर्स आ रहे थे वो भी बहुत ज्यादा एक्साइटेड है उनके मैचेस को लेके। एंड बैंटर्स भी हमें कुछ सुनने को मिल रहा था। स्पीरो, वैसे सुनने में आया कि आपको और मुझे कुछ क्रिएटर्स ने कहा कि चीयर हमें ज्यादा करना चाहिए।
मुझे लगा कि हम वैलोरेंट का इंतजार करेंगे इस बारे में बात करने के लिए, लेकिन देखिए, क्रिएटर्स हमारे पास आ रहे थे और कह रहे थे, देख अगर मैं एक भी फ्रैग निकालूं तो तारीफों के पुल बांध देना, और हमारे टीटीआर बिल्कुल तैयार है वो करने के लिए।
आई थिंक मतलब होना ही चाहिए। देखिए, बैलेंस जो है वो तो होना ही चाहिए गेम के अंदर। एंड मैं बस ये देखना चाहता हूँ कि कौन इधर बेहतर खेल रहे हैं, क्योंकि देखिए बातचीत तो वो चलती रहेगी, लेकिन एट द एंड गेम के अंदर कौन कैसा परफॉर्म करेंगे वही डिसाइड करेगा कि आखिरी में हंस कौन रहा है।
जी हाँ, गेम के अंदर ही सब कुछ डिसाइड होगा कि आखिरी हंसी कौन हंसेगा। लेकिन ये स्टोरी लाइन बहुत अच्छी है, जहां पे एक तरफ ट्रू रिपर्स है जो कि ऑलरेडी इंडियन चैंपियंस है, जो भारत को रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे EWC में, और दूसरी तरफ एसेट्यूएल है जो चाहते हैं कि वो हराए। यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस है, थोड़ा चेंजेस, जैसे हमने कहा रोमकोन का आगमन यहाँ पे हुआ है इस टीम के अंदर, एंड ही वांट्स टू प्रूव हिमसेल्फ विद दिस टीम, और वो ट्रू रिपर्स को हरा के सबसे आसानी से किया जा सकता है।
एंड आई थिंक जब हम ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स देख रहे थे तो उस टाइम पे भी हमें इफेक्ट देखने के लिए मिला था उनके तरफ से, एंड दैट्स वाई वो इधर पहुंचे हैं। लेकिन चलिए नजर डालते हैं प्राइस पूल के ऊपर, और 3,50,000 का प्राइस पूल है। अगर बात की जाए, पहले स्थान जो लेंगे उनको मिलेगा 1,25,000, सेकंड प्लेस को मिलेगा 75,000। तो यही दोनों डिसाइड होने वाले हैं अभी कुछ ही देर के बाद स्टेज में। बट उसके बाद थर्ड प्लेस को मिलेगा 35,000, फोर्थ को भी मिलेगा 35,000, फिफ्थ एंड सिक्स को 20,000 ईच, एंड सेवेंथ एंड एट को भी ऑब्वियसली 20,000 ईच। तो क्या लगता है ये प्राइस पूल के बाद स्पीरो, आज क्या एसेट्यूएल ट्रू रिपर्स को हरा पाएंगे?
देखिए, बहुत भारी सवाल पूछ लिया आपने मुझसे इतनी जल्दी। मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा सा समय देना चाहिए, थोड़ा इंतजार करेंगे कि मैच कब शुरू होगा और फिर देखेंगे किस तरीके से यहाँ पे खेला जा सकता है टीम्स के द्वारा। बट मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ मैचेस को देखने के लिए। आई थिंक हमारे जो क्रिएटर्स है, कुछ यहाँ पे वॉच पार्टीज भी चल रही है, रेबल बैठे हैं, माफिया इज हियर, सिड इज हियर, सब वॉच पार्टी करने वाले हैं और मजा आएगा जरूर। यहाँ पे तो सारे सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं एसेट्यूएल को, बट ट्रू रिपर्स पीछे उनके भी थोड़े बहुत लोग हैं, एंड वो भी चाहेंगे कि वो जीते यहाँ पे।
ये दिस इज अ फैक्ट। मुझे लगता है ट्रू रिपर्स जो है वो दूर से आए हैं, होम क्राउड एडवांटेज जरूर एसेट्यूएल के पास रहेगा, बट अ टीम फ्रॉम बैंगलोर केम इन एंड इतना स्किल्ड है, स्किल्ड प्लेयर्स उनके पास है, ऐसे टीम लेके आए जो ऑलरेडी एक बार जीत के गए। मेरी बातचीत हो रही थी उनके मैनेजर के साथ, एंड ही वाज लाइक कि हम तो यहाँ पे जीतने आए, ऐसा नहीं है कि शो मैच है, जो भी है एक भी मैच है हम वो एक मैच ही जीत के जाएंगे। एंड दैट इज अ काइंड ऑफ मुझे लगता है इंटेंट जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है टू बिकम अ चैंपियन।
Yeah, definitely. But let's talk about some imports as well. Like True Rippers की तरफ से किमी एंड कायल, ये दो imports बहुत ज्यादा वैल्यू लेके आए हैं पिछले कुछ समय में, एंड अपना रोल बहुत अच्छे से निभा रहे हैं। लास्ट टूर्नामेंट में भी हमने देखा कि उन्होंने डोमिनेट किया अपने अपोनेंट्स को।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल सही। एंड उसी के साथ साथ बहुत ज़्यादा मज़ा आएगा ये देखना कि गेम के अंदर आज भी क्या उसी तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस दिखा पाएंगे या फिर नहीं, क्योंकि लैंड का प्रेशर बहुत अलग होता है। आप ऑनलाइन जब खेलते हो तब उस टाइम पे आप अपने कंफर्ट जोन में भी होते हो कभी कभार, बट जब आप आते हो लैंड में तब चीजें चेंज हो जाती है। लेकिन आज जिस मैच के लिए हम जुड़े हैं, ट्रू रिपर्स वर्सेस आईक्यू एसेट्यूएल, बहुत ही ज्यादा मजेदार ये गेम होने जा रहा है। एक जगह पे इंडिया के बेस्ट टीम और दूसरी तरफ एसेट्यूएल, जो कि उन्होंने काफी अच्छा टक्कर अभी तक दिया है हिस्ट्री में। एंड आई होप कि आज वो सिर्फ टक्कर ही नहीं, जीतने की भी पूरी कोशिश करेंगे।
देखिए, जब एमएल के सीन की शुरुआत हुई थी भारत में, तब एसएचएल ने बहुत सारे टूर्नामेंट्स को डोमिनेट किया था और तब सबको लग रहा था कि कोई इन्हें रोक नहीं पाएगा। फिर वहां पे थोड़ी जगह परेशानियां हुई, जो सबसे बड़ा टूर्नामेंट था वहां पे इतना कुछ खास वो नहीं कर पाए और अब एक रिडेम्पशन स्टोरी लाइन है उनकी। दे नीड टू प्ले वेल। प्रेशर थोड़ा सा ज्यादा होगा, लेकिन जैसा नेक्रोस ने बताया कि होम क्राउड एडवांटेज भी उन्हीं के पास है।
एंड दिस इज अगेन गोइंग टू बी दैट मेजर फैक्टर। इतने सारे क्रिएटर्स आए हैं, वो भी सपोर्ट करेंगे एंड उनका जो चैंट है वो होगा। बट फॉर ट्रू रिपर्स, जैसे मैं होम क्राउड की बात कर ही रहा था, फॉर ट्रू रिपर्स ये इट्स गोइंग टू बी अनदर जस्ट अनदर डे इन ऑफिस, क्योंकि वो ऑलरेडी मुंबई में खेल चुके, वहां पे गॉडलाइक के फैंस मौजूद थे, बट स्टिल अगेंस्ट द ऑड्स, जैसा हमने कहा, विद दैट इंपोर्ट्स कमिंग इन, जिस हिसाब से उनका परफॉर्मेंस बूस्ट अप हुआ था, दे हैव बीन रियली कंसिस्टेंट विद देयर एंटायर टीम गेम। एंड वो सबसे ज्यादा मैटर करता है एंड ऑफ द डे। आपका टीम अगर अच्छा खेल रहा है, अगर आपका टीम एक यूनिट की तरह फंक्शन कर रहा है, उससे बेहतर और कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
जी हाँ, टीम वर्क मेक्स द ड्रीम वर्क। इस बारे में हमने कई सारे टूर्नामेंट्स के अंदर कई सारे बातें देखे हैं, लेकिन अभी भी जो कंपटीशन का स्तर है वो काफी हाई है। बट वहीं पे अगर हम बात करें कि सिर्फ एक ही मैच, प्रेशर थोड़ा सा एलिवेट हो जाता है उसके साथ। क्या स्ट्रैटेजी सोच रहे हैं टीटीआर, किस तरीके से प्लेयर्स खेल सकते हैं? सिर्फ एक मैच है उनके पास।
आई थिंक मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपेरिमेंट नहीं करना चाहिए और उनको अपने बेसिक जो प्लान है उसके साथ ही स्टिक रहना चाहिए। एंड आई थिंक मुझे लगता है कि इन प्लेयर्स को मुझे बताने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। दे नो कि किस तरीके से आज परफॉर्म करना है और किस तरीके से इस पूरे प्रेशर को हैंडल करना है, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी उन्होंने काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म करके आए हैं।
देखिए, जब प्रेशर को हैंडल करने की बारी होती है तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर आपके पास एक्सपीरियंस है तो आप उसके साथ अच्छी तरह वो कर पाते हैं। और ऑफ कोर्स एसएचएल के पास वो एक्सपीरियंस्ड आईजीएल है, एपेक्स के रूप में कब से खेल रहे हैं वो इस सीन के अंदर, और मुझे लगता है कि उनको हैंडल करना आता है प्रेशर को काफी आसानी से।
या आई कंप्लीटली एग्री विद दैट। एंड जैसे मैं हमारी बातचीत चल भी रही थी, मैं एक के साथ बात भी कर रहा था पीछे, ही वाज रियली कॉन्फिडेंट, ही वाज लाइक हम तो बस प्रेप अप कर रहे थे। हमने ऐसा भी देखा कि प्लेयर्स ऑलरेडी बैक एंड पे बैठ के अपना ग्राइंड चालू रख रहे थे बिफोर दे स्टेप इनटू द रिंग। तो वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। एसएटीएल दे आर ऑल गियरिंग अप विद देयर कॉम्पिटिटिव स्टैट्स एंड एवरीथिंग, एंड वो तैयार है ट्रू रिपर्स को फेस करने के लिए। बिकॉज ऐसा नहीं कि वो बस आज आके अचानक से खेल रहे, दे हैव बीन प्रेपिंग दिस फॉर मंथ्स। MLS जो उनका अलग टूर्नामेंट था, वहां पे दे हैड अ सेटबैक, बट उसके बाद अगेन उनको जब एक लैंड स्टेज पे आके खेलने का मौका मिला है, दे वांट टू आउटशाइन देम।
देखिए, बात इतनी है कि हाँ, मैं जानता हूं कि शो मैच है, लेकिन ये प्लेयर्स मुझे लगता नहीं कि शो मैच को थोड़ा इजी लेके खेलेंगे। ऑफ कोर्स वो अपना पूरा एफर्ट यहाँ पे दिखाना ही वाले हैं, और साथ ही साथ मुझे सुनाई दे रहा है कि एक पैनल भी चल रहा था बीच में। वहाँ पे काफी सारे जो सीनियर्स हैं, जो ओनर्स हैं, वो वहाँ बैठे थे और वो बात कर रहे थे कि ई स्पोर्ट्स के सीन को और किस तरीके से आगे लेके जाया जा सकता है, और वो चीज हो रही है। इंडिया राइजिंग की तरफ से वो चीज काफी अच्छी देखने को मिली है अब तक।
बिल्कुल सही। एंड मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया राइजिंग रोड टू EWC पावर्ड बाय BASF की अगर हम बात करें, कुछ देर पहले हमने ट्रॉफी भी देखा
जी।
वैसे बहुत ही शानदार ट्रॉफी है। देखिए, कैमरा में तो अच्छा लग ही रहा है, बट इन पर्सन अगर आप देखेंगे तो और ज्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है, और हम काफी टाइम से देख रहे हैं। मैं और निक्रॉस बात भी कर रहे थे कि इतना सुंदर, मतलब ऑब्वियसली, मतलब ये जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो जब अपना बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस देंगे तो ये डिजर्व करते हैं वो।
जी हाँ, वो डिजर्व करते हैं। और यहाँ पे आई थिंक एक अलग सी वाइब है जब क्राउड सामने होती है, जब आपका स्टेज पे होते हैं, और इतना मैसिव स्टेज है पीछे। वहाँ पे अभी चेस हुआ और उसके बाद अब मोबा होगा। आई थिंक इट्स गोना बी फन। बट फैनपिट एरिया के अंदर भी काफी कुछ एक्टिविटीज वहाँ पे चलती हुई।
मुझे तो एक्चुअली ये पूरा जो सेटअप है बहुत अच्छा लगा है। यू कैन सी सारे जो फैंस है वो काफी क्लोज आके अपने फेवरेट क्रिएटर्स के साथ इंटरेक्ट कर सकते हैं, बातचीत कर सकते हैं। मैं देख भी रहा था बहुत सारे क्रिएटर्स के साथ वो सिग्नेचर्स भी ले रहे, जर्सी पे सिग्नेचर ले रहे। एंड सच बताओ तो बहुत लोगों ने जो नई जर्सी है एसए12 की, वो भी खरीद के वो लेके आए जस्ट टू साइन ऑन दैट वाइट पोर्शन की उनके फेवरेट क्रिएटर्स के साथ मिलने का उनको मौका मिलेगा। तो मैं अभी कह रहा हूँ, जो शायद हमारे साथ लाइव पे जुड़े हैं, अगर आप मुंबई से है तो आप आ सकते हैं जियो कन्वेंशन सेंटर में, एंड शायद आपको भी मौका मिल सकता है अपने फेवरेट क्रिएटर्स के साथ मीट एंड ग्रीट करने का।
जी हाँ, काफी सारे। मैं तो देख रहा था कि पूरे सर्कुलर वे में खड़े हैं, सब लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं वहां पे फैन पिक एक्टिविटी के लिए। बट हम भी इंतजार कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे मैचेस की शुरुआत के लिए, और काफी जल्दी वो शुरुआत आपको होती नजर आएगी, जैसा आप देख ही सकते हैं अपनी स्क्रीन पे। सेटअप अभी के लिए चलता हुआ। कितना मजा आता होगा ना इन प्लेयर्स को कि वो लैंड पे आए हैं, इतनी सारी जनता यहाँ पे मौजूद है, उनके सामने खेलना है, जीतना है इस चमचमाती ट्रॉफी को।
बिल्कुल सही। एंड मुझे लगता है कि ये एक्सपीरियंस ये कुछ अलग ही होता है, एंड सपना होता है सारे ही ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर्स का। जो शायद अभी घर में बैठ के प्रैक्टिस कर रहे होंगे वो भी सपना देखते हैं कि कभी आएंगे लैन में और इस तरीके से परफॉर्म करेंगे उनके फैंस के सामने। बट हाँ, मुझे तो लगता है कि जितने भी प्लेयर्स अभी इधर तक पहुंचे हैं उन्होंने भी कभी ना कभी शुरू किया था, एंड जो प्रैक्टिस कर रहे होंगे, जो कोशिश कर रहे होंगे अपना जगह बनाने की स्पोर्ट्स इंडस्ट्री के अंदर, एंड एज अ प्लेयर ऑब्वियसली बेहतर परफॉर्म करने की आप भी कर सकते हो, आपको जस्ट ग्राइंड करना है। एंड स्पीरो, आई थिंक आज जो ये सिंगल मैच है, आई नो प्रेशर बहुत ज्यादा है, बट उसके बाद भी मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं वो कॉम्बिनेशन वो बहुत ज्यादा मैटर करने वाला है और हमें शुरुआती कुछ क्षण में ही पता चलेगा कि पल्ला किसका भारी है।
देखिए काफी हद तक मैटर करता है, बट अगर आप यहाँ पे हैं तो आपको मौका मिलता है अपने फेवरेट क्रिएटर्स से बात करने का, उनसे मिलने का, फोटोग्राफ्स खिंचाने का। देखो स्नैक्स चीचा तो वहां पे हैं और अभी के लिए फोटोग्राफ्स खिंचाए जा रहे हैं, ऑटोग्राफ साइन किए जा रहे हैं। क्रिएटर के लिए भी तो सबसे बढ़िया यही होता है ना कि वो जाके अपने फैंस से मिल पाए। स्नैक्स अभी के लिए करते हुए काफी फिट भी नजर आ रहे हैं स्नैक्स यहाँ पे,
एंड काफी अच्छी तरीके से मेंटेन करते हैं बैलेंस। बहुत लोग ऐसा बोलते हैं कि इतना ग्राइंड करने के बाद हमें जिम जाने का टाइम नहीं मिलता, हमारे बॉडी पे फोकस करने का टाइम नहीं मिलता। मुझे लगता है स्नैक्स उनके लिए एक सबसे बड़ी एग्जांपल बन के आते हैं कि देखिए आप फिट भी हो सकते हैं और एक अच्छे गेमर भी बन सकते हैं।
जी हाँ, डेफिनेटली प्राइम एग्जांपल कि किस तरह से आप अपनी लाइफ को और बेहतर तरीके से यहाँ पे जी सकते हैं। बट जर्सी अच्छी लग रही है मुझे, काफी सारी एसएटीएल की जर्सी भी वहां पे है, आरएनटीएक्स की जर्सी भी देखने को मिलती है। बट स्नैक्स इज रेडी, देखिए जोश, देखिए फैंस के मन में अपने फेवरेट क्रिएटर्स से मिलना, ये ऐसे इवेंट्स पे ही हो सकता है।
बिल्कुल, एंड मुझे लगता है कि इस तरीके के इवेंट में आके जो फैंस है वो भी अपने आप को काफी खुश महसूस भी करते हैं, और उसी के साथ जो इतने दिनों से शायद बिहाइंड द स्क्रीन जिन्होंने